Upon transmigrating into the realm of Douluo Continent, Tang Yu, who had bound herself to a disordered timeline, Yiluoli's storyline system, was adopted by Old Jack and brought back to the novice village. Ding! A task has been issued to sign in at the quiet water lake where the Water Prince resides, granting a sacred-level fairy inner core, Holy Water Pearl. Ding! The Fire Lord, unable to control the fire elements, has succumbed to chaos. Proceed to sign in at the iconic scene to receive a reward, Holy Fire Mind Method. Ding! The strongest golden prince in the fairy realm is on the verge of transforming into a beast controlled by wealth. Please prevent the golden prince from unleashing his primal instincts to save the Yiluoli fairyland and receive a reward, the Golden Bone Sword. Observing these tasks, each seemingly unrelated to the Douluo Continent, Tang Yu fell into deep contemplation. It was not until the day of her martial soul awakening that she discovered her martial soul was, in fact, a butterfly fairy set during her gaming sessions. The divine aura of light combined with the golden essence led the reclusive Tang Akui to mistakenly believe that Tang Yu's martial soul was a mutated humanoid beast soul of an angel. In an effort to conceal his whereabouts alongside Tang San, Tang Akui discovered that Tang Yu possessed a Haotian Hammer identical to his own. Thus, the story took a turn. Entangled relationships and a convoluted fate. Was it the guiding force of destiny or the abyss pointing towards an inevitable conclusion? Chapter 100. Tang San acquires the 8 spider lances. While Tang Yu proceeded with her plans at a leisurely pace, the Stardow Forest had already erupted in chaos. Following the abduction of Tang Yu and Xiao Wu, Tang San quickly regained consciousness, reclaiming his original 8 spider lances. Though the butterfly flapped its wings, the plot inevitably intertwined unbeknownst to all. After parting ways with Tang Yu, Xiao Wu returned to the Shrek Academy faction. As a soul beast ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 years, Xiao Wu found it quite effortless to navigate the Stardow Forest, despite her limited understanding of humans and soul beasts. Xiao Wu, how did you come back? Ning Rongrong and her companions were initially observing Tang San as he absorbed a soul ring beyond his level. Although the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider did not particularly complement the characteristics of the Haotian Hammer. Nevertheless, Tang San, eager to reunite with Xiao Wu, absorbed the obstructing soul beast along the way. This was quite amusing. He dared to rescue Xiao Wu and simultaneously absorb a soul ring. Although the intent was to augment his strength for the rescue, one had to question if such a time-consuming endeavor would render Xiao Wu ineffective. Only the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu were of the same kind. Had it been a different species, it would have been an entirely different tale. Seeing so many eyes upon her, Xiao Wu awkwardly chuckled before weaving her carefully concocted story. I was merely fortunate. After the Titan giant ape captured us, a sudden bellow resonated through the Stardow Forest. The Titan giant ape then discarded us and fled, and I was knocked unconscious in an unknown location, only to awaken beside a dazed lightning rabbit. Upon regaining consciousness, I found my soul power had reached level 30, and I claimed the soul ring of that lightning rabbit. I am now a 3-ring soul master. Had it only been Shrek and Zhao Wujia who believed in Xiao Wu, it would have been inconsequential, but there happened to be a pair of dragon and serpent couple present. Meng Shuru cast a thoughtful glance at Xiao Wu, sensing something amiss. The sudden appearance of the Titan giant ape, combined with Xiao Wu's presence, made her explanation quite suspicious. Moreover, as a soul Douluo, Meng Shuru had previously sensed a peculiar aura surrounding Xiao Wu. A soul Douluo, if attentive, could discern the true form of a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet at that time, Tang San was a figure worthy of his alliance, so he did not focus excessively on others in the Shrek Academy. Now that Xiao Wu had returned to the core circle, Guyu had sealed her soul beast aura, rendering it nearly impossible to detect any trace of her soul beast identity. How strange. Meng Shuru also noticed that the aura surrounding Xiao Wu had become remarkably pure and clear, yet a seed of doubt took root in his heart. The illustrious dragon and serpent couple, although renowned in the soul world, were limited by their martial soul fusion technique, comparable to that of a titled Douluo. The dragon and serpent clan, being a mid-sized family, lacked sufficient knowledge about the legendary 100,000-year soul beasts, which is why they failed to uncover Xiao Wu's identity promptly. Is this a 2,000-year man-faced demon spider soul beast? How could Tang San absorb a soul beast exceeding its age limit? Moreover, this man-faced demon spider evidently does not align with the characteristics of his Haotian Hammer. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San in astonishment, filled with concern that absorbing a soul ring beyond the age limit could easily lead to his demise. Tang San had recently discarded his blue-silver grass martial soul. Should the Haotian Hammer also fail to ascend, Xiao Wu dreaded to contemplate the consequences. Xiao Wu, How do you know this is a 2,000-year man-faced demon spider soul beast? Zhao Wujia scratched his head, harboring worries, yet clinging to a thread of hope that perhaps Xiao Wu was unaware. Well, the master mentioned it. He is Tang San's mentor, and he said that the age of a man-faced demon spider soul beast can be determined by counting the segments of its legs. Xiao Wu felt somewhat guilty, as she had hardly paid attention to what Yu Xiaojiang had said, yet now she had to lie to conceal her identity. I see. So, isn't Tang San in danger? Ma Hongjun expressed concern. Though he had not spent much time with Tang San and found him rather unlikable, he had never wished for his demise. Dai Mubai slowly shook his head, thinking that Ma Hongjun was still too naive, recalling how Tang San had. Sigh. The unfolding narrative has become increasingly incomprehensible to him. It seems, in essence, to bear no significant deviation from the original storyline. However, Tang San's dual martial soul has rendered one of them utterly ineffective. What did the Titan giant ape become so formidable? Was it not merely a devoted admirer of Xiao Wu? How could it so decisively incapacitate Xiao Wu's beloved? Dai Mubai felt compelled to reassess his perspective. Although Tang Yuyu is Tang San's cousin and exhibits a rather proud demeanor, often engaging in verbal sparring with him, he had always assumed this to be a fanfiction that favored Tang San. To his surprise, it appears to be a narrative that opposes the San Alliance. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him. Although he had not been reborn into the Spirit Hall to champion justice and vanquish Tang San, embracing a different path while simultaneously tormenting Tang San seemed rather appealing. Moreover, since Tang Yuyu was seemingly from the same hometown, there ought to be some sentimentality involved, wouldn't there? In the star Luo Empire by Chen Xiang, enveloped in water-blue energy, felt as if she had returned to her primordial state. Each pore of her being seemed to open, releasing a comfortable sigh. However, this sensation of comfort was short-lived, and she soon experienced a wave of excruciating pain. What was happening? Could this be an illusion? Yet, her grandfather had such faith in her, claiming her to be his cousin. Surely, she could not be a fraud. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the pain coursing through her intensified, leaving her little room to contemplate anything else. What on earth is this? The agony is unbearable, and her mind is consumed by the sensation of pain. Every second spent within this radiant sphere of energy feels as though it spans several years. In a state of unconsciousness, Bai Qinxiang's body instinctively summoned her martial soul, manifesting a pair of pristine wings adorned with subtle patterns that extended from her back. Originally, they were the wings of a swift-tailed swallow, and as the blue luminescence began to fade, the wings, previously of standard arm length, suddenly grew to an enormous size, enveloping her entire being. The wings, once pristine white with a hint of lavender, transformed into a striking gradient of white above and blue below, the blue feathers transitioning from light to dark in an aesthetically pleasing manner. A formidable pressure from her martial soul emanated from Bai Qinxiang, causing the patriarch of the Minji clan to become teary-eyed with joy. It seems that Tang Yuyu had indeed understated the matter. Bai Qinxiang's entire martial soul had undergone a radical transformation. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, akin to those afflicted with Parkinson's disease, leaving her at a loss for words. Although the Swifttail Swallow clan took great pride in their martial soul, the glaring advantages and disadvantages of such a martial heritage, particularly its lack of offensive capabilities, made survival exceedingly challenging without the protection of a powerful faction. Chapter 101. A Grand Procurement at the Herbal Garden. Grandfather, having endured the throes of pain, Bai Qinxiang awoke to discover a monumental transformation in her martial soul. She scarcely had the opportunity to revel in her newfound strength before being ushered before Tang Yuyu by her grandfather. The Minji clan is willing to pledge allegiance and acknowledge you as their sovereign. Bai Qinxiang's pupils constricted. It dawned on her that the orb she had encountered earlier came at a price. How could her grandfather choose to once again submit to the Haotian sect? Clenching her fists tightly before releasing them, she grappled with her emotions. Despite her reservations towards the Haotian sect, she was not the type to be shamelessly obstinate in her defiance of a debt of gratitude. Bai Qinxiang expressed her willingness to serve you with utmost loyalty. Tang Yuyu noticed Bai Qinxiang's subtle gestures but chose to disregard them. Her decision to accept the Minji clan was motivated by the coveted 10,000-year purple ginseng king and her desire to deny Tang San any advantage. Additionally, Bai Qinxiang could assist in tethering Ma Hongjun. A bond forged through kinship was undoubtedly more reliable than mere familial ties. After all, was it not Tang San who had once sought to ally his cousin with Ma Hongjun in the original narrative, despite knowing of the latter's proclivity for debauchery? While Ma Hongjun's character may not be fundamentally flawed, no girl would wish for such a demeanor in her future partner. Had Tang San not harbored affections for Xiao Wu, would he have treated her as his sister with such levity? The answer was unequivocally negative. Bai Qinxiang was merely an investment by the leader of the Mingji clan. At present, Ma Hongjun, due to the influence of the sacred fire heart method, exhibited none of the shortcomings depicted in the original storyline. Instead, he retained the countenance of a dashing young man. Although Tang Yuyu acknowledged her own identity as a refined egoist, she could not bring herself to consign a virtuous girl to a man of dubious character. There is no need for excessive formality. Dear cousin, from this point forth, you may simply call me sister, for we are indeed cousins, and it is only natural that we share a familial bond. Tang Yuyu declared with a radiant smile as she helped Bai Qinxiang to her feet. The leader of the Mingji clan, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, they were like family. In truth, he was merely adapting to circumstances. Even without Tang Yuyu's offering of the elixir, he would have willingly acknowledged her as his master. The first reason was Yang Wudi's recovery, and the second was the old sect master of Tang Cheng's desire to return to the Haotian sect. As Yang Wudi had articulated, the Mingji clan wielded no offensive capabilities, and now even their economic foundations had eroded. Should the Spirit Hall fail to reclaim its standing through the Haotian sect, they would have no recourse but to seek favor with the remaining four major clans of singular attributes. Yes, sister. Bai Qinxiang nodded, her grandfather's encouragement igniting a spark of curiosity and affection towards her newfound sister. After consuming the elixir, not only had her martial soul transformed, but her soul power had also soared beyond level 25. She had only just reached level 20, with her second spirit ring yet to be attached. And now she had inexplicably ascended 5 levels. This sudden joy filled her with elation. If only her sister could bestow upon her a few more elixirs. Bai Qinxiang's talent within the Mingji clan was considered relatively good, with an innate soul power of merely level 5, not the highest ever seen in her clan, but not insubstantial either. The swift-tailed swallow had originally been a mid-tier martial soul, yet with the enhancement of her innate abilities, she now possessed an additional 5 levels. As if compensating for her foundation, in a sense, Bai Qinxiang could be deemed as having attained innate full soul power. Tang Yuyu accepted the box handed to her by the leader of the Mingji clan, and upon opening it, she found the very item she desired, the 10,000-year purple ginseng king. After securing this precious item within her blue-silver grass bracelet, she pondered her next course of action. Now, all that remained was to incorporate Shrek Academy into her plans. It would be even more advantageous if she could persuade Flanders to relocate to Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy. Ma Hongjuan's ties with Flanders were too profound. She needed to devise a strategy to create distance between them. Flanders was primarily concerned with 3 things: Lu Erlong, money, and nurturing talented students to fame. Miss Yu, shall we proceed to the territory of Old Rhinoceros? Old Rhinoceros was the leader of the Yu clan, a group proficient in defense, with a keen aptitude for construction and architecture as well. Indeed, after paying a visit to the esteemed elders of the Yu clan, I shall make my way to the Heavendo Empire. The residence of the Li clan is situated in Heavendo City, is it not? Conveniently, the 2 rare herbs you seek are also located there. Once I retrieve them, I shall have them sent to you. Yang Wudi's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation, nearly nodding vigorously like an eager puppy. The leader of the Mingji clan sensed a hint of intrigue. Could these 2 be engaged in a transaction? Yet, it was only natural that the old goat would be interested in herbs. It appeared that this newly appointed master possessed an impressive depth of knowledge regarding medicinal plants, which explained the rapport shared with Yang Wudi. Moreover, the Mingji clan had directly requested the 10,000-year purple ginseng king from him. Although this exchange was not a loss, and even yielded some profit, the old white bird cast a disgruntled glance at Yang Wudi, thinking him a fool. Since Miss Yu has made her decision, let Bai Qinxiang accompany you. The old white bird deliberated for a moment before concluding that allowing Bai Qinxiang to follow Tang Yuyu would serve as a means to enhance their rapport. Although Tang Yuyu had graciously invited Bai Qinxiang to call her sister, the old bird was aware that the next generation of the Haotian sect did not boast such mature siblings, unless this girl was the offspring of Tang Hao. He stroked his beard, growing increasingly convinced of this speculation. While he was uncertain of what schemes these 3 siblings were concocting, he understood their intentions well enough. After all, he had watched them grow since childhood. Uncle, since you say so, I shall not hold back. The Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is set to commence in 2 years. Bai Qinxiang declared, come along with me to our academy, where you shall join our battle team. Tang Yuyu harbored this very intention. Gaining control of Shrek Academy was merely a means to ensure her grasp on the future deities. If she could directly command individuals, Why toil to gain control over the academy? The pairing of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing was already a foregone conclusion. Perhaps only such pure-hearted, naive university students could truly captivate a devoted beauty like Zhu Zhuqing. Regardless, Tang Yuyu had discerned Zhu Zhuqing's unique feelings for Dai Mubai. Xiao had already entered into a pact with her. The only significant aspect regarding her was her soul rings and soul bones. Ning Rongrong could easily be seduced by Tang Yu, as she seemed quite susceptible. Oscar, on the other hand, appeared oblivious to any distinct feelings he held for her. How could he not notice such frequent displays of affection? She had yet to strategize how to navigate this relationship, as she was no foolish, sweet girl like Xiao Wu. The chasm between spirit beasts and humans was vast, and she needed to approach the matter with careful consideration. Chapter 102, Settling Ain. She had already resolved to bestow the golden bone sword upon Dai Mubai. It would be up to him how he chose to wield it. Had her martial soul not yet revealed its second form, she might have contemplated retaining the sword for her own use. However, with the manifestation of her wood-type martial soul, the golden bone sword had become less essential. Dai Mubai, being well-versed in the storyline and a fellow compatriot, would undoubtedly prove to be a significant ally in her future endeavors, as he did not perceive such a pronounced divide between humans and beasts. Moreover, this was a buy-one-get-one-free transaction. Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly support Dai Mubai's decisions. With a light heart, Tang Yuyu received the Yu clan before setting off towards the Heavendo Empire alongside by Qinxiang and Ziji. Yang Wudi thoughtfully dispatched elite disciples from his clan to escort the three young ladies on their journey. Cousin, is it true that Shrek Academy is home to so many prodigies? Bai Chunxiang inquired, her excitement evident, as this was her first journey beyond her hometown. Of course. Anyone fortunate enough to study alongside me at the same institution is no ordinary individual, Tang Yuyu replied with confidence. Almost let slip my tongue. I initially intended to express that being able to attend the same school as the protagonist would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable rise in fortunes. Indeed, I am eager to witness the talents of the Shrek Academy students firsthand. Bai Chunxiang flicked her braid and, from the corner of her eye, caught sight of a girl clad in purple who sat silently across from her. Nevertheless, Bai Chunxiang did not diminish her focus on the girl. After all, if even Yang Wudi could not discern her depth, she must surely be the personal guard of her cousin. Although Ziji's strength was suppressed to the fourth ring, her aura rivaled that of a titled Douluo, making it implausible for Yang Wudi and his companions to gauge her power. Tang Yuyu took a sip of her tea and let out a contented sigh. Yang Wudi certainly conducts affairs reliably. To be honest, as the heiress of Haotian sect, this was her first outing, and she was experiencing the privileges befitting such a status. The brutish members of the Haotian sect were only capable of brute strength. With pockets so empty they couldn't possibly afford to craft such an extravagant carriage for Tang Yuyu or prepare such exquisite refreshments. The meager income from Yuexian had already been designated as the sect's lifeline by Tang Yuehua, and considering that Tang Yuyu, despite being her nominal daughter, could not be compared to the sect itself, it was no surprise that they only saw each other a couple of times a year. She wondered what her brother was thinking, allowing her to acknowledge Tang Yuehua as her mother. Oh, wasn't it said we were heading to the Li family's residence? Why has the route changed? Although Bai Chunxiang had not traveled far, she had been fortunate enough to visit the Li family's territory in Heavendo City during a gathering of the four great families. We're heading to the Sunset Forest, where my uncle awaits us, Tang Yuyu explained as she set down her teacup. Uncle? Bai Chunxiang repeated, only then realizing that this uncle must be Tang Hao. For Tang Xiao, as the sect leader of Haotian, could hardly venture to the Heavendo Empire. Upon arriving at the Sunset Forest, Tang Yuyu suddenly sensed an unusual aura swirling around her, a familiar essence akin to that of Ain. It was blue silvergrass. Tang Yuyu gently touched her blue-silver bracelet, her gaze softening. It turned out Ain was assisting in scouting the way. She suddenly recalled the functionality of the blue silvergrass and entertained a conjecture. Previously, it had not possessed such navigational capabilities. Could it be that the replication of Tang San's blue-silver grass inadvertently included the inheritance of his bloodline? This seemed highly plausible, although reluctant to fully accept it. The changes observed during her time in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest had already raised her suspicions. Head southwest. Tang Yuyu issued command after command, leaving Bai Chunxiang dizzy with confusion, while Ziji regarded her with a contemplative expression. Is this the bloodline of a divine beast? The blue-silver grass can be utilized in such a manner? Wait here for me. I will converse with my uncle for a moment and return shortly. Tang Yu sensed that they had arrived at the ultimate destination indicated by the blue silvergrass. Ain and Yu have arrived. They have grasped the essence of the blue silvergrass so quickly. Tang Hao looked at the blue silvergrass, which pulsed rhythmically with the ice and fire eyes, his eyes shimmering with gentle light. Uncle, just as he had guessed, he heard that familiar call. Tang Hao turned to see the girl rushing towards him, her features softening slightly. You arrived so soon? Tang Yu nodded, surprised that her brother had indeed taken control of this place. Though she was curious about where the originally stationed Douluo had been driven off to, she could not allow matters to reach this stage without any unforeseen incidents. Tang Xin would not be permitted to ride on Douluo's coattails when they approached the Li family. She would need to consider whether to bring down the Bai Lin family. However, dealing with the title Doll was indeed a formidable task. After all, which title Douluo lacked pride? Even Tang San was regarded as a friend by the old poison master solely due to his remarkable talent and assistance. That said, nothing was absolute. Douluo's greatest vulnerability lay in his insurmountable toxic attacks. Tang Yu contemplated leveraging this aspect, ideally using Douluo as a point of entry. Merely assisting the grandfather and granddaughter duo with detoxification would not yield long-term development, unless the Bai Lin family resolved their soul power deficiencies and became perpetually reliant on her. What is the matter? What are you pondering? Tang Hao noticed his daughter's distraction. Tang Yu snapped back to reality and smiled. It's nothing. Just encountered a few minor mishaps along the way and was contemplating some matters. First, let us plant Ain in the ice and fire eyes. Tang Yu steadied her gaze and cautiously retrieved the massive blue-silver grass from her bracelet. Ain has grown so much, Tang Hao exclaimed in surprise. In just 5 years, the blue-silver emperor had reached an age exceeding 50,000 years. That equates to a growth rate of 10,000 years per year. In just a few more years, his wife would be resurrected. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Hao felt a mix of joy and melancholy. He had promised his grandfather to undertake the Shura God trial. Without formidable strength, how could he protect his wife and daughter? Nevertheless, before departing, he must ensure everything was in place. Tang San was a sharpening stone left for his daughter, a stepping stone as well. He needed to make all necessary arrangements to leave with peace of mind. Attaining godhood was no simple feat. After all, even his grandfather had faltered at the final hurdle. Though Tang Hao was proud and confident, he would not be complacent. Compared to Tang Shun, he still had a long way to go, and this likely would be a perilous journey. With these thoughts, Tang Hao felt a sudden wave of sorrow. Ain, you shall be revived before long. Chapter 103. Tang Hao. I am embarking on a long journey. The environment surrounding the ice and fire eyes was exceptionally conducive to plant growth. As soon as Ain was transferred, its vines thickened considerably. He recalled that when Ain had been transplanted to the ice and fire eyes, Tang San had dripped a few drops of his blood. Surely, his blood contained the power of the blue-silver grass bloodline. And the blue-silver grass martial soul he had replicated seemed to have developed some inexplicable connection to the blue-silver grass. Why not give it a try? While Tang Yu had some affection for Ain, her bond with Tang Hao was still nascent. Their relationship was one of familiarity rather than depth. Even in her perception of Xiao Wu, she merely considered her an acquaintance, not placing her within the realm of friendship. Uncle, this place could accelerate Ain's growth rate several-fold. My martial soul has also undergone some changes. Perhaps this will be beneficial for Ain. Tang Hao was taken aback by her statement. Her martial soul had changed? What kind of transformation was this? He had never heard of a martial soul evolving. Did something happen? You mentioned encountering a few minor mishaps on your way. What exactly transpired? Tang Yu felt comforted by the concern in Tang Hao's eyes. It was no wonder Tang San had transitioned from acceptance to scrutiny. After all, Tang Hao's regard for her was somewhat excessive. Look, Tang Yu released her martial soul. The golden wheel of fate began to shift in color, while the blue-silver leg bone on her right leg radiated a blue-gold glow. This transformation astonished not only Tang Hao, but also left Tang Yu perplexed. It had not been like this during her time in the Star Do Great Forest. As her wings unfurled, Tang Hao was utterly astonished. The color of the wings and the familiar vines were indeed blue-silver grass. Moreover, the blue-silver roses blooming from the vines were reminiscent of the time he had proposed to Ain. Tang Hao stared at Tang Yu in shock. He sensed she might have uncovered something significant. This child was remarkably astute and must have made some deductions. The entire domain of talent had transformed from a brilliant golden hue into a blue-gold ocean. The blue-silver grass within the ice and fire eyes surged forth, vigorously reaching for the sky. The blue-silver emperor sensed the familiar and warm source of power as the leaves on the vines rustled joyfully. Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to pierce her finger and nourish the roots of the Blue-Silver Emperor with her blood. Suddenly, the entire body of the Blue-Silver Emperor surged dramatically, experiencing an instantaneous increase of over 10,000 years of cultivation. Now, the Blue-Silver Emperor had nearly 70,000 years of soul beast age. Ayin, Yuyu, Tang Hao felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that the bloodline of the Blue-Silver still resided within Tang Yuyu. Her martial soul must be a variation of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he mused. Although the transformation of Blue-Silver grass into a beast soul was perplexing, who could truly fathom the intricacies of martial souls? One cannot dismiss her lineage merely because she possessed a beast martial soul. In a prestigious sect like the Haotian sect, lineage held significant weight. With the Haotian Hammer, Tang Yuyu was undoubtedly their disciple. Fortunately, the newly formed wings entwined with blue-silver roses were only recognized by Ayin and Tang Hao, while those with extensive experience among soul beasts could discern their origin. However, figures from the Haotian sect or the spirit hall like DouluoDalu would fail to recognize that the blue-silver roses were birthed by the Blue-Silver Emperor. Thus, the general populace would not connect Tang Yuyu's true identity. With this thought, Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. If Tang Yuyu's identity were easily discovered, he feared he would be unable to undertake the Shura God examination. This was a precious opportunity he had regained. How could he allow her to fall into peril? Initially elated by the Blue-Silver Emperor's surge in cultivation, Tang Hao now approached Tang Yuyu with caution. Yuyu, you must never reveal the second form of your martial soul in public. Promise your uncle, will you? Tang Yuyu was restrained from drawing blood by Yin, yet within this realm of fate, her growth accelerated considerably. I understand, uncle. Tang Yuyu feigned a hesitant and troubled expression, which indeed captured Tang Hao's attention. What is it? Do you have more to discuss with your uncle? Uncle, Yin and I share the same origin, correct? Ever since I awakened my martial soul, I could condense soul rings on my own, which made me start to suspect. Moreover, during our recent expedition to the Stardow Forest to assist Tang San in hunting for soul rings, we encountered the Titan Great Ape. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's pupils constricted. The Titan Great Ape was a being even he could not defeat. How had Tang Yuyu and her companions escaped? What did you say? You encountered the Titan Great Ape? Are you unscathed? Let your uncle take a look at you. He said this as he scrutinized Tang Yuyu for any signs of injury. Yet he hesitated to inspect her too closely due to the differences between genders. Uncle, are you truly my uncle? Tang Yuyu tilted her head, gazing at Tang Hao with an inquisitive expression. Tang Hao, caught off guard by her innocent and clear gaze, turned away and sighed as he looked at the towering Blue-Silver Emperor. Yuyu, you are a clever child. Some matters are best left unexamined. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Your uncle and mother only wish for your well-being. As long as you can grow up safely, everything will be worth it. Your aunt and uncle will protect you. When the time comes, I will have to embark on a long journey, and during my absence, you must take good care of yourself, and Ayin. Tang Yuyu was taken aback that not only did Tang Hao not adhere to her expectations, but he also spoke in a manner that seemed to foreshadow departure. Uncle, you are leaving for a long time? When will you return? Tang Hao was indeed going away, and it seemed he was imparting a farewell of sorts. Tang Yuyu's mind raced, unable to decipher the meaning behind Tang Hao's words. Indeed, I must attend to an important matter. If successful, the safety of you and Ayin will be assured. Do not fear. Your uncle will return to you. The Blue-Silver Emperor sensed the unusual aura emanating from Tang Hao today and anxiously entwined its vines around his arm. Ayin, Yuyu has chosen a place of great fortune for you. When we meet again, it will surely be a time of joyful reunion. Do not worry for me, Ayin. I have lost my chance for redemption. Even if I remain by your side, what difference would it make? It is better to take a risk for the sake of our family's future. Even transformed, soul beasts could find no peace, and their daughter had inherited Ayin's soul beast constitution. Only the supreme divine authority could shield them. He had lost his family once and was determined to reunite them all. Chapter 104. Tang San is merely your stepping stone. Uncle. Tang Yuyu was unexpectedly moved by the unwavering determination in Tang Hao's eyes. Initially, her feelings towards him were rather indifferent, even tinged with slight aversion. Unlike the characters in the stories, Tang Yuyu saw clearly that Tang Hao harbored deep obsession and feelings for Ayin. Yet the sacrifice of Ayin was not a one-sided affair. Ayin had forsaken everything for this man, yet Tang Hao had given her nothing but his futile affection. He could not protect his son, nor his wife. What use was he? All right, you're a grown young lady now. You haven't told me about the minor issues you faced when you arrived. What exactly happened? Aside from the Titan Great Ape, were there any other matters? Tang Hao, eager to divert from the emotional discourse, swiftly shifted the topic, which coincided with Tang Yuyu's intent. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul has been rendered useless, and I now possess an additional blue-silver grass martial soul, which unexpectedly fused with my Linglong heart. Do you know the reason behind this? Additionally, I returned to the Haotian sect and have now subdued 4 major single attribute families, leaving only the Leaf family of Tiando City. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao noted the demise of Tang San's martial soul, but the emergence of an additional blue-silver grass martial soul in Tang Yuyu sparked a vague sense of shock, accompanied by a flicker of murderous intent towards Tang San. However, this thought vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Tang San could not die. His feelings towards him were complex. After all, he had been raised for 6 years. If he were to awaken, a good martial soul could redeem his family. But unexpectedly, Tang Yuyu had emerged in the interim, and Tang Hao had other plans for her. After all, the talent of twin martial souls was rare, destined to become a significant asset for Tang Yuyu in the future. Now, upon hearing Tang Yuyu's words, Tang Hao suddenly felt that Tang San had encroached upon Tang Yuyu's bloodline. Originally contemplating his demise, he now found it necessary to keep Tang San alive as a target. Even if the Haotian sect was preparing to emerge, his grandfather Tang Chun was only at level 98. Facing DouluoDalu, it would be a daunting challenge. However, the identity of the Shura God High Priest that Tang Chun possessed made it impossible for the opposing side to act. As a fellow divine high priest, Tang Chun served a deity that surpassed that of DouluoDalu. Let Tang San's martial soul be wasted. After all, he still possessed another Haotian Hammer martial soul. Tang Hao spoke with indifference, gently ruffling Tang Yuyu's hair, yet his words bore a cruel undertone. Tang San is destined to be your stepping stone, Yuyu. Even if the sky were to fall, your uncle will support you. Do not worry, and do not focus too much on Tang San. Tang Hao spoke delicately, wary that his daughter might not comprehend his intent. Long ago, he had noticed the substantial time and thought Tang Yuyu had invested in Tang San, though he never inquired why. Now that Tang San had lost a blue-silver grass martial soul to pave the way for Tang Yuyu, Tang Hao preferred that his daughter not dwell on him. Now, Tang Hao has set his sights on attaining divinity. Naturally, he hopes for his daughter to possess a broader vision. As a dual martial soul, Tang Yuyu's potential for future development is indeed vast. Understood, uncle. I shall make a visit to the Li clan first. You have a chat with Ain, and I will return tomorrow. Upon hearing her last words, Tang Hao felt a flicker of joy in his eyes. This child is quite astute. Perhaps she already knows. This is quite fine, as long as the family is together. Does it truly matter whether she calls him father? What matters most is that Tang Yuyu lives well. The current Tang Hao is no longer the ambitious young man who once stepped into the realm of titled law. That pride has long vanished, swept away with the sacrifice of his beloved. Ain, she is aware. His gaze lingered on the blue-silver emperor as he leaned wearily against the mighty vine. Having spent so long in the city of slaughter, he felt utterly drained, yet thoughts of his wife and daughter filled him with boundless motivation. How? A dreamlike sigh emerged from the blue-silver grass, and Tang Hao was overjoyed. It seemed that the day of reunion drew ever closer. Ain, alas! The blue-silver emperor was not there to share her feelings with Tang Hao. She relayed the scene of Tang Yuyu's martial soul transformation that had occurred in the Stardow Forest. Having a child is the greatest concern for a mother, and even the blue-silver emperor, as a soul beast, is no exception. She was eager to inform Tang Hao the anomalies surrounding Tang Yuyu. That peculiar doll-like being was akin to a ticking time bomb, as if Tang Yuyu were a soulless puppet, ready to abandon them at any moment. What? Ain, are you speaking the truth? Tang Hao was taken aback. Upon hearing the description from Lan Ling Wang, he suddenly recalled Tang Yuyu's martial soul. A humanoid form adorned with metallic mechanical wings, its limbs and elbows distinctly exuding a sense of technology. At the time, he had given it little thought, considering it merely as it was. Upon reflection, magnifying that image, it indeed resembled a puppet. No wonder her martial soul is so peculiar. Could it be that her soul resides within the doll? No. It appears I must traverse that path sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I fear what might happen if Yuyu encounters such a situation again. In the past, Tang Hao would never have entertained such thoughts, let alone believe them. However, after the incident involving his grandfather Tang Chun being parasitized by the Bat King, Tang Hao's imagination had expanded significantly. There remain many phenomena in this world that cannot be explained by common logic. Even the formation of martial souls is shrouded in mystery. In Tang Yuyu's case, he dreaded that the misfortune of their offspring stemmed from the cross-species union of the two. If that were true, Tang Hao would be at a loss for how to confront himself. He had never viewed his love for Ain as a mistake. If this error did not fall upon them, but rather manifested as a retribution upon Tang Yuyo, his heart would shatter. After all, he owed the most to his child, who, even before she had the chance to see this world, had her body seized by Tang San. Upon reincarnation, she had become a girl. It was not a matter of gender preference, but in the Douluo Continent, talent and rank reigned supreme, rendering gender less significant. He had thought that his child perished in her male form, which is why he was reluctant for her to be reborn as a boy. At times, even his brother, the rat, found it challenging to keep up with Tang Yuyo's thoughts, yet he managed to rectify the unreasonable aspects. Chapter 105, Abandoning the Titan Clan. While Tang Hao and Ain were pouring out their hearts to each other, Tang Yuyo had already ventured out to join Bai Qinxiang. Cousin. Upon seeing Tang Yuyo, Bai Qinxiang rushed over with excitement, feeling quite uncomfortable in the company of Ziji. This fellow was unresponsive, and Bai Qinxiang struggled to find a topic of conversation. She swore to stick closely to Tang Yuyo, for she did not wish to remain with such an icy individual. All right, let us head to the Li clan. Bai Qinxiang nodded, signaling the driver of the carriage to prepare for departure. Navigating through the sunset forest proved quite challenging for the carriage, but Tang Yuyo, with her golden finger as the blue silver grass, knew how to circumvent the densely wooded areas. This carriage seemed tailor-made for the lazy. It was a craft of the Yu clan, while it appeared that among the 4 major elemental clans, Bai Qinxiang's family lacked any ancestral craftsmanship. Aside from their ability to fly swiftly and deliver messages, they had little else to sustain themselves. Nevertheless, as her uncle, Tang Yuyo pondered that she needed to secure a livelihood for the Min clan. In the world of soul masters, strength reigned supreme. The Min clan, lacking offensive capability, could only survive by relying on powerful clans. Once the clan they depended upon suffered a blow, the Min clan would also be gravely weakened. Sometimes, relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. Who goes there? Tang Yuyo's eyes flickered, recalling this clan's unwavering loyalty to Tang Hao. She realized that even if she subdued them, they would still regard Tang Hao as their master. Tang Yuyo had already made her decision. Visiting the Li clan would merely be a formality, as she needed to maintain the facade of her words. I, Tang Yuyo, daughter of Tang Yuehua the Haotian sect, seek an audience with the patriarch of the Li clan, Elder Titan. Upon hearing the name of the Haotian sect, the gatekeeper became frenzied, driving Tang Yuyo away. What? Haotian sect? Individuals from the Haotian sect are not permitted here. Depart immediately. The man actually intended to take action, yet he dared not due to Ziji's imposing aura. Bai Qinxiang wanted to intervene, but Tang Yuyo's hand halted her. This was the effect she desired. She had no genuine intention of meeting Titan. As long as she was not Tang Hao's child, that old man would likely not treat her differently. The reason Tang Hao caught Titan's attention was that he, as the appointed heir of the Haotian sect, was willing to learn the craft of blacksmithing from him. Tang Yuyo, convinced that she did not wish to become a violent beauty, had never learned the art of blacksmithing. Whenever the elders of the Haotian sect or Tang Xiao attempted to teach her the Haotian Hammer, she would claim that Tang Hao had already taught her, and when Tang Hao wished to instruct her, she would assert that the elders of the Haotian sect had done so. Thus, she managed to deceive both sides. And as a result, Tang Yuyo had progressed to the 3rd ring without ever utilizing her Haotian Hammer martial soul. Never mind, Xiang, let us depart. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire yourself. Bai Qinxiang was puzzled as to why her cousin so readily relinquished the endeavor. Hadn't they agreed to subdue the 4 major elemental families? Did she intend to leave the Li clan behind? Although she harbored doubts, Bai Qinxiang would not foolishly voice them. Her cousin's actions surely held significance, for who could be so composed while conversing with her grandfather in Yangwudi? Since they were already in the capital of the Tiando Empire, they ought to pay a visit to Yuexian. Tang Yuehua had treated her well. Although they seldom met throughout the year, she had provided her with plenty of food and clothing. Indeed, before she entered the narrative, she had heard some gossip regarding the relationship between Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao. Tang Yuyo found them quite normal over the years, but had not dismissed the thought of finding a partner for Tang Yuehua. Primarily, Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao had not had the chance to meet in recent years, making it impossible to discern anything. One could not believe that Tang Yuehua had remained unmarried all these years without harboring feelings for anyone. Just like Tang Xiao, whose heart belonged to Ain. That was true devotion. He had not even married, though one cannot rule out that during that time, the Haotian sect was under pressure from the Spirit Hall, and he had no suitable candidates for marriage. Let us turn the carriage around and head to Yuexian. Tang Yuyo's mind was racing with ideas. as she had already contemplated several arrangements concerning Tang Yuehua during their conversation. Tang Yuehua's talent and strength would never reach level 10 in this lifetime. Yet as the daughter of the previous patriarch of the Haotian sect, her match must possess a suitable status. But how could someone of capability be willing to marry an ordinary person who could offer no assistance? For many years, Tang Yuehua has been the economic backbone of the Haotian sect. If she were to find a significant other, it is likely that she would not invest so much into the sect. This apprehension is also due to Tang Yuyu's fear that her true identity might be revealed, which would incite the Haotian sect to resort to violence. The death of Ayin is undoubtedly linked to the old master of the Haotian sect. However, the return of Tang Chun has disrupted the status quo, and it will not be long before the disciples of the Haotian sect can walk freely across the continent. Once that occurs, financial constraints will no longer plague them. After all, the number one weapon soul in the world can yield substantial profits at the great fighting arena. Beyond the alteration of their original intentions, both Tang Yuyu and Tang Yuehua have begun to develop a faint emotional bond. She sincerely hopes that Tang Yuehua does not continue to await the one she holds dear, regardless of whether that person is Tang Hao, whose familial ties are ultimately fraught with complications. Of course, all of this is merely her conjecture, yet Tang Yuyu possesses an 80 certainty, for some truths are immutable, evident even in the minutiae. Upon arriving at Yuexian, the individual covertly surveilling her hastily made their way to the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. Your Highness, there has been a new development at Yuexian, the informant reported. Today, a carriage has stopped at the entrance, and the girl who disembarked is the one you previously instructed us to investigate in Suatawa City. Suatawa City? Is it Tang Yuyu? Xue Qinghe, who had briefly paused in his administrative duties, strode purposefully towards the informant. Are you certain it is her? The disguised Qian Rinxue felt a surge of excitement. Meeting that child could mean encountering the only other person in this world who shares her bloodline. Confirming the information, she noted that the girl was accompanied by two others. One a rank 2 soul master, and the other a rank 4 soul sect member. Xue Qinghe nodded, clearing his throat to mask his emotional upheaval, and glanced at the emblem of the Tiando Empire hanging on the wall behind his desk. Make arrangements for me to visit Yuexian. Should my father inquire? Tell him I am recruiting talent for the Empire. Having quelled his internal tumult, he remained the composed Xue Qinghe. Yes, Your Highness. Shall I prepare a carriage for you? The handsome young prince nodded. He was eager to rush over immediately, but that would only expose him. Given the recent deaths of 2 princes in the Tiando Empire, suspicions were already aroused and caution was paramount. Go now and make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 106. You address her as Aunt? Xue Qinghe hastened to Yuexian and fortuitously encountered the girl engaged in jovial conversation with Tang Yuehua. This marked his first encounter with Tang Yuyu. Despite having seen her portrait before, reality was altogether different. The girl possessed a cascade of luxuriant black hair, tied back in a low ponytail, with some loose strands forming 2 loops, resembling an irregular butterfly. A single strand was braided into a long twist that fell gracefully over her chest, lending a touch of chaotic beauty to her otherwise meticulous hairstyle. She wore a delightful, pale yellow puff-sleeve dress, radiating a playful charm, adorned with 2 exquisite pearl hairpins atop her forehead. This sight seemed somewhat familiar. It appeared to be the same item that Xue had requested from him. Could it be that fate had intertwined their paths? Your Highness, Tang Yuehua, who had been smilingly recounting her recent experiences to Tang Yuyu, suddenly noticed Xue Qinghe standing at the entrance of Yuexian. Madame Yuehua. It is indeed peculiar that Tang Yuehua, unmarried, was addressed as Madame Yuehua. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyu turned her head, fully aware that Xue Qinghe was actually Qian Rinxue, yet she maintained a calm demeanor, observing him with curiosity. Subsequently, she performed a respectful bow, having picked up a modicum of etiquette from Tang Yuehua, who had never imposed such expectations on her. Xue Qinghe concealed his excitement behind a facade of gentlemanly decorum as he returned the greeting to Tang Yuyu, then extended his regards to Madame Yuehua. It has been a while, Madame Yuehua. May I inquire if this young lady is a new student? Xue Qinghe subtly probed, harboring doubts about Tang Yuyu's lineage in light of her surname, which raised questions regarding the circumstances of her father's death. Her surname is Tang, and given her age aligns closely with the time of her father's passing, along with her distinct connection to Tang Yuehua. Could it be that Tang Hao's actions against her father were due to Tang Yuyu? After all, Tang Yuyu's martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to the angel martial soul, albeit with some golden attributes that had undergone mutation. What other source could this golden attribute stem from, if not the Haotian Hammer? Perhaps only the unparalleled weapon soul. The Haotian Hammer could intertwine with the angel martial soul to produce a new variation. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his emotions became a tumultuous blend of joy and anxiety, compounded by uncertainty. This is the young lady. Yu, allow me to introduce you to Prince Qinghe. Tang Yu nodded and offered a gentle smile to Qinghe. I had not anticipated that Madame Yuehua had a daughter nearly the same age as Ku. You are indeed adept at keeping secrets. So, you're called Yu? You may refer to me as Prince Brother or simply Shuedagu, if you prefer. Qinghe endeavored to present himself as approachable, yet his demeanor inadvertently startled Tang Yu. She understood that this prince was a disguise for the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, though she remained uncertain whether his presence here was serendipitous or purposeful. After all, her arrival in the Tiando Empire coincided almost perfectly with his, akin to a cat drawn by the scent of fish. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Qinghe did frequent Yuexian since it was the largest etiquette training institution in the Tiando Empire. Tang Yu glanced at Tang Yuehua, who offered a subtle nod, prompting her to obediently address him. Given the haste of my visit, I did not bring any gifts, so please accept this token instead. My dear Yu, this is the token of the prince's residence, as well as my personal emblem. Possessing this token is tantamount to my presence. Tang Yu regarded Qinghe with some astonishment. This was their first meeting, and he had no knowledge of her capabilities, so how could he make such a generous offering? Was he to collect everything associated with Tang San? Though such thoughts crossed her mind, Tang Yuehua signaled to her, and she accepted the token with heartfelt sincerity. Perhaps it was not merely for her sake, but rather for the prestige of the Haotian sect that stood behind Yuexian. Yet this was perplexing. This Qinghe was not truly a prince. He was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and the enmity between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall might be reconciled. But for Qianrenxue, it was a matter of familial vengeance. Unable to fathom the reasons behind this complex web, Tang Yu felt the urge to withdraw, wishing to avoid prolonged interaction with this disguised prince. And, after days of travel, I find myself quite fatigued and wish to retire upstairs for a brief respite. Upon hearing her niece's voice, Tang Yuehua nodded, smiling as she permitted her to rest, then offered an apologetic explanation to Qinghe. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness. Yu has just arrived from the Xingluo Empire. As a child in the midst of development, she is understandably exhausted and needs a moment to recuperate. I hope for your understanding. Qinghe nodded, still reeling from the shock of her addressing Tang Yuehua as aunt. Wasn't she referred to as her daughter? Aunt? Sister? Qinghe's pupils constricted as he began to piece together the implications. No matter. I must also prepare to return to the palace. I initially intended to check on that girl, Ku. However, I have suddenly recalled an urgent matter that requires my attention, so I shall take my leave now. Madame Yuehua. With a courteous smile, Qinghe excused himself, but once turned away, his expression became icy. There is a matter he must return to the Spirit Hall to confirm, to ascertain if his suspicions hold true. The exhilaration he felt upon arrival has transformed into a fury upon his return. His mind is awash with thoughts. The Pope, exalted and aloof, has never bestowed upon him the warmth of a mother's love. Moreover, Tang Yu has never been raised by Tang Yuehua, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Both women share a common plight. Despite having biological mothers, they are unable to call them mother, resorting instead to substitute titles. All of this, he fears, can only be elucidated by his grandfather. A crucial point weighs heavily on him. His father met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao, while the Haotian clan harbors a child suspected to possess angelic blood. What is the true nature of this situation? Upon returning to the prince's residence, Qinghe wasted no time in summoning the spirit Douluo, the porcupine, and the serpent spear. Your Highness, I must make a trip back to the Spear Hall. Uncle Shi, please do everything in your power to escort me to the Hall of Worship swiftly. I have pressing matters to discuss with grandfather. The porcupine Douluo, Shilong, initially wished to inquire what could possibly be of greater importance than Qinghe's current role. However, upon seeing Qianrenxue's frosty demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After years of covertly residing in the Heaven Do Empire alongside Qianrenxue, he had never witnessed her exhibit such an icy countenance. Something significant must have transpired. Chapter 107. A confidential conversation between grandfather and granddaughter. With the aid of a titled Douluo, their journey to Spirit City took merely a single night. Qianrenxue hurriedly returned to the Hall of Worship, arousing Bibi Dong's attention. What brings you back at this hour? Could it be related to that incident in Soto City? Bibi Dong mused, casting a contemplative glance toward the Hall of Worship. You old fool, unable to eliminate you. Now you seek to distance Schwerer. And now, another descendant of angels has emerged. Once I locate her, I shall devour her. A tempest of hatred surged within Bibi Dong's eyes, and dark energy enveloped her as her martial spirit manifested. Ever since she had accepted the legacy of a Rakshasa god, her control over herself had waned. The Rakshasa stands in opposition to angels, and her desire to consume those possessing angelic blood had shifted to Qian Rinxue, as she could not contend with Qian Xuanji. Yet, despite her disdain for Qian Rinxue, she could not deny that the girl was her own daughter. In a moment of helplessness, given Qian Rinxue's rebellious intent to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire, she acquiesced to the request. Keeping her at a distance would render her hidden from that uncontrollable desire. However, the sudden emergence of another girl suspected to possess angelic lineage, a humanoid martial spirit with 6 wings and a metallic mutation, complicated matters. As the Pope, she had access to more information and had traced the lineage back to Tang Hao, but alas, the man had already vanished. Thus, it seemed that Tang Yu had been raised solely by Tang Hao, claiming to be an orphan taken in by the village chief. Yet in truth, she was a child of the Haotian clan. Furthermore, Tang Yuehua was the girl's mother, leading Bibi Dong to speculate that Qian Xuanji, that wretched scoundrel, had likely coerced Tang Yuehua, resulting in this girl with a mutated angelic martial spirit. The fact that Tang Yuyu referred to Tang Yuehua as aunt seemed all too familiar, for Bibi Dong had similarly coaxed Qian Rinxue into calling her sister. She was reluctant to acknowledge this child as her own, as if doing so could erase her past blemishes. Surely, Tang Yuehua harbored similar sentiments. The lofty young lady of a clan, akin to the former saintess of the Spirit Hall, had both descended from grace into the mire in a single night. Qian Xuanji, even if I were to slay you, my life cannot be restarted. I shall annihilate every member of your angelic lineage. Devour, devour. Swear, why have you returned so suddenly? Qian Douluo was about to inquire of his granddaughter when he caught sight of Qian Rinxue's expression and instantly surmised her intentions. Grandfather, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. Sighing, he resigned himself to the inevitable. He had refrained from divulging to Qian Rinxue the history between Bibi Dong and Qian Xuanji, partly to preserve a more favorable image of her parents in her heart, and partly because the angel god had chosen Qian Rinxue. Ultimately, he would be sacrificed, and the only one capable of supporting Qian Rinxue would be Bibi Dong. The life of a god is exceedingly long. The solace of some emotional attachment is preferable to the monotonous tedium of an endless existence. Yet now, an unexpected variable had emerged. Inquire as you wish. Grandfather shall provide you with answers. Qian Douluo gazed up at the grand statue of the angel god, offering a prayer that upon learning the truth, Qian Rinxue might be liberated from her shackles and find genuine happiness. Grandfather, why does that woman loathe me so? Today, I met Tang Yuyu. She is Tang Yuehua's daughter, yet she calls her aunt. For so many years, I have referred to her as sister. Why are we both so unwelcome? Please, grandfather, tell me why. Tears welled in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she recalled her childhood, where every attempt to draw near to Bibi Dong was met with disdainful rejection. Qian Douluo, upon hearing Qian Rinxue mention Tang Yuyu, felt a surge of understanding mixed with shock. No wonder the secrecy was so tightly guarded. It seems Qian Xuanji's transgressions were far graver than he had imagined. He had wronged Shuer and the child alike. He deeply empathized with the plight of a child who was never anticipated by their mother. At least Qian Rinxue had him. But what of Tang Yuyu? Shuer, regardless of what I say henceforth, you must remember that your life should not be confined to matters of the heart. Grandfather is aging, and perhaps my time with you will dwindle. Now that you have met that child, can you ascertain if she shares your essence? The condition for revealing the truth lay in ensuring Qian Rinxue had alternative paths, that Bibi Dong was no longer her sole source of support, thus alleviating their concerns. It was but a brief encounter, yet she possessed a divine aura that stirred my martial spirit. Though fleeting, it was indeed a sign of shared lineage. Qian Douluo nodded in satisfaction, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. This could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The legacy of the angelic family had gained another facet, but given the years of pressure exerted by the Spirit Hall on the Haotian clan, recognizing kinship would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Perhaps this is for the best. I shall elucidate matters to you. Your mother, Bibi Dong, has a history entwined with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Qian Douluo began to recount the ancient tales, while Qian Rinxue listened in solemn silence. It was a revelation that her very existence was intertwined with such complexities, and that the father she revered was a beast who knew faces but not hearts. Was Tang Yuyu also born into a world where she was not welcomed? Qian Rinxue felt a pang of sympathy for her plight, and the sorrow of learning the truth lessened somewhat. She was unaware that this emotional detachment marked the beginning of her opposition to the heir of the Rakshasa god. If she never expected my birth or harbored any affection for me, then I shall no longer anticipate her love. She resolved, I have grandfather, and I shall have a sister. As her tears dried, her conviction solidified. She was a noble descendant of angels, and knowing the futility of desire, she would learn to let go in due time. DouluoDalu perceived the determination in Rinchua's eyes to sever the bond of mother and daughter, and a myriad of emotions flickered within him. After years of hope dashed, the profound sense of loss was palpable. Yet perhaps it was for the best, this way. Bibi Dong will be unable to harm Shuer. The Rakshasa god, a malevolent deity, was inherently opposed to the angel god. Even post-ascension, conflicts would be inevitable. Perhaps reducing the ties between them would prove beneficial. So be it. The Haotian clan has endured its share of grievances from the Spirit Hall. Haotian Hammer did not directly claim your father's life. However, it left him grievously wounded, providing Bibi Dong with the opportunity to strike. Bibi Dong, your supposed savior, is merely a puppet of the Spirit Hall. I cannot act against her, hence the burden falls upon Tang Hao. After all, he was indeed the indirect instigator. Yet the tides of fortune have turned, and now I find myself the one regretting it. Shuer, do not harbor resentment towards Bibi Dong for this. It is only natural for him to seek vengeance after enduring such grievances. It is my failure to educate your father properly. If you wish to distance yourself from Bibi Dong, so be it. Chapter 108. Tang Shun takes on 3. Dauluo and Rinchua were reminiscing about the past when suddenly a piercing sound sliced through the air outside the Spirit Hall. An old acquaintance had arrived. Dauluo, you old rascal, come out immediately. While I was away, you nearly turned my home upside down. Do you dare to face me in battle? The familiar voice momentarily stunned Dauluo. It was Tang Shun, a figure thought to have vanished for decades. Why had he returned so suddenly? A flicker of unease washed over him. Who dared to wreak havoc at the Spirit Hall? Though Bibi Dong was aware of Tang Chen's reputation, she had not seen his visage. Thus, she instructed the 2 titled Douluo, the giant ghost and the demon bear, to assess Tang Chen's strength. Bibi Dong was already cautious. After all, 3 titled Douluo were sent to probe. Yet what was Tang Chen? He was hailed as the unrivaled champion of the continent. Even if his strength had diminished to level 98, he was no inconsequential foe to provoke. Haotian's true form. Very well, very well. You are coming in hot with your ultimate move. It seems you genuinely intend to cause a ruckus at the Spirit Hall. Dauluo gazed at the familiar Haotian Hammer, nostalgia washing over him. Alas, it was all debts. For the sake of the granddaughter he had yet to meet, he must quell Tang Chen's fury. However, before that, he might as well let Bibi Dong suffer a loss. The pursuit of Tang Hao was not initiated by him. He had long since withdrawn from the Spirit Hall's affairs. It could be seen as interest accrued on the burden Tang Hao bore for her. He, an old man, wished to spend a few more years with his granddaughter. It was better not to provoke Tang Shun at this moment. What? The Haotian Hammer, old ghost, the ghost Douluo, upon hearing the call from the chrysanthemum Douluo, rushed towards him, intending to execute their soul fusion technique, only to find the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Haotian 9 Absolutes, the shock word technique. This was a supreme skill of the Haotian sect, and the identity of the user was revealed. Who else but a direct disciple of the Haotian sect could wield such a move? Observing the individual's age and their address towards Dauluo. Could it be the long-missing former Haotian Douluo, Tang Chen, in a moment of distraction? The fusion of the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo souls had yet to succeed when they were thrust away by the shockwave. Ouch! Before the chrysanthemum Douluo could finish her exclamation, a thunderous sound erupted as she was sent flying like a human meteor by the massive hammer. Below, the golden crocodile Douluo swallowed hard, relieved he had not ventured out. Initially, upon hearing Tang Chun's taunts, he was about to see which fool dared to challenge the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, the ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo had gone first. Tang Chun was on par with his elder brother, Dauluo, and in a land battle, Dauluo would likely suffer. As a mere level 98, he appeared formidable. Yet the chasm between him and a level 99 was as insurmountable as the heavens. Grandfather, who was this man? Rinchua, though unfamiliar with the Haotian Hammer, had heard of its might. Such a powerful weapon soul could only belong to the renowned Haotian Hammer. The visitor to the Spirit Hall must be seeking justice for the Haotian sect, right? He was the former Haotian Douluo, Tang Chun, once renowned alongside her grandfather on the continent. It seemed his aura had diminished over the decades. Uncertain of his success, Dauluo understood well the reason for Tang Chun's disappearance. It was merely a promise made to Poseidon. Cece, he is Tang Chun? Is he here to seek retribution for the Haotian sect? Upon learning that his mother had slain his father, Qian Rinxue's emotional turmoil resurfaced, only to be further stirred by this new development. It seemed probable. This old man had a notoriously bad temper and was infamous for protecting his own. The Spirit Hall's relentless pursuit of Tang Hao had escalated to this extent. He would surely come to seek justice for his grandson. DouluoDalu allowed Tang Chun to toy with Bibi Dong's title de law. He had come to terms with it. Even if the Spirit Hall were to be destroyed, what did it matter? As long as Qian Rinxue severed ties with Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall's fate was inconsequential. The lineage of angels would endure as long as the angel god existed. Having revealed the truth to Schwerer, perhaps it was time to add more fuel to the fire, further deteriorating the relationship between mother and daughter. Softness was a lethal blade for her. The Rakshasa god was known to consume the descendants of angels, and that child he had yet to meet. Someone must be dispatched to protect her. However, with Tang Chen's return, Bibidong's plans would not be easily executed. With innate level 9 soul power, though not comparable to Schwerer, he was still a formidable entity. Qian Douluo's thoughts wandered further. Ever since Bibi Dong ascended to the papal throne, the authority of the Spirit Hall had been monopolized by her. Apart from the Offering Hall, she had penetrated nearly every sphere, and most had come to accept this female pope. The Spirit Hall had become her domain, no longer a private asset of the Angel clan, rendering any contention unnecessary. Schwerer would eventually inherit the Angel God's legacy. What use were these lifeless entities? Seeing Qian Douluo remain passive only fueled Bibidong's ire. Now, she held absolute power within the Spirit Hall. If Tang Chun continued to wreak havoc, her authority as pope would be severely undermined. She could not defeat Qian Douluo, let alone the invincible Tang Chun. Yet her subordinates had been sent flying, leaving her no choice but to confront him head-on. Assistance. The Haotian sect's people. The Spirit Hall is not a place for your chaos. Return from whence you came, and I shall overlook this transgression. Bibi Dong spoke to Tang Chun with an air of superiority, but Qian Douluo shook his head, having been a mentor for so long. She had come to believe no one could rival her. Qian Douluo foresaw the outcome, but had no intention of aiding Bibi Dong. He had refrained from harboring murderous intent towards her, primarily because she was Schwerer's mother. As a grandfather who had raised Schwerer, how could he remain unmoved by her longing for maternal affection? Otherwise, the fact that Bibi Dong had killed Qian Douluo's only son, Qian Xuanji, would warrant 1,000 retributions. It was merely that, following Qian Xuanji's death, the Spirit Hall lacked a suitable leader. For various reasons, Qian Douluo had allowed Bibi Dong to maintain her position as pope. Grandfather, I shall return to the Heavendo Empire for now. I have been away too long. Staying any longer would risk revealing my presence. Qian Rinxue glanced at Bibi Dong, now engaged in battle with Tang Chun, before lowering her gaze. From this day forth, they would walk separate paths. Upon learning of Bibidong's plight, Qian Rinxue felt a tangle of emotions. Suddenly, an exhilarating realization struck her, akin to being kept in the dark. All along, she had perceived Tang Hao as the murderer of her father, only to discover he had been bearing her mother's burden. The Haotian sect, which she had viewed as an enemy, had a sister connected by blood. The maternal love she had yearned for was nothing more than a cruel jest. Even now, as the Rakshasa god, she had awakened her potential, and once she ascended to godhood, she would inevitably consume herself. It was time to let go. From this day forth, she would no longer expect love from anyone, only to live for herself. Chapter 109. Brainstorming in the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Yuxian. After awakening from a refreshing slumber, Tang Yuyu suddenly heard a system notification. Sign in complete. Light Fairy, reward, 1,000-year light type elixir. Huh? What peculiar occurrences are unfolding? Light Fairy? Oh, it must be Qian Rinxue. The angel god is also known as the sun god. Can the sun be equated with light, thus making her synonymous with the light fairy? Tang Yuyu retrieved the 1,000-year light type elixir from the system's inventory, suddenly feeling a surge of desire emanating from her martial soul. This was a reaction she had previously experienced when acquiring the wood type elixir. Could this also unlock her martial soul's form? The moment the idea sprang forth, Tang Yuyu promptly consumed the Millennium Celestial Power Elixir as if it were mere candy. With a gentle crunch, it bore no flavor, akin to chewing wax. As she swallowed, she anticipated no reaction. However, a mere minute later, her body was instantaneously enveloped by her martial soul. This was but the first form of the Linglong Heart martial soul. With its originally mechanical wings, now seemingly adorned with a radiant sheen, it felt as though some shackles within her had been abruptly released, causing her soul power to surge upward, only to momentarily encounter a bottleneck at level 40 before retreating. Tang Yuyu felt a pang of anguish. She could have ascended directly to the fourth ring Soul Master, yet here she was regressing. What the promised Millennium Celestial Power Elixir could be a counterfeit? Her focus remained fixated on her soul power level, utterly oblivious to the emergence of a rotating disc beneath her feet, reminiscent of two interlocking gears perpetually in motion. Alas, was this a loss or merely a misfortune? Withdrawing her martial soul, Tang Yuyu felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. Bai Qinxiang had consumed a single candy, not only transforming her martial soul, but also elevating her soul power by 5 levels. This was truly disheartening. Why was it that she felt as though she had descended into darkness, as if her soul power had not only failed to increase, but had indeed diminished? Just as she was preparing to return to the prince's residence, Xue Qinghe sensed a profound source of power emanating from the direction of Yuxian. Was it her? Uncle Shi, let us pay a visit to Yuxian. Exercise caution and conceal our presence. Do not let her discover us. Currently, Qian Rinchue's soul power level was merely that of a soul sage. In terms of speed and stealth, while she might evade Tang Yuyu, she could not possibly match the prowess of a titled Douluo. Understood, young master. Titled Douluo Sitten had become quite acquainted with Tang Yuyu's affairs, as all correspondence from the offering hall passed through his hands. Thus, he was well aware of the differing sentiments held by Qian Rinchua and Qian Dalu towards that girl. Perhaps she could be the future little mistress. Caution was imperative. These titled Douluos, while often heralded as the pinnacle of combat prowess on the continent, were, in truth, little more than half a servant to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall itself was divided into 2 factions, one led by Bibi Dong, who had risen to power, and the other comprised of the original ruling family, the Qian clan. Sitten and Shi Miao Thua, ranked at the bottom of the offering hall's hierarchy, were dispatched to protect Qian Rinchua. As Qian Rinchua approached, she witnessed the subtle transformation of Tang Yuyu's martial soul. The mechanical butterfly wings of the Linglong heart now shimmered with enhanced luster. To the naked eye, it remained distinctly affinity-based, yet now bore a delicate layer of brilliance. It was said that the wings of angelic martial souls were 6 pristine white wings. However, none knew that the feathers of the angelic deity radiated a resplendent golden glow, symbolizing the faith emanating from the angelic populace. This was knowledge reserved for the Qian clan alone. Qian Rinchua, gazing at the entirety of Tang Yuyu's martial soul, found herself momentarily entranced. So this was the Linglong heart martial soul, a mutated manifestation of an angelic martial soul. It appeared to be a fortuitous aberration, yet undoubtedly, possessing innate level 9 soul power indicated a formidable martial soul. The shared source of power tugged at the angelic martial soul within Qian Rinchua, and this warm energy elicited waves of yearning and desire for fusion. Desire for fusion? She was initially startled by her own thoughts, only to feel a swell of joy. Could it be that the martial soul's resonance reached a certain standard, thereby triggering this martial soul excitement? Thus, her compatibility with Tang Yuyu's martial soul was exceedingly high. It felt as though she were encountering another version of herself. The frequency of their martial soul's vibrations harmonized so perfectly. Tang Yuyu, startled, opened her eyes, sensing the same phenomenon. The martial soul's resonant frequency had captured her attention. The last time she had experienced such a sensation was during her fusion with Xiao Wu's martial soul. Could it be that someone nearby was responsible? As she retracted her martial soul, this feeling swiftly dissipated, leaving her with a sense of loss. The allure between their martial souls was interrupted, and Qian Rinchua snapped back to reality, realizing she might have been discovered. However, this was not the opportune moment to reveal her true identity to her sister. She cast a reluctant glance at Tang Yuyu before gesturing to title Douluo Sitten, and the two departed silently. In the Spirit City, upon exiting the offering hall, Tang Chun found himself utterly bewildered. What did Qian Daoliu's words truly mean? How had his great-granddaughter transformed into his granddaughter? Furthermore, when had his granddaughter Tang Yuehua become entangled with Qian Xuanji? His mind was overwhelmed with questions. Had Howard not claimed that Tang Yuyu was his daughter? How had she now become Yuehua's child? Was it possible that he had spent too long in the Slaughter City, becoming disconnected from society? Why did he feel so out of place in this world? Glancing up at the sun overhead, he found it all rather absurd. Was the ongoing conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect merely a farce? Yet, the fact that Qian Daolu had willingly endured 3 strikes from him as an apology left him questioning what exactly Tang Hao had done to provoke such a drastic change in Qian Daolu's demeanor, from vehement hostility to humble gratitude, something he himself had never achieved. First, he would seek out Howard to clarify the situation. Now that he had vented his frustrations, it would be intriguing if Tang Yuyu were indeed not the granddaughter of that fellow Qian Xuanji. He chuckled inwardly. The forthright Tang Chun was not without cunning. He had refrained from openly contradicting Qian Douluo's assertions, merely adopting a facade of anger. This outing had proven remarkably fruitful, not only alleviating his ire, but also delivering a blow to Qian Douluo, which he considered a fitting retribution for the oversight during Poseidon's trial. Most importantly, the scissor-haired Liu had presented him with a 90,000-year-old soul bone, purportedly a gift for his granddaughter. A generous offering indeed. The spirit hall was evidently affluent. If such bounties continued, it would not be unreasonable for Tang Yuyu to gain an additional grandfather. Having resolved matters here, it was time to return to the Haotian sect. Years had passed since he last set foot at home, and he had not anticipated such a scenario awaiting him. Once a thriving Haotian sect, it had not grown stronger, but had instead been relentlessly pressured into retreat by the spirit hall. Haotian sect, I, Tang Chun, have returned. Chapter 110. The Fate of Tang San. Tang Yuyu remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly, presuming that the individual had departed. After tidying herself, she prepared a journey to the Sunset Forest with Bai Qinxiang and Ziji in search of Tang Hao. Be cautious on the road. Tang Yuehua adjusted Tang Yuyu's hair, her demeanor radiating warmth. If Yin were still alive, she would surely resemble her. Coming to her senses, Tang Yuyu realized she had spent too long in a Yin's company, recalling her in such moments. Understood. Aunt, we shall take our leave. Ziji had sensed something amiss since the previous day, despite Tang Yuyu possessing the bloodline of a soul beast. How could she refer to a human as her aunt while the latter claimed Tang Yuyu as her daughter? The human world was truly complex. Ziji understood that Tang Yuyu's father was human. Yet how could a human couple produce a soul-beast hybrid? Though this question lingered in her mind, she refrained from asking it outright. Upon arriving in the human world, her first lesson had been the intricacies of human relationships. Let's walk today. While a carriage could have taken them to the Eye of Ice and Fire, it would have drawn too much attention. Outwardly, the three of them, along with the coachman, possessed insufficient strength to reach the Soul Emperor level. In truth, it was only through ZG's soul beast pressure that they encountered no difficulties. Otherwise, anyone attempting to navigate the Sunset Forest by carriage would be courting disaster. At the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, observing the gentle undulations of a yin's branches beside him, a smile gracing his face. Yuyu has arrived. Yin, it seems I must take my leave. Wait for my return. In truth, Tang Hao harbored some reservations about leaving the Blue-Silver Emperor alone in this place. Yet the Eye of Ice and Fire would undoubtedly accelerate her growth. Certainly, it is acceptable to stay close to Tang Yuyu. However, this suggestion comes from her, which undoubtedly carries her reasoning. Uncle. As Tang Hao pondered, he heard a familiar voice. Yuyu. Tang Hao affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Grandfather should have returned as well. We ought to head back to Haotian sect. I must embark on a lengthy journey, and I am uneasy leaving Yin here alone. May she continue to accompany you? Tang Hao, forsaking any pretense, directly mentioned Yin. Tang Yuyu's eyes flickered momentarily before she uttered her refusal. While it is indeed beneficial for Yin to follow me, allowing her to accelerate her cultivation, the blue-silver storage device is not as conducive to plant growth as the ice and fiery Yang Eye. Rapid growth and cultivation without a suitable environment could be detrimental for Yin. Her confinement in such a small pot restricts her roots from sprawling. It is no jest. She has much to accomplish, and the possibility of revealing her identity as a blue-silver emperor is too great. It is best that she remains here to grow independently. After all, she will arrive in the Heaven Do Empire in a couple of years, and I have already considered Yin's safety. Although I know Yin would not mind these matters, I wish for her to be more comfortable. Shrek Academy will not take long to reach Heaven Do City, and at that time, I will visit Yin. I visited the Li family yesterday. Tang Yu hesitated for a moment as she spoke, and Tang Hao perceived it clearly. The Li family? Oh, by the way, have you subdued the Li family? It seems that apart from Tang Yuyu and Yin, there is little else occupying Tang Hao's mind. He had forgotten the matter mentioned just yesterday. And Haotian sect? No, the Li family has always respected you, uncle, and upon learning I am the daughter of Tang Yuehua, they permitted my departure. I thought that since I have already subdued the other three families, and the Li family is so loyal to you, they might be more inclined to follow Tang San as well. Tang Yuyu observed Tang Hao, noticing a flicker of anger on his face, and promptly interrupted her spell casting. Since Tang San has abandoned one of his martial souls, he will eventually focus on cultivating the Haotian Hammer. The members of Haotian's sect do not seem to favor him. So perhaps it would be better for him to go to the Leaf family. Senior Titan, who has followed you for many years, must possess some understanding of the Haotian Hammer's use and mysteries. You are about to embark on a long journey, and entrusting Tang San to someone else may not yield the best results. This way, Tang San can cultivate better, and you can feel more at ease. Tang Hao remained silent for a considerable time, his expression growing somber. Very well, we shall heed your advice. Tang San indeed harbors some ulterior motives. He is permitted to take Yu Xiaojiang as his teacher, yet he must not show any disrespect towards Tang Yuyu on account of Yu Xiaojiang. The last time he was not reprimanded was due to my intention of departing, fearing Tang Yuyu would lack support. Now that 3 of the 4 major single-attribute families have been subdued by Tang Yuyu, there is little to be concerned about. Furthermore, Titan is staunchly loyal to me and can better monitor Tang San. The most crucial point is that the whetstone must serve its maximum purpose. If Tang San lacks any support, how could he be worthy of being Tang Yuyu's stepping stone? It seems my daughter thinks long-term. A chess piece must yield its utmost value. Tang Yuyu has previously mentioned wanting to control Shrek Academy for her own use. Thus, let us extricate Tang San and send him to the Leaf family for training over the next 2 years. A team can only have one core and mastermind. Tang Hao smiled benevolently while already plotting a path for Tang San's future. With Tang San and the Leaf family here, Aim will be safer, and I shall seek Dagabo to set up a layer of poison formations, ensuring everything is perfect. Tang Hao immediately agreed to Tang Yuyu's proposal and set it into motion. Uncle, then you should go to the Leaf family. I will gather some herbs here. Tomorrow we will set off back to Haotian's sect together. Tang Hao nodded, glancing at Bai Qinxiang and the others outside the ice and fiery Yang Ai. Call your friends over to assist with the digging. Tang Hao felt a pang of sympathy for Tang Yuyu's labor, and since there were 2 free laborers outside, it proved they could be trusted. Understood, uncle. Tang Hao nodded and departed, while Bai Qinxiang sensed something and glanced at the horizon. Tang Hao was somewhat astonished by her keen perception. She truly befriends remarkable individuals. Tang Hao felt a sense of pride in his daughter's discerning eye. After inviting Bai Qinxiang and Ziji inside, the 2 were taken aback by the abundance of herbs, especially astonished to behold the enormous blue-silver emperor. The 70,000-year-old blue-silver emperor was nearing the skies, which was precisely why Tang Yu deemed it best to plant her here. Space was simply insufficient elsewhere. Hurry and dig. The Yuxiancho immortal herb can be uprooted, as well as this Chihuahua tulip, phoenix coxcomb sunflower, and heartbreak red. Let us extract these herbs that have appeared in the narrative. The rest can remain here for future use. I hadn't anticipated the presence of a celestial herb capable of altering dragon bloodlines. Observing Ziji's eager demeanor, she contemplated for a long time and ultimately decided to let the little purple dragon consume it, initially intending to use it to subdue the Bai Lin family. She thought better of it. After all, Ziji's eagerness was hard to ignore. This was her first step toward becoming the master of soul beasts, and she ought to provide some incentives. Chapter 111, Sending Tang San Away. The herb given to Ziji was the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, a celestial herb that could enhance the martial soul level of its consumer, particularly for snake and dragon martial souls. Consuming it could also improve the bloodline of soul beasts with dragon lineage. For me? Ziji gazed at the Earth Dragon Golden Melon Tang Yuyu presented, disbelief flickering in her violet eyes. Although her cultivation was higher than Tang Yuyu's, the latter was a divine beast. She had never truly considered claiming it for herself. The allure of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon was immense, and her instincts told her that consuming it would significantly enhance her cultivation and bloodline. To her surprise, Tang Yuyu had keenly noticed her desire and directly offered it to her. Though she endeavored to conceal her covetous expression, Tang Yuyu disowned it all. Take it, but now is not the time for consumption. I will head to Haotian sect tomorrow. You stay here and absorb this before coming over. I've left the carriage for you. Tang Hao's carriage is much faster and steadier than that of the Yu family, allowing you to be a true capitalist with your own means of transportation in the future. Very well, young mistress. Ziji wished to address Tang Yuyu as the divine beast, but refrained, fearing that it would reveal her identity, so she adopted a human form of address. This was something she had learned when Qian Rinxue concealed her presence to observe Tang Yuyu, hearing the sea dragon Douluo Shilong refer to Qian Rinxue as young mistress. Although her cultivation had been sealed, it did not imply that Ziji's perception had diminished, since Qian Rinxue had not acted against Tang Yuyu. And given their inclination towards martial soul fusion at the time, Ziji chose not to alert Tang Yuyu. Bai Qinxiang, unaware of the true utility of these celestial herbs, harbored no envy towards Ziji, and diligently focused on helping her cousin dig for medicinal materials. Tang Yuyu's blue-silver bracelet, capable of containing living beings, spared her the hassle, allowing her to store the herbs with roots and soil intact. Meanwhile, the Li family was also unfolding a captivating drama. Master, is it truly you? You have finally returned. The old servant Titan pays his respects to the master. Upon returning home, Titan spotted a stranger standing by the window. Just as he was about to inquire, the person turned and uttered, "Long time no see, Titan." Those words brought Titan to the brink of tears. "Titan, I have come to ask a favor of you." Hearing Tang Hao's words, Titan pounded his chest, pledging that all members of the Li family would willingly die for their master. Their conversation remained unknown to others, but after Titan emerged, his expression was somewhat grave as he summoned the two family members who were on guard that day. As everything was prepared, Tang Hao set off with Tang Yuyu and Bai Qinxiang, the two young girls journeying back to Haotian sect. Bai Qinxiang felt a complex mix of emotions upon meeting Tang Hao for the first time. He was her cousin, yet also the culprit responsible for the decline of her family, leading them to the brink of starvation. Grandfather had not placed much blame on Tang Hao, sometimes even excusing him by saying, at that time, he had no other choice. Tang Yu planned to first visit Shrek Academy to complete the handover before taking Tang Yu away. How could the ceremony for the return of the Haotian sect be complete without him? Of course, it was not due to her apprehension about her long absence and fears of Tang Yu reporting her. Ahead lay Shrek Academy. Xiang, wait for my return at the academy. She instructed. There is a lot to handle regarding the Haotian sect, and I fear it might make you uncomfortable. Bai Qinxiang nodded gratefully, indeed feeling somewhat out of place. You two hurry and sort things out. I will await your return, Yu. Understood, uncle. Just as Tang Yu was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and stepped back to Tang Hao's side. Have you forgotten about Tang-san? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Now, isn't that a bit hasty? The urgency to dismiss Tang San stemmed from a desire to deny him any advantages of the celestial herbs, besides the fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass, which required special techniques to extract. All others had already been picked by Tang Yu. All right, although surprised, Tang Hao would not contradict his daughter's words and thus followed closely behind the two as they entered Shrek Academy. Is this what they call a monster? You have truly disappointed me. A rather irksome voice echoed from afar. Yu Xiaojing had arrived at Shrek Academy. What a fortuitous timing indeed. Had he arrived any later, this group might have developed a sense of unity. Today, I shall teach him a lesson. Uncle, it seems he is in class. During one of his lessons, Dean Flanders would often keep a watchful eye on them, displaying quite the dedication. Hearing that voice, Tang Sin immediately recognized it as belonging to Tang Yu. But his father had also arrived. After a brief moment of joy, he felt a tinge of discomfort. Why was it always that his father sought out Tang Yu first? It felt as though Tang Yu were his father's true child. Tang Sin hastily dismissed this thought. Yu Xiaojiang felt a mix of emotions. There was excitement, but also an undercurrent of anxiety. What he had previously told Tang San was merely personal speculation, yet Tang Hao's return had overturned all of it. Furthermore, Tang Hao's affection for Tang Yu seemed to eclipse that which he had for Tang San, a rather ominous sign. Father, Tang San joyously called out as he noticed Tang Hao approaching, though Tang Hao was momentarily caught off guard, seemingly forgetting about his son. Ah, little San. Tang Hao's expression momentarily blanked before he quickly regained his composure. To be honest, ever since Tang Yu had come into his life and confirmed Tang San's identity, he found it difficult not to avert his gaze whenever he saw Tang San. Over the years, Tang San had matured into a young man with the mindset of an adult, and it was bewildering that he could so comfortably refer to him as his father. The complexity of having such a son weighed heavily on his heart, reminiscent of the discomfort he felt when old Jack was addressed as Grandpa by Tang San. Father, where have you been during this time? Tang San, elated to see Tang Hao, overlooked Tang Yu's presence and did not inquire about how he had escaped the clutches of the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, Tang Yu was promptly cornered by Tang Yu. Weren't you captured alongside Xiao Wu? Why didn't you return together? Tang Yu squinted, his eyes harboring malice, prepared to report her for any misstep in her explanation. Of course, it was because my uncle, blessed with exceptional abilities and handsome looks, was with me. We came to bring you back to the Haotian sect. She continued. By the way, this is Xiang, the granddaughter of the leader of the Minji clan. She can be considered your cousin. Xiang, this is the cold-faced Tang Yu. Bai Xiang politely nodded, refraining from initiating conversation, though her hands tightly clutched her clothing, betraying her nervousness. Cousin Xiang, greetings. You may call me Tang Yu or brother. Tang Yu paused for a moment before calmly addressing Bai Qinxiang. Chapter 112. Teaching Tang San to Forge. Apart from Tang San, everyone gathered around Tang Yu, expressing their concern for her. Now that Xiao Wu no longer had the identity of a soul beast, she too joined the group. Among the crowd stood Meng Aran, and the speed at which the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, had sent her over was quite impressive, although it seemed she and Xiao Wu were not entirely harmonious. The reason for this discord was clear. Tang San still regarded Xiao Wu as a sister, and he was generally indifferent to matters of romance. For instance, before confirming his relationship with Xiao Wu, he had shared some interactions with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing among the Shrek 7 monsters. Particularly, Ning Rongrong had even kissed him, as had Meng Iran and Huo Wu. With this in mind, Tang Yu wondered if Xiao Wu would follow the plot and explode with soul rings and bones. It mattered little, for Tang San would gain no advantage. Yu, are you alright? Oscar scrutinized Tang Yu, and upon finding no signs of distress, he sighed in relief. Although Xiao Wu had assured them that Tang Yu was fine and would return in a few days, he had still harbored some worries. Now, seeing the girl undamaged, he felt his heart settle. I'm perfectly fine. I brought you all good things, which I'll share later. Tang Yu deliberately cast a glance at Dai Mubai, who abruptly connected the dots. What did this mean? After a moment of hesitation, he felt a rush of excitement. Could it be what he suspected? His intuition suggested that during Tang Yu's absence, she must have undertaken something significant. And the fact that she had managed to escape alongside Xiao Wu indicated it was no ordinary affair. Tang Hao seemed to favor her above all, making it feel as though Tang Yu were his true daughter, while Tang San was merely an imitation. Knowing the storyline, he understood that Xiao Wu was a soul beast. Thus, the Titan giant ape had released Tang Yu because of her soul beast lineage. A gift? Yu, you're truly wonderful. Our teacher Tang San has come to reprimand us. You wouldn't believe he was about to make us run with weights. Ning Rongrong expressed her dissatisfaction with Yu Xiaojiang, having gleaned from her daily chats with Tang Yu the past of Tang San, thus harboring a strong aversion towards Yu Xiaojiang. However, being merely a support type, she felt powerless unless Dai Mubai and the others joined her in resistance. Dai Mubai suggested waiting to see, or perhaps until Tang Yu returned, as he understood the significance of the protagonist's aura. Really? Can running enhance your soul power? Are they suggesting that soul masters can level up merely by running, negating the need for cultivation? Tang Yu deliberately raised her voice, instantly redirecting the attention of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San towards her. This left Flanders in an awkward position. Though he hailed from humble beginnings and possessed talent, his teaching abilities were lacking. Otherwise, the high mortality rate among students at Shrek Academy would not exist. Given his limited perspective, Flanders had always held Yu Xiaojiang in high regard, so upon hearing Tang Yu's words, he began to reconsider. Cultivation indeed required meditation. If running could achieve the same results, then why bother with meditation? Oscar, being a food-type soul master, had the most authority on this matter, as he had once leveled up to 30 by simply sleeping. The paths of soul masters varied, and their methods of cultivation differed accordingly. For instance, Haotian Hammer soul masters could benefit from running, as their martial soul relied on brute strength, necessitating a robust physique. Yu, how can you say such things? I have always adhered to the teacher's methods without any issues. Quickly apologized to the teacher. Tang San admonished Tang Yu in a brotherly manner, while Yu Xiaojiang's displeasure was evident. Upon hearing Tang San's words, he became even more irate. Flanders was astounded. What was with Yu Xiaojiang's expression? Was the Haotian Douluo still present? This was the first time he realized that his old companion was filled with nonsense. Did he truly believe he was above reproach? Even if he was correct, did he dare to challenge a titled Douluo? Was he courting death? Tang Yu, unable to hold back a retort towards Tang Hao, exclaimed, "This is outrageous." Tang Hao, who preferred action over words, was finally provoked into both verbal and physical confrontation. He delivered a powerful slap that left Tang San momentarily dazed. Why had he been punished this time when he had not even been struck by his father before? The reason lay in the fact that, unlike the previous occasion when he could attribute his troubles to the manipulations of Wei Yu and Xiao Gang, this time Tang San was openly challenging his father's daughter right in front of him. This foreign demon, who had taken residence in his child's body, appeared obedient and sensible on the surface, yet was vengeful at heart. It seemed that after Tang Yu had honed her skills, she could no longer be tolerated. Tang Hao's gaze was profound. You have long forgotten the words I entrusted to you 6 years ago, little San. You were not like this in your childhood. Are you still my son? Sometimes, I find myself questioning whether you have been possessed by something unclean, for you used to be so considerate. Now, You dare to lay hands on your sister? Do you think I am dead? You swore to protect Yu with your life. Do not forget that this is a debt you owe her. As Tang Hao calmly articulated his thoughts, those present wished for nothing more than to vanish. Tang Sen was drenched in cold sweat, perplexed by his father's words. What did he mean by being possessed by something unclean? Did he somehow know? Yet, he had been reincarnated, retaining his memories. No, that couldn't be. It must be the stark contrast in his treatment of Tang Yu that prompted his father's remarks. Father, I'm sorry. Tang Sen earnestly gazed at Tang Hao, feeling utterly powerless and reliant on him. He wished his father would not focus solely on Tang Yu, for he was his son. Tang Hao scowled, realizing that one truly cannot raise a child who is not one's own. When Tang Yu returned, the other children showered her with concern, while Tang Sen acted as though she were invisible. You have already harbored ill intentions. Allowing you to remain with Yu will only bring harm to both of you. You have failed as a brother, but Yu is indeed a good sister. She has already informed me about your martial soul. The Haotian Hammer you can wield now cannot be taught by Shrek Academy or Shao Gang. You must go to the Heaven Do Empire, where someone awaits you. I have arranged for you to learn how to use the Haotian Hammer. Take this letter. Hearing his father's words, Tang San felt a pang of guilt. Just moments ago, he had thought, why should his life belong to Tang Yu? Even with any past grievances, no one could dictate his life. He was astonished that Tang Yu had confided her predicament to Tang Hao and found a way out for him. Chapter 113. Shao Gang's Humiliation. Shao Gang's face turned pale. The disciple who could stand up for him was now suppressed by Tang Hao, and he dared not confront Tang Yu. He had long comprehended the implications of his words. Yet, he still sought to cultivate these prodigies. He could not afford to lose face at this moment. Otherwise, these exceptional talents would no longer heed his guidance. Tang Yu, I wonder what grievance I have caused you. Even with the Haotian Douluo here, I must ask, why do you target me time and again? Before Shao Gang could finish, Tang Yu chuckled. You? Do you truly believe you merit my repeated scrutiny? Just because you published a book, do you think you are now a master? Your theories on martial souls are either unverified or merely regurgitated knowledge. Do you think no one knows about your youthful association with the current Pope Bibi Dong? Which major clan lacks a library? It is merely that soul masters invest their time elsewhere rather than in scholarly pursuits. Your knowledge stems not from greatness, but from having the time to read. You may call yourself a scholar, but you cannot claim the title of master. For the works in your possession were penned by others and merely compiled by you. Tang Yu regarded Shao Gang with a cold gaze. Her assessment strikingly accurate that even Flander found himself agreeing. Indeed, he was aware of the history between Bibi Dong and Shao Gang. As Tang Yu stated, Shao Gang resembled more of a scholar. His extensive understanding of soul beasts was rooted in the discoveries of predecessors who sacrificed their lives for knowledge. Otherwise, how could the lifespans of soul beasts be so clearly recorded? Moreover, only the Spirit Hall possessed such immense influence and a foundation of soul masters. Having amassed countless precious texts over the years, the more he contemplated, the more Flander felt that Shao Gang was merely living off the reputation of others. Yu. Shao Gang's face flushed crimson, for he had no grounds for rebuttal. Tang Yu had unceremoniously stripped away the facade he had wrapped around himself. She was not like Tang San, who required Shao Gang as a guiding mentor. The title of master you hold is more a source of mockery than respect. Your printed theories are beyond the reach of ordinary soul masters. Undeniably, you have made contributions, but could a discarded child, abandoned by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, achieve such status? It was merely your past relationship with Bibi Dong that afforded you assistance. Dan Yu scoffed, asserting that had Shao Gang not been fixated on becoming a celebrated mentor, he might have deserved the title of master. After all, despite the dubious origins of the content he published, it indeed benefited ordinary soul masters. However, with the title of master comes a certain pride. Without the requisite capabilities, one cannot expect to handle delicate matters, lest they become a subject of ridicule. To teach prodigies? Absurd. A person who could only ever reach level 30 thought to instruct those destined for divinity? A god's teacher, Shao Gang was unworthy. Setting aside whether he deserved the title of master, the methodology he had just imparted was laughable. It was akin to attempting to create a tiger, but ending up with a dog. You assigned them weighted runs to foster team cohesion, yet failed to consider the auxiliary roles of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Soul masters inherently differ, much like their martial soul forms. You dare to impose the same tasks on auxiliary soul masters as you did on assault-type soul masters. Was that not a form of overreaching ambition? Indeed, physical prowess is fundamental for cultivating soul power, but an auxiliary soul master's potential is limited, Regardless of how much one trains, they cannot surpass their innate boundaries. Otherwise, why would there be distinctions between auxiliary and assault soul masters? Or do you believe you, Xiao Gang, can alter the martial soul system painstakingly established by countless lives? As Tang Yuyu spoke, the audience felt a collective urge to applaud, though they refrained, knowing Tang Hao was still present. Yet, hearing their unvoiced thoughts articulated felt like a warm embrace. Tang Yuyu's reasoned arguments held more weight than Xiao Gang's pretentiousness, and Flander found himself swayed. He began to perceive Xiao Gang in a different light, feeling as though he had never truly understood him. The realization that his beloved Lu Erlong had developed feelings for such a flawed individual shattered his heart, and he felt the illusion surrounding Erlong's shatter as well. Xiao Gong, powerless to refute, felt his fingers grow numb, yet he was obsessively devoted to mentoring these exceptional talents. It is said that the more someone lacks something, the more they cherish it. Xiao Gang's fixation on the title of waste had reached a near-obsessive level. What do you know? The weights I set are calculated based on each individual's stamina, and I will prepare a medicinal bath for them afterward. With such thorough preparations, their foundation will remain unscathed. Moreover, this is the crucial period for their physical development. If a solid foundation isn't laid now, when else could it be? Tang Yuyu raised an eyebrow, noting the unwavering determination displayed, and thought to herself, let us see if I can outlast you. How laughable indeed. You profess to have their best interests at heart and have meticulously calculated each individual's physical capabilities. Yet have you not considered this? That concoction for the medicinal bath belongs to your blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Your martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, is a fiercely domineering beast martial soul. While the likes of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai can endure its potency, what of Ning Rongrong? She is the bearer of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Surely, you understand what 7 treasures signifies? It is a flawed martial soul, and an auxiliary one at that. While you claim to have devised plans and strategies, in truth, your so-called plans merely exploit her innate talents to pay for the present. Tang Yuyu scoffed. Her disdain for Yu Xiaojiang was not merely a byproduct of a momentary quarrel. The complete form of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda boasts 10 layers. Calling a divine artifact would not be an exaggeration, as mentioned briefly in the original text. Thus, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is a subpar item among already inferior ones. Yet Ning Rongrong still possesses innate soul power at level 9. It is no wonder she faced such stringent assessments on Sea God Island in the original narrative. Yu Xiaojiang had nothing to retort. He was well aware of the truth, perhaps too aware. Just as every class has its graduation rates, those who persevere find their path to success, while those who falter reach a dead end. If you can tell Tang San that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, then why do you not strive to improve your own martial soul? You may consider your theoretical knowledge commendable, yet you lack self-awareness. Who among us lacks the title of a soul, Douluo? A soul power lower than mine, yet you presume to instruct us? Surely, this is a delusion. Your greed is evident. BB Dong serves as your stepping stone. And now, even Dean Flender has become your means to an end. Chapter 114, A Brand New Shrek. How can a soul sage not be able to guide us at this stage while relying on a mere second-ring soul master? What insights do you possess that could benefit us? With a mocking expression fully displayed, Tang Yuyu found it amusing that Yu Xiaojiang dared not retaliate. His already stoic face appeared even more rigid, his gaze toward Tang Yuyu aflame with resentment, wishing to strike her down immediately. Upon hearing Tang Yuyu's words, Flender straightened his posture, for the first time hearing someone compare him favorably against Yu Xiaojiang. After all, in the past, Lu Erlong had been utterly enamored with Yu Xiaojiang. Well said. I have long been vexed by this so-called master. It's truly infuriating, being subjected to his incessant directives. Flender exclaimed. Does he truly believe himself to be some revered treasure, cherished by all? He even uses the Pope as a stepping stone. Ning Rongrong, the quintessential little demoness, despite her improved temperament, still bore the innate haughtiness of a young lady. Only she would dare to echo Tang Yuyu's sentiments regarding BB Dong. Who among the others would dare to speak of the Pope? This was not the later stages where Tang San and the others would extend their favors and openly challenge the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao looked on with pride at the fiery spirit of the little pepper before him. This was good. He could now rest assured to let Tang Yuyu navigate the trials of the divine examination alone. Unbeknownst to him, the matters of Qian Daolu were still in the shadows. Yet with Tang Chen's return, the Haotian clan would eventually re-emerge. Initially, he had harbored some concerns for Tang Yuyu, but it was clear that the daughter of a tiger would not produce a dog. Yuyu was indeed a child of the Haotian clan, her protective nature a direct inheritance. It seemed Tang San had become somewhat oblivious to the reality of their situation. Very well, Dean Flender. I did not place my junior in Shrek Academy merely to be taught by a second-ring soul master. The Haotian clan possesses ample texts. Had I not valued your status as a soul sage capable of educating the children, I would not have entrusted them to you. He sighed. Let this Mr. Yu Xiaojing accompany Tang San. After all, Tang San has apprenticed under him. Tang San, would you be willing? Tang San eagerly nodded, sensing that his father was considering his dignity, providing him an avenue for retreat. All right, father. I shall take my teacher to Heavendo City. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort, as since he had taken Yu Xiaojing as his teacher, his relationship with his father and sister had grown increasingly strained. Moreover, he too was a disciple of the Haotian clan. Tang San, being astute, had long perceived the underlying tensions between his father and their sect. The discord was likely significant. Otherwise, why would they permit a titled Douluo to roam freely outside? If he had the guidance of the Haotian clan, why would he need to apprentice under Yu Xiaojing? Some of Tang San's thoughts began to shift. He harbored a growing resentment towards Yu Xiaojing. As for the blue-silver grass martial soul, he was uncertain how to cultivate it, as it was widely regarded as a useless martial soul. Thus, when Yu Xiaojing offered advice, he could readily accept it. Yet, Yu Xiaojing's understanding of the Haotian Hammer martial soul would not surpass that of someone from the clan. At this moment, Tang San's double standards began to reveal themselves. As Tang San prepared to depart, Meng Aran and Xiao Wu found themselves at a loss. Brother, what will I do if you leave? Xiao Wu had remained in the human world solely for Tang San. His occasional warmth and fervent care made her feel a sense of attachment and reliance. If Sangu were to leave, should she also remain in Shrek Academy? Yet, the destination Tang San was headed to, Heavendo City, would likely be crawling with titled Douluos. Although the Silver Dragon King had placed a seal upon her, Xiao Wu was not willing to gamble her life. Xiao Wu fell silent, while Meng Iran furrowed her brow. She had only just joined Shrek Academy a few days prior, and already felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. The dilapidated environment and teaching methods were utterly intolerable. Had it not been for Tang San's presence, Meng Iran would have fled long ago. But now that Tang San was bound for Heavendo City, should she not inform her grandparents? Go on, Sangu, study diligently for 2 years there and rid yourself of this pent-up aggression. If the blue-silver grass martial soul fades away, so be it. You have already absorbed too many negative traits. You have always been a clever child, and your father has always been proud of you. I believe you will make choices that will satisfy him. Tang Hao refrained from chastising Tang San harshly. Instead, he delivered a light slap to jolt him into awareness, following up with gentler words. Tang San found himself momentarily enamored. Indeed, he was somewhat of a father-esque boy. A sentiment that could be discerned from the subtle details in the original narrative. Ain, as a soul beast, could not ascend to divinity. So Tang San arranged for her a place among the world tree, while Tang Hao desired to remain by her side, making her a child of the realm. It was quite filial of him. Father, Tang San exclaimed excitedly, catching a glimpse of understanding in Tang Hao's eyes. It was clear that Yu Xiaojing was a test left for him by his father. Tang Hao suppressed the wave of nausea rising within him and patted Tang San's shoulder in encouragement. The thought that Tang San was merely playing along with his father's wishes sent chills down his spine, akin to how old Jack might refer to him as father. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will take my teacher to Heavendo City at once. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction, since Tang San's attitude was acceptable. He could endure his discomfort and express his paternal affection a little more. He harbored a concern, however, that if he failed in his trials as the god of Shura, Tang San must become a formidable support for Tang Yuyu. Relying solely on Tang Yu's following would not suffice for Yuyu to ascend. Although Tang San was challenging to tame, if he could be guided back to the right path, he could still prove to be a valuable pawn. Yes, father, I am about to embark on a journey. I do not ask that you care for my sister, but please do not make things difficult for her. At this moment, Tang San felt a twinge of guilt. He approached Tang Yuyu and earnestly offered her an apology. Unlike his previous insincere attempt, this time he appeared genuinely sincere. Sister, it is all my fault. I have misunderstood you all these years. The rift between Tang San and Tang Yuyu had deepened, and while he would refrain from causing her harm, it did not necessarily indicate a heartfelt affection towards her. Tang Yuyu understood this and merely nodded in acknowledgement. With someone of Tang San's disposition, once he realized his fault, he would swing to the opposite extreme, and the guilt he felt was unlikely to be profound. In fact, due to his inability to confront the darker aspects of his psyche, he might even harbor a greater disdain for Tang Yuyu. only refraining from acting on it out of respect for Tang Hao. Dai Mubai found himself witnessing an intriguing spectacle. The protagonist of Shrek Academy had suddenly vanished. He sensed that Tang Yuyu had undergone some sort of transformation, though he remained uncertain, especially since she had previously ignored his overtures and maintained a vague relationship with Tang San. Chapter 115, The Threads of Fate. Shifting perspective to Tang Yuyu. As Tang San departed, she suddenly noticed several threads connecting Yu Xiaojiang to Tang San begin to fray. What is this? She pondered, instinctively recognizing it as something akin to fortune. The only link between Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang was their master-disciple relationship. Could it be that Tang San intended to betray his teacher? This was not outside the realm of possibility, given that in his past life, Tang San had been merely an outer disciple who had stolen inner sect techniques, which, in a sense, could be construed as betraying his master. So, was this the thread of fate? Tang San's halo of prominence enveloped Yu Xiaojiang, thus imbuing him with a touch of fortune. And now that the filter was on the verge of shattering? That indeed sounded entertaining. One could only anticipate the amusing scene when Yu Xiaojiang encountered Bibi Dong. All right, Tang San has made his arrangements. Yu, go converse with your companions. Your uncle is waiting for you in Principal Flanders' office. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San's retreating figure and then turned his attention back to his daughter, speaking to her gently before following Flander to the office. The double standards in his behavior reminded Ning Rongrong of the pampering she received from her own Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo at home. She found a commonality between herself and Tang Yuyu, which brought her a sudden sense of joy. Yuyu, your uncle is truly wonderful to you. He even sent away his own son, Ning Rongrong remarked, devoid of any envy, for she too had been raised in an atmosphere of indulgence. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing displayed a look of envy. She had never experienced such favoritism. Dai Mubai, noticing this, stepped closer, as if to silently provide warmth to Zhu Zhuqing. The corner of Zhu Zhuqing's eye caught Dai Mubai's awkward yet gentle movements, and at that moment, she felt the warmth of the sun illuminating her heart. No, she was not envious. She too possessed her own sunshine. Every flower grows in its own unique manner, while Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuyu were nurtured with love. Zhu Zhuqing blossomed towards the sun as well. With newfound determination, Zhu Zhuqing firmly grasped Dai Mubai's hand, concealing their gesture beneath their stances, unnoticed by anyone else. Yet, the two seemed to share a secretive bond, their gaze fixated on Tang Yuyu, as if they had conspired in a misdeed. Dai Mubai was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's boldness. As a pure-hearted young man, he had never held a girl's hand before, and it left him feeling rather bashful. Well, now that your uncle has left, it's just the five of us. I brought you gifts. Ning Rongrong suddenly remembered the presents, her spirits lifting. As the young lady who had seen every kind of gift, she simply favored those from Tang Yuyu, as they represented a deepening of their relationship. Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang Yuyu's aloof companion, Tang Yu, and felt a surge of delight. Ever since that day when Tang Yu heroically rescued her, she had been somewhat attached to him. The romantic sentiments of youth often find expression in poetry. She now found every aspect of his icy demeanor appealing, and even his stern expression appeared cool and reliable, enhancing his charm. Moreover, as a soul master with offensive capabilities, he instilled an overwhelming sense of security within her. Tang Yu sensed Ning Rongrong's lingering gaze and could not help but glance back, only to find her immediately retracting her gaze. Her cheeks flushed like a kettle of boiling water. Bai Chenxiang had just arrived at Shrek Academy and marveled at the dilapidated state of the institution, while simultaneously admiring the talents of Oscar and the others. Tang Yu had already introduced them, and she had always considered herself a prodigy, especially with her recent rise in soul power by 5 levels. Yet now, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, she found herself among the least accomplished. Of course, Bai Chenxiang was also the youngest, being half a year younger than Zhu Zhuqing, which mitigated her situation somewhat. Moreover, her potential had now been resolved, promising her rapid progress in her future cultivation. Rongrong, this is for you. Tang Yuyu first presented a Kylan tulip to Ning Rongrong, a treasure that could lead one to a lifetime of comfort should they find a wealthy patron. She was determined to prevent Tang San from harboring any intentions towards Ning Rongrong. What fate awaited the 7 Treasures glazed sect after investing so much in him? The glazed 3 treasures had already lost 2 members, and Ning Fengji had aged overnight. Even after achieving godhood, Tang San had not considered resurrecting the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Instead, he revived the 2 soul beasts that had been sacrificed. Had it not been for the Sword Douluo's desperate attempt to recover Tang San's body, how could he have possibly defeated Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong? Ungrateful wretch. What a beautiful flower. I absolutely adore it. Where did you find this? I want to plant a few myself. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully as she received the Kylan tulip, unaware of its true effects, assuming it to be a rare flower seed. This is a divine herb. Consuming it will enhance your martial soul and promote the growth of your soul power, bringing nothing but benefits. Tang Yuyu explained. Ning Rongrong had yet to fully process this when Bai Chunxiang's eyes lit up, having tasted that miraculous candy before. She understood what it meant for her soul power to increase and her martial soul to evolve. Previously, she had not realized the significance of this herb, and now she wondered if she could persuade her cousin to procure another for her. However, she was not greedy. After all, an evolution of martial soul and a 5-level increase in soul power was already immensely satisfying. Is it truly that miraculous? How do I consume this divine herb? Will it really enhance my soul power without side effects? Ning Rongrong marveled aloud. Her skepticism regarding martial soul evolution momentarily set aside, recognizing the difficulty of such a feat. Just eat it directly. Simply pluck a petal from the Kylan tulip and consume it, Tang Yuyu instructed before distributing the remaining divine herbs to everyone. Dai Mubai had been excited since Tang Yuyu had revealed the divine herbs, finally understanding why she had sent Tang San away and openly challenged him. It was clear that she had intercepted Tang San's opportunity, and Dai Mubai could only commend her for it. Initially, he had maintained a wait-and-see attitude, unsure whether she was seizing or merely gathering opportunities. But it seemed evident that in this fanfiction world, Tang Yuyu was indeed the protagonist, and a character he admired at that. He needed to join in quickly. Finding a strong ally was a rarity. This is the wondrous Qiong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Surely you know better than I how to consume it. Tang Yuyu handed the divine herb to Dai Mubai, who eagerly nodded in agreement. No need for thanks. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Dai Mubai thought to himself. In the future, should Tang San call upon him, he would not hold back. Zhu Zhuqing had long sensed the inexplicable connection between Dai Mubai and Tang Yuyu. Though she harbored some doubts, she chose to trust them. After all, Dai Mubai's clear, yet somewhat naive gaze did not appear to be feigned. Instead, she was simply curious about the secret they shared. Chapter 116, Legends of the Continent. Meng Iran found herself ostracized from the small circle, having arrived here not long ago and clinging to Tang San, which left her unfamiliar with the other members of Shrek Academy. When Tang Yuyu engaged in conversation with them, Meng Iran quietly departed, realizing that she could not integrate into a group that was not her own. Each student at Shrek Academy was several years younger than her and possessed greater talent. If she could win over Tang San, she might naturally blend in, but now that he had left, it was best to inform her grandparents first. Xiao Ao, here is your 8-petal immortal orchid. Oscar rubbed his hands together in excitement, his peach blossom eyes gazing affectionately at Tang Yuyu as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. His feelings for her were fond, but not love. Sometimes, the bonds between people are that simple. 6 years ago, Tang Yuyu had shared a harrowing escape with Oscar, which had established a unique place for him in her heart. People are naturally drawn to the strong, and Oscar, as a support-type soul master, yearned for power. Yet, as a support soul master, he was destined to be unable to fight. Thus, he could only hope for his partner's strength. You're welcome. Tang Yuyu's eyes flickered, and she hurriedly handed Zhu Zhuqing her water nymph Jade Skinbone. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently, remaining largely unperturbed. Her nature was such that even without the pressures from the Star Luo Empire, she would not be lively. Tang Yuyu admired Zhu Zhuqing's beauty. Her ethereal elegance coupled with a fiery figure made Dai Mubai quite fortunate. Xiao Wu cast an expectant glance at Tang Yuyu, her eyes seemingly asking, what about me? Tang Yuyu felt a bit awkward. She couldn't very well say that she intended to keep the heartbreak red for herself. Xiao Wu, you'll have to wait a bit longer. Now is not the right time. Besides, Xiang, you just elevated your soul power, so don't think about reaching Soul King in the short term. Xiao Wu, I'll bring your item when I return to Shrek Academy next time. Xiao Wu had no objections. She had known Tang Yuyu for many years and understood her background. Thus, she did not suspect any deceit. She simply nodded in anticipation. Could it enhance her martial soul? What would that mean for her? Xiao Wu's martial soul was her soul beast form. So did that imply that a change in her martial soul would also alter her lineage? In truth, the soft-boned enchantress rabbit was more suited for agility-oriented attacks. It was not a particularly high-level martial soul, sitting comfortably in the middle of the spectrum. The choice to pursue a strength-oriented path stemmed from Xiao Wu's playful nature. If she could evolve her martial soul to a higher tier, that would indeed signify a true strength-oriented martial soul. Dang Yi Ue, you're going back to the Haotian sect too. I'll give it to you once we return to the sect. Revealing it now would only leave you with no time to absorb it. Tang Yu nodded, pondering deeply. This urgency hinted at some significant event. Yet, his grandfather hadn't mentioned any imminent matters in his letter. So could it be related to Tang Hao? The thought crossed his mind, associating it with Tang Hao who had come along with Tang Yu. Indeed, it was somewhat related to Tang Hao, but not entirely. After distributing the immortal herbs, Tang Yu hurried to Flinder's office, summoning Tang Hao and the others to return to the Haotian sect. Throughout the journey, Tang Yu remained silent. Yet he already had a good idea of the reason behind the rush. Rumors were circulating on the roads about Tang Chun fiercely defeating Qian Douluo, the legendary founder of the Haotian sect, known as the invincible Douluo of the land. Tang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Having grown up in the Haotian sect, his feelings for it were not much less than those for Tang Hao. The news of Tang Chen's return to the continent thrilled him immensely. Did this mean the Haotian sect could finally redeem itself and return to the public eye? Yu, is this true? I've heard soul masters outside saying our old sect master Tang Chun has returned. Is that why we are heading back to the Haotian sect? Tang Yu's enthusiasm made Tang Yu furrow her brow. This was clearly a version of Tang Hao that she could not control. If her future plans involved the Haotian sect, he would undoubtedly turn against her. She needed to devise a strategy. She disliked individuals who were uncontrollable and exceeded her plans, as unpredictability was rife with uncertainty. Her life was precarious, akin to a high-wire act. Thus she could not afford anything that fell outside her meticulously crafted plans. Tang Yu's mind twisted in myriad directions. Yet her expression remained impassive as she nodded at Tang Yu. Her great-grandfather had returned, but he had not come back to the continent recently due to losing Sea God Island. Sea God Island? Tang Yu paused, realizing Tang Yu's implication that Tang Chun had been able to return to the Haotian sect long ago, but had chosen to visit Sea God Island first. What could be more important than his own sect? On Sea God Island resides a sea god, Douluo named Poseidon, who is Tang Chen's beloved. After enduring numerous trials, it was only natural that his first desire was to see her. What did the sect matter? In the face of ultimate romantic devotion, the sect was insignificant. Aside from Tang Hao, the other members of the Tang family hardly prioritized the Haotian sect over their loved ones. One Tang Hao was already troublesome enough. Let Tang Yu remain a romantic fool. Beloved, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. Was this something he ought to hear? Their ancestor was still engaged in romance, while they, the descendants, were being pressured by the spirit hall to confine themselves. Do not be so astonished. Life lasts at most a few hundred years. To have someone to love is a tremendous blessing. Although the Haotian sect was founded by his great-grandfather, he deserved to have his own life. The Haotian sect is a belief, but should not become a tool that binds a person. Tang Yu, who had already worn a sincere expression, grew contemplative upon hearing this. He felt the need to digest this information. His feelings for the Haotian sect, once profound, now seemed somewhat altered. After all, if the founder of the Haotian sect did not hold it dear, he needed to reflect. Yet, he absorbed Tang Yu's words. Was love and a beloved truly that significant, enough to prompt the old sect master to relinquish the sect he had worked so hard to build? Watching Tang Yu's retreating figure, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. It would be better to see things more lightly. What sect could thrive eternally? Therefore, he must not let his expectations go to waste. Tang Yu, it is time for your romantic awakening. Ning Rong's relentless pursuit did not even faze him. If he were to marry into the 7-treasure glazed tile school, that would be quite amusing, though it seemed the plot was unraveling at an alarming rate. The wings of the butterfly had already begun to flutter. Was it not normal for there to be some deviations? Chapter 117, Tang Hao, who will speak for me? After spending a night in a small inn, the next day Tang Hao continued the journey with the two. If he were alone, he could travel day and night without rest, but he had a daughter to tend to, and little girls should be pampered. Uncle, is my great-grandfather serious? As they approached the mountain gate, Tang Yu felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, he was a peerless Douluo, and she feared he might perceive something amiss. Yu dear, do not be anxious. Your great-grandfather is quite gentle. Tang Hao noticed his daughter's tension and quickly offered reassurance. Tang Yu was also somewhat excited yet anxious. Although he tried hard to forget what Tang Yu had said yesterday, his image of Tang Chun was now less than pristine. The idea that he had sacrificed his career for a woman was difficult for him to comprehend from birth. He had been taught by the second elder to be loyal to the Haotian sect, to contribute everything for its growth. This had become his life motto. However, Tang Chun was a romantic fool, as was Tang Xiao. Even now, their reluctance to marry was not solely due to that 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang Hao was beyond reproach. Engaging in a romantic relationship could lead to the sect sustaining grave injuries. He was suddenly enveloped by an absurd sensation, pondering whether the future sect leader he had toiled so hard to cultivate would, like Tang Hao and his ilk, be consumed by romantic folly, squandering his contributions. He cast a glance at Tang Yuyu, shook his head, yet the words she had uttered the previous day echoed in his mind. Life on this earth lasts but a few hundred years at most. To find a true love is a gift from the heavens. It seemed that Tang Yuyu possessed the same potential as Tang Hao and the others. Moreover, his grandfather had insisted he assist her in becoming the next sect leader. As Tang Yu pondered, his thoughts began to wander. Little did Tang Yu know the profound impact her words had. The ascent to the mountain followed the customary route, requiring passage across a formidable iron chain. However, with the agile two-legged divine beast Tang Hao by his side, there was no cause for concern about traversing it. Upon arriving at the Haotian sect's council hall, the familiar assembly awaited. Those seated in the principal position was a middle-aged gentleman with distinguished features and silver hair. This was undoubtedly Tang Chun, whose aura exuded the gentle warmth Tang Hao had described. Yet, to Tang Yu, it appeared as though he were ensnared in a soft cocoon of comfort. It is often said that those with icy exteriors harbor hidden depths. In Tang Yu's experience, this was indeed true. Though Tang Chen's visage appeared stoic, his thoughts remained inscrutable. Tang Chen's gaze shifted from Tang Hao to Tang Yuyu. Ah, this must be the child that DouluoDalu mentioned, he mused. Yet, what could be the nature of this circumstance? In truth, questioning Tang Hao would yield little. It was far more prudent to observe the martial soul directly, for DouluoDalu would not misidentify his own progeny. The crucial matter was that the willingness of the other party to withstand 3 strikes from him underscored the gravity of the situation. Grandfather, Tang Hao knelt before Tang Chun, prompting a profound silence among the elders flanking them, likely due to Tang Chun's previous reprimands. In the Haotian sect, dominance is dictated by strength. The mightier one speaks, the more authority they wield. Disobedience would result in a swift reprimand, and though Tang Chun had lost some of his prowess, he could still easily subdue these lesser beings. How is this Yuyu? Tang Chun inquired, using his soul power to lift Tang Hao while his attention remained fixed on Tang Yuyu. Swiftly discerning that her soul power had reached the rank of soul sage, he nodded inwardly. It was no wonder that the others had agreed to allow this child to become the next sect leader after learning of Hao's actions. Although Xiao Er and Xiao Qi were somewhat impatient, their intentions were ultimately for the good of the Haotian sect. However, from his perspective, Hao bore no fault in this matter. Yes, grandfather, this is my daughter Yuyu, Tang Hao replied, his excitement palpable. After enduring a prolonged silence regarding Tang Yuyu's identity, he felt a weight lift off his heart now that Tang Chun had truly returned to the Haotian sect. The second elder's eyelids twitched at this proclamation, confirming his suspicions that Tang Hao had become rather shameless. Was he truly fabricating familial ties here? Although the elder had returned to support Tang Hao, he still disapproved of his reckless behavior. Upon Tang Chen's return, he had inquired about the relationship between Tang Yuyu and Tang Hao, even revealing the matter concerning DouluoDalu. Initially, everyone was taken aback. Few would dare question the words of a peerless Douluo, especially regarding his bloodline descendants. After all, such statements could not be made lightly without genuine confirmation. Enough of your nonsense. Who doesn't know about your union with that blue-silver beast? What traits of your martial souls does Yuyu inherit? Elder Lai Yong, the 7th elder, known for his fiery temperament, erupted in anger. Although he had laid to rest his own grudges, he could not easily dismiss the grievances stemming from his son's demise. Tang Hao was momentarily struck dumb. He could hardly claim that Tang Yuyu was a half-human, half-soul beast. If he did, few could resist the temptation of her explosive soul rings and bones. The silence that enveloped Tang Hao suggested tacit acceptance, leading even Tang Chun to harbor grave doubts about DouluoDalu's assertions. DouluoDalu, unbothered by potential embarrassment, recounted the past involving Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong, asserting that with such a lineage, he firmly believed Tang Yuyu possessed the bloodline of angels. Furrowing his brow, Tang Chen speculated if Tang Hao was attempting to shield Tang Yuehua. Indeed, it was unfathomable for a prominent young lady of the Haotian sect to encounter such tribulations, particularly as Tang Hao's own sister. Child, unleash your martial soul for your great-grandfather to see, he commanded. Despite his suspicions, Tang Chun believed that the martial soul would serve as the ultimate proof. In the Douluo Continent, martial souls are inherited from both parents, yet mutations can occur. Tang Chen had heard from DouluoDalu that Tang Yuyu possessed a mutated angelic martial soul. While he wasn't thoroughly familiar with the angelic martial soul, after so long in camaraderie with DouluoDalu, he was certainly aware of its essence. Once Tang Yuyu manifested her martial soul, the truth would be unmistakable. Yes, great-grandfather, Tang Yuyu affirmed, releasing the initial form of her Linglong core. Having absorbed a millennium-old light essence elixir, her martial soul shimmered with a thin layer of luminous power. Tang Chun frowned. It seemed Tang Hao had been deceiving him since the City of Slaughter. Although she was Yuehua's daughter, he held no biases against her. Was it truly necessary to be so guarded? Would he truly act against his beloved granddaughter due to a scandal? Before Tang Yuyu could greet Tang Chun, she found herself on the verge of validation for her lineage. To be frank, she felt a tinge of anxiety. The Haotian Hammer, replicated through her mirror-like powers, appeared indistinguishable from the original, yet she feared that a level 99 titled Da might discern the truth. Who will speak on my behalf? Chapter 118. The joint descendants of the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. Just a moment ago, Tang Chun appeared somewhat displeased, yet now he erupted in a hearty laughter. It was because Tang Yuyu had revealed her other martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. There was no room for debate now. Who could have anticipated that the offspring of Qin Xuanji would be the same as his own? It was truly a convoluted tale, considering they had once been rivals in love. Is there anything amiss, uncle? The second elder, witnessing Tang Chen's ecstatic demeanor, felt a twinge of fear. Had the prolonged stay in the City of Slaughter dulled his senses? Indeed, the essence of an angel was present. The Haotian Hammer combined with the angelic martial soul had surpassed expectations. Observe how the wings of the angelic martial soul had been influenced by the supreme aura of the Haotian Hammer. Previously, the Haotian sect was regarded as the foremost sect in the world, and the martial soul was not held in high regard. Yet now, it appeared that even a divinely bestowed martial soul was capable of influencing such a prestigious title, making it truly deserving. Tang Chun felt a surge of joy. At his level of existence, he had little left to pursue. Even if he were to attain godhood, his beloved would not enjoy eternal life. Having endured 3 strikes from DouluoDalu, perhaps the past could be set aside as a shared laugh to wash away old grievances. The Haotian sect had been significantly weakened. Continued conflict would only lead to their defeat against the Spirit Hall. However, with Tang Yuyu present, the Haotian sect could be seen as a unique counterbalance to the Spirit Hall. Quite well, indeed, Tang Chen remarked, glancing at the perplexed Tang Hao. Even at this juncture, he remained secretive. DouluoDalu had informed him of the events involving Qin Xuanji and Yuehua, and he was not inclined to pry further. Let this child be regarded as your own daughter. It serves as a means for your grandfather to vindicate you. You were once pursued by Qin Xuanji, and now the descendant of the Spirit Hall calls you father. How delightful! Suppressing laughter, Tang Chen could not help but acknowledge that this was the most fitting form of retribution. Tang Hao, bewildered, struggled to keep pace with his grandfather's train of thought. What angelic martial soul essence! What connection between Qin Xuanji and Tang Yuehua? What did it mean for this child to call him father? Did he not already know that Tang Yuyu was his daughter? Tang Hao's expression froze, encapsulating a lifetime of exasperation into a single moment. He grasped a fragment of understanding, albeit not entirely. It appeared that Tang Yuyu's martial soul bore a striking resemblance to that of the angelic spirit. It was somewhat surprising, yet entirely reasonable, as he too had once harbored similar misconceptions. However, as their companionship deepened and Tang Yuyu's martial soul underwent further development, Tang Hao came to unwaveringly believe that Tang Yuyu was indeed his child. Although he wished to argue his point, he found himself at a loss for words. Uttering too much about Tang Yuyu's true identity as a soul beast could risk exposing her secret. Alas, he mused. While he was uncertain about what his grandfather had conjured in his imagination, it sufficed that his daughter remained his. Moreover, after departing the continent for years, if the Spirit Hall would not pose difficulties for Tang Yuyu, it could be deemed a fortunate circumstance. What a remarkable dual martial soul. Truly, the talents of each generation emerge in succession. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous ones aside, and thus, the Haotian sect could pride itself on possessing a genuine prodigy. Tang Chun gazed at Tang Yuyu with satisfaction, then deftly retrieved a piece of 90,000-year-old soul bone obtained from DouluoDalu from his storage soul guide and presented it to her. Here, my dear, accept this as a gift from your great-grandfather. DouluoDalu. 6. To be candid, he currently had little of value to offer, and this soul bone from DouluoDalu would have to suffice in the interim. After returning from the City of Slaughter, Tang Chun had long since exhausted his original possessions, and the Haotian sect was notoriously impoverished. He felt somewhat embarrassed to mention that he had forgotten to prepare a gift, asking instead for assistance in procuring one. Thank you, Great-grandfather, Tang Yuyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, nearly drooling at the sight of the 90,000-year-old soul bone. Heavens, has fortune finally smiled upon me? Upon reflection, she realized she had accumulated several pieces of soul bone. Initially, her blue-silver bracelet contained a few soul bones, but their attributes did not align well with her own. 6 years prior, she had gifted a 10,000-year-old soul bone to Oscar, leaving her with 4. Subsequently, Elder 7 had bestowed upon her a soul bone with power attributes. And with this newly acquired 90,000-year-old soul bone, she now possessed a total of 6. It was notoriously challenging for an ordinary person to obtain even a single soul bone, yet she alone had 6. In addition to the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone that she had absorbed, making it 7. She felt she was close to assembling a complete set. Good child. Tang Chun smiled with satisfaction. Although in his heart, he placed Poseidon above all, he felt fulfilled that he had nurtured his sect to such strength. Having given something to Tang Yuyu, he felt compelled to offer something to Tang Yu as well. After all, they had come together. This must be the grandson of the second elder, right? He seems promising, a good child indeed. The future growth and development of the Haotian sect will rely heavily on your generation. Tang Chun then handed over Soulbone, one he had casually hunted upon returning from the Spirit Hall. Originally, he had intended to give this 50,000-year-old Soulbone to Tang Yuyu as a meeting gift. However, considering that a 90,000-year-old Soulbone was no common occurrence, he had expended considerable effort to acquire this one. Yet, with 2 children before him, it would be unfair to favor one over the other, so he boldly claimed that the meeting gift from DouluoDalu was his own preparation, reasoning that no one would inquire further, and he would promptly make up for it later. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. Tang Yu glanced at his grandfather, and upon receiving a nod, accepted the gift. Although his expression remained cool and detached, the excitement in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. After all, he was just over 10 years old. Even a mature mind could hardly resist such temptation. This 50,000-year-old Soulbone was something even the second elder had rarely encountered. Only someone of Tang Chen's caliber could exchange quantity for quality. Had he not slain so many soul beasts, how could he have obtained such a Soulbone? Tang Yuyu's expression turned solemn. She was unclear why her identity had to straddle the boundary between soul beasts and humans. Witnessing the brutal slaughter of these soul beasts stirred some emotions within her, albeit not deeply. After all, they were not true soul beasts, nor did they share the same life practices, making it impossible for her to empathize with them. All right, children, I have seen you. It is time for the Haotian sect to re-emerge into the public eye. I, Tang Chun, have returned. The illustrious Haotian sect is set to embark on a new journey. Tang Chun cast a glance towards the direction of the Spirit Hall, his heart sighing. Heavenly Tao, it seems our generation must take its final bow. Let me witness whether your descendants surpass mine or vice versa. The Spirit Hall stood as a stumbling block to the Haotian sect's ascendance as the paramount force on the continent. Though Daulu had bowed to Tang Yuyu, the current authority rested with Bibi Dong. As for the past between Bibi Dong and Qian Xuandao, Tang Chun had learned from Daulu, as the latter sought to bolster Tang Chen's credibility by revealing such matters. Chapter 119, Jade Glass Frost Dew. The news of the Haotian sect's imminent return sent ripples across Douluo Continent, particularly the revelation of Tang Chen's return, which struck like a bolt from the blue. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji glanced at the intelligence report brought by a spy from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and sighed, feeling somewhat reassured. He never expected that the number 1 figure on the continent, Tang Chun, would actually return. It was high time for the Haotian sect to re-emerge before the world. A message from Rong Rong indicated that there were disciples from the Haotian sect at Shrek Academy. This was fortuitous, as the 3 top sects were interconnected, allowing them to learn together and better support each other in the future. Ning Fengji sensed that the political landscape of the continent was shifting dramatically. It was as calm as a still pond on the surface, yet turbulent beneath. A sense of impending storm loomed over him, and all he could do was unify every possible force to counter the uncertain elements. Gaining strength to its zenith would undoubtedly lead to external expansion against the Spirit Hall. Fengji, it appears that allowing Rong Rong to remain at Shrek Academy was a wise decision. Reports indicate that the students there are all prodigies, their talents rivaling even Rong Rong's. As an auxiliary sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must unite every possible force to ensure its survival. Perhaps these children will serve as another trump card for Rong Rong in the future. Sword Douluo possessed a more discerning perspective than Bone Douluo. While he too doted on Ning Rong Rong, he was slightly more rational than Bone Douluo. Uncle Jian, The return ceremony of the Haotian sect warrants our visit. Let's go together. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji resolved to draw closer to the Haotian sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had only one half-dead title Douluo remaining. Should this title Douluo perish, it was likely the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be ousted by the three top sections. The Haotian sect, in addition to the unparalleled Tang Chun, also boasted the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Of course, there were certainly more than just these three individuals. The Haotian sect's foundation was the deepest, with a single unparalleled title Douluo capable of safeguarding 3 or 4 generations. Thus, the rate of talent loss within the Haotian sect was the lowest among the second-generation disciples. Even those with the least aptitude were likely to yield 1 or 2 title Douluos. The Haotian sect, Tang Yu's recent harvest was bountiful. In addition to acquiring a 50,000-year-old power-type soul bone, he also received a celestial herb from Tang Yu. Ideally, the 8-pointed ice grass would have been the best ice-type celestial herb. However, this particular herb had to be consumed alongside the fiery apricot blossom, a combination that Tang Yu deemed unsuitable for Tang Yu. She resigned herself to the fact that not everyone possessed Tang San's fortitude, and Tang Yu would undoubtedly struggle to withstand it. The Jade Glass Frost Dew was a celestial herb imbued with a hint of ice attributes. Though its properties were mild, it was considered a mid-grade celestial herb. Your martial soul is well suited for ice-type celestial herbs, but the more potent ones would be too intense for you to handle, as the quality would react excessively. Just like the 8-pointed ice grass, which belonged to the category of supreme ice-type herbs, its side effects were far too severe for an ordinary person to endure. Tang Yu explained this in detail, and Tang Yu understood that this was indeed the most suitable choice for him. The best option was not always the most compatible. This was the optimal selection, and he felt grateful for Tang Yu's thoughtful consideration. Thank you. This is already quite commendable. How could he have anticipated the possibility of directly consuming grass to enhance his abilities? This was indeed a shortcut. However, if one chooses to take shortcuts, one must maintain a proper mindset. His innate talent is not without merit. Yet within the confines of Shrek Academy, it cannot be deemed particularly exceptional. Even Ning Rongrong, that delicate young lady, possesses an innate soul power that exceeds his by 1 level. Tang Yu cherishes every opportunity to grow stronger. Having established a fixed circle of peers his age, he is not particularly keen on being left behind. Then quickly consume the celestial herb and absorb the soul bone. I certainly do not wish to wait until the various sects and factions come to Haotian sect to pay their respects. Not to mention, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly send representatives. She longs to return to Shrek Academy swiftly. Although their time together has been limited, she genuinely enjoys the sense of camaraderie. After plotting for so long, it is time to settle down and cultivate. She has not yet consumed the celestial herb herself, uncertain if it could fully unlock her martial soul's form. Tang Yu is unaware if her martial soul has a 3rd form, though it seems somewhat absurd. She harbors a vague intuition of such a possibility. All right, Tang Yu is not one to be courteous. The two have grown up together. Although their conversations have not been numerous, their understanding is profound. Tang Yu sits languidly in Tang Yu's room, boredom enveloping her, as the entire sect is too preoccupied to pay attention to them. Even Tang Hao has been conscripted by Tang Xiao and Tang Chun, who incessantly inquire about Tang Yu's origins. When Tang Yu awakens, he finds Tang Yu reclining in the chair, asleep, a script resting on her face. He approaches and gently covers her with a blanket. Having just absorbed the celestial herb, a thin sheen of sweat glistens on his skin, mingling with the youthful scent of male hormones wafting towards Tang Yu's nostrils. Ugh! Tang Yu is roused by the pungent odor of sweat, her face darkening with displeasure. Tang Yu, puzzled, maintains a calm tone. Awake? You spoke of guarding me, yet you have succumbed to slumber. Though his voice is as cold and tranquil as usual, Tang Yu detects a hint of teasing within. Have you completed the absorption? After consuming the celestial herb and integrating the soul bone, what level are you now? Surely not at level 40? Tang Yu appraises Tang Yu and notices that his soul power has indeed intensified significantly. Not yet at level 40, but I am close. After uttering this, Tang Yu seems to anticipate that, given Tang Yu's personality, she will undoubtedly urge him not to keep her in suspense. Thus, he quietly adds, my current soul power is at level 38, having increased by 5 levels. The soul bone contributed 2 levels, while the celestial herb accounted for 3. Acknowledging that while the quality of this celestial herb does not rival that of other celestial products, it is indeed the most suitable for his martial soul. However, The absorption of the soul bone has narrowed the gap, and his soul power level has ascended comparably to that of Ning Rongrong and the others after they consumed their celestial herbs. Now that everything is settled, shall we return to Shrek Academy tomorrow? Tang Yu nods. After all, it has always been about following Tang Yuyu's lead. The next day, bright and early, the two depart from Haotian sect. At the foot of the mountain, Ziji eagerly awaits Tang Yuyu's arrival. Although Tang Yuyu and Tang Hao briefly visited Shrek, the speed of the carriage cannot be compared. This is Ziji, a friend I previously met. I have invited her to attend Shrek Academy. Tang Yu nods at Ziji, signaling a greeting. Ziji remarks, it's my first time meeting someone even quieter than I am. Chapter 200, The New Shrek Battle Team. The group swiftly returns to Shrek Academy, and news of Haotian sect's emergence has already spread along the main roads. The Spirit Hall is no longer the sole powerhouse, and the world has come to recognize that beyond the title Douluo, there exists the legendary 99th level ultimate Douluo. Yuyu, Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Tang Yuyu, excitedly embraces her. Overwhelmed with joy, her 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, a momentous occasion indeed. Tang Yuyu is truly her lucky star. Do calm down, or you might twist my neck. Tang Yuyu deduces the reason for Ning Rongrong's fervent enthusiasm. Hee, I'm immensely grateful to you. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has transformed into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Moreover, I am now a soul sovereign. I just returned from hunting souls in the new Great Forest yesterday. My soul power is now at level 32. Tang Yuyu's seemingly unperturbed demeanor causes Ning Rongrong to pout in dissatisfaction. How can you not be surprised at all? You're even more composed than that guy Tang Yu. Reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong's gaze drifts back, landing on Tang Yu, who wears an equally unflappable expression. Is it fair to say these two truly are siblings? Or is it that everyone from Haotian sect is so aloof? And me, I have just broken through level 40. You have no idea how challenging it is to be in the same soul power circle as a bunch of younger folks. Dai Mubai genuinely fears being surpassed. He has diligently cultivated over the years, having reached level 38 even before consuming the celestial herb. His soul power level has increased by 3 levels compared to the original timeline. Dai Lauda, that's already quite impressive. With such intense competition, I haven't been able to relax these past few years. Oscar rolls his eyes at Dai Mubai, a lifelong brotherly bond having formed between them, even stronger than in the original narrative. After all, one is a transmigrator devoid of any noble ideology and has seamlessly integrated with the commoners, such as Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Enough of your back and forth. You're giving me a headache. Why not just reveal your soul power levels directly? By the way, let me introduce this young lady, Ziji. She's a 4-ring soul zone, and she greatly admires our Shrek Academy. Dean Flender, could you assist her in enrolling? Upon hearing that she is a 4-ring soul zone, Flender beams with delight. Another genius. I, Flender, take great pleasure in recruiting talented individuals to study here. Not a problem at all. This young girl appears to be of similar age to Dai Mubai, a 4-ring soul zone. Her talent level speaks for itself. Tang Yuyu is quite fortunate. With Tang San, this hot potato, having departed, even Yu Xiaojiang will no longer impose his views on the academy. To be honest, Flender has always been aware of Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts over the years. He had invited him to Shrek Academy, yet the latter was consistently evasive. Upon arriving, he sought to critique the academy's teaching methods. Initially, Flender did not mind, but after Tang Yuyu's insights, he realized that Yu Xiaojiang was merely using the academy as a stepping stone for his own ambitions. After all, as merely a 2-ring Great Soul Master, he cannot provide Tang San with the cultivation resources he needs and can only utilize the teachers of Shrek Academy as tools for acquiring soul rings. After coming to this realization, Flender's long-standing camaraderie with Yu Xiaojiang has nearly dissipated. Now, Flender's sole desire is to enhance Shrek Academy's prestige. Tang Yuyu smiles and nods, as if she senses something breaking in the ether. The corners of her mouth curl up a little more. Currently, the students of Shrek Academy are Dai Mubai, level 43 Power Attack Soul Zone. Zhu Zhuqing, level 32 Agility Attack Soul Sovereign. Ning Rongrong, level 33 Support Soul Sovereign. Tang Yu, level 38 Agility Attack Soul Sovereign. Tang Yuyu, level 33 Control Soul Sovereign. Oscar, level 37 Food System Soul Sovereign. Ziji, level 48 Power Attack Soul Zone. By Chun Xiong, level 26 Agility Attack Great Soul Master. Xiao Wu, level 31 Power Attack Soul Sovereign. Ma Hongjun, level 36 Power Attack Soul Sovereign. Among them, Oscar and Tang Yu have absorbed soul bones, resulting in a significant increase in their soul power levels. While Bai Chunxiang has yet to fully absorb the residual energy of the celestial power, likely allowing her to rise 2 more levels in the future. Oscar received a soul bone from Tang Yuyo 6 years ago, one that dates back nearly 20,000 years. After absorbing it, his soul power surged by 2 levels. Following the consumption of a celestial herb, his strength increased by approximately 6 additional levels. He was on the verge of reaching the 32nd level, but, bolstered by the herb's capabilities, he catapulted to 37. Tang Yuyo herself was eager to consume the celestial herb. Yet having just ingested a light-type elixir that had initially elevated her soul power to level 40, she found her strength plummeting back down. Fearful of potential side effects, she refrained from further consumption. Since taking the light-type elixir, she noticed subtle changes within herself, as if her martial soul could sense the threads of destiny, akin to the recent fluctuations emanating from Flander. This disturbance seemed to signify a break from the predetermined fate, a thought that filled her with excitement. Those close to Tang, San could be swayed, and it would be intriguing to observe how he would ultimately ascend to divinity, left alone in his endeavors. Due to the issues surrounding the consumption of celestial herbs among Tang, San, and the students of Shrek Academy, they had not attended classes for quite some time. On one hand, they needed to adjust the original curriculum, and on the other, they were tasked with guiding the newly advanced students to acquire their soul rings. Furthermore, Tang Yuyo had yet to rejoin the group. One surprising aspect for Tang Yuyo was that Xiao Wu had chosen to remain at Shrek rather than accompany Tang San. Meng Yaran had departed, having come solely for Tang San, so her return to the Longxi family was only natural. Although Xiao Wu's access to celestial herbs appeared distant, Tang Yuyo could still provide her with a handful of dragon's claw leaves. That evening, Tang Yuyo sought Xiao Wu privately. On the dilapidated thatched roof of a building at Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu climbed up to find Tang Yuyo seated there. You called me out here to gaze at the moon, didn't you? Yuyo, do you think Sim will return? Xiao Wu sat beside Tang Yuyo, her spirit visibly dimmed. Him? I cannot say. He has been led astray by that teacher of his. Tang Yuyo smirked, contemplating the improbability of his return. She feared that the team she painstakingly nurtured might be taken away by Tang San. Well, we've all grown up together, and now suddenly there's one less of us. It feels a bit strange. Xiao Wu's ears drooped, her eyes devoid of life, akin to flowers wilting without water. You mentioned it's merely one less. We are still here for you, aren't we? If you truly find it dull, you could always return to the Stardow Forest, where you would be safer. Tang Yuyo spoke nonchalantly, albeit inadvertently suggesting that Xiao Wu could exit the group. There's no comparison between the Stardow Forest and the human world. Spending every day with the Ming and Air Ming is making me as dull-witted as they are. Xiao Wu retorted. However, Tang Yuyo couldn't help but mentally scoff at the notion that even a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit's intellect could be lacking. Chapter 2:01 Us. The Wuyo combination was born. Let us not dwell on it too much. The celestial herb suitable for you has yet to be found. If one comes along in the future, I will certainly provide it. Tang Yuyo deduced that Xiao Wu might not need it after all. She would never sever her own arm to return Xiao Wu's soul ring after acquiring it, as Tang San had done. Nevertheless, Tang Yuyo possessed the ability to condense soul rings, rendering Xiao Wu's soul ring less significant in her eyes, merely a precaution against the possibility of Xiao Wu sacrificing herself to Tang San for equipment. No witties. Soul beasts consuming celestial herbs may not experience effects as profound as humans do. Xiao Wu was surprisingly open-minded about this. She trusted that if any exceptional items were to be discovered, Tang Yuyo would prioritize her own needs. Tang Yuyo nodded in agreement, choosing to savor the tranquil moonlight that had finally offered her respite. The next morning, Flanders summoned everyone for a gathering. While the food at Shrek Academy was not exceptional, it was certainly adequate, typical of a place that is neither the best nor the worst. After finishing their meal, Tang Yuyo and her companions headed to the training ground, where Flanders surveyed the array of strikingly handsome and poised young men and women before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Excellent. Our Shrek Academy now boasts 10 members. According to your ages, Dai Mubai is the eldest. Before he could finish his sentence, Dai Mubai, desperate to assert himself, interjected. Dean, I'm not the oldest. It's our new classmate, Ziji. Dai Mubai had been sweating profusely ever since Tang Yuyo introduced Ziji the previous day. How could he not recognize such a familiar name? A soul beast that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years could easily crush him. Although Tang Yuyo shared a good rapport with Ziji, Dai Mubai felt it crucial to maintain his composure. A subordinate must possess a keen sense of awareness. Ziji cast a puzzled glance at Dai Mubai, wondering how he knew her age without her having mentioned it. It must have been the beast that informed him. ZG speculated, unaware that Dai Mu Bai was well-versed in the plot and could only surmise that Tang Yuyo had tipped him off beforehand. While she was indifferent to the human hierarchy, it pleased her that the beast had taken her feelings into account. Indeed, that is correct. ZG's heart fluttered with joy, yet her expression remained icy. Those unfamiliar with her demeanor might mistake her for haughty. Ahem. Moving on, Flander, slightly embarrassed, continued to assign ranks to the group. Rank 1, ZG. Rank 2, Dai Mu Bai. Rank 3, Oscar. Rank 4, Tang Yu, followed by Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuyo, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Bai Qinxiang. Flander designated a number for each student. Considering this year's class was the largest yet, you now have 10 members. It's time to select a resonant name for your team. Of course, it's perfectly acceptable to call it the 10 teams as well. Typically, teams in Soul Battles consist of 7 members, but our Academy's team has 10, perfectly compensating for any lack of substitutes. You can interchange members as needed. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into chatter, with the most distracted being Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. What should we name ourselves? Xiang, do you have any ideas? Though Ning Rongrong was not as adept at charming everyone as Ning Fengji, she was still quite considerate of the new members integrating into Shrek Academy. Bai Qinxiang shook her head, her fingers twitching as she realized that these days were quite pleasant. When they had ventured to the Stardow Forest to help their classmates capture soul rings for advancement, Bai Qinxiang had already sensed that these moments were far more enjoyable than her previous life within the Minji clan. With friends and comrades, they fought and progressed together, forging ahead in unity. All of this was thanks to her cousin, who had gifted her that precious candy bean. From that moment onward, her life seemed to transform, no longer stagnant like a still pond. The Minji clan's situation had also gradually improved. Her grandfather had sent word urging her to stay close to her cousin and not to worry about the clan's affairs. Bai Qinxiang glanced at Tang Yuyo through Ning Rongrong, the morning sunlight illuminating her face, revealing even the finest details of her velvety skin. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with light. Tang Yuyo, sensing something, looked over, her gaze appearing to hold the essence of a crescent moon. A mere glance refreshing like a long-awaited rain after a drought. I propose we call ourselves the Shrek 10 Kings. How magnificent that sounds. Ma Hongjun's boisterous suggestion earned him a playful reprimand from Oscar. Could you refrain from speaking nonsense? How unappealing. If we add an extra character, it will become 10 Kings and 8. Their playful banter elicited laughter from the others. Even Flander's expression softened with a hint of delight. Feeling liberated after parting ways with Yu Xiaojiang. All right. Rongrong and Xiao Ao, you both must run laps every day to train, just as Tang Yuyo mentioned. Auxiliary Soul Masters are destined to have less capacity than their combat counterparts, but you can certainly enhance your physical strength. As Dean, I want to impose a specific number of laps. Gauge it according to your physical condition. I trust no one will attempt to slack off, as your companions are all exceptional talents. Even a slight lag could see you cast out of the circle, so do take care. This evening, we shall gather here before embarking to the Grand Spirit Arena. With such a significant surge in soul power, it is imperative for you all to engage in practical training to solidify these elevated levels. It seems that Flander has discovered a novel pedagogical approach, compelling his students to undertake it themselves. How could there be any rivalry amongst classmates? At the Soto City Grand Spirit Arena, Lady ZG, Tang Yaoyao intended to inform the two that they had already visited the Grand Spirit Arena several times recently. However, ZG interrupted her. Just call me by my name. ZG furrowed her brow, displaying mild displeasure. Fortunately, the members of Shrek Academy had dispersed to register for the spirit battles. Addressing herself in such a manner could easily lead to exposure. She truly questioned whether this rabbit's head was filled with cotton. Enough of this debate. Any form of address is fine, as none shall delve too deeply. Having acquired her celestial herb, she had effectively bound herself to this endeavor, should anyone attempt betrayal. She could bring about their immediate demise. ZG's profound gaze briefly swept over Tang Yaoyao before she followed behind her, leading the way. Tang San, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively shrank back. After all, this was a dragon-type soul beast of 200,000 years, a being that even her mother feared. Wait for me. Though fear gripped her heart, they were ultimately one kin, and Tang San quickly caught up. Let us form a team, shall we? We have a martial soul fusion technique that can swiftly accumulate points. Tang Yaoyao suddenly recalled the martial soul fusion technique she had neglected in the corner of her mind. Sound great. Let us call ourselves the Carefree Duo, shall we? Agreed. The name is inconsequential. What matters is that we revive this martial soul fusion technique. The Grand Spirit Arena serves as the perfect honing stone. I find myself rather tempted by the soul bones from the Continental Elite Spirit Master Tournament. Chapter 122, The Duo Spirit Battle. Hee. Xiang, would you like to team up with me? Look, Tang Yu and Oscar have similar soul powers, so they VE paired up. Dai Mubai is with Zhu Qing, while Rong will undoubtedly team with Yao or Tang San, as their soul powers are close. Ziji, with her overwhelming power, cannot team with us, leaving just the two of us. How about we make do? Rest assured, I shall protect you well. Ma Hongjun shyly pointed at his opponent. Worried that Bai Chunxiang might decline, he remained an innocent lad, untouched by the tribulations of sinister flames. Bai Chunxiang crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun, not revealing her agreement or disagreement. She was acutely aware that not only was she the youngest in Shrek Academy, but also the weakest, even after her cousin S. Elixir had elevated her by 5 levels. This could be a fine choice. Both of you possess avian martial souls and can engage in aerial combat, which may lead to enhanced synergy. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed as he heard Ma Hongjun speak, immediately lending his support. No, this pairing must happen. My ship must sail, and I've swallowed the key. Moreover, he had to keep a close watch on the Rotund 1's training, lest one remained immortal in the Divine Realm while the other aged slowly in Douluo Continent. Zhu Zhuxing shook her head in exasperation. Dai Mubai often exhibited baffling behaviors. Initially, she worried that he might harbor ulterior motives, but over time, she had discerned his peculiarities. Although she found his antics somewhat absurd, she chose to respect them. Rising, she distanced herself, not wishing to witness Dai Mubai's antics, which were somewhat glaring. Dan Yao, sharing a similar sentiment, entered alongside Tang San and Ziji, observing Dai Mubai casting an indescribable gaze at Bai Chunxiang and Ma Hongjun. She understood. It felt a desire to cleanse her eyes. Cousin. Bai Chunxiang instantly shed her haughty demeanor before Ma Hongjun, quickly approaching Tang Yao with a demure disposition. Tang Yao gently ruffled Bai Chunxiang's hair. I believe what Dai Lao said is accurate. Among our team, only you and Xiaoma can fly. Cultivating synergy through aerial combat can indeed be a significant advantage. Bai Chunxiang nodded obediently, deciding to heed her cousin's advice. Ma Hongjun wore a face of discontent, realizing that despite his efforts, he could not compete with Tang Yao's words. And that nickname, Xiaoma, what on earth is that? Shouldn't I be referred to as fifth brother based on age? Xiang, you are currently a level 26 Great Soul Master. Your soul power is still unsteady. You could try registering for the individual spirit battles and practice your coordination with Xiaoma through the duo format. Tang Yao had subtly emerged as the core of the team. Although the captaincy had yet to be confirmed, her celestial herb had left everyone smitten. Besides, she possessed both strength and intellect. Luck was also a vital factor. Even the mightiest Ziji followed Tang Yao like a shadow, making it improbable for anyone else to dissent. Okay, I'll listen to my cousin. Thus, Ma Hongjun and Bai Chunxiang formed a pair, though they would face formidable opponents of the same rank. However, Bai Chunxiang's family specialized in pure agility and offensive techniques. Despite her martial soul's transformation, her previous training remained ingrained in her essence. While she might not significantly aid Ma Hongjun, she wouldn't hinder him either, as she could evade. Next came the duo spirit battle. Now, let us welcome the carefree duo to face the meteor duo. Please have the members of both teams take the stage and prepare. Upon hearing the announcement, Tang Yao could no longer engage in conversation with others. Let us go, Tang San. Here we come. Watch us trounce the meteor duo. Ning Rong raised her hand, initially wishing to inquire if she could team up with Tang Yao again, even though Tang Yu had agreed to partner with Oscar. Zhu Qing, now having lower soul power than Dai Mubai, still firmly formed a team with him. Rong, if you wish to score points, you could ask Zhu Qing to assist you. I have no objections, but you must consult Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, glancing at the little witch. Though not the team's core, he was certainly a force to be reckoned with, and being familiar with most of Shrek's members, he spoke with more authority than the recently joined Ziji. Is that all right? Zhu Qing? Dai Laohu has given his consent. Would you consider teaming with me? Ning Rong's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhu Qing, who merely nodded in her usual cool manner. This did not indicate reluctance on Zhu Qing's part. Rather, it was simply her inherent disposition, easily overlooked by others. Yay! This is fantastic. Now I 1T lag behind too much. For support-type soul masters, the spirit battle primarily served to enhance their synergy with teammates. Speaking of which, I can't just team with Tang Yu. I should also partner with Yao or Tang San. I can't let Rong surpass me. Oscar grinned mischievously, fully aware of his intentions. On the other side, Tang Yaoyao and Tang San had already arrived at the spirit battle arena. Their opponents were a male-female duo, significantly older than Tang Yaoyao and her companion. After all, a 12-year-old soul master was a rare find in the Douluo Continent. A girl this young? The burly man with a beard scratched his head, though a glimmer of calculation and scrutiny flickered in his eyes. To achieve soul master status at such a tender age, could she be a scion of some powerful clan? It appears this battle cannot be taken lightly. Families of stature were always protective, especially of such a young prodigy, who must be treated with utmost care, lest she be harmed. The alluring woman beside the burly man wore a grave expression. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the seriousness of their situation. Their pairing evoked a somewhat Beauty and the Beast vibe, while Tang Yaoyao and Tang San maintained calm demeanors as they listened to the referee's commentary. The two opponents boasted soul powers just above level 30, far exceeding the duration these two had spent at the Soul Master rank. The robust man boasts an impressive level of 39, placing him at the pinnacle of the Soul Master hierarchy, akin to encountering a soul go right at the outset. It is truly baffling what fortune has graced him, as even the extraordinarily enchanting woman opposite him possesses a formidable soul power of level 37. Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu might not derive substantial advantage from their collaboration unless they resort to their martial soul fusion technique. Yet, even that technique remains somewhat unrefined, as mastery of any skill necessitates continuous practice. Since their unintentional activation of the fusion technique, they have not attempted to employ it again. Presently, Tang Yu harbors a desire to revisit this technique, intrigued to ascertain whether the allure of the enchanting woman or her own, shall we say, Facultad Martial Soul Fusion Técnica Prova Superior. Chapter 123, The Flaws of Absolute Defense. I hereby declare the commencement of the first match in the dual soul battle. Please, both sides, unleash your martial souls. Let the combat begin. Upon uttering these words, the announcer firmly grasped the microphone and promptly ascended into the air above the arena on his hovering soul-guiding device. It is evident that he has honed this remarkable speed and reaction through countless experiences. Tang Yuyu, Martial Soul. Linglong Jiexin, Level 33 Control-Type Soul Master, at your service. After manifesting her martial soul, some in the Grand Arena who had witnessed her first match were not overly astonished. Yet her opponent was visibly taken aback by this martial soul. It is a humanoid beast martial soul adorned with 6 wings. Had these wings borne feathers, one might have mistaken it for a 6-winged, angelic soul. An aesthetically pleasing and powerful martial soul. Could it be a variant of the angelic type? This is indeed perplexing, as Tang Yuyu's appearance closely resembles that of an angelic martial soul, save for the incongruity of the wings on her back. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Rugu Rabbit. Level 31 Assault Type Soul Master, at your service. Xiao Wu's introduction interrupted their contemplations as she swiftly unveiled her martial soul. Luda, Martial Soul, Battle Axe. Level 39 Assault Type Soul Master. Mei Air, Martial Soul, Persian Cat. Level 37 Agility Type Soul Master. Tang Yuyu was astonished to discover that this alluring woman possessed a Persian Cat martial soul, and moreover, one of the Agility type, as she had initially presumed her to share a mental attribute akin to Hulaina. After all, her beguiling appearance compelled one to glance a second time. Little sister, I shall go easy on you later. Hee hee. Old Lu, allow me to engage with these 2 lovely flowers. Mayer shot an alluring glance at the soul master named Luda, her demeanor exuding an innate charm that captivated those around her. The charm emanating from her gaze was so potent that spectators were left spellbound. The Grand Arena was a tapestry of diverse individuals. With her unique allure, Mayer effortlessly attracted wagers from many onlookers, a method of accruing wealth, albeit one that would stratify her status within the arena. Thank you, dear sister. Tang Yu smirked mischievously, finding Mayer quite entertaining. She was curious to see if a punch would elicit tears from her opponent. I wish to witness no tears. Boo-hoo. Such bravado. Let us see how you fare against my sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's competitive spirit ignited. This seemingly inexperienced individual might hold some standing in the human realm. Yet among soul beasts, she was merely a low-tier entity amongst the myriad of 100,000-year-old soul beasts, even less formidable than certain powerful 90,000-year-old ones. Third soul skill. Teleportation. Despite her caution, Mayer found herself unprepared as Xiao Wu executed her soul skill, catching her off guard. To encounter such a rare teleportation skill, cursed Luda, who had initially anticipated that Mei Er would handle the two girls effortlessly, thus sparing him from involvement. Yet, he now faced a dilemma. He did not wish to antagonize these two promising young soul masters or the forces backing them. However, victory in this battle was imperative, for he had contracted with the Grand Arena and undertaken the establishment of a gambling venue. A loss here would obliterate the years of effort they had invested in the Grand Arena. Indeed, one must not be careless. First soul skill Mountain Splitter. As a weapon martial soul, not only did it possess inherent weight, but also bore the additional skills of its soul abilities. Xiao Wu's Capricorn Braid had already ensnared the neck of the female soul master. Should she evade this, it would render her earlier third soul skill activation ineffective. Tang Yuyu was well aware that once Xiao Wu's braid ensnared an opponent, the ensuing brutal eightfold throw would leave them utterly defenseless. Thus, Xiao Wu had no intention of retreating, trusting that Tang Yuyu would intervene. Second soul skill, Fairy's Protection, as long as her energy remained intact. Her second soul skill served as an absolute defense, while the battle axe wielder's first skill would only deplete a fraction of Tang Yuyu's energy. A golden butterfly-formed energy shield enveloped Xiao Wu, with Tang Yuyu transforming into a semi-transparent energy entity attached to her. What manner of soul skill is this? Luda was taken aback. He had never heard of such a type of soul skill. Not only had he failed to strike Xiao Wu, but Tang Yuyu was also immune to damage. It dawned on him that this implied the two were impervious to all harm and attack. Was such an environment truly possible? It was nothing short of divine. As Luda contemplated Tang Yuyu's identity, a growing trepidation gripped him. Could she genuinely be of the angelic lineage? Only a divinely bestowed, martial soul could wield such power. He swallowed hard. Though his talent was unremarkable, achieving levels in the 30s approaching 40 was still commendable for a person of his age. Brutal eightfold throw. Watch as my sister demonstrates. Although Xiao Wu was merely level 31, she had little to fear from a level 37 agility-type soul master. Mei Er had never anticipated such a disastrous turn. Indeed, the offspring of great clans were worlds apart from common soul masters. Having barely entered the realm of soul masters, she found herself thoroughly outmatched. Not to mention, Tang Yuyu had witnessed Luda's thwarted attack. She closed her eyes in resignation, accepting the impending defeat, hoping merely to avoid humiliation. In that moment, she appeared utterly disillusioned, leaving Xiao Wu feeling somewhat awkward. Tang Yuyu's second soul skill could not be interrupted, but once her energy was depleted, Xiao Wu would face genuine harm. With Tang Yuyu's current strength, she could only withstand 3 attacks from Soul Master, but once she opted for her second soul skill, she would become an energy form, tethered to the soul skill user. Once Tang Yuyu descended, her soul skill would enter a cooldown period, indicating that during this time, not only would her ally be vulnerable to attacks, but she herself would also be rendered insubstantial, unable to withstand physical damage. Alas, the flaw of this soul skill was known only to Tang Yuyu. Even the others from Shrek Academy presumed her skill to be insurmountable, an embodiment of absolute defense. Luda likely held a similar belief, hence his initial attack was met with astonishment, leading him to hesitate in further actions. Perhaps he thought any assault would be ineffectual against them, resulting in Mei Er being decisively overwhelmed by Xiao Wu. Chapter 124, Chaotic Team Formation. Xiao Wu's brutal eightfold throw proved extraordinary, swiftly incapacitating Mei Er, who was unceremoniously cast off the battle arena by Xiao Wu's long braid. The current situation is 2 against 1. Luda's offensive proves futile against Xiao Wu, who still possesses her second skill. If Luda persists, he will gain nothing of benefit. At best, he might breach the protective shield surrounding Xiao Wu, but what would that truly achieve? In this 2-on-1 scenario, his soul power has already been depleted by half, leaving him with no hope of victory. We concede. Luda gritted his teeth and uttered these words with great difficulty. This evening's soul battle is not merely a contest. Losing this match could jeopardize the hard-earned status he and Mei Er have built over the years. However, he is not one to shy away from defeat. This time, they were simply outmatched, unable to overcome even 2 young soul masters. With a forlorn expression, Luda descended from the soul battle platform, supporting the injured Mei Er as they departed. Tang Yuyu merely cast a glance before retracting her gaze. What an exhilarating soul battle it has been. Within just a few exchanges, our worry-free duo has triumphed over the seasoned Meteor team. Let us extend our congratulations to them. The applause thundered, and Tang Yuyu felt a twinge of irritation, urging Xiao Wu to hasten their departure from the chaotic arena. She preferred to avoid such a raucous environment, while Xiao Wu reveled in the adoration, happily waving to the audience. In the Shrek Academy's resting area, wow, that was so impressive. You managed to restrain your opponent using just one soul skill. Yuyo, if only you could assist us with that skill. Ning Rongrong expressed her envy for Tang Yuyo's unparalleled defensive soul skill. Were her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to possess such an ability, she would no longer need to worry about ambushes while enhancing her teammates. I'm afraid that's not possible. This skill is unique to my martial soul. Tang Yi Upunda. Stroking her chin, aware that her soul rings materialize automatically, rendering her unable to respond to Ning Rongrong's comment. Dai Mubai cast a bemused glance at Tang Yuyo, as if he understood. I get it. It's an external aid, right? Tang Yuyo's brow twitched at the implications of his words. Was he truly so reckless as to jest with her life under Zhu Zhuqing's watchful gaze? She silently turned away, pretending not to notice Dai Mubai's expression, only to be met with a cacophony of exclamations. Oh dear, Zhuqing, take it easy. What are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing shot Dai Mubai a sidelong glance before releasing his ear. Though she recognized that Dai Mubai and Tang Yuyo shared no romantic entanglement as a girlfriend, she felt compelled to curb his behavior, which had already caused Tang Yuyo some distress. If you keep staring around, you might just lose a few. Dai Mubai, hearing her words, stiffened, awkwardly rubbing his nose. He believed he had been discreet, observing the playful antics of these youthful humans. ZG felt a subtle smile form at the corners of her lips. The human world appears rather entertaining. All right, enough of the tomfoolery. We should promptly divide into teams. We are a single unit. It would be best to mix and match to cultivate everyone's synergy. While fixed teams can yield quick and efficient results, they fail to foster our teamwork. Thus, I believe it is preferable for everyone to pair off. Tang Yuyo regarded training as a form of cultivation, one that should not solely aim for the acquisition of soul battle badges. Flender, sitting nearby, nonchalantly sipped his tea, recognizing that this cohort of students is among the strongest Shrek has ever seen. Geniuses possess their own code of conduct. Having learned from a situation with Yu Xiaojiang, he has come to terms with allowing them to decide how to train, as the academy merely offers them a place to thrive, glorifying the title of a genius mentor. Flender felt a sense of satisfaction, though he would never admit it was because these students were too illustrious for him to critique. Yu Xiaojiang serves as a cautionary tale. He chuckled to himself, feeling inexplicably excited. After all, Xiaojiang was a close friend of many years. No more dwelling on that. All right, you may make your own decisions. I will not emphasize this further, but I must remind you that the disparity in soul rings within a team can be as great as 2 rings, an unbridgeable gap. Once you form teams, opponents will be assigned based on level 40. So consider wisely. ZG is not merely a 4-ring soul master. Such contests are but trivial matters to her. The notion of unfairness in this competition is moot. Adding a Bai Qinxiang merely increases the challenge for the opponent. Fear not. Dean Flender. ZG can manage 1 against 3 among her peers. All we need is to work together and hone her synergy. ZG will not allow her to be harmed, and moreover, Xiang is a swift attacking soul master, granting her a significant advantage in speed. Bai Qinxiang was taken aback by the prowess of ZG, whom she had previously perceived as unremarkable. Having spent considerable time with her, she had overlooked the extraordinary qualities within, astonished that such a seemingly inconspicuous individual garnered such high praise from her cousin. Dean Flender, I can do this. Since my cousin believes in me, I am confident she will not make a flawed judgment. The damage inflicted in a battle between a great soul master and a soul master of lower rank is incomparable to that of a duel among equals. Flender could only nod at Bai Qinxiang's assertion. What more could he say? One is willing to fight, the other to endure. You decide for yourselves. Just remember, the Academy's graduation requirement is to secure a silver soul battle badge before graduation. Do not forget. Rest assured, Dean, not only will we acquire the silver soul battle badge, but we will also attain the golden one. Dai Mubai proclaimed confidently, having discerned that Tang Yuyo undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary advantage. The ferocious beast of 200,000 years is at her side, and even Xiao Wu is particularly affectionate towards him. If Dai Mubai were to believe that there exists no connection between Tang Yuyo and soul beasts, he would find that hard to accept. Enough of your banter. Let us speak again once you secure your individual silver soul battle badges. Each night, aside from individual and duo matches, there will also be team soul battles. Otherwise, you may wait until the end of days to elevate your team to a silver soul battle badge. With that, I shall take my leave for the Academy. You all may continue. After the matches conclude, there is no need to return to the Academy. For the time being, you will all be in Soto City for soul battles. The gold coins amassed from the battles can be used to rent a small hotel nearby for an extended stay. Tomorrow, I will bring the teachers from Shrek Academy here. Take this time to bond well. With that, Flinder pushed open the resting room door and exited. Is the dean trying to be hands-off? Oscar scratched his head, glancing at the others. After spending so many years at Shrek Academy, this was the first time he had witnessed Flinder act in such a manner. Mixing teams is quite advantageous. Most of us are soul masters. Only Mubai and ZG are soul masters, so you two can form a team in that category. In truth, with Dai Mubai's level of soul power, he could have graduated early. However, he awaited the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, and Zhu Zhuqing was also at Shrek Academy. The most crucial factor is that the teachers at Shrek Academy possess formidable strength. Once Dai Mubai steps out from under the Academy's protection, Davis will undoubtedly send people to eliminate him. While he may not perish, it would certainly be bothersome. Fine, I have no objections. It depends on this one here. Dai Mubai glanced at ZG, momentarily at a loss for words. It was one thing if he were unaware, but he knew full well that the girl before him was a 200,000-year ferocious beast. Would it be offensive to call her by name? Let us just call her ZG. Tang Yuyo was surprised that Dai Mubai was aware of ZG's identity. Seeing his momentary embarrassment, she felt a sense of relief. A little apprehension is better than dealing with a native who harbors an inherent hostility. Speaking of which, Dai Mubai dresses quite well. Had he been the Dai Mubai from the original story, Tang Yuyo would have likely sent him packing. How could a frivolous playboy who frequents brothels ascend to divinity? The laws of this world are astonishingly flimsy. Then I shall team up with ZG. Dai Mubai possesses remarkable adaptability. The peculiar expression that briefly crossed his face vanished in an instant, returning to normalcy. Zhu Zhuqing felt an odd sense of intrigue, as it appeared that Dai Mubai was acquainted with the enigmatic ZG, who, in turn, had familiarity with Tang Yuyu. This raised a question. When had Dai Mubai forged a connection with ZG? After all, he had spent all these years in Shrek Academy, alongside her. Well then, I shall form teams with Rongrong, Xiao Ao, Xiangxiang, Zhuqing, ZG, Dai Laohu, Tang Yu, and Hongjun. As the soul control type soul master among you, it is imperative that I familiarize myself with your martial souls and soul skills. Otherwise, I shall be unable to make accurate strategic decisions during our team formations. Tang Yuyu's assertion garnered unanimous approval. Seizing the moment, everyone proceeded to establish the positions of team leader and vice leader. Since I am the only control type among us, shall we appoint me as the team leader? Does anyone have any objections? Ning Rongrong took the opportunity to voice this. Oscar immediately gave her a thumbs up. No problem. I concur. Before Tang Yuyu could utter a word, she had been designated as the leader, and thus felt compelled to express her gratitude. All right. Thank you all for your support. Since I am the lone control-type soul master within the team, I shall not decline. I will lead us towards becoming the strongest battle squad on the continent, achieving greatness and glory once more. With a simple speech, Tang Yuyu extended her hand, prompting Ning Rongrong to promptly place her hand atop it. Following suit were Xiao Wu, Tang Yu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, to achieve greatness and glory once more. Dai Mubai found himself stirred by the fervor of her words, still unaware that Tang Yuyu's ambition was to slay gods, presuming instead that she merely wished to elevate their team to divine realms. As I am now the captain, let us allocate the responsibilities among our team members. Given that Dai Mubai and ZG possess the strongest abilities, it would not be unreasonable for them to serve as vice captains. In my absence, their command shall take precedence. As for our team name, let us be known as God's Morning, with our motto, those who obstruct our path shall be met with divine retribution. Those who encounter evil shall be vanquished. Ning Rongrong enthusiastically applauded. Excellent. Well said. From now on, we shall be called the God's Morning Squad. The name Shrek evoked a sense of mystery, leaving others to react with scattered applause, surprised by Tang Yuyu's persuasive eloquence. Nevertheless, she had indeed shown her sharp wit previously during her exchanges with Yu Xiaojiang. All right, now, let's return to battle. We must engage in our duties. Everyone should team up with their respective partners to continue participating in the soul fighting competition. Winning or losing is of little consequence. What truly matters is discovering the synergy that binds us. Yes, leading the way, Tang Yuyu guided the group orderly towards a registration point to form teams for the soul fighting events. Upon hearing the name of their squad, ZG experienced a moment of clarity. Initially perplexed by Tang Yuyu's decision to associate with humans, she now began to comprehend. Her unique status was enough to make anyone in need of soul rings or bones envious. The Master of Destiny is not easily deceived. She vividly recalled the scene where Xiao Wu had been tricked into signing some sort of contract. Perhaps these humans might serve as a turning point for the soul beasts. ZG now felt a sense of relief, ready to unite with anyone capable of altering the rules preventing soul beasts from ascending to godhood. After all, not all could be like Xiao Wu, who could casually converse about her mother's demise at human hands while simultaneously engaging in romance with a human boy. Oscar and the others remained oblivious to the fact that the god's mourning they referred to was akin to God's fall, and that they were destined to become Tang Yuyu's subordinates, slayers of gods. Yuyu, are we registering for the soul fighting competition tonight? Although I specialize in food, my soul power has reached level 37, and I assure you, I won't hold you back. I easily won my previous match with Tang Yu. What do you say? Shall we give it a try? Oscar approached Tang Yuyu with a cheeky grin, his charming eyes sparkling with mischief. Tang Yuyu, feeling a bit uncomfortable with his proximity, gently pushed him away. All right, the night is still young. It matters not who I fight. Okay then, I shall go register now. What should we name our team? Let me think. How about the Sugar String Duo? Oscar pondered, arriving at a name he found quite sweet-sounding, evoking a sense of delight. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong. Remaining silent, she had noticed Oscar's overly eager flattery since their first day at the academy. It remained uncertain how long Tang Yuyu could withstand such advances. Tang Yu frowned slightly. Having shared a dormitory with Oscar, he was somewhat aware of his intentions. Yet, he too considered himself a suitor of Tang Yuyu. His grandfather had deliberately placed him beside her, not merely for protection or companionship, but due to the long-standing tradition of prioritizing intraclan marriages. Despite their bloodline being several generations removed, Tang Yuyu always managed to treat him like a close friend. He had perused through the techniques of pursuing a partner, yet had yet to capture her heart, leaving Tang Yu feeling somewhat helpless. He had decided to let Oscar be. If he succeeded in winning her over, it might yield a talented individual for their sect, and, if not, there would be no loss. Since that day, when Tang Yuyu shared her convoluted tales involving Tang Chun, his own heart had become disordered. To find a soulmate, to remain together until the end, is that truly so vital? The former sect master placed love above all else in the Haotian sect. A small seed had been sown in Tang Yu's heart, awaiting the day it would take root and flourish. Chapter 126. Oscar, how about some appetizing snacks? This evening marked Tang Yuyu's second match. To be honest, teaming up with Oscar made her somewhat anxious, despite his third soul skill being potentially beneficial. However, her own 3 soul skills were not particularly powerful in terms of offense. Only the first skill had a modicum of offensive capability. Xiao Ao, please refrain from being too flamboyant during our match. My second soul skill has its limitations. Tang Yu suddenly recalled Oscar's penchant for provoking opponents with antics like picking his nose. What if, during their match, he casually remarked, how about some appetizing snacks? She could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue if Oscar's antics caused their blue energy to plummet. Limitations? Oscar's previously carefree demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Does this pose any risk to you? I have heard that some powerful soul skills impose significant constraints on a user. Oscar's anxious demeanor caught Tang Yuyu off guard. This was the first time she had found herself in such close quarters with a boy, and she recognized that Oscar could be considered a suitor. Though she harbored numerous concerns, she was still a typical girl, with her heart not entirely encased in concrete. I'm Fine. What I mean is that my soul skill, which can be deemed as absolute defense, does come with certain preconditions. Currently, my soul power level allows me to withstand 3 attacks from Soul Master. But if I do not interrupt the soul skill, I can remain in a state of non-existence, evading attacks. In a sense, it is indeed absolute defense, but only for me. Oscar was taken aback by this revelation. He had assumed her skill was miraculous, but it seemed he had overestimated its capabilities. Yet, Tang Yuyu confiding such nuanced information to him suggested a level of trust. I see. However, please do not disclose this to anyone else. I shall keep your secret. Once they entered the arena, he vowed to do his utmost not to impede her efforts. Recognizing the flaw in her soul skill, Oscar couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Given Tang Yuyu's lack of overt offensive skills, fortunately, their opponents were unaware of this detail, but relying solely on their ignorance was risky. Any opponent with persistence would soon uncover the truth through repeated attacks. Rest assured, although I currently lack formidable offensive soul skills in certain respects, our soul abilities can be deemed complementary. Oscar's 3 soul skills are designated for the restoration of soul power, detoxification, and flight. Meanwhile, Tang Yuyu possesses skills for offense, control, defense, and healing, thus partially recovering soul power. Apart from the more potent offensive soul skills, both individuals possess nearly every other type of soul skill. And as long as they choose to endure, it is utterly impossible for them to be vanquished by their opponent. Of course, the eavesdropper lurking in the shadows remains oblivious, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction at having uncovered the truth. Aha, it is indeed a stroke of luck. Having overheard some secrets, he stealthily departed. Oscar and Tang Yuyu exchanged knowing glances, both corners of their mouths curling into a shared smile. This was a deliberate ploy on their part to disseminate this information. If Tang Yuyu's soul skill were to be recognized, it would undoubtedly attract the envy of countless individuals. The Haotian sect has emerged, yet there will always be areas that may go unguarded. Remaining inconspicuous yesterday was prudent, as certain traces are bound to remain. The foremost concern is to keep their soul beast lineage a secret. Therefore, upon sensing someone eavesdropping, Tang Yuyu subtly signaled to Oscar. The two of them truly exhibited remarkable synergy in their scheme. Tang Yuyu intends to convey to the world that she is merely an auxiliary soul master, comparable to those of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Fortunately, her first three soul skills appear predominantly auxiliary in nature, which explains why Yu Xiaojiang remarked that Tang Yuyu had squandered her powerful humanoid beast martial soul. Although her martial soul is formidable, akin to a divine bestowal, the first three soul rings she provided lack any overwhelming offensive capabilities. Esteemed audience, good evening. We now commence the 43rd Dual Soul Arena match of the evening. The forthcoming contenders are the Sugar Duo and our seasoned team, the Flowing Fire Duo. Notably, within this newly assembled group, there exists an auxiliary soul master, who shall emerge victorious this evening. Let us await the unfolding event with bated breath as we invite the participants to the arena. Contestants are requested to arrive at the dual arena stage within 2 minutes. There stands the same boisterous host, sporting a hairdo reminiscent of a flighty rooster, clutching a golden microphone. Tang Yuyu could not abide by such aesthetics. The Flowing Fire Duo? Tang Yuyu pondered for a moment. If memory serves, the team she previously faced alongside Xiao Wu was known as the Meteor Duo. Could there be a connection between the two? Indeed, she guessed correctly. The Flowing Fire Duo and the Meteor Duo hail from the same guild. In a vast forest of talents, one encounters all varieties. And the Soto City Soul Arena is home to a multitude of resident soul masters. The Flowing Yun Guild is among them, a significant guild within the Soul Arena, where many collaborate with the arena to engage in match-fixing for profit. Last time, Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu had faced a team of soul masters who had just crossed the threshold of level 30. Yet they were matched against an established team of soul masters. This scenario suggests some underhanded dealings. Otherwise, how could Luda have opened a casino at the Soul Arena? They simply presumed that Xiao Wu and her partner would stand no chance of victory, and through such covert dealings, the guild reaped substantial rewards. Consequently, the Soto City Soul Arena also benefited, as aside from the gold earned for matches, they received tributes from these guilds. Upon encountering such formidable opponents, Tang Yuyu had intended to reclaim her reputation, only to discover Oscar being eavesdropped upon while waiting for the call to the stage. Overhearing the secret of Tang Yuyu's second soul skill prompted the arena to orchestrate another match. The Soul Arena operates under the influence of significant powers, where even the nobles and emperors of the two great empires dare not act recklessly. Thus, the Flowing Yun Guild has no fear of Tang Yuyu and her companions having any extraordinary backing. Even in defeat, they cannot breach the rules of the arena. Their intentions are rather straightforward. They seek only to earn a modest profit. Possessing some audacity, yet not lacking in prudence, they have managed to establish their position within the chaotic environment of the Soul Arena. Contestants, please unleash your martial souls. Tang Yuyu's martial soul can conceal her soul rings. She has never revealed her soul ring configuration in public. Furthermore, the second form of her martial soul, along with the existence of her soul beast, remains unknown even to Tang Hao and his wife. Chapter 127. The top auxiliary must change her name. Indeed, the Flowing Fire Duo bears a striking resemblance to the Meteor Duo, even in their composition of one male and one female. This time, their adversaries consist of a charming young girl and a tall, slender youth, whose innate talents appear superior to those of the previous team, as they seem to be younger. This young lady must be Miss Tang. We share the same guild as the previous Meteor Duo, but please bear in mind that in soul matches, soul skills do not discriminate. Should harm befall the young lady, kindly extend your understanding. Lu Yin offered Tang Yuyu a playful wink, her appearance undeniably sweet, with a voice that was soft and melodious. Yet, Tang Yuyu was not swayed. She had already concluded that the Soto City Soul Arena was rife with underhanded dealings. It was all too evident to overlook. First, they had eavesdropped during her conversation with Oscar, and before long, they had issued a notice for them to appear at the arena for battle. She harbored no belief that this was merely a coincidence. Tang Yuyu exchanged a knowing glance with Oscar, both of them arriving at the same conclusion. I am flattered. However, I am my family's only daughter. I am unsure when I acquired an elder sister. Those who navigate the martial world are astute, and Tang Yuyu had no intention of granting this woman any opportunity for association. Oftentimes, those who appear amiable are the most formidable adversaries, calling her little sister so sweetly, yet calculating with precision in her heart. Regardless of the outcome of the match, the opponent would have the chance to engage in conversation post-battle, which might present the illusion of a close relationship to outsiders. Though Tang Yuyu's identity as the Haotian sect's heiress remains undisclosed, there will inevitably come a day when she is recognized, especially since the Haotian sect has resurfaced. Should this girl later exploit her name for nefarious purposes, it would be challenging to clarify, for in the public eye, the consensus could easily become a distorted narrative, asserting that she acknowledges her as a sister. Tang Yuyu despises any potential for misunderstandings and aims to quash them at their inception. Lu Yin's smile abruptly faltered, taken aback that someone would not adhere to the expected script. Even sweet girls like her find it difficult to resist, and she was surprised to discover her infallible charm faltering. Initially intent on establishing rapport, she found herself thwarted by this young girl's refusal to play along. In the awkward silence, she chose not to take offense, dismissing the previous exchange entirely. The young man beside her shot Lu Yin a look filled with sarcasm. It was said that this individual hailed from a prominent clan, and it was no wonder that Lu Yin's superficial skills fell short. Tang Yuyu, level 33 Control-type Soul Master. Martial Soul, Linglong GXIN, I welcome your guidance. Oscar, level 37 Auxiliary Soul Master. Martial Soul, Sausage, I welcome your guidance. Tang Yuyu had no desire to engage in further idle chatter. She had another match with Zhu Zhuqing ahead. Moreover, she anticipated that this bout would deplete a significant portion of her soul power, and she was prepared for a protracted battle. What a pity. I had hoped to converse with you a little longer. Lu Yin, level 38 Assault-type Weapon Soul Master. Martial Soul, Chanin Xin, I welcome your guidance. In an instant, her cheerful demeanor transformed. This Lu Yin indeed possessed some skill, which explained why the young man beside her regarded her as the leader. Qian Qing, level 39 Assault-type Battle Soul Master. Martial Soul, Lone Wolf, I welcome your guidance. Unexpectedly, both of them were Assault-type, one a Weapon Master and the other a Beast Master, which certainly indicated a high regard for themselves. However, Tang Yuyu remained unwavering in her assertion. Even if her combat prowess paled in comparison to Oscar S, she would undoubtedly excel in the art of evasion. With the swiftness of the wind-tail cock-esque comb serpent, coupled with her second soul skill, survival would be a breeze. Thus, it was destined that the two of them would be darted around like dogs tonight. Regrettably, it was Oscar's debut in the arena, leaving his soul skills shrouded in mystery. When Lu Yin and her companion learned that Oscar was an auxiliary-type soul master, their indifference shifted to astonishment upon discovering his martial spirit was a sausage, a culinary prodigy. They exchanged knowing glances. Realizing he was yet another individual, they couldn't afford to offend. Nevertheless, the betting at the casino had commenced. Once the die was cast, there would be no turning back. They could only hope that the influential figures backing them would exhibit some sense of reason, at least sparing the two unassuming girls from undue hardship. Well then, it appears our competitors have engaged in a cordial and in-depth exchange. Now, let us prepare our contestants as I officially declare the soul duel to commence. With this proclamation, Tang Yuyu sprang into action. It was a well-acknowledged protocol to target the auxiliary soul master first in a soul duel. Her second soul skill, Spirit Guardian, was deployed. Lu Yin, however, remained unimpressed. No matter how formidable this skill might be, she was already aware of its shortcomings. Her second soul skill, Jade Cicada's Song, was unleashed. Although Lu Yin was classified as a powerful attack-type soul master, her martial spirit and soul skills leaned more towards mental assault. A mental attack? Oscar was taken aback. Soul masters who primarily cultivated mental attacks were a rarity, as the mainstream on the Douluo Continent did not focus on mental strength. Among 10, only one might succeed, and the most renowned contemporary practitioner of mental power was none other than Hulaina. This was also the reason why the martial spirit fusion technique, Enchantress, employed by the two siblings, influenced others through the five senses. Third soul skill, Dreaming of Flying Mushroom Sausage. Oscar swiftly consumed the mushroom sausage, and upon ingestion, Wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to evade Lu Yin's soul skill attack with remarkable agility. You can't hit me. Come on, try and strike me. His audacious demeanor incited a collective gasp from the audience, including Ma Hongjun. Does little Oscar not fear provoking his opponents? Ma Hongjun mused, propping his chin, his tone laced with intrigue. It was all intentional. Oscar was evidently trying to provoke the two adversaries, with two formidable attack types opposing him. Their soul skills contained only a single offensive capability. The odds appeared slim, yet in reality, he was slowly wearing them down, capitalizing on their strong endurance. Once these two attack-type soul masters exhausted their soul power, they would be akin to fish on the chopping block. Dai Mubai's explanation illuminated the understanding among the spectators. Although Tang Yuyu lacked offensive capabilities, her three soul skills were of unparalleled strength. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief, grateful for her martial spirit's evolution. Otherwise, her role as a healer might have been usurped by Tang Yuyu. Had Tang Yuyu chosen not to specialize in control, it seemed the title of top auxiliary might have changed hands. I wonder where you think you can escape to. I am well aware that your soul skill can withstand only 3 attacks. Do you believe you can evade my grasp? It would be wiser to surrender and avoid unnecessary conflict. Lu Yin chuckled, though her movements grew increasingly lethal. Chapter 128, Just Playing. Third soul skill, Lone Wolf Slashes. It is often said that a barking dog seldom bites. Qianqing had remained inconspicuous until now, but he swiftly positioned himself between Oscar and Lu Yin. Third soul skill, Spirit Sparrow's Cry. Caught between 2 third soul skills, Oscar's only means of escape was to ascend further into the air. These two were undoubtedly intent on dismantling Tang Yuyu's second soul skill, and indeed, Oscar could evade their attacks. However, based on his understanding of Tang Yuyu, she would not divulge the flaws of her soul skill without reason. Thus, only one possibility remained. Tang Yuyu had intentionally allowed her weakness to be overheard. Oscar speculated that she wished for everyone to be aware of the shortcomings of her soul skill. He understood the adage of tall trees attracting the wind. Hence he opted to refrain from overexposure, also respecting Tang Yuyu's intentions. Just as Tang Yuyu was about to instruct Oscar not to evade, as she had ulterior motives, he inadvertently froze in place, startled by the sudden onslaught, allowing himself to be struck. At that moment, Tang Yuyu comprehended why Oscar was named Oscar. It seemed this lad was quite the actor. Had she not seen the sparkle in his eyes, she might have believed he was genuinely frightened. Suddenly, she felt a surprising synergy between them. Without the need for words, they understood each other's intentions. Lu Yin and Qianqing, witnessing Oscar's bewildered expression, harbored no doubts. After all, they were both paragons of excellence, and even in this grand arena, their naivety was unexpected. This food-type soul master appeared formidable in soul skills, but lacked prowess in close combat. Auxiliary soul masters indeed had little advantage in battle. Thus evading soul skills was arguably their forte. Just one more strike, and I shall have you. Let us see how you evade this time. Do not assume that this soul skill guarantees your perpetual safety. Lu Yin scoffed, intensifying her assault. Should Oscar fall prey to both her and Qianqing's soul skills, defeat would be inevitable. Spirit Sparrow's Cry. Lone Wolf Slashes. Oscar had already made up his mind, without waiting for Tang Yuyu's command. He once again consumed the 2 attacks. Nevertheless, even if Tang Yuyu had not directed him, he knew how to execute his actions realistically while minimizing damage. Lu Yin's soul skill leaned towards mental assault, but that did not imply an absence of physical attack. If Tang Yuyu's second soul skill dissipated, it would be unable to shield him from Lu Yin's mental attack. Thus, he feigned panic and recklessly collided with Lu Yin's assault, while Qianqing positioned himself behind him, unleashing a series of third soul skills that inflicted genuine harm upon Oscar. Third soul skill, Breath of Healing. Tang Yuyu gasped in astonishment. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Although she knew Oscar well, his audacious willingness to absorb the attacks was an unequivocal display of trust. No wonder he embodied the archetype of a true genius, with innate full soul power in the food category. His intellect truly was remarkable. Tang Yuyu had not articulated her plans, yet he had already inferred them. Such cunning was almost otherworldly. However, the latter had been set, and Tang Yuyu had no time to inquire further with Oscar. The third soul skill, Breath of Healing, swiftly mended Oscar's external injuries. I possess a magnificent sausage. Tang Yuyu had not expended much soul power deploying her skills, yet Oscar had crafted several super restorative sausages, with one wielding healing capabilities and the other restoring soul power. They essentially formed an indomitable perpetual motion machine. Who could possibly contend against that? Were it not for an overwhelming disparity in soul power, even at the 30-level tier, they would have triumphed effortlessly within the competition. What? A soul skill that restores his soul power? And a healing soul skill? Lu Yin and Qianxing were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Did the initial report not state that her second soul skill was her only notable prowess? Moreover, this second soul skill had a flaw. It would dissipate after enduring 3 attacks from Soul Master. Something seemed amiss. Were they merely being used as cannon fodder? Lu Yin's expression darkened in an instant. The two of them could surmise that their opponents were formidable. Thus they had unwittingly become test subjects. Hee. What does it matter if the second soul skill has a flaw? Bring it on. Even if you strike me, I shall recover fully. Hee. Oscar cheekily made a face. Although the negative effects and injuries had vanished, the moment he was struck had indeed been quite painful. As an auxiliary soul master, he was hardly tough or resilient. Yet should the opportunity arise again, he would resolutely make the same choice. It is not appropriate to expect Tang Yuyu, a young lady, to protect herself, even if her opponent possesses control abilities. At present, Tang Yuyu's first 3 soul rings do not confer any formidable offensive soul skills. Previously, during their escape in the Douluo Forest, it was Tang Yuyu who safeguarded him, and now it is Oscar's turn to shield Tang Yuyu in return. Ma Hongjun quipped. So, am I merely the linchpin in your little play? No one seems to grasp my role. He added, indeed, it is no wonder you are a prodigy capable of cultivating to soul master at such a young age. It seems our eyes have failed us. Lu Yin maintained a serene expression, as though nothing in this world could stir her emotions. However, if one overlooks the momentary astonishment on her face when Oscar fully recovered, it would lend more credence to her calm demeanor. Flattery, she replied. During such moments, their two parties found leisure to engage in banter, primarily because both had expended considerable energy using their third soul skills. Initially, they intended to chat as a means of stalling, but Tang Yuyu found the cooldown of her second soul skill diminishing rapidly. This created a perpetual cycle of tension, unbeknownst to the two of them. Now, it was time for the sister to get serious. Despite the lingering haze of uncertainty surrounding their organization, which viewed them as mere pawns, Lu Yin was determined to secure victory in this match. Like the previous Meteor team, they had staked their entire fortunes on this gamble. A defeat would mean the dissolution of their hard-earned achievements. Come on, who fears you two? Oscar smirked, glancing at Tang Yuyu, who nodded in affirmation. A surge of energy coursed through him as his heart raced beneath his chest. She understood his intent, that their seemingly aimless discussions were merely a diversion. Although this was their second battle together, an unprecedented synergy blossomed between them, enchanting Oscar. Second soul skill, Elven Blessing. Just as the Liuowu duo prepared to strike, they were suddenly taken aback. Wasn't there a restriction on the second soul skill? After 3 uses by a soul master, it should automatically fade, allowing for genuine damage. The reason for their disorientation became evident. Despite their auxiliary soul skills, they could certainly outmatch any combination of soul masters below level 30. Lu Yin felt disheartened. Was this not akin to treating them like mere pets? Even if they were to exhaust themselves, victory seemed elusive. Chapter 129. Who can compete with you two? Lu Yin halted, and Qianxing refrained from making any rash movements. Even the audience began to sense the underlying tension. Were they actually throwing the match? After a full circuit, Oscar and his companion remained vibrant, while the Liuowu duo, nearing their 4th ring, appeared decidedly off-kilter. Boss Dai, do you think Oscar is being foolish? He usually escapes with remarkable speed. After all, his third soul skill grants him the swiftness of the phoenix-tailed snake. Ma Hongjun's incredulous expression amused Xiaowu. What is so surprising? I reckon it's Oscar's first real combat experience, and he is utterly stunned. Dai Mubai initially thought Ma Hongjun was already quite dense, but Xiaowu's remarks rendered him speechless. Was Xiaowu truly nothing more than a mere accessory to Tang San? How had she managed to become a 100,000-year-old beast with such a mindset? Meanwhile, ZG exuded an aura of aloof intelligence, appearing quite unlike any soul beast in their circle. Dai Mubai shook his head, opting against further explanation. However, he couldn't help but wonder whether Oscar's intentions towards Tang Yuyu were to feign weakness in hopes of garnering sympathy to pursue her, or if there were other motivations at play. Having spent considerable time with Oscar, he was well aware of his affections, which had lingered since their time in the Douluo Forest. Now, Oscar was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. This was truly a heart laid bare for all to see. It was merely a matter of how Tang Yuyu would choose to respond. Yet, the intricacies of this situation eluded him. The Shrek 7 Devils now numbered 10, with Tang San ousted from the group. Additionally, the originally intended pairing of Ning Rongrong and Oscar had been disrupted by Oscar's early encounter with Tang Yuyu and Ning Rongrong's prior meeting with Tang Yu, resulting in a rather unique love quadrangle. As Dai Mubai's gaze returned to the grand battle arena, he witnessed a shocking scene. "Referee, we concede." Lu Yin declared her surrender, and after uttering those words, she hastily departed the arena with Qian Qing, casting a fierce glare back at Oscar before leaving. "What? Is it over already?" Oscar scratched his head, having mentally prepared for a protracted battle. The sudden announcement of their opponent's concession left him feeling somewhat awkward. Lu Yin turned and shot him an infuriated look. "Compete all you want. Who can rival you two?" Their soul skills intertwined seamlessly like an endless machine, making it impossible for anyone to counter. Did they not realize their situation? The referee, disappointed, had hoped for a lengthy match to enjoy. "Now, I declare the Tongxi combination victorious." It was unexpected that they had triumphed over the seasoned Liuhua team, a testament to the emergence of new talent. The referee's further remarks went unnoticed by Oscar, whose focus was solely on his own hand. As Tang Yuyu exhibited impatience with the formalities, she seized Oscar's hand, leading him swiftly away from the competition grounds. Her delicate and fair hand elicited a rush of exhilaration within him, causing his heart to race in tandem with his pulse. Upon squeezing her hand once more, Tang Yuyu turned to look at Oscar, who felt a surge of vulnerability. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, he felt as if he were a boiled shrimp, flushed with heat. "Xiaowao, I never expected we would have such synergy. This could be deemed our second time fighting side by side," she noted. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, reflecting the stars and revealing Oscar's silhouette within them. Truly beautiful. This was Oscar's first experience of seeing himself mirrored in another's eyes. He felt entranced, akin to drinking a bowl of ice water on a sweltering summer day, refreshing yet leaving him yearning for more. He took the initiative, grasping Tang Yuyu's hand, guiding her away from the grand arena without a backward glance. "Indeed, this is my first time facing such a battle in my role as a support type. It's quite exhilarating. Regardless, you have no other matches tonight, and this place is rather chaotic, so let us celebrate together." Tanio pauset momentia, then allowed Oscar to lead her away. She was not fond of the atmosphere in the battle arena, feeling uncomfortable amidst the chaotic mix of individuals. And seeing Oscar's flushed excitement, she did not wish to dampen his spirits. Thus, she offered her apologies to the 10 or so others still in the waiting room. As her stomach had begun to grumble. "All right, I wonder why those two hadn't sought us out. Turns out they were hiding here to indulge in food." Ning Rongrong approached, ready to reprimand Oscar. "Don't think I haven't noticed Oscar's intentions. I'm fully aware and wholeheartedly support the pairing of Oscar and Tang Yuyu." Her sentiments mirrored those she harbored for Tang Yu. As the daughter of a grand clan, she understood that Tang Yu might be one of the candidates selected by the Haotian clan for Tang Yuyu's future spouse. However, since the two had always acted as siblings, if Oscar were to win Tang Yuyu's heart, she could also pursue Tang Yu. With this thought, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of joy as Oscar whisked Tang Yuyu away. She unabashedly seated herself beside Tang Yuyu, indulging in the delightful treats laid before them. The roadside delicacies here leave much to be desired. Next time, I shall take you all to my hometown, Qibao City, where a plethora of delectable treats awaits. Ning Rongrong, with her cheeks still stuffed, resembles an adorable little hamster, while Tang Yu casts a resigned glance at Tang Yuyu, sensing that some passive habits have inadvertently rubbed off on her since she has been in Ning Rongrong's company. Once a paragon of etiquette, the refined young lady from Tianjin now exhibits a certain carefree demeanor. This new perspective is rather pleasing, Tang Yu mused as he settled beside Oscar, quietly enjoying skewers. He had intended to step out to see why Tang Yuyu had not yet emerged, only to find that Ning Rongrong had also insisted on joining him in the search. "Oscar, have you forgotten? We have a duet match coming up soon," Tang Yu remarked with a hint of melancholy after finishing his food. Oscar's expression faltered, as if he had indeed forgotten. Upon seeing Tang Yuyu, his thoughts had wandered, irresistibly drawn to the idea of a leisurely stroll with her. Eventually, he found himself at this barbecue stall, completely oblivious to the impending match. Tang Yuyu, exasperated, thought, "Is this a deliberate strategy to win one and lose one? Well, this is my first time participating in the Soul Arena competition, and I was a bit too excited to resist celebrating a little. Besides, it was quite noisy inside the Grand Soul Arena, so we decided to grab a bite outside," Oscar said, his face tinged with embarrassment as he glanced at Tang Yu, who had inadvertently been left behind. Chapter 130, Xiao Wu, just a sneaky glimpse at Brother San. It must be said that Tang Yuyu's chaotic approach to team formation has significantly enhanced the camaraderie among the members. In any case, everyone has engaged in duos within the team. Among them, the couple Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exhibit the highest level of synergy. Although their relationship is not yet officially confirmed, it is evident that they are on the cusp of doing so. Following them are the intellectually compatible duo of Tang Yuyu and Oscar, who could discern each other's intentions with just a glance or a gesture. Behind them are Tang Yu and Ning Rongrong, whose compatibility is evidently one-sided. While Tang Yu comprehends Ning Rongrong's actions, she struggles to align with his intentions. However, if Tang Yu were to take the lead, their synergy would be remarkably high, primarily due to her willingness to heed his guidance. After a fortnight of single and duo battles, Tang Yuyu and the others prepared for team combat. That evening, within the confines of the Rose Hotel, several female students from Shrek Academy shared a room. ZG, after all this time, you still remain so bashful. I thought your demeanor would be as aloof as Zhuqing's. Ning Rongrong ethkleimet, laukter bubbling fort. You still cover up when bathing. We're all girls here, so what is there to be shy about? Just look at Zhuqing, who has grown accustomed to it. Ning Rongrong, having not been entirely molded by Flender's discipline, retains her innate whimsicality, now tinged with a newfound sincerity. She playfully teased ZG, who was ensconced in the depths of her own insecurities, prompting Tang Yu to swiftly exit the hot spring and dress. Had she continued to frolic with Ning Rongrong, they could have spent the evening splashing in the water. Casting a backward glance at ZG, who was huddled in the corner, she shook her head, thinking, a friend in need is a friend indeed. The best strategy is to retreat. Exchanging glances with Zhu Zhuqing, they exited the bathing area, while ZG's icy countenance cracked slightly, though she would never voluntarily seek assistance for such trivial matters. Initially, she had agreed to bathe with Ning Rongrong and the others to conceal her uniqueness, only to find herself inadvertently digging her own grave. Ning Rongrong relished witnessing ZG's typically frigid demeanor yield to a hint of helplessness, reminiscent of Tang Yu's exasperation at her antics. ZG, so, am I merely a cog in your play? Xiao Wu sat on the windowsill of the hotel room, her expression heavy with contemplation. Her rabbit ears drooped as she propped her chin with her hand, gazing pensively at the bright moon outside. Xiao Wu, the night has deepened. Take care not to catch a chill, Zhu Zhuqing advised, accustomed to Xiao Wu's quirks but still offering a gentle reminder. Soul masters do not fall ill so easily, she added, merely attempting to redirect Xiao Wu's attention. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang Yuyu before leaping down from the windowsill. Yuyu, have you received any news from San? It's been over half a month now. At this point, Xiao Wu hesitated, shyly fiddling with her fingers. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, I miss him a bit. Tang Yuyu was utterly speechless, thinking, is this the moment she decides to pursue him? A love-struck bunny should perhaps consider becoming a soul ring. If you miss him, then why not seek him out? She replied, her tone dismissive due to her own internal conflict. However, to Xiao Wu, this was the most sincere suggestion Tang Yuyu could offer. Should I truly go see him? The soul masters in the capital of the Tiando Empire must be formidable, perhaps even housing titled Douluos. Xiao Wu's initial excitement deflated as Tang Yuyu's words sank in. Yet, she remained undeterred, moving closer to Tang Yuyu, still probing for news about Tiando City. Are the soul masters there truly powerful? Does the soul master, known as Haotian Hammer, surpass the abilities of our academy's instructors? As a soul beast, Xiao Wu naturally harbored concerns about revealing her true form as a 100,000-year soul beast, yet her apprehensive demeanor failed to elicit sympathy from Tang Yuyu. He is taught by a soul Douluo on the cusp of becoming a titled Douluo. However, if you were thinking of Tang San, you could always sneak a glance at him. Nothing would come of it. Tang Yuyu's words served as a soothing balm for Xiao Wu's wavering heart, effectively quelling her indecision. In Tang Yuyu's view, Xiao Wu had likely already arrived at her own conclusion. She merely sought affirmation. Since joining Shrek Academy, whenever conflict arose between her and Tang San, Xiao Wu had consistently chosen to play the mediator, acting as if nothing had transpired. Her ambivalent stance made one wonder if Tang San's allure was truly so intoxicating. Very well, let's see if she opts to tread the same path once more. Regardless of Tang San's actions, Xiao Wu would offer unwavering support. Akin to the most primal instincts of the animal kingdom, Xiao Wu had effectively become Tang San's pet, with her entire world revolving around him. Whether he was right or wrong, she would stand by him, transforming a 100,000-year soul beast into nothing more than an accessory. It is truly lamentable. Although they have shared 6 years together, The bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San appears to be inextricably complicated. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuyu felt resolute, determined to extricate Xiao Wu from this entanglement. In that moment, she made a decision regarding Xiao Wu's fate, vowing not to show her any leniency moving forward. If sacrifices were to be made for Tang San in the future, they would be executed according to the terms of fate's equal contract. Yuyu, I will go to Tindo City, and once I confirm that San is safe and sound, I shall return, Xiao Wu declared, her rabbit ears perked up with renewed enthusiasm. Tang Yuyu turned away, no longer wishing to look at her. Their fates had diverged, and no amount of words could alter that. You may go. The road ahead is long, so take care of yourself. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the swiftness with which they had decided Xiao Wu's journey to Tindo City. She considered the situation from another perspective. If Dai Mubai were to be separated from her, would she pursue him recklessly? Perhaps. But Zhu Zhuqing believed that Tang San was not a benevolent character. For Xiao Wu, this might not be a fortuitous destiny. Tang Yuyu's expression was far from joyful. Xiao Wu seemed utterly oblivious to whether her emotional intelligence was lacking or if she simply irritated those around her, as Tang Yuyu's countenance had soured considerably. Zhu Zhuqing chose to remain silent, lamenting, if a man were to jeopardize several years of sisterhood in Changsha, I would never condone it. She felt a twinge of envy towards Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu for having spent 6 years together, yet she believed that Xiao Wu was not worthy of such affection. If only Tang Yuyu had joined Shrek Academy from the start, their bond could have been even closer. Zhu Zhuqing, bound by the customs of her family, maintained a certain distance from her sisters. However, 6 years ago, during the escape from the Nudo forest, she encountered Tang Yuyu, and the journey back to Shrek Academy became one of the most liberating periods of her life. She never forgot that time, despite being merely 6 years old. She vividly remembered how Tang Yuyu shared in her joys and sorrows. In Chapter 131, The Youth's Rise to Fame, Xiao Wu departed abruptly, leaving in the dead of night, right after Tang Yuyu offered her words of encouragement. Perhaps she was afraid of Ziji, or perhaps had it not been for the looming presence of Ziji, she would have fled much earlier. Tang Yuyu had come to terms with it. It was as if 6 years of companionship had been wasted, especially since her bond with Xiao Wu's martial soul fusion technique was now rendered useless. To triumph over the golden generation of the Spear Hall, she needed to devise her own strategies, perhaps experimenting with the fusion of rings and multi-entity martial soul fusion techniques. Although it sounded straightforward, achieving both was no trivial task. The following evening, several members of Shrek Academy arrived at the Grand Soul Arena to register for the soul fighting competition, this time entering a team battle. All right, little ones, I shall fetch the information on your opponents. You may wait in the lounge. Dean Flender adjusted his glasses, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He was not merely retrieving data on their competitors. He was clearly planning to place bets at the gambling house. Tang Yuyu saw through his intentions, but, lacking any need for such frivolous expenditures, chose not to indulge in gambling. Understood, Dean. The others, though aware of the unspoken truth, turned and made their way to Shrek Academy's exclusive lounge, which was available for hire. Since Shrek Academy would be participating in the Grand Soul Arena for several months, Flender had reluctantly reserved this lounge for their comfort. Though the expense was considerable, he would quickly recoup it through their participation in the tournament. After half a month of competition in Soto City, the members of Shrek Academy had indeed begun to make a name for themselves. This time, they did not don any masks to conceal their identities. There was nothing to hide, as their martial souls and team were recognizable enough. It was a futile endeavor to cloak the obvious. If any major forces took notice, they would inevitably uncover the truth. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was unmistakably identifiable, clearly marking them as descendants of the upper 3 sections. Take a look. Here are the details of your opponents. This team, known as the Rampant Warriors, is a long-standing soul master combination in Soto City's Grand Soul Arena. Flender's expression grew slightly urgent, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. After relaying this information, he instructed Zhao Wujia to keep an eye on the children and departed hastily. What is going on with the dean? He seems as if he's being chased by a dog. Ma Hongjun was puzzled. Flender only exhibited such urgency when fleeing danger. What pressing matter could possibly have him in such a state? Tang Yuyu furrowed her brow, observing Flender's retreating figure. It was rare for anything to affect him so deeply. One could speculate it was either financial matters, issues involving Lu Erlong, or perhaps concerns regarding Shrek, the culmination of his efforts. Shrek Academy was likely in no trouble. They'd earned a fair amount recently. Thus, it was probably related to Lu Erlong. It could also be that Shrek Academy was facing exclusion from the Barak Kingdom. After all, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had previously mentioned that the Barak Kingdom sought to utilize Shrek for its own purposes. Flinder's refusal had resulted in the revocation of Shrek Academy's qualification. Never mind, this is not the time for us to worry. Let us focus on winning this team battle first. Then we can concern ourselves with Dean Flinder. Dai Mubai's words resonated with Tang Yuyu. There were priorities at play. This was their inaugural battle as a team, and they could not afford to surrender easily. Furthermore, Dai Mubai was a seasoned adult with over 70 levels of soul power. If he could not resolve an issue, there was little they could do, no matter how anxious they felt. Let us take a look at the opponent's data. Tang Yuyu was acutely aware that as this was their first match, the rampant warriors would be unfamiliar with them. I didn't expect there to be a supporting spirit master with an abacus martial soul among them. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. As someone known as the premier supporting spirit master of the continent, she had a profound understanding of supporting martial souls. However, upon seeing the abacus martial soul, her expression grew serious. What is wrong, Rongrong? Dai Mubai detected nothing amiss, recalling that in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong had only shown concern for the Joshin Haitang spirit master within the later Imperial battle team. Was there something off about this abacus martial soul? Or was it that the wings of a butterfly had grown too large, leading Ning Rongrong to deviate from the original storyline? Dai Mubai discreetly glanced at Tang Yuyu, unaware that the aloof Ziji had taken in everything from her position, arms crossed, not participating in the discussion. Ziji found Dai Mubai peculiar, as if he held some hidden knowledge. He had shown her great respect when she first arrived at Shrek Academy, as if he recognized her exceptional nature. Moreover, the complexity of his gaze towards Tang Yuyu puzzled her. She could not comprehend why the Silver Dragon King would send Tang Yuyu to the human realm. After all, she was an imperial beast. Her time spent with the members of Shrek Academy had not alleviated her distrust of humans. Though she admitted a few human girls had piqued her interest, she resolved to keep a close watch on Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong bit her lip. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she had to face the truth. I've never heard of this abacus supporting martial soul. As 7 treasure glazed tile masters, we conduct extensive research on supporting martial souls. The fact that she had never encountered this martial soul before suggested it was either extraordinarily powerful or a newly emerged one. Either way, it warranted caution. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation and noting her slightly embarrassed demeanor, Dai Mubai began to understand. It seemed that the lack of preparation had left her unaware of whether the abacus martial soul was indeed a new phenomenon. Ning Rongrong felt a bit shy. As the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's leader, she prided herself on her exceptional talent and capabilities. However, mastering the detailed analysis of supporting martial souls, which was standard for inner disciples, had proven to be a challenge, indicating she needed to dedicate herself to her studies. Tang Yuyu understood the essence of the abacus martial soul and its techniques intimately. However, she opted to keep her knowledge to herself and offered reassurance to Ning Rongrong. It's all right. With you here, I believe the evolution into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda will only enhance the martial soul's capabilities. This comforting remark visibly lifted Ning Rongrong's spirits, reflecting her genuine integration into the team. The young lady, conscious of her pride, naturally could not expose her ignorance. Her bashful demeanor elicited a flicker of amusement in Tang Yuyu's eyes. She had initially perceived her as a delicate young lady, but the more they interacted, the more she realized that Ning Rongrong was merely a spoiled girl, headstrong, yet not lacking in character. In Chapter 132, A Little Trouble, as Dai Mubai and the others had reached the 4th ring of Soul Masters, they were separated from the team. Based on each individual's soul power, they formed 3 distinct teams. A 7-member combination excluding the 2 Soul Masters, a team led by Qinxiang and Ning Rongrong to battle against the Soul Master team. And finally, a team composed entirely of Shrek members. Even if the Royal Battle Team were to arrive, they might not necessarily prevail against the formidable configuration of Shrek Academy. Perhaps it is the effect of that Millennium Water-type elixir that has significantly enhanced by Qinxiang's prowess, causing Dean Flander to suspect she has been practicing some unorthodox methods. This observation underscores the notion that the products from the Yi Luo Li dimension are decidedly superior to the divine herbs found on Douluo Continent. It is likely that the recent display of strength by the members of Shrek Academy has dissuaded the captain of the Mad Battle Team, Guangxi, from bringing along the Spider Spirit Master to provoke them. How shall they engage in battle? Although Dai Mubai need not take to the field himself, he remains invested due to his familial ties, and the affectionate interactions between him and Zhu Zhuqing over the past fortnight have been evident to all. Their relationship has entered an increasingly ambiguous phase, which is quite agreeable. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing's pairing with the fickle Dai Mubai was somewhat irksome. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remarks, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward Tang Yuyu, with Ziji also focusing her attention on her. As for tactics, Tang Yuyu contemplated for a moment and deemed them unnecessary. If this were the original Shrek Academy, indeed, strategic considerations would be paramount. However, now that everyone has consumed divine herbs, their levels exceed those of the royal battle team with ease. The only one lagging behind is by Chunxiang, who, even if unable to secure victory, can certainly make a swift retreat. It appears that the narrative has twisted to this extent, and Tang Yuyu regained her focus. I believe that against this mad battle team, we need not employ tactics. Over the past month, our collaborative efforts have undoubtedly reached a point where we can test our team's synergy. Let us witness the fruits of our chaotic team formations over these past weeks. Though Ziji and Dai Laohu will not be participating, they too must remain prepared. Once our team combat has matured, we shall embark on the challenge of the level 40 team soul battle competition. Dai Mubai nodded with a smile, feeling entirely confident. With Xiao Wu's departure, only 9 members remain, allowing any combination of 7 to engage in the dual soul arena for scoring. Such arrangements are indeed ideal, as they enable collective advancement. Please prepare the Divine Team and the Mad Battle Team to enter the Grand Soul Battle Arena. The announcement echoed, and the members, brimming with enthusiasm, made their way to the competition venue. Upon entering, the members of Shrek Academy encountered those from the Mad Battle Team, and sparks of rivalry ignited in their eyes. The Divine Team. Quite intriguing. Let me see just how remarkable this renowned assembly of young prodigies truly is, the captain of the Mad Battle Team boasted. Though internally he grappled with uncertainty. 1-7 Treasures Glazed Tile Master was already a considerable challenge for their team, let alone the series of talented youths, each backed by formidable forces. Tang Yuyu's exceptional performance had not gone unnoticed, and had she not firmly committed to the path of a control-type Spirit Master, many might have speculated that the leading support role was shifting. As long as her second soul skill continued to refresh, she would stand invincible. For this ability benefits not only her allies, but also applies to her adversaries. In a sense, despite its flaws, it could be deemed an absolute defense, as it renders them untouchable. Let us await the spectacle. Tang Yuyu did not spare a glance at the captain of the Mad Battle Team, but left behind those words as she departed with her comrades from Shrek Academy. Guangxi, seething with rage, felt utterly disrespected. Despite his anger, he was powerless, uncertain if they could even secure a win against Shrek Academy, which had already humbled the Lu Yin Guild on 2 occasions. He naturally could not provoke them further. He would have to swallow his bitterness, yet before the match commenced, he placed a bet on the Divine Team to win. Setting aside the possibility of defeat, even a victory would require consideration of the colossal forces backing them. A group of adolescents gathered here for training could not possibly be merely the product of a single affluent family as Cultivation. Their youthful appearances belied their immense potential, promising greatness beyond measure. Each member was a vital cog. The movement of one could affect the entire assembly. A 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was already a formidable opponent, not to mention the presence of a boy with a possibly mutated Haotian Hammer spirit. The Haotian sect had emerged from its seclusion, and the tumultuous events caused by Tang Chun at the Spirit Hall were well known, making them a force to reckon with. As both sides prepared to unleash their spirit abilities, the announcement rang out. Now, I declare the match to begin. The members of the Mad Battle Team possessed soul power levels exceeding 30, yet in comparison to Shrek Academy, their average was still somewhat lacking. Though this was their first team soul battle, the chaotic formations from the previous half-month had yielded substantial results. They were well acquainted with each member's combat characteristics and spirit skill outputs, facilitating more precise positioning during the team fight. Compared to the Spider Spirit Master from the Mad Battle Team, who controlled the battlefield with her webs, Tang Yuyu's role as a control-type Spirit Master seemed almost superficial. Tang Yuyu continuously sought solutions to this shortcoming. If she could not exert control over the entire team, her identity as a control-type Spirit Master would indeed be somewhat misleading. Despite her earlier bravado during the Shrek Academy entrance examination, she understood that the primary responsibility of control-type Spirit Master was to manage the entire team. Yet, her spirit rings had been independently condensed, leaving her with a lingering sense of missed opportunities in that regard. Oscar, Flying Mushroom Sausage for Tang Yu. Oscar was the member of the Divine Team with the most synergy with Tang Yuyu. Here comes the Flying Mushroom Sausage. Without hesitation, Tang Yu consumed the mushroom sausage, gaining the ability to fly. 9 Treasures Glazed Tile. The 9 treasures are renowned. The first is speed, the second is power. Ning Rong Rong, in perfect harmony with Tang Yu, amplified his speed and strength while under Oscar's third soul skill enhancement. Chapter 133, Perfect Coordination. With the augmentation from 2 support spirit masters, Tang Yu now moved with the swiftness of a soul king. Zhu Qing harassed them, primarily targeting the control-type spirit master. Ma Hongjun and Xiang Xiang will disrupt Guangxi from the air. Xiao Ao will take Rong Rong to safety. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yu issued multiple commands, and everyone acted on instinct rather than thought. The Mad Battle Team reacted swiftly, with their captain launching the first attack. Third soul skill, Guangxi Charge. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Second soul skill, Water as the highest good. Bai Qinxiang's second soul skill resembled the Water King's Water Tornado, perhaps influenced by that Millennium Water-type elixir. Moreover, her spirit had seemingly evolved into a bird of water attributes, creating a peculiar synergy with Ma Hongjun. Following Tang Yu's commands, they directed their assaults against the captain of the Mad Battle Team. 9 treasures glazed tile. The 9 treasures are renowned. The first is speed, the second is power, the third is soul. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tile shone brilliantly as she utilized her distraction control index to assist 3 members, augmenting Ma Hongjun's soul power and enhancing Zhu Zhuqing's speed and strength. Apologies, Rong, Oscar exclaimed after consuming the mushroom sausage created by his third soul skill, as he took hold of Ning Rongrong's arm and lifted her into the air. Second soul skill, Elven Blessing. Tang Yu directly placed her shield upon Ning Rongrong, thereby offering protection to both support characters simultaneously, as Ning Rongrong stood in front of Oscar. The third soul skill, Web Entanglement, was unleashed. The female spider soul master began to exert her strength, her brow furrowing in displeasure. She anticipated a disparity, yet was taken aback by the overwhelming counter against her. Before she could linger in her frown, Zhu Zhuqing's attack struck her face. Ghostly thrust. As a speed-oriented attack-type soul master, her swiftness was further enhanced, and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was only a level or 2 beneath that of the female spider soul master. What? The spider soul master quickly sidestepped Zhu Zhuqing's assault, severing her connection to every member she had previously ensnared with her webs. Realizing her strike had failed, Zhu Zhuqing retreated, fully aware of Tang Yu's intent to distract this control-type soul master, causing her to falter in her oversight of her teammates. Tang Yu had initiated his soul skill earlier, and now he finally seized an opportune moment to strike. Third soul skill, Winter Pursuit. His martial soul, the Ring of Ice and Rock Hammer, earned its name for a reason. It truly returned to him as a level 37 attack-type soul master, bolstered by both strength and speed. The female spider soul master was unable to re-establish her control over her allies in time. Curse be this. Such consecutive blows had thoroughly disrupted the battle rhythm for the female soul master. She was indeed quick to evade. Alas, Dai Mubai shook his head. Having teamed up with Tang Yu before, he understood the peculiar characteristics of his martial soul. Under such a bizarre assault, at times it was better not to evade at all, for although it resembled a hammer, its attack methods were more akin to that of a dart, and a heavy one at that. What? The auxiliary soul master was knocked off the stage. The members of the frenzied battle team were momentarily stunned. How could this happen? It turned out that the hammer the female soul master dodged struck a teammate who would otherwise have been unharmed. Unfortunately for her, the martial soul was aptly named the returning hammer, and Tang Yu's suggestion for Oscar to provide Tang Yu with a mushroom sausage was precisely for this reason. The extraordinary speed allowed him to rapidly change his position, thereby accurately striking the auxiliary soul master as his martial soul returned. Tang Yu and Tang Yu had been partners for 6 years. This tactic had ensnared countless opponents, even causing Tang San to suffer. It was a strategy that never failed. Infuriated, the female spider soul master glared coldly, and regardless of her internal fury, the outcome of this match was already sealed. They were destined to lose a 7-on-7 confrontation, especially now that they had lost the support of the Rui Plate. Aside from the captain of the frenzied battle team and the female spider soul master, the other 4 B soul masters could indeed launch attacks. However, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, who harassed the female spider soul master on the ground, the rest had taken to the air, rendering them ineffective. After Zhu Zhuqing finished her assault, she consumed the mushroom sausage provided by Oscar before ascending once more. In this aerial confrontation, Oscar's soul skill consumption was the most severe, yet under the enhancement of the 9 treasures glazed tower, it was not too critical. First soul skill, Echoing Chime. Seizing the opportunity while the female spider was still recovering, she swiftly cast her control soul skill. Tang Yu's first soul skill possessed high operability. Within the same rank, It could immobilize her opponent for 3 seconds, ample time for her teammates to unleash a soul skill. Third soul skill, Winter Pursuit. Once again, Tang Yu capitalized on the opportunity. His martial soul was exceptionally suited for ranged attacks, particularly those of considerable damage. His hammer differed greatly in appearance from the Haotian Hammer, which had a handle. This hammer featured a circular handle with a hollow center, giving rise to its name, the returning hammer. Phoenix's Roar. Ma'on Wijun hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. He was quite familiar with this soul skill, having seen it previously executed by Tang Yu in the Great Forest. In recent days, he had teamed up with her, yet she typically relied solely on her second soul skill from start to finish, using her first skill sparingly, often only when injured. The sudden deployment of this skill caught him off guard, and even his teammates had not witnessed it before, leaving the opponents bewildered. Thus, the female spider soul master endured this blow, and thereafter, there was nothing more. She was already sent off the stage. In less than a minute, they had eliminated one auxiliary and the core control soul master of the opposing team. The frenzied Rhino gritted his teeth, though the match was not over. He already felt the sting of humiliation, realizing that his earlier bravado was now backfiring spectacularly. With the gaze of the Shrek team fixed upon him, he felt a burning sensation on his face. How could they continue? 5 against 7. Despite the opposing team having 2 auxiliary soul masters and a high-level soul master over 20. But could these monsters be compared to ordinary individuals? He suddenly lowered his head and raised his hand. Judge, we concede. Upon this declaration, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. Although the performances of the various small teams in the Shunwang battle team were captivating, no one expected them to achieve victory in their first team battle. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, a tribute from ordinary folk to the geniuses, as they seemed to glimpse the shadows of the future strongest in the Douluo Continent through these few individuals on the stage. Chapter 134. Tang San's Blacksmithing Routine. After securing victory in this soul battle, Tang Yu and her companions were elated but not overly complacent, for their soul ring configurations and soul power indeed overshadowed that of the frenzied battle team. If they could not win under such circumstances, they might as well return home to farm. In the time that followed, Tang Yu and her team planned to continue engaging in soul master-level team battles. Meanwhile, in the Leaf family of Tiando City, Tang San was once again toiling away at the forge, reminiscent of his childhood. The loss of the blue-silver grass martial soul meant he could no longer undergo a second awakening. Thus, his appearance would remain fixed in this manner. Days of blacksmithing had noticeably darkened his skin, rendering it a distinct bronze hue. Anyone who saw him might not even recognize him as Tang San. Third young master, your hammering technique grows increasingly proficient. No wonder grandfather says I am still somewhat lacking in talent compared to you. Tai Long, having become Tang San's loyal follower, received considerable attention from Titan, who even allowed his only grandson to be at Tang San's beck and call. Elder Titan, you flatter me. I've been practicing since childhood, so my hands are quite adept. Tai Long felt a twinge of discomfort. He too had trained since childhood, yet Tang San's words seemed laden with sarcasm. Nevertheless, he skillfully shifted the topic. I heard that the Royal Academy of Tiando is seeking male and female students for enrollment. Are you considering applying? It is the premier institution for cultivating soul masters in the entire Tiando Empire. Such a prestigious soul master academy could only be rivaled by the 5 great elemental schools. It only admitted nobles. Of course, exceptional commoners were exceptions. In Douluo Continent, possessing a powerful martial soul talent equated to being a noble. Tang San merely smiled in response. He was not particularly fond of such aristocratic institutions as the Tiando Royal Academy. Besides, Yu Xiaojing had recently been running around for him regarding school matters, since he could not rely on those within Shrek Academy. He needed to seek out a team that suited him. The pinnacle of an individual, the perfection of a team. That was the lesson imparted to him by Yu Xiaojing. Tai Long, I do not intend to consider enrollment at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, your Blue Tyrant Academy sounds quite promising. My teacher inquired about it a few days ago. Tai Long was taken aback that Tang San would forsake superior resources in favor of a school that only accepted commoners. Talon does not wish to attend the Tiando Royal Academy? Certainly not. If the Li family were not endowed with some skill, they would likely face oppression akin to that of the Min family, struggling to even secure a meal. Thus, under the various pressures and the looming threat of the Spear Hall, how could the Tiando Royal Academy possibly recruit descendants of the Li family? As for the Lamba Academy, it stands as the formidable backing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, although the institution's strength is somewhat average. The fierce and unyielding nature of Lu Erlong ensures that she does not shy away from confrontation. The rationale of the reasonable fears the unruly, and the unruly fears the reckless. Lu Erlong belongs to the latter category. Ah, if the third young master were to join us, then Lamba Academy would indeed have a leader, and it would not be long before the Spirit Hall organizes a grand elite soul master competition across the continent. At that point, Lamba Academy would also be able to participate. Given my current capabilities, I could actually graduate now. But Dean Lu intends to retain me in preparation for this competition. Should we gain another third young master, our chances of victory would significantly increase. For the students from the 5 elemental academies are no mere pushovers. Talon was taken aback by Tang San's decision not to choose the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet he found it agreeable. At least with Tang San at Lu Erlong's academy, they would gain another mainstay. The Grand Elite Soul Master Competition across the continent? Tang San repeated, having heard this term from Yu Xiaojiang. It seemed indeed to be a momentous occasion. An event capable of garnering the Spirit Hall's leadership alongside 2 great empires must surely attract the creme de la creme of talent. Precisely. Moreover, with the Spirit Hall at the helm, there would undoubtedly be substantial rewards, for the Soul Masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall are the elite of the continent. Their prizes would certainly be impressive. After hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. However, the immediate priority was to gather new allies and form a new team. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Given that Tang Yu, like himself, follows a control-type path, it was destined that they would vie for control within the team. With Shrek Academy no longer an option, their gaze must now shift to Lamba Academy. Little San, while Tang San was engaged in conversation with Talon, a familiar middle-aged voice suddenly interrupted him. He turned to see his teacher, the flat-headed brother. Yu Xiaojiang looked at his cherished disciple with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Although Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had been rendered obsolete, Yu Xiaojiang still held deep admiration for him. Originally, the blue-silver grass martial soul was merely a transitional conduit for Tang San's Haotian Hammer martial soul to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Yu Xiaojiang had not invested much effort in developing the blue-silver grass's potential. Prior to Tang San becoming his disciple, he had remarked, "Blue-silver grass is a plant of resilient life force, ubiquitous across the Douluo Continent." This statement indicated Yu Xiaojiang's awareness of the blue-silver grass's greatest attribute, its vitality. Yet, he still encouraged Tang San to steadfastly pursue the control-type path, a testament to his strategic intent. In a team, the control-type soul master is paramount, akin to a commander. Yu Xiaojiang wished for Tang San to achieve fame, and to do so, he must position him in the most conspicuous and attention-grabbing role. Had Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul not undergone a second evolution in the original narrative, it may well have remained a useless martial soul, even if cultivated to its utmost potential. In the original story, after the second awakening of the blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San absorbed a piece of a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's leg bone. At that time, the soul skills and soul bone abilities he acquired were the blue-silver overlord spear, flight, and wildfire revival. These 3 abilities in no way connected with the blue-silver grass's twisting characteristics, let alone the innate domain of all-encompassing. Teacher, Tang San jogged up to the flat-headed brother, his respectful demeanor filling Yu Xiaojiang with pride. Even the son of the Haotian Douluo showed him deference and courtesy. This brought him a secret sense of delight, perhaps stemming from his own inadequacies and strength compared to the former saintess of the Spirit Hall, leading to different emotional entanglements. Yu Xiaojiang had always admired Tang Hao, who could kick Qin Xuanji and punch the Pope for having accomplished what he himself had aspired to achieve, but could not. Tang Hao, however, had little reaction to his fervent admirer, instead creating discomfort for Tang Yu. After all, he was Tang San's teacher. Chapter 135. You are all I have left. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang was quite pleased with the sight of Tang San's respectful demeanor, as it felt as though he could snatch away the son of Tang Hao, the dual martial soul wielder, despite Tang Hao's indifference towards him. One day, he would cultivate Tang San into a talent, and those who looked down upon him would realize what they had missed. With this thought, Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San with a fervor and obsession that suggested he was on the verge of fulfilling his long-held wishes. Little San, rest assured, I have arranged everything at the academy for you. The dean of Lamba Academy is an old friend of mine, and upon hearing of your talent, he has graciously decided to accept you into the academy. Moreover, you will even be appointed as the captain for the elite soul master competition across the continent in 2 years. Tang San was overjoyed. Captain, that meant absolute control over the entire team. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This time, he would ensure that he firmly held the reins of this team. Thank you, teacher. Though Tang San was aware of Yu Xiaojiang's ulterior motives, their goals aligned, and Yu Xiaojiang genuinely wished for him to excel. Thus, he would never allow Tang Yuyu's words to distance him from Yu Xiaojiang. Young Master. A young girl is waiting outside, claiming to be looking for young Master Tang San. She says her name is Xiao Wu, and she is the third young Master's sister. Just as the teacher and disciple were gazing at each other, a guard intruded. Reporting to Talon. Xiao Wu. Tang San was both astonished and delighted. He was surprised that Xiao Wu had come to Tiando City, and elated that she had followed him here. Yu Xiaojiang, equally impressed by Tang San's excitement, recognized Xiao Wu as a promising talent. If she were to assist Tang San, it would be a tremendous boon. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Yu Xiaojiang had observed the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Should they join forces in the same team, it would only enhance Tang San's control over the group. Third young master, is this Xiao Wu someone you know? Talon inquired, observing the evident joy in Tang San's eyes, concluding that she must be an old acquaintance. Indeed, I know her. Talon exchanged a knowing glance with his household guard, who then bowed and departed. Teacher, I'll go meet Xiao Wu. Tang San restrained his excitement and addressed his teacher with composure. Go ahead, since Xiao Wu has gone to such lengths to find you. Engage her in conversation and show her around Tiando City. Yu Xiaojiang rarely offered such encouragement, which thrilled Tang San. In the past, when they were in Nodding City, Xiao Wu had merely indulged in eating, drinking, and sleeping, hardly engaging in training, yet her spirit power had been steadily increasing. Initially, Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu had formed a close bond, but Yu Xiaojiang had harbored concerns that Xiao Wu might lead Tang San astray, hence his disapproval of their friendship. Understood, teacher. However, now that Xiao Wu had pursued Tang San all the way to Tiando City, could the implications not be clear? Yu Xiaojiang felt this was a fortuitous circumstance, a two-for-one deal. A young prodigy is indeed a rare find. The few from Shrek Academy were already exceptionally talented, and for Tang San to find such allies again would be a daunting task. However, while other places might lack, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could still yield one or two outstanding descendants. Yet, would the clan willingly allow their juniors to be mere embellishments to Tang San? Yu Xiaojiang gazed at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Talon, perplexed, could only continue his work now that Tang San had departed. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of knocking echoed in his ears, and Yu Xiaojiang's already expressionless face suddenly revealed a hint of fissures. He hastily departed from the scene. Xiao Wu, Tang San joyfully called out upon seeing the little girl crouched at the doorstep, counting ants. Xiao Wu immediately sprang to her feet and dashed towards Tang San, leaping into his embrace. Xiao San, I miss you so much. In that fleeting moment, all of Xiao Wu's restlessness and longing found their resolution. Xiao San, I truly yearn for you. Xiao Wu, Tang San held the delicate form of the girl, his face tinged with a faint blush, as he sensed a different sentiment blossoming within him for Xiao Wu. Was this love? Why did you come to Tiando City all alone? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? As he spoke, Tang San scrutinized Xiao Wu, gently brushing his hand over her, and noticed that she bore no injuries and her complexion had improved significantly. Once you left, I found staying at Shrek Academy unbearably dull, so I thought I might as well come to Tiando City to see you. To see? Tang San's delight diminished somewhat. Xiao Wu, since you've come, please don't leave, okay? At this moment, Xiao Wu's intention was merely to check on Tang San's well-being. She had no plans to stay permanently. After all, Lord Rue, Beast, and Ziji were still at Shrek, and what would it mean for her to act alone? Xiao San, I just wanted to visit you, but I still need to return. Xiao Wu felt a twinge of reluctance, yet their relationship had not yet reached the profound depths of the original narrative. She still had to consider Tang Yo-Yo. Meanwhile, Tang San was truly a solitary figure. Xiao Wu, I've always regarded you differently, treating you like a sister, but in my heart, you will forever hold a unique place. Such words, akin to a confession, caused Xiao Wu's cheeks to flush, while Tang San felt a tinge of awkwardness, as he had merely been a tech enthusiast in his previous life. Moreover, with their combined ages exceeding 40, expressing feelings for Xiao Wu made him feel like an old bull courting young grass. At this moment, Tang San was unaware that Xiao Wu had transformed from a soul beast after 100,000 years. Xiao San, what are you saying? Xiao Wu shyly poked at him with her finger, taken aback by Tang San's sudden heartfelt words. She understood that her feelings for him were different, and that he felt the same. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to using hidden weapons against teacher Zhao during the entrance exam at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, let me finish. Tang San, having finally mustered his courage, was almost interrupted by Xiao Wu's words. You hold a very special place in my heart. Therefore, I wish for you to stay. Can you? Xiao Wu, The teachers have already arranged everything for me. We can attend school together in Tiando City, just like we did back in Nodding City. We can cultivate together and study the knowledge of soul beasts. When we have free time, I will accompany you to buy your favorite things and carrots. Xiao Wu was enraptured by Tang San's vision of the future. It was indeed the life she had always imagined. However, what about Rue Beast? Yo-Yo had already made so many friends. Even if she went, her presence would hardly matter. Whereas Tang San was all she had. Xiao Wu, Chapter 136. I am willing. Tang San's heartfelt confession moved Xiao Wu. Although she appeared hesitant, her eyes grew resolute. Xiao San. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Tang San interrupted her, seizing the moment to press on. If he failed to win her over today, she might return to Shrek City, and his new team would lose a promising member. Most importantly, Tang San genuinely harbored feelings for Xiao Wu and did not wish to part ways with her. Xiao Wu, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Tang San gazed at her expectantly, causing Xiao Wu's face to flush crimson, but she quickly regained her composure. Xiao San, you are wonderful. But if one day there are many formidable foes who wish to take me away, what would you do? Xiao Wu looked at him with hopeful eyes, seeking a satisfactory answer, for the chasm between humans and soul beasts was the greatest barrier between her and Tang San. If that day truly comes, then let them step over my corpse first. I promise to protect you with my life forever. Tang San's words were sincere and devout, and Xiao Wu was deeply touched. She excitedly embraced him. I am willing. I wish to stay here with you. It is only when I am with you that I can feel the happiness and joy my mother spoke of. Perhaps this is love. Thus, Xiao Wu settled in Tiando City, awaiting what may not necessarily be a blissful life as a couple in the future. At Blue Tyrant Academy, there were several Soul Ancestor students, all of whom Lu Erlong had prepared as candidates for the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. Now, however, it seemed Tang San would reap the benefits. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed the core strength of this team, and besides them, Meng Yiran had also transferred to Blue Tyrant Academy, complicating matters. Meng Shu was cunning, and with Tang Chun resurfacing, the status of Haotian sect was no longer what it once was. Tang San, the son of the Haotian Luo and scion of the Haotian sect, piqued the interest of the Longxi family. Yet, Tang San and Xiao Wu had yet to solidify their relationship, and inserting Meng Yiran into the mix could lead to unforeseen complications. In Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, Dean Flander had hurriedly departed when Shrek's team began their group battle. Even after the match concluded, he was nowhere to be seen. Several days later, Flander finally appeared, his face bruised and battered, indicating he had been in a scuffle. Teacher, what happened to you? You haven't turned to a life of crime, have you? Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Flander's appearance, but his words incited Flander's ire. What nonsense are you spouting? Unless I willingly allow myself to be beaten, who could possibly harm me? Flander, a soul saint of over level 70, could hardly have been beaten by many. Firstly, Tang Hao was ruled out thus. The pool of potential assailants was quite small. Tang Yo-Yo and Dai Mubai synchronously thought, could it be that Lu Erlong dealt him a blow? Upon further reflection, it was indeed a possibility. Since Tang San had gone to Tiando City, Yu Xiaojiang would inevitably have mentioned Shrek Academy's tribulations after meeting Lu Erlong. Therefore, Lu Erlong might have taken out her frustrations on Flander, the sycophant. Tang Yo-Yo furrowed her brows. This posed a dilemma for her. Originally, she intended for Ma Hongjun to distance himself from Flander, but if Lu Erlong directly severed ties with Flander, she would have no further worries. In that sense, it could indeed be seen as a fortunate turn of events. Dean Flander, who on earth has left you in such a state? I can have my uncle seek retribution for you. Upon hearing Tang Yo-Yo mention having Tang Hao intervene, Flander immediately panicked. No. I wasn't beaten by an enemy. Yes, I was indeed struck, but not by a foe. Flander stammered. As a loyal sycophant to Lu Erlong, he considered her striking him merely an affectionate gesture. Although he felt it was nothing, he could not allow the students to misconstrue the situation. Nevertheless, the students of Shrek Academy shared a unified disdain for his being beaten, which brought him some comfort. It was a former acquaintance of mine. Flander squirmed, feeling it somewhat odd to discuss romantic matters with his students at his age, thus failing to clarify the situation. Former acquaintance? I was unaware that you had any acquaintances. Could it be that person threatened you, preventing you from revealing their identity? Tang Yo-Yo's uncle was a titled Douluo, and if Flander was indeed afraid, did that mean the person who threatened him was also a titled Douluo? Ma Hongjun thought that even if it was a former acquaintance, no one would willingly endure an unwarranted beating. Now, he harbors grave doubts regarding whether his teacher has been coerced into silence by that individual. Upon overhearing his prized disciple divulging his past, Flanders could no longer remain composed. Alas, it is merely an old acquaintance. Must one truly elucidate everything? During my youthful escapades on the mainland, I encountered her. Her name is Lu Erlong, and like myself, she is a soul sage of over level 70. Suddenly enlightened, Ma Hongjun recognized that Flanders' bashful demeanor, his ears tinged with crimson, bore a striking resemblance to his own interactions with Xianxian. Could it be that this Lu Erlong is the object of his teacher's affections? Would that not make her his own teacher's wife? Teacher, could it be that this esteemed Lu Erlong is your beloved? Does this mean I must address her as teacheress wife? Tang Yuyu's eyes sparkled with mirth as she calmly sipped her tea, exchanging a knowing glance with Dai Mubai that conveyed unspoken understanding. Ma Hongjun, eager to contribute, listened intently, as did the others, oblivious to the secret exchange between the two. Zhao Wujin, upon hearing the term teacher's wife uttered, felt a jolt of disbelief. How could Flanders, having known him for so many years, conceal such a significant detail? Zhao Wujin's eyes, akin to green beans, darted back and forth across Flanders' face, utterly astonished. Cough, cough. Please, refrain from absurdity. Flanders, feeling the heat of embarrassment, realized that Lu Erlong's heart was not his to claim. If Ma Hongjun were to clumsily call her teacheress wife, surely Lu Erlong would direct her ire towards him. Though he believed he and Lu Erlong were well suited, Flanders knew in his heart that her affections lay with Yu Xiaojiang. Tang Yuyu, unable to suppress her amusement, quickly raised her teacup to quell her laughter. Director, why is it that this Lu Erlong does not accompany you? And why does she seek to confront you? Were you the one to abandon her? Ning Rongrong innocently inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity and sincerity, which only served to deepen Flanders' discomfort. What abandonment? She came to defend Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders thought, watching as his dreams of romantic bliss burst like fragile bubbles. Chapter 137. What on earth is happening? Sighing at the thought of Lu Erlong's intentions, Flanders winced, the motion causing his already bruised face to ache. What troubles you? Is Lu Erlong not here specifically for you? Zhao Wujin inquired, patting Flanders on the shoulder, inadvertently striking a sore spot. Goodness, how could you be so fierce? Are you certain she is your beloved? Zhao Wujin swallowed hard, realizing that Flanders had sustained more than just facial injuries. The violence involved was evidently extreme. Be gentle. Lu Erlong's martial spirit is that of a fire dragon. She indeed sought me out, but it was specifically because of Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders admitted, his face a mask of bitterness. Having been Lu Erlong's devoted admirer for so many years, he felt an overwhelming sense of failure. When the three of them ventured together on the Douluo Continent, Lu Erlong chose Yu Xiaojiang, and now, years later, she traveled great distances to confront him over her feelings for him. What does this mean? Am I merely a pawn in their twisted game? As he mulled over this unsettling thought, all traces of pink romance vanished from Flanders' heart, replaced by a flicker of anger. Tang Yuyu narrowed her eyes, sensing familiar emotional turbulence. This was a twist of fate. She gazed deeply at Flanders, feeling compelled to act, lest she betray her own instincts. What exactly is going on? Director Flanders, could you elaborate? Flanders, defeated, sank into a chair and began to recount long-buried memories. It was a tale from decades past, when he, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang formed the Golden Triangle. As he finished his narrative, he noticed the expressions of those around him, filled with disbelief and reproach. What is it? Is there something on my face that astonishes you? Flanders questioned, feeling unjustly scrutinized for his injuries. Teacher, if Lu Erlong has no affection for you, then why pursue her so eagerly? With your current strength and character, what kind of partner could you not attract? Maon Gujun remarked, Somevat-el plisli. Truth be told, given Flanders' level of soul power, he could easily find a partner even among younger women. Why, then, did he fall for Lu Erlong? From Flanders' descriptions, it was clear that Lu Erlong was a tempestuous woman with a penchant for violence. While her strength allowed her to be brash, Flanders was no slouch himself. Surely, there was no need for such desperate measures. In a moment of reflection, Flanders found himself at a loss, questioning why he felt compelled to pursue her. As a shrewd businessman, he knew that investing in Lu Erlong would yield no reward. He pondered deeply. Perhaps true love is indeed elusive and difficult to grasp. After several moments of contemplation, he finally spoke, and Tang Yuyu appeared unamused. Director Flanders, I can understand your sentiments. After all, you share a bond forged in life and death. It is natural for feelings to develop in such circumstances. Tang Yuyu's words struck Flanders as a lifeline, prompting him to nod vigorously. Yes, exactly as you say. However, the disapproving glares from those around him made Flanders feel as though he had committed a grievous error. Yet, having such feelings is entirely normal. But why does Lu Erlong harbor feelings for Yu Xiaojing? In a strong team, the most powerful members often serve as the vanguard. During your adventures on the continent, it was likely you and Lu Erlong faced numerous crises together. So why did she remain steadfastly devoted to Yu Xiaojing? Indeed, what could possibly explain this? The others concurred with Tang Yuyu's reasoning. While they had traversed the continent together, Yu Xiaojing's soul power level likely only hindered their progress. Thus, the question arose, what could Lu Erlong see in Yu Xiaojing? Flanders, too, had been perplexed by this enigma for years, his eyes pleading for clarity. Tang Yuyu cleared her throat, preparing to share her hypothesis. What follows is merely speculation. I cannot guarantee its veracity. Flanders encouraged her to continue, eager to uncover the truth. I have heard that Lu Erlong is the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and possesses a mutated martial spirit, the Fire Dragon. Yu Xiaojing's martial spirit, too, underwent excessive mutation, rendering it a useless spirit. His innate talent for martial spirits is quite high. Otherwise, you would not have achieved your trio's martial spirit fusion technique. Flanders nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Yu Xiaojing's spirit may be flawed, it is indeed a rare and intelligent one. From a certain perspective, this could be seen as an unfortunate accident in the evolution of martial spirits. Before you met him, he was already acquainted with Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Thanks to her, he likely became well-versed in the Spirit Hall's extensive collection of texts. Thus, as someone with a mutated Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit, how could he be oblivious to Lu Erlong's similar heritage? This theory struck a chord with everyone present. If true, it would mean Yu Xiaojing had known from the very beginning that Lu Erlong was his cousin. So what was his true desire? Was it simply that Yu Xiaojing's body could not bear such a powerful martial spirit, leading to the demise of his own? If it were possible for him to unite with a woman possessing the same mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, one might speculate that they could conceive the offspring he so desires. Dai Mubai was not taken aback. Being a fervent fan of DouluoDalu, he had long frequented various forums discussing the lore and narratives of the series. Thus, he had encountered similar conjectures. Though somewhat ludicrous, they bore a certain degree of plausibility. The origins of dragon-type martial souls are confined to two sources, and the level of Lu Erlong's martial soul undeniably indicated her lineage from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yet, what relevance does this have to Lu Erlong's choice of Yu Xiaojing? Though Flander was astonished, he grasped the crux of the matter. He found himself fervently yearning to uncover why Lu Erlong chose Yu Xiaojing over him. A voice within him incessantly sought the answer to this question, as if knowing it would elevate him to another realm. This was Flanders' obsession, somewhat akin to the inner demons faced by practitioners on their spiritual journeys. Overcoming this hurdle would undoubtedly ease his future cultivation. Chapter 138. Why does Lu Erlong favor Yu Xiaojing? Director Flander, do not rush. Once Tang Yuyo has finished, you will comprehend that the preceding events are of great significance. Rong had become almost the foremost sycophant of Tang Yuyo, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of this melodrama. The tale involved romantic entanglements among cousins, Yu Xiaojing's intentional seduction, and the love triangle between Lu Erlong, Flander, and Yu Xiaojing. All right, take your time with your speculations. I'm not in a hurry. Flander impatiently sipped the tea in the private room of the Great Soul Arena. Just then, the match announcements rang out. Dai Mubai and Ziji, as well as Tang Yu and Oscar, were to compete. After the four departed, only a few girls and Ma Hongjun, the direct disciple, remained. I have known Yu Xiaojing for quite some time. Initially, he sought to have me become his disciple upon recognizing my talents. However, I was acutely aware of his ulterior motives. He simply wished to use me and Tang San as stepping stones to fame. The rumors that Tang San's martial soul, the blue silvergrass, is a waste led him to manipulate Tang San into pursuing the control system. Tang Yuyo endeavored to embellish the narrative, refraining from excessive commentary on Tang San, maintaining an objective stance, which Flander understood all too well. He was acutely aware of the true purpose behind establishing Shrek Academy, and he felt a sense of rivalry with Yu Xiaojing. Even as a soul sage, he was more than willing to bear the title of mentor to prodigies. Tang San's martial soul, the blue silvergrass, differed significantly from the common perception of it. Long before he attached his first soul ring, both I and Tang Yu had advised him against it. As his level increased, once the blue silvergrass ventured into the control system, it would inevitably become increasingly ineffective. This martial soul was inherited from his mother, who was a top-tier healer. The blue silvergrass possessed the characteristic of being resilient, akin to wildfires that cannot be extinguished, only to flourish anew with the spring breeze. Yet, Tang San, in his obstinacy, chose to pursue this singular path relentlessly. Now, his blue-silver grass martial soul lay in ruin. Any further discussion was futile. No wonder Tang San and the siblings Tang Yuyo and Tang Yu were at odds. This underlying reason illuminated the situation. Tang San failed to recognize their goodwill, instead blaming them. At that moment, a collective thought flickered through everyone's minds. Fortunately, Tang San had been summoned away by Tang Hao. Otherwise, he would surely have been a mere fly in the ointment. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Based on my extensive understanding of Yu Xiaojing, combined with the past events recounted by Director Flander, I surmised that he likely aspired to father a child capable of enduring the mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, a golden sacred dragon physique, to mentor. Both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong are exceptionally gifted women, yet perhaps they did not anticipate such a swift turn of events. Speaking of certain aspects, it became somewhat awkward. Those in the know would certainly understand. Dai Mubai, having read the entire series, was aware that Tang Yuyo was referencing the speculations of the readers. Nonetheless, the credibility and logical coherence of these theories were remarkably high. Yu Xiaojing's innate deficiencies rendered him incapable of supporting the golden sacred dragon martial soul, leading to his transformation into a sentient beast resembling a pig, Luo Sanpao. The Bebe encountered in the second round possessed the golden sacred dragon martial soul, but even he bore several seals due to the overwhelming power of his martial soul. Moreover, the dragon god Douluo is rumored to be a descendant of both Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing, complicating the matter further. Dai Mubai cast a sympathetic glance at Flander, recognizing the futility of sycophancy that ultimately yields nothing. Flander felt uneasy under that gaze, questioning why he was viewed with such pity. As for why Lu Erlong favored Yu Xiaojing, Tang Yuyo hesitated. Flander looked at her with anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory answer, rather than a steadfast affection. It seemed that the allure of the unattainable held greater appeal. Tang Yuyo's words seemed to convey little substance, leaving Flander unable to accept this reasoning. Does this not imply you still have not explained why Lu Erlong is drawn to Yu Xiaojing? Flander grumbled, feeling somewhat embarrassed discussing such matters with his own students. Director, I have already stated that Yu Xiaojing's intentions are transparent, and his efforts to approach her would undoubtedly align with Lu Erlong's preferences. If one day a woman encounters a man who resonates with her and consistently considers her needs, most women would believe they have found their true love. If Bibi Dong, with her status as the holy maiden of the Spear Hall, had countless suitors, why would she choose Yu Xiaojing? Tang Yuyo opined that Bibi Dong, being a cunning pope, would not have held any romantic interest in Yu Xiaojing, even during her innocent days as a holy maiden. Yet, the reality was otherwise. Apart from feigning interest in a guise that aligned with Lu Erlong's ideals, she could conceive no other rationale. To suggest pure love or infatuation was absurd. The Spirit Hall was a realm teeming with geniuses and powerful soul masters. Bibi Dong would invariably face competition among her peers, making it implausible for her to unguardedly fall for Yu Xiaojing. From the perspective of the martial soul fusion techniques among Lu Erlong, Flander, and Yu Xiaojing, he possessed a modicum of talent, yet not much more. Flander was taken aback, realizing that Lu Erlong might be easily charmed. While Tang Yuyo's assertions seemed outrageous, he found himself inclined to believe them. Both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong harbored affections for Yu Xiaojing, a notion he had never previously considered flawed. If Yu Xiaojing were indeed so charismatic, why had none of the other female soul masters of his age shown any interest in him? It was not that no one appreciated Yu Xiaojing. It was simply that the two most exceptional women were utterly devoted to him. A realization dawned upon him. Flander's emotions were tumultuous. He had offered his genuine heart to Lu Erlong, who deemed it insignificant, while she inexplicably favored Yu Xiaojing. If Yu Xiaojing were truly a worthy match, it would be one thing, but he was evidently crafting an image to attract Lu Erlong's attention. Tang Yuyo's remarks echoed in his mind. He pondered over the matter. Despite Yu Xiaojing's lack of innate talent, he consistently projected an aura of enigmatic profundity. Although his knowledge of martial souls stemmed from the libraries of various clans and the Spirit Hall, he had concocted his own theories for publication, merely amalgamating the research of several families. How could a mere second-ring soul master observe soul beasts up close without such resources? Deep down, he understood this, yet had not previously delved into the implications. Now, reflecting on it, he found it rather hypocritical. What then did Lu Erlong truly admire in him? Was it merely his facade of pretense? Despite his evident desire for fame, he feigned an indifference to it, claiming to be merely surviving in the Nodding City's Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 139. Severing the Bonds of Affection. Flander agonizingly shut his eyes, tormented by the thought that his long-standing rival was such a duplicitous individual. The goddess of my heart remains oblivious to my fervent and sincere affection, instead choosing to continually defend that hypocritical scoundrel. To be candid, ever since Yu Xiaojiang was reprimanded by Tang Hao and departed from Shrek Academy with Tang San, the bond and brotherly affection between Flander and Yu Xiaojiang have vanished without a trace. Thus, when Lu Erlong struck him in retaliation for Yu Xiaojiang, Flander harbored resentment within his heart. However, after decades of subservience to Lu Erlong, he could not easily question her. Yet, upon receiving a slight nudge, clarity suddenly dawned upon him. If you're devoid of feelings, then I shall take my leave. He resolved never again to play the role of a sycophant. Flander felt an unprecedented sense of liberation, as though some shackles within him had been shattered and the bonds of his soul power issued a faint click. Astonishingly, he had ascended in rank. He had become a SoulLand. Ha ha ha. It is splendid. The bottleneck that had plagued him for years had finally been surpassed. From this day forth, he would be a SoulLand. Reflecting on the emotional turmoil that Lu Erlong had caused him, Flander felt that his life now sparkled with brilliance. He exhaled deeply. Letting go was indeed a relief. This love triangle had persisted for decades, and it was time for him to withdraw and observe whether the two could ultimately come together. The Douluo Continent does not lack rules regarding interclan marriages. It is no wonder that Lu Erlong has developed feelings for Yu Xiaojiang. They share certain commonalities. Their reckless love bears a striking resemblance to genuine affection. Congratulations, Dean Flander. Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt a sense of joy upon seeing Flander, who had nurtured them from childhood. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had also spent nearly 6 years at Shrek Academy, forming deep emotional ties with these instructors. Meanwhile, Tang Yaoyao had perceived even more. She had just sensed the fate entwined between Flander and Lu Erlong beginning to unravel, and, suspecting it might collapse, she added fuel to the fire. Evidently, effort is not in vain, and now the burdens have been cast off. The thread linking Lu Erlong to the Dean of Shrek Academy could remain intact, at least without concerns of future betrayals. Tang San could be considered the destined child of this realm. His fate not only influences those around him, but is also deeply interconnected with theirs. As Tang San's fortune waned, those closely associated with him, such as Flander, would inevitably be affected, and vice versa. Since awakening her martial soul, Tang Yaoyao had discovered that Tang San's fate diverged from the original storyline, compounded by Tang Hao's complete deviation, rendering Tang San's fortune nearly non-existent. With the loss of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the advantages of his twin martial souls had vanished. Now, the Shrek 7 monsters had but one ally remaining, Xiao Wu. Should Xiao Wu sacrifice herself, even the chain of soul bones would be lost. Contemplating this, she could not suppress a laugh. She had transitioned from seeking to cling to Tang San to now striving to outshine him. She also recognized that Tang San's double standards were indeed double standards, yet they never seemed to apply to her, always centered on his own interests. Initially, Tang Yaoyao could maintain a good rapport with him, but after Tang Hao's departure and Yu Xiaojing's conflicts with her, he chose to become a diligent disciple. Thus, from that moment on, their paths were destined to diverge. If that is the case, then teacher, you must go and acquire the 8 soul rings alongside teacher Zhao, right? Acquiring a soul ring poses quite the challenge. Flander and several instructors from Shrek Academy might be able to capture a suitable 10,000-year soul beast for him. Tang Yaoyao thought it was a decent idea, but she wondered if they could manage to arrive in time from the Tiando Royal Academy. The teaching conditions at this academy were somewhat lacking. However, if she could join the Tiando Royal Academy, that would indeed be advantageous, as it is a major player among the leading academies. In the original story, it was due to an avalanche that Shrek Academy could not successfully settle in the Tiando Royal Academy, if that hidden danger could be eliminated. No. As soon as she entertained this thought, she dismissed it. She felt it was better to retain the avalanche. Initially, her intention was to choose the empire ruled by soul masters over the one ruled by commoners. If the avalanche were to disappear, the Tiando imperial family would have no heirs. The Tiando Empire's throne cannot be handed over to the Spirit Hall. If Bibi Dong, that madwoman, were to seize the Tiando Empire, it would incite Xian Renxue to wage war against the Xinglua Empire, and at that point, the Spirit Hall would benefit from the chaos. While Tang Yaoyao pondered these matters, the conversation around her had already become animated. Shrek Academy? I recall that the youngest instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming, seems to have graduated from Shrek Academy. Xue Qinghe furrowed her brow as she examined the document in her hand, intending to keep Tang Yaoyao under her close watch. Qin Ming, a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, had achieved the rank of Soul Emperor at such a young age, prompting Xue Qinghe to pay extra attention to him. Previously, she had not regarded this matter with much consideration. Shrek Academy, which fancied itself a golden phoenix emerging from a henhouse, now appeared to possess some merit. Coincidentally, Qin Ming had applied to lead the Tiando Royal Academy's team to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena for training. Perhaps there is an opportunity to manipulate this situation. Summon the 3 committee members. The Tiando Royal Academy is a force under Xue Qinghe's command, and these 3 committee members are her subordinates. The reason why the original storyline saw the Avalanche feigning a dandy to drive off several members of Shrek Academy was simply due to fearing the gathering of talents under Xue Qinghe's command. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall's worship hall, Qian Daolu had been waiting for Tang Chen's reply, yet he received no word. What could possibly be the matter? Wasn't he supposed to assist in mediating? Could it be that the child is unwilling to acknowledge his ancestry? Or he knelt in silence before the statue of the angel, praying, while harboring infinite grievances towards his wayward son. Fortunately, that 9,000-year soul bone had not been returned, which meant there was still a possibility of reconciliation. He had grown old, wishing only for his children to thrive. Perhaps it was divine providence. Having a companion for Xiao Xue was preferable. As Bibi Dong became increasingly radical, she would inevitably push the Spirit Hall into the abyss. Previously, he had concealed the details of Qian Xuanji's death due to concerns over Bibi Dong's inherited divinity and the unbreakable bond of motherhood with Xiao Xue. However, Tang Yaoyao's arrival had stirred ripples in what had become a stagnant existence. It was time for him to let go. There may still be a chance to meet that child. Chapter 140. Taking firm action. Just after the team battles began, Flanders set out to acquire his 8th soul ring. Coincidentally, upon his return, he encountered the challenge from the Tiando Royal Academy. It was unclear what Qin Ming was thinking. Tang Yaoyao and her team had already begun combat against those at the 4-ring level, yet he had the audacity to challenge them. Oh, the Tiando Royal Academy team? Flanders adjusted his glasses and skimmed through the document, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the team leader. Qin Ming. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Wujin, both sharing a meaningful smile. Excellent, since they dare to issue a challenge. Let be accepted. This match must feature Xiang Xiang. And Purple G should step down to avoid giving the impression of bullying the weaker. The team captain, Yu Qianheng, is a soul respect at level 39, not too far off from Mubai, while the others maintain soul power levels above 35. They certainly qualify to serve as your sharpening stone, but do tread lightly. I am acquainted with their leader, an old acquaintance. Dai Mubai and Tang Yaoyao exchanged knowing glances. The term sharpening stone was aptly used, employing the Tiando Royal Academy team as their training partner. Flinder has taken to the skies, under normal circumstances, without having consumed the mystical herb. It would be nearly impossible to triumph over the Tiando Royal Academy team, especially with the existence of Tang San as a formidable advantage in the original narrative. Very well. Dean Flinder. Dai Mubai responded affirmatively, while Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow upon noticing the information regarding the support soul master. 9 hearts C Tang? What is it, Rongrong? Zhu Zhuqing glanced over with concern at Ning Rongrong, whose expression seemed rather unfavorable, gently patting her back. Em Mifine, Suking. Dean Flinder, I have a suggestion. Oh, what suggestion might that be? Recently, Flinder had been in high spirits due to his promotion. I believe we should place greater emphasis on this 9 hearts C Tang soul master. My father has always said that if a 9 hearts C Tang soul master exists, they must be subdued first. Flinder was taken aback by this revelation. Who is Ning Fingji? One of the 3 great sect masters. His words carry significant weight. Does the 9 hearts C Tang martial soul possess any unique abilities? Ma Hongjun, seemingly puzzled, struck at the crux of the matter. The 9 hearts C Tang martial soul itself is not particularly special, but its soul skill is singular. Area healing. As long as a 9 hearts C Tang soul master is present, any soul master on the opposing side, regardless of the severity of their injuries, can be restored to full health. However, the awakening conditions for this martial soul are exceedingly stringent. Only one can awaken in a generation, and there can be no more than 2 9 hearts C Tang soul masters coexisting at the same time. No wonder I've never heard of such a martial soul. Flinder nodded, taking this matter to heart, while also feeling a twinge of excitement. Such formidable healing capabilities would be invaluable, since resolving not to dwell on Lu Erlong. Flinder had immersed himself in his career. The moment he spotted a promising soul master, his intent to recruit them into Shrek Academy remained unwavering. Excellent. Then, as Rongrong suggested, You all should pay close attention to this support Soul Master during your match. Yes, Dean Flender. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for the Team Soul Battle Competition. Today, we shall witness a breathtaking soul match. Tonight, the renowned Xinjiang team will face off against the Tiando Arena S Huangdo team. Will the undefeated Xinjiang team prevail, or will the underdog Huangdo team secure a surprising victory? Let us eagerly await the outcome. Now, please welcome both teams to the arena. The atmosphere at the Great Soul Arena was vibrant, with spectators fervently chanting the name of the Xinjiang team. Ma Hongjun flamboyantly waved to the audience, occasionally showcasing his charm, while Bai Qinxiang rolled her eyes and stepped on his toes with her heeled shoes. Ouch! Xiang, take it easy. Dai Mubai shook his head, observing the antics of these two rivals, and took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, moving ahead. Ning Rongrong smirked mischievously, relishing the drama, and subtly reminded Bai Qinxiang, Xiang, there are so many young ladies in the audience. Show Ma Hongjun a bit of grace. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun was once again struck by a painful reminder. Ouch! Dot herz, ah, ho ho ho. Ma Hongjun hopped on one foot, cradling his injured foot like a monkey performing tricks. Bai Qinxiang flicked her two ponytails, huffed, and then linked arms with Ning Rongrong as they made their way towards the competition stage. Tang Yuyo led the way, oblivious to the comedic chaos behind her. The first to enter the arena were Tang Yuyo, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Bai Qinxiang, and Oscar. Tang Yu did not participate, as his martial soul would not significantly contribute to this battle, although it could provide a surprise attack. Overall, Oscar's soul skills proved to be more pragmatic. Given that the opposing team included a poison user, Duge Yin, it was likely that Oscar's mushroom sausage would come in handy. Among them, only 3 possessed the ability to fly: Tang Yuyo, Ma Hongjun, and Bai Qinxiang, all of whom had wings. In a critical moment, should the opposing team employ poison, Oscar's third soul skill would be pivotal. Thus, on the field, there were 2 support soul masters, along with Bai Qinxiang, a 2-ring great soul master. To be precise, even Tang Yuyo could be considered a semi-support soul master, as her first 3 soul skills lacked distinctive offensive capabilities. The Huangdo team also made their entrance, and upon seeing the overall appearance of the Xinjiang team, their hearts raced violently. Such young soul masters facing us, most of whom have reached levels above 35. The data indicates that aside from Bai Qinxiang, a 27-level Great Soul Master, the others are all above 30. There are even 2 in their 40s, with Ziji boasting an impressive 49. Initially, they assumed this Soul Master team would be of a similar or perhaps slightly older age, only to realize that their overall age was actually a few years younger. Yu Qianheng's brow furrowed deeply. He could hardly fathom where, aside from the Spirit Hall, such a wealth of high-quality Soul Master talents could be found. Remembering Qin Ming's admonition to refrain from harming this team, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes. If it were the Spirit Hall, they would need to strike with greater severity. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, of which Yu Tianheng was a member, had always been at odds with the Spirit Hall, especially after the incidents involving Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong many years ago. Although Yu Xiaojiang had been expelled from the family, it did not mean that the Spirit Hall could tarnish the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Duge Yin exchanged glances with Yu Tianheng, and their mutual understanding was clear. They must secure a victory over this team and even inflict significant damage. Chapter 141. Such ruthlessness. Qin Ming was entirely unaware that the team he led had already disregarded his instructions. Although the emergence of the Haotian clan had spread throughout the Douluo Continent, the identities of Tang Yuyo and her companions had not been disclosed. This led Yu Tianheng to believe that this team had emerged from the Spirit Hall, and he contemplated restoring his uncle's honor. The humiliation of Yu Xiaojiang by the Spirit Hall was still vivid in Yu Tianheng's memory. He had been old enough to recall the news brought back by spies dispatched by his grandfather, feeling a deep sense of humiliation for Yu Xiaojiang. The former pope's words were indeed insulting, and even if Yu Xiaojiang was deemed a useless husband, it was not for the Spirit Hall to educate the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The ruthlessness in Yu Tianheng's eyes was captured by Tang Yuyo. Was this their first encounter? Why was there such a strong aversion? Prepare to unleash your martial souls. I hereby declare the soul battle officially commenced. The opposing soul masters exhibited a diverse array of categories: control, assault, support, agility, and defense. It must be said, this team is indeed more balanced than the one selected by Yu Xiaojiang for Tang Sung. Shrek Academy lacks both healing and defensive soul masters, as those pursuing these paths are exceedingly rare. Every healing soul master is invaluable. Not to mention, this is a 9-heart Sea Tang soul master. Heralded as the pinnacle of healing, often referred to as the one who brings the dead back to life. As Rongrong previously suggested, priority should be given to offense. Dai Mubai will restrain Yu Tianheng, and then we'll send him flying. Though this statement lacked clarity, the others understood the intent, having experienced numerous soul battles. Their mutual understanding had grown more profound. Tang Yuyo's incomplete statement echoed their earlier discussions in the lounge, where they agreed to prioritize attacking the opposing support soul master. Once the Nine Hearts Si Tang is present, no matter how many soul skills or how much output they possess, they can be healed in an instant. Understood. As always, the moment both Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the two support souls, are on the field, Tang Yuyo will prioritize protecting Ning Rongrong. After all, Oscar can consume the mushroom sausage in advance and take to the skies. If he brings Ning Rongrong along, he can directly shield her from 3 attacks, and their combined forms would be immune to physical damage. This is a synergy they grasped during their inaugural battle, a method that allows them to safeguard their 2 support members with minimal soul power expenditure. The second soul skill, Elven Sanctuary. Imagine flying like a mushroom. The support and control soul masters ascend together, leaving only the formidable attack and agile attack soul masters on the battlefield. Xiang, you engage Osro, and Ma Hongjun will take down that aerial soul master across from us. Tang Yuyu's reflexes are remarkably swift, although their side possesses 2 avian soul masters. Bai Chenxiang is merely a second-ring soul master. Osro, as an agile attack soul master, boasts impressive speed but lacks aerial combat capabilities, making it prudent to send Bai Chenxiang to restrain him. Engaging in a brawl between agile attack soul masters is rarely the wisest choice. Hence Zhu Zhuqing cannot be utilized against Osro. Agile attack against control is advantageous, unlike the inevitable defeat of a strong attack against a control type. Agile attack is more flexible and does not necessitate a single decisive blow. Zhuqing, distract that biling serpent soul master, but exercise caution with her toxins. Do not draw too close. Tang Yuyu's third soul skill is quite similar to that of the Nine-Heart Begonia Martial Soul, allowing her to face toxins without excessive fear. Nevertheless, she is reluctant to reveal her resistance to toxins. That woman, Duga Yin, is prone to reporting. She wishes to avoid being ambushed by Duga Bo. Tang San's survival after being captured can be attributed to his fortuitous luck, while Tang Yuyu had previously caused Tang how to seize Duga Bo's medicinal garden. This certainly constitutes a grudge. Tang Akui must have employed virtue to drive Dugu Bo away, otherwise the old poisoner would not relinquish his toxins so easily, especially under the suppression of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuyu, Tang Hao indeed handled matters with virtue, having provided Duga Bo with a means to resolve his toxins. Otherwise, how could he have conceded so readily, considering the ice and fire yin-yang eyes are tied to his very life? Over the years, the accumulation of toxins within Dugu Bo has reached a critical point, stalling his soul power advancement, forcing him to rely on the suppression of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes to survive. Meanwhile, Duga Yin and Yu Tianheng have resolved to deal with this team. The third soul skill, Biling Purple Poison. The second soul skill, Thunderous Might. Once Duga Yan's serpent toxin is unleashed, it becomes quite troublesome. Who would have thought the opponent would strike so fiercely from the outset? Tang Yuyu furrowed her brow. Could it be that the Shrek team's strength exceeds theirs, prompting such an aggressive opening? However, she clearly noted the peculiar expression on Yu Tianheng's face, which did not convey goodwill. After all, Qin Ming also hails from Shrek Academy, so it is implausible that he did not instruct the Royal Fight Academy to hold back and refrain from using serpent toxins. Xiao Ao, ascend. All right, catch this. Big Brother Dai, Zhu Qing. The flying mushroom sausage is tossed to Dai, Mubai, and Zhu Zhu, and wings sprout from their backs, propelling them into the air above the battle arena. The Tiando Royal Academy team is not surprised by this maneuver, as the data already indicated that Oscar possessed this skill. Oomph. Do they think my serpent toxin cannot ascend? Duga Yin smirked disdainfully. They had come from the grand battle arena of Tiando City, so the locals are unaware of their team's soul skills and martial soul characteristics. However, the Shrek Academy members have been here long enough to easily acquire information about their team. Initially, Yu Tianheng and Duga Yin harbored concerns, but upon seeing that not all their main forces were participating, they felt relieved, believing that as long as the level 49 Soul Master does not take the stage, they will be fine. Their intention was to challenge those above their level, but unexpectedly, the Divine Grief team was so arrogant as to send only a 4th ring Soul Master, even including a 2nd ring Great Soul Master among them. This presented an opportunity for their team, although the members of the Divine Grief team are relatively young. Winning against a Soul Master level team will be a point of pride for Yu Qianheng and Douluo. They initially aimed to exploit such a scenario, thinking the seemingly fragile Divine Grief team would prove to be a worthy stepping stone. It is worth noting that both sides share a remarkably similar mindset, each intending to use the other as a stepping stone and sharpening stone. However, which team will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Chapter 142, Yi Lingling's Astonishment. Of course, the belief that only their side is privy to the Shrek Academy members' data is merely a unilateral assumption by a few of the Royal Fight team. After all, Dai Mubai and Tang Yuyu are well aware of each participant's soul skills and their martial soul characteristics. Yet Douluo and Yu Qianheng remain smug, convinced that victory is all but assured, even considering that Shrek's members are so overconfident as to leave behind their nearly soul king-level companion, which they perceive as arrogance. Little do they realize that such a mentality is the true form of arrogance, assuming that Dai Mubai and the others, despite their youth, cannot possibly master their soul skills as proficiently as they do, even having reached the levels of Soul Sovereign and Soul Master. TSK. Such a lopsided match leaves me devoid of any sense of achievement. Oscar's irritating expression prompts one to look away. One arrogant brat. Let me test whether your so-called absolute defense is truly as formidable as you claim. Hearing this, the opposing aerial Soul Master immediately launched an attack against Oscar. But he was shielded by Ning Rongrong, who had been augmented by Tang Yuyu's second soul skill. It was as if one were nesting dolls. The aerial Soul Master's wind-based soul skill landed like a stone tossed into the ocean, causing no ripples whatsoever. It indeed qualifies as an absolute defense. Yu Qianheng's eyes flickered as he recalled the data indicating that Tang Yuyu's soul skill can only block 3 attacks from Soul Sovereign. This must be its flaw. He was raised by Yu Shaojiang, thus possessing a modicum of understanding regarding martial soul theories. Yet he knows there exists no truly perfect soul skill, and to label it as absolute defense is a misnomer. The principle of Soul Master combat dictates that one must first target the supports. With a 7-treasure glazed tile Soul Master on the opposing side, alongside this unknown food-type Soul Master, both possess crucial abilities, making Tang Yuyu the first line of defense, shielding them. Yu Qianheng had already conferred with his companions prior to the match, agreeing to prioritize the elimination of this control-type Soul Master. Not only is she the brain of their team, but she also serves as a natural barrier for the 2 supports. The capability of this absolute defense is astonishing, but fortunately, it only takes 3 strikes to inflict damage. Only 2 more. Tang Yuyu, clinging to Ning Rongrong, is acutely aware that Yu Qianheng and his team likely aim to break down the shield she has imparted to Ning Rongrong, thereby allowing them to target the 2 supports. The flaw in Tang Yuyu's second soul skill is quite evident. This is not the first time someone has attempted such a strategy, yet no team has ever succeeded consistently. The third soul skill, Phantom Leopard Doppelganger. This is the agile attack Soul Master Osro, and the only members Yu Qianheng can utilize are their 4 main forces. While the 2 defensive Soul Masters must protect the corner, where the 9-heart Begonia Soul Master resides, the opposing side employs a 2-for-1 strategy, whereas the Shrek Academy members are under Tang Yuyu's singular protection. The 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mubai does not look back. He trusts his teammates to resolve this issue, directing all of his attacks toward the control and support Soul Masters. Dai Mubai's 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower, is a group attack skill. Previously, in an effort to enhance his control capabilities, Dai Mubai had inquired with Ning Rongrong about the possibility of learning the skill of distraction control, but Ning Rongrong did not immediately acquiesce, as it is a unique technique of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. However, with his dedication to practice, he can still manage a relatively precise control over the attack's range, conserving soul power. Yin Yan. Originally, after the confrontation in Osro, Yu Qianheng was poised to launch a counterattack. However, the controlling Soul Master, Douluo, relying on her toxic manipulation, found herself utterly incapable of withstanding such an offensive soul skill. Nevertheless, she was able to evade thanks to the characteristics inherent to her beast martial soul. Yu Qianheng, distracted by his concern for his partner, inadvertently allowed Dai Mubai to seize the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow. White Tiger Radiant Wave. After embodying his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, Yu Qianheng, despite his robust physique, could not suppress a muffled groan from the impact. Douluo's toxin control primarily focused on indiscriminate attacks. Prolonged combat was detrimental to the Tiando Royal Academy team. Your opponent is me, you feathered fool. Do you dare target our backline? Taste the phoenix fire from red. Ma Hongjun launched a series of distractions toward Yufeng, Initially, he could have received support from his teammates, but Yu Qianheng, ensnared by his romantic thoughts, turned his attention away. Yu Feng, having just executed a soul skill, was utterly unprepared and was thus unceremoniously ejected from the arena by Ma Hongjun. Although defensive options could have mitigated the blow, the Stone Brothers' turtle shell was no match for the speed and agility of Zhu Zhuqing, the agile attack soul master, who was stealthily assisting. Hence, the Stone Brothers could only muster their utmost vigilance to protect Yi Lingling on both sides. This left Yu Feng vulnerable to attacks from both fronts. Osro had successfully struck, but his teammates were not faring as well. After delivering his blow, Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated within the confines of her team. Boss die. Quickly consume a recovery sausage to replenish your soul power. During the skirmish, Oscar was not idle. He tossed the recovery sausages he had prepared to everyone. With their soul power replenished, the team felt significantly better, while Yi Lingling's abilities were remarkable, capable of fully reviving teammates. Oscar's sausages were undoubtedly more practical in the context of a soul battle, where energy conservation was paramount. Are you all disheartened by a minor setback? Nine Hearts Si Tang. Although Yi Lingling's presence was often understated, she was about to step up and cast a soul skill to restore her allies' vitality when her voice was abruptly cut off. Second soul skill. Supreme goodness is like water. A colossal torrent of water spiraled, whisking the Nine Hearts Si Tang soul master off the battle arena before anyone could react, eliminating her from the competition. It was by Chenxiang. Despite being merely a two-ringed great soul master, her speed was unrivaled. In her youth, she could match the speed of Tang San, who would later become a soul emperor, thus affirming her pure agility-based prowess. Even after her martial soul's enhancement, she remained committed to this path. Given the disparity in her teammates' strengths, her strategy was to execute surprise attacks, a route delineated by Tang Yuyo. On the surface, Zhu Zhuqing was the team's agile attack soul master, the most suited for ambushes and thrusts. However, her actual effectiveness paled in comparison to that of Bai Qinxiang, the two-ringed great soul master. Being a soul master with one less ring and below the average team level, who would truly regard her as a threat? Chapter 143. An Invitation to Tiando. Curse it. Dugu Yin was furious, her frustration boiling over, yet she found herself unable to retaliate. The toxins had already infiltrated her teammates' bodies, leaving her with no choice but to withdraw. Captain, what now? Earlier, her brother had been caught off guard, never anticipating a defeat at the hands of a mere two-ringed soul master. They had anticipated every eventuality, yet they had not foreseen that the fate of their support soul master would be determined by the weakest member of the Shrek Academy team. Although labeled the weakest, she was still significantly more capable than Yi Lingling, who was only marginally superior to an average person. We've already lost. Yu Qianheng clenched his fists. Though he felt a twinge of indignation, he recognized that there were still 7 opponents remaining, no matter how arrogant he was. He could not believe he could lead his team to victory. Referee, we concede. Dugu Yin proclaimed their surrender, her tone dripping with disdain as if the referee owed her a fortune. After declaring this, she linked arms with Yu Qianheng and her teammates, departing the competition arena. As they ascended the stage, they secretly relished the folly of their opponents, who had foolishly abandoned a contender nearing the Soul King level in favor of a two-ringed great soul master. This experience taught them that soul power levels were not the sole determinants of victory. However, arrogance and pride were indeed harbingers of defeat. Yu Qianheng glanced back at Dai Mubai, who was basking in the cheers of the crowd on the battle platform, his expression darkening. Despite being significantly younger, Dai Mubai possessed far greater soul power, not to mention the mysterious soul master of level 49 from the Shura team. Given that they were all part of the same team, their ages were likely similar, leading him to realize that he had lost from the very beginning. Flender, in a lounge reserved for Shrek Academy, wore a broad smile, relishing the delightful sensation of having his students triumph over his rival students. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Is Flender Academy head feeling elated? Could it be that today's match has netted you a significant win at the gambling tables? The only one capable of teasing Flender was Ma Hongjun, as the newly formed Royal Combat Team had also achieved notable success in the Tiando Soul Arena. Consequently, the stakes of this gamble were far greater than usual, and Flender could hardly pass up such an opportunity for profit. Thanks to the gambling opportunities at the Great Soul Arena, he had earned quite a fortune. What nonsense are you spouting? Flender playfully slapped Ma Hongjun on the back of the head. While he did not oppose his students gambling, he was not particularly encouraging either. However, he could never refuse an opportunity for easy money. The playful banter between the two brought much joy to the Shrek Academy community. Just then, a knock echoed through the lounge. Come in. Flender adjusted his appearance and settled into the sofa, awaiting the arrival of the guest. As anticipated, a young man with a refined demeanor and a touch of charisma entered. Academy Head Flender. Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects to the Academy Head and Teacher Zhao. Qin Ming bowed deeply to his mentors, prompting Tang Yuyo and the others to subtly shift aside, as such a grand gesture was not something they could accept lightly. Qin Ming, I knew it was you. After all these years, you've become a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Quite impressive. Flender helped Qin Ming to his feet, patting him on the shoulder. I cannot take credit. My achievements today are a result of the guidance I received from Shrek Academy and my teachers. Flender appreciated Qin Ming's humility, and even Zhao Wujia found himself squinting with satisfaction. Tang Yuyo rolled her eyes, thinking that, to be honest, Shrek Academy was just average. After all, only geniuses were admitted, so it was only natural for them to achieve success. Reflecting on Shrek Academy's admission criteria, which mandated an innate soul power of at least level 7, it was clear that if one did not possess exceptional abilities, it would be challenging to fulfill the requirements of a 2-ringed Great Soul Master by the age of 12. It was indeed a case of selecting the tallest among the short. Had it not been for the deep connections among those present and her own unclear identity, she would have considered transferring to another school. After reminiscing with Flender and Zhao Wujia for a time, Qin Ming turned his attention to the others. I assume these are my junior colleagues? The recent performance of the Soul Arena has truly left me astounded. It appears that Shrek Academy indeed surpasses each generation. Qin Ming's gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Tang Yuyo, a girl possessing an absolute defensive soul skill, capturing his intrigue. According to the records, her soul skill is categorized as supportive, yet she manifests as a control type. Moreover, with such a formidable beast martial spirit, she should logically align with an offensive specialization, as contemporary thought often favors the latter. Is this the renowned control soul master known as the Heart of Lingling? Indeed, her poise is unparalleled. Qin Ming's compliment was genuine, not mere flattery. Tang Yuyo, having been immersed in the Moon Pavilion, emanated an aura of cultured elegance that was palpable. Senior, you flatter me. Nodding slightly before withdrawing from the conversation. Her visible disinterest in further dialogue did not seem unreasonable to Qin Ming. After all, geniuses often exhibit distinct individuality. This is the evil fire phoenix, and this is the evil a white tiger. After acknowledging everyone, only 2 remained who had yet to take the stage. Qin Ming exchanged pleasantries with Ziji and Tang Yu, presenting himself as affable and charming, easily winning others' favor. It seems the Royal Academy is indeed a place of sophistication, as even a student like Qin Ming from Shrek Academy has become so worldly. As before, amidst the mingling of cups, Qin Ming extended an invitation for Flandra to bring the students of Shrek Academy to Heavendo City. What? Flandra was momentarily taken aback, yet did not immediately refuse. In the original storyline, Yu Xiaojiang had taken the initiative on Flandra's behalf. After all, this academy ultimately belongs to him, and rejecting the invitation was merely an instinctual reaction. Deep down, Flandra still regarded Shrek Academy as his domain. Although Yu Xiaojiang was his brother, he should not dictate matters concerning his own academy. However, without Yu Xiaojiang's meddling, his perspective shifted. Recalling how Lu Erlong had previously intervened to chastise him, Flandra was certain that Yu Xiaojiang would send Tang San to Lu Erlong's academy. A simmering frustration lingered within him. With the Continental Elite Soul Master competition approaching, he had no reason to delay these children, particularly since Qin Ming was a good-natured lad who would ensure they were not at a disadvantage, a fact Flandra felt confident about. Chapter 144, A Meeting of Fellow Villagers. Regardless of the circumstances, former students always evoke a sense of strangeness. Even though Flandra's fixation on Lu Erlong has waned, he still wished to demonstrate to Lu Erlong the disparity between them. Subtly, he desired for the students of Shrek Academy to overshadow Tang San, which would, in essence, reflect his superiority over Yu Xiaojiang, as if to prove Lu Erlong had been blind to his true worth. Of course, such thoughts were fleeting. Flandra was more focused on the significance of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition for these children. Life successes should be celebrated. These young prodigies deserve their own stage, rather than languishing in the obscurity of the Soul Arena. Perhaps I should let go of the past. Shrek Academy has reached its limits. This year's cohort is indeed the final one. Us old-timers might as well accompany the children and see if we can find a suitable place for retirement. Qin Ming, whether we can live comfortably in the future depends on you. Please discuss this matter with the committee of the Heavendo Royal Academy. Flandra approached the window, clasping his hands behind his back, and sighed. After more than a decade of steadfastness, Shrek Academy was destined to draw its curtains. Tang Yuyo and Dai Mubai were equally surprised to find the events unfolding as per the original storyline. It seemed they could not escape the expedition to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they would seek refuge with Lu Erlong. Frankly, Lu Erlong's arrival in Soto City to confront Flandra on Yu Xiaojing's behalf had soured the rest of Shrek Academy's members towards the woman they had yet to meet. Fortunately, Flandra had come to terms with it, which was a small blessing amidst the misfortune. Rest assured, Director, I have another reason for my visit. His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Imperial Family, Xue Qinghe, hopes that I can recruit talented individuals for Shrek Academy. Qin Ming's words caused Tang Yuyo's brow to furrow. Xue Qinghe? Is that the same as Qian Renxue? It seems he has his own motives at play, with the Haotian clan having re-emerged and Tang Chen's return. The Spirit Hall should not act so recklessly, especially since her true identity is that of Tang Yuohua's daughter, not Tang Hao's. Tang Yuyo struggled to comprehend Xue Qinghe's intentions. The conflict between him and Tang Sen stemmed from Tang Ekui bearing the burden of vengeance for Xue Qinghe's father's death. Moreover, Qian Xuanji had indirectly caused the demise of the Silver Emperor, prompting Tang Hao to seek revenge through Tang San, given that she is not Tang Hao's child. What could be Xue Qinghe's reasoning for wanting her at the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Tang Yuyo could not believe that Xue Qinghe genuinely sought to recruit capable individuals and geniuses, especially considering her prior encounter with him at the Moon Pavilion in Heaven Do City. She also recalled the peculiar disturbances that followed her consumption of the light-type Millennium Elixir. Could it be? Tang Yuyo composed herself and glanced at Dai Mubai. Noticing their gazes did not meet as he was engaged in a whispered conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yuyo felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her fellow villager seemed rather unreliable, ensnared by Zhu Zhuqing. Such a significant question mark. Shouldn't it provoke suspicion? Although Dai Mubai was conversing with Zhu Zhuqing, he had caught wind of Qin Ming's recent statement. However, his expression remained unchanged. Ziji observed the entire exchange, finding it increasingly perplexing. The imperial beast accompanying Dai Mubai did not resemble a romantic relationship typical in the human realm. Why did their occasional synergy feel so inexplicable, beyond friendship, yet falling short of being romantic? She could not fathom that both were members of an otherworldly expedition, one with a connection and the other without. Their seemingly innocuous gestures were merely codes shared between fellow villagers. However, this was not information to be divulged to others, even post-ascension. Very well. Let these young ones continue their struggle at the Soto City Soul Arena. We await your good news, Qin Ming. Flandra's resolute decision reverberated in the room. Originally, according to the storyline, the Heaven Do Royal Academy's arrival at the Soto City Soul Arena was anticipated a year later. Yet, it had arrived prematurely, all due to Xue Qinghe's directive. Finally, Tang Yuyo and Dai Mubai locked eyes, but their gaze lingered for only a fleeting moment before they quickly looked away. Nevertheless, both understood the underlying meaning. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, attempting to suppress a smile that might lead Zhu Zhuqing to misunderstand. At last, a reunion of fellow villagers was imminent. Tang Yuyo proved to be quite the enigma. Despite Dai Mubai's numerous attempts to probe, she had remained tight-lipped. No wonder she had discovered the eye of ice and fire before him. Such disparities exist between individuals. As night fell, Tang Yuyo quietly left her room after finishing her bath. Laughter from Ning Rongrong echoed from the bathroom, marking an opportune moment for a clandestine meeting. Not long after Tang Yuyo reached the rooftop, Dai Mubai arrived. You finally acknowledge it. You and I are kindred spirits, aren't we? I've seen it all along. Dai Mubai exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as if he had found a long-lost compatriot. All right, here, take this. Tang Yuyo presented Dai Mubai with the golden bone sword she had retrieved from the system. Though she could wield it, its utility was limited. It would serve him better. After all, among the Soul Beast clans, none were as close to her as Dai Mubai. After all, they hail from the same origin and are well acquainted with each other's secrets. What is this peculiar artifact? Dai Mubai grasped the golden bone sword and performed a couple of elegant flourishes. He felt an undeniable affinity with this blade. It seemed to amplify his connection to the golden attribute of his soul power. Is this a treasure forged from the essence of the gold element? Since he ingested the miraculous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which laid the foundation for his indestructible body, his mastery over the golden attribute within his martial soul had significantly improved. This sword, known as the Golden Bone Sword, symbolizes their shared origins and the profound secrets they hold, allowing them to serve as shields for one another in times of need. I foresee that great upheaval will soon befall me. Tang Yuyu paused momentarily, then pointed towards the obsidian night sky. If the prying eyes from that realm were to descend upon us, Would you be willing to lend me your aid when that day comes? You should be well aware of the rewards that await you upon the fruition of our endeavors. If you are unwilling, it matters not. After all, we are merely familiar strangers, despite the friendship that has blossomed over these past 2 months. Nevertheless, this sword remains your request, with but one condition. The secrecy of our bond must be preserved. If you agree, it shall be yours. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words as she finished speaking. He could only nod in resignation, knowing that the secret of being a transmigrator was one they both shared and thus could never be divulged. Chapter 145, A New Journey. Therefore, acquiring a magical artifact without any cost was an opportunity he could not refuse. Dai Mubai's arrival in the Star Luo royal family was akin to commencing in hell. Thus, even if he was not particularly astute, he certainly possessed more than a mere cotton-brained disposition. Exposing the secret of their shared transmigration would yield no benefit for Tang Yuyu, nor for him. On the contrary, he would have to safeguard her identity to prevent her from revealing his own. Excellent. Tang Yuyu smirked. Having imbued the sword with a trace of her own fateful aura, once Dai Mubai returned, he would meet his demise. She was a personification of causality, starkly different from the fate power wielded by Wang Qiu'er in the second law. The three-eyed golden beast seemed more like a harbinger of the luck of the Soul Beast clan. What exactly do you mean by this great upheaval? Dai Mubai recalled that Tang Yuyu's gesture towards the heavens likely referred to the divine realm, although he initially failed to grasp its full significance upon reflection. The truth became clear. While others may be ignorant, Dai Mubai was acutely aware of the existence of the divine realm beyond Douluo Continent. It is premature to discuss, and even if you were to learn, it would serve you little good. All you need to know is that this upheaval will necessitate a complete reformation of the rules governing the entire Douluo Continent. Consider the likes of Ziji. Her continued presence by my side as a guardian is a testament to this. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. Having previously been puzzled by the ferocious beast's attachment to Tang Yuyu, now it seemed to stem from the upheaval she mentioned. Reforming the rules of the Douluo Continent? Does that imply overthrowing the dominion of the divine realm? For some reason, he felt that it entailed much more than that. I cannot predict the future's trajectory, but I can assure you that we will always be friends. As for whether I can assist you before the great upheaval arrives, I cannot say for certain. I must first ensure Zhu Qing's safety before addressing anything else. She bravely followed me to the Heaven Do Empire, and I am bound by my promise as a man to protect her for life. Tang Yuyu understood. This was indeed commendable. This version of Dai Mubai exhibited greater responsibility and integrity than the previous one. Zhu Zhuqing would surely cherish this Dai Mubai, purely loyal and steadfast, aligning perfectly with her own values. You are commendable. Always treat her well. While not striving for perfection, you must strive to be better. Tang Yuyu's words carried a subtle undertone. Dai Mubai understood her intention. It was not necessary to provide Zhu Zhuqing with the very best, but he must certainly be better than the former version of himself. Rest assured, while perfection may be unattainable, I can certainly strive for improvement. Dai Mubai was confident that this pure-hearted, academically gifted young man was far superior to the former roguish figure. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. Tang Yu turned to leave, realizing she had been away for too long. The 5 girls shared the same hotel. Ning Rongrong loved to linger, often dragging Ziji to play a little longer, while Bai Qinxiang and Zhu Zhuqing were quite quick with their bathing. As the two finished, a shadow emerged stealthily from the darkness. It was Zhu Zhuqing. She gazed pensively at Dai Mubai's departing figure, her fists clenched at her side. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, suggesting she had overheard their conversation. Moments later, she faded into the night, like a shadow, descending silently upon the corridor before the hotel room. Zhuqing, did you just step out? Tang Yuyu was taken aback, her mind racing with speculation about where Zhu Zhuqing had gone. Surely she hadn't followed and eavesdropped? I want to buy something. Cough, cough. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual cool demeanor, yet a hint of shyness flickered across her face as she gestured to the items in her hand. Tang Yuyu was taken aback, quickly realizing the nature of the feminine hygiene products in Zhu Zhuqing's possession. Well, it seems that regardless of the realm, girls cannot escape this issue. Even the maidens of the magical continent endure such special times. Wait here. I'll fetch you some warm drinks from downstairs. With that, Tang Yuyu dashed out. A smile graced Zhu Zhuqing's face, relishing the feeling of someone worrying about her. Great upheaval? No matter what it may entail, she was unafraid. This warmth was one of the few comforts she cherished and did not wish to lose. Zhu Zhuqing's resolve solidified further. She was unconcerned about Dai Mubai sharing a secret with others, for once a secret is spoken, it ceases to be a secret. Her duty was to guard their secret. Half a month later, Flender received a letter from Qin Ming, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. It appeared that Crown Prince Shui Qinghe held Shrek Academy's faculty and students in high regard. All right, children, Qin Ming has written to us, and it is time for us to head to Heavendo City. You have 3 days of leave to pack your belongings. We shall set off at this time in 3 days. Flender, in his elation, could not help but adjust his spectacles perched upon his nose. Upon hearing of the 3-day holiday, a cheer erupted from all. Even Ziji's usually stoic face broke into a smile. This seemed to be a universal trait among students. The mere mention of a holiday ignited their enthusiasm. All right, silence. Let me address something important. After I finish speaking, you will all disperse. Flender cleared his throat. Qin Ming's message conveyed that although our Shrek Academy has merged with the Heavendo Royal Academy, we are still entitled to a dedicated classroom exclusively for Shrek Academy. A classroom? Does this imply an academy within an academy? Precisely, Shrek Academy will function as a distinct entity. Upon reviewing Shrek Academy's credentials, the 3 educational commissioners of Heavendo Royal Academy deemed that our instructors possess exceptional teaching abilities and should not be mixed with mediocre students. Thus, they have established a new educational system specifically for us. At this point, Flender could not resist the urge to boast about his old comrades. The other instructors readily chimed in. Even Zhao Wuji's thick-headedness showed a glimmer of agreement. It seemed to have turned into a mutual admiration society, with everyone extolling each other's virtues. Oscar and the others exchanged pained glances. Amidst a tug-of-war, they pushed Ma Hongjun forward to halt the continuation of this praise fest. Teacher, could we please get to the point? Pushed forward, Ma Hongjun mustered the courage to utter these words, prompting Flandre to clear his throat awkwardly. Lost in their enthusiasm, the group of elderly gentlemen had forgotten the passage of time. They had been extolling the virtues of the Shrek Academy's faculty for nearly a quarter of an hour. Chapter 146, the so-called Inner and Outer Academies. The crux of the matter is that our Shrek Academy has become the inner academy of the Tiendo Royal Academy. This can be interpreted as Shrek Academy, training the elite of the Tiendo Royal Academy, existing independently under the name of Shrek Academy. Is it really possible for such a lenient policy to exist? Ma Hongjun was astounded. What kind of prince is this, so unconcerned about the concentration of power? Even his not-so-bright mind could discern that the jurisdiction here seems excessively broad. Is this truly a means to attract talent? It feels almost too good to be true. Dean, could there be some deception at play here? The Tiendo Royal Academy has existed for so many years. How can it allow Shrek Academy to stand as a separate inner academy without changing its name? Dai Mubai frowned, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Could there be other transmigrators involved? Moreover, as he and Zhu Zhuqing hail from the Star Luo Empire, would it not be somewhat inappropriate for them to attend the Tiendo Royal Academy? Dai Mubai himself was indifferent, given his lack of allegiance to the Star Luo Empire. But for Zhu Zhuqing, being the daughter of a duke from the new Luo Empire, the situation was different. If the other party took that into consideration, Dai Mubai was unsure whether he should aim for the Lamba Academy, especially since the admission criteria for the 5 elemental academies necessitate elemental martial souls. However, with Yu Xiaojiang having moved to Lamba Academy, wasn't he just clinging to Tang San's coattails? He found himself in a difficult position. Observing Dai Mubai's melancholic demeanor, Hu Yinjin suddenly realized how awkward Dai Mubai's identity truly was. He scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for alternatives. Remaining in the small village of Soto would not allow the other children to make significant progress. They needed better cultivation resources to nurture their potential. Mubai, let's go to the Tiendo Royal Academy together. Zhu Zhuqing grasped Dai Mubai's hand, instilling him with a measure of steadfast courage. In truth, from the moment she and Dai Mubai decided to flee, she understood that the Star Luo Empire was nothing more than a fleeting memory for him. The constant internal strife within her clan, coupled with the occasional harassment, had made Zhu Zhuqing utterly exhausted. At that time, Zhu Zhuyin had already become the crown princess of the Star Luo Empire, due to the family's tradition of raising gu. She was persistently harassed by them when she and Dai Mubai solidified their engagement. Escaping that family was the most fortunate decision of her life. All right. Dai Mubai glanced at their interlocked hands, then met Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, nodding resolutely. This nod signified their complete abandonment of their identities as members of the Star Luo Empire. Besides relinquishing their royal identities, they might face various pursuits. Even if a prince of the Star Luo Empire fled, he could not seek refuge with the forces of a rival nation. This would be tantamount to a betrayal on a different level. even if Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing merely attended this academy. The Star Luo Emperor allowed Dai Mubai to venture outside due to the family tradition of pitting princes against one another, and since he was significantly older than Davis, he could only bide his time. However, this did not imply that Dai Tianfeng would willingly permit Dai Mubai to seek refuge at the Tiando Royal Academy. Pondering the implications. Did this mean they would never return to the Star Luo Empire to inherit their family legacy? Fear not, Zhuqing. Should anyone trouble you, the Haotian sect will lend a hand. I believe Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile sect would be willing to assist as well, right? Tang Yuyo exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong, who promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Old Tiger Dai and 8th sister will surely be guests of my 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I refuse to believe that with the backing of the 2 major sects, the Star Luo royal family would dare to act against you. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing smiled, expressing their gratitude to the two, their eyes reflecting genuine warmth. Perhaps finding such dependable friendships in this foreign world was a significant blessing. Wonderful. The esteemed Elder Tang Chun of the Haotian sect has also emerged from seclusion. As long as the Spirit Hall does not cast its gaze upon you, you two can reside peacefully in Tiando City. Flandra, ever the tactless speaker, inadvertently extinguished the Dai Mubai Sismide. If the Spirit Hall sought to expand, the 2 empires would undoubtedly provoke chaos, and in such tumult, no matter their stance, they would take to the battlefield, for in times of turmoil, no nest remains unscathed. Dean Flandra, perhaps it would be prudent for you to refrain from further comments. Dai Mubai's expression darkened, while Zhu Zhuqing smiled softly from the side. Thus, a day filled with playful banter passed. With 3 days of respite at hand, the 9 members of Shrek gathered together to venture to Soto City, intending to indulge in a hearty meal. It had been a long time since they had relaxed so thoroughly. Ever since the start of the soul fighting tournament, I've had to rush through matches daily. My bones feel as though they're about to shatter. Oscar lamented, rubbing his sore arms, the very spot where his soul bone fused. He possessed a skill from that soul bone which he had yet to utilize, for such trivial contests in the grand arena rendered it unnecessary. Little Ao, do you think you're the only one feeling fatigued? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and then handed the dish he had prepared to Bai Qinxiang. Xiang, eat up. This is your favorite hot pot beef. Bai Qinxiang modestly thanked him. When she first arrived at Shrek Academy, she had been somewhat shy, but observing the camaraderie among everyone, she gradually integrated into the group. Aside from her closer bond with her cousin, she had developed good relationships with several of the girls in Shrek Academy, excluding Xiao Wu. Since Xiao Wu left, she hadn't returned any messages. Had it not been for Tang Yeo knowing she was merely a side character for Tang San, one might have genuinely wondered if something had happened to her. All the better. Let's mutually owe each other nothing. She was destined to sacrifice herself for Tang San. And despite having known her the longest, Bai Chunxiang could only watch as she gravitated further towards him. Despite their constant bickering and conflicts, it was disheartening to see her turn against her. Ultimately, years of emotion could not compete with a man's sweet words. She felt a twinge of sadness, but not excessively so, for she had always viewed the world through the eyes of an outsider. What are you thinking about? Hurry and eat. Here, take this. I see you fidgeting with your chopsticks, unsure of what to eat. Oscar offered a plate of fresh fruit, which Tang Yuyo instinctively accepted. The silver-haired youth's eyes brimmed with tenderness and sincerity, causing Tang Yuyo to momentarily freeze under his gaze. His affectionate peach blossom eyes were captivating. Oscar, your eyes are truly beautiful, Tang Yuyo earnestly complimented, as if addressing something of great importance. Oscar's smile faltered for a moment. Then his enchanting peach blossom eyes squinted into a crescent moon. Chapter 147, An Obstacle. After 3 days of unbridled enjoyment, it was time to prepare for their journey to Tiando City. Wow, no wonder the teachers agreed to Senior Qin Ming's invitation to the Tiando Royal Academy. My goodness, such grand architecture and immense grounds. It's truly the #1 academy. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with wonder, resembling a rustic bumpkin emerging from an isolated mountain. Stop touching everything. Can't you see how the passers-by are looking at us with disdain? While Oscar also felt astonished, he did not show it, observing the contemptuous gazes from those they encountered. Even his thick skin was starting to wear thin. Tang Yuyu had visited the Moon Pavilion, a gathering place for the elite among noble offspring. Far more grandiose than the Royal Academy of Tiando. While its area might not be as expansive, one must acknowledge that it serves as a venue for etiquette training, whereas the other is a prestigious Soul Master Academy, making any direct comparison impractical. Where did this country bumpkin come from? They mocked, clearly unfamiliar with the world. How amusing. It seems anyone can waltz into the Royal Academy of Tiendo these days. I suggest you return once you came, as this is not how one cultivates connections. And what's this about Shrek Academy? It's laughable. If you can't come up with a proper name, perhaps you should call it the Shizhengxiang Academy instead. Ha ha ha. Xu Ebing burst into laughter, surrounded by a cadre of young aristocrats eager to flatter him. After all, he belonged to one of the two royal bloodlines of the empire. Even if he could not ascend to the throne, he would at least be a prince. Here it comes. That familiar, arrogant voice must be Xu Ebing. Daimu Bai raised an eyebrow, but refrained from reacting, no longer the easily provoked individual he once was. His indifference stemmed from his knowledge of the unfolding story. Yet the others, apart from Tang Yuyu, felt a surge of anger, having only been at Shrek Academy for 3 to 4 months. Tang Yuyu and her companions did not harbor deep feelings for the institution, but Ma Hongjun and Oscar had practically grown up there. Xu Ebing's blatant insult toward Shrek Academy reddened their eyes, while Flanders simmered with rage. Is this the upbringing of the Tiendo royal family and its noble offspring? Today truly opens my eyes. When did the recommendations of the Tiendo Royal Academy's Education Commission become subject to scrutiny from students? Though Shrek Academy was invited by your esteemed teacher Qin Ming, its admission into the Royal Academy of Tiendo was sanctioned by the Crown Prince himself. Are you now questioning His Highness's decisions? A mocking smile crept across Tang Yuyu's lips, her eyes betraying an undeniable contempt, as if she regarded Xu Ebing, the Empire's 4th prince, as a mere grasshopper to toy with. Despite knowing the truth in her words, Xu Ebing could not help but feel anger bubble within him. Ha! I care not for your decisions. I am the 4th prince of the Tiendo Empire. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? A fleeting look of derision crossed Tang Yuyu's face. Play the dandy long enough, and you may become a true dandy. I truly wonder how a prince lacking in ability and cunning, merely hiding like a turtle, managed to ascend to the throne of the Tiendo Empire. Fool! Even the emperor of the Tiendo Empire must show me respect here. What are you, 4th prince? In flattering terms, you may be a prince, but in less flattering terms, merely a pawn in the struggle for the throne. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Crown Prince of the Tiendo Empire, though the Royal Academy of Tiendo is overseen by Prince Xu Eshing. I am certain that the proposal for Shrek Academy's entrance was long ago approved by the Crown Prince and conveyed to the Emperor Xu. Are you therefore questioning the Emperor's decision? Tang Yuyu scoffed, her casual demeanor striking Xu Ebing like a plunge into icy depths. You seem eager to prance about, lest the throne slips further from your grasp, do you not? After all, the greatest beneficiary of Shrek Academy's presence at the Royal Academy of Tiendo is none other than Crown Prince Suiking. How foolish can you be to have survived under Qian Rengshu's watch for so long? One would expect a normal person to take note of Xu Ebing and act accordingly. Yet in the original plot, Xu Ebing managed to bounce around until the very end unscathed. You, attack them, teach them a lesson. Xu Ebing, humiliated and furious, found that his most closely guarded secrets had been laid bare. He had long concealed his true character, masquerading as a dandy to deceive the Crown Prince. A plan that had seemed foolproof until today, as impulsive outburst shattered it. Clenching his jaw and fists, he could no longer restrain his fury and hastily commanded his sycophants to discipline Tang Yuyu. He felt emboldened by a reckless abandon, since it had come to this. Let the storm rage all the more fiercely. The cost had already been substantial. He would have to seize the support that Suiking was poised to gain. The Emperor wields significant power. I had no idea you aspire to claim your father's position. If your father knew of such filial piety, he would surely be comforted. However, my people will not tolerate your questioning. A voice as gentle as jade spoke from behind, causing Xu Ebing to whirl around, startled to see his inner demon, Suiking. He swallowed hard, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes before retreating into a shell. He dared not face Suiking directly, having pretended for so long that he had lost the courage to confront the true heir. Your Highness, I merely intended to teach these ignorant commoners a lesson. Xu Ebing smiled obsequiously, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Oh, is that so? I heard it was you who instigated the dispute. Suiking approached, patting Xu Ebing on the shoulder while amiably adjusting his collar. Brother, you're growing up. It's time to suggest to father that you find a princess. Spending all your days in flower beds only brings disgrace to the royal family. Suiking did not pursue the earlier argument, but instead appeared to be struck by the realization that his brother had matured. Xu Ebing's expression darkened. Marrying a royal princess would firmly cement him in the position of prince. Though his chances against Suiking for the throne had been slim, there had still been a flicker of hope. However, once wed, Emperor Xia would assign him a fief, solidifying his status as a prince. Do not trouble yourself, dear brother. I shall take my leave. Shubung feigned trepidation, though impatience simmered within him. He feared remaining in the presence of the crown prince would lead to revealing further flaws, and thus hastily excused himself. Go on. Zweeking watched Shuebing depart, a glint of malice flickering in his gentle eyes. It appeared that Shuebing could not be spared. Had he not come to meet her beforehand, he would not have witnessed this scene. To maintain a facade for years without arousing suspicion was indeed a skill. Yet such a scheming individual must not be allowed to linger, lest they disrupt her grand designs. Originally, controlling the Tiando Empire was a means for Qian Rengshu to prove her capabilities to Bibi Dong, but now that she had uncovered the truth about her father's murderer, her obsession with Bibi Dong had lessened. Nevertheless, her original intent to command the Tiando Empire remained unchanged. She now sought to establish her own powerful faction. The Spirit Hall had nearly become Bibi Dong's possession, so she would construct a true empire to provide a better environment for her sister. Perhaps due to her childhood experiences, Qian Rengshu often felt a kinship with Tang Yuyu. After all, she had her grandfather, while Tang Yuyu was accompanied by Tang Hao. On occasion, even Qian Rengshu could not help but think that they were indeed like true sisters, sharing such similar fates. One had to call her mother aunt, while the other referred to her mother as sister. One was raised by her uncle, while the other was nurtured by her grandfather. Neither had ever experienced the warmth of maternal love throughout their lives. Reflecting on this, Qian Renshue approached Tang Yuyu with a tender gaze. Yuyu, it's wonderful to see you again. It seems we shall have the pleasure of frequent encounter from now on. I arrived in haste, and wonder if you've had the chance to visit Lady Yuehua at the Moon Pavilion? The familiarity in Shui Qingha's tone astonished the onlookers, especially Dai Mubai, who was left pondering whether he was oblivious to the truth. Beneath the facade of the imperial crown prince lay the holy maiden of the Spear Hall. Qian Renshue. How had she cultivated such camaraderie with her fellow townsmen? Brother Shui, Tang Yuyu called out, perplexed by Shui Qingha's sudden approach. Even as Ning Rongrong beside her remained indifferent. It was known that he currently held the title of Imperial Prince, making Ning Rongrong his junior sister. Surely, this relationship should feel more familiar than her own. Although Shui Qingha was dissatisfied with this address, he nonetheless smiled and affectionately ruffled Tang Yuyu's hair. I haven't yet had the opportunity to return to the Moon Pavilion. At this, Tang Yuyu's gaze flickered with evasion. She had never truly considered visiting Lady Yuehua. Although Tang Hao's sister treated her kindly, she was acutely aware that the woman was not her biological mother from the world she had traversed into. Thus, she seldom felt compelled to visit the Moon Pavilion. Moreover, their somewhat awkward relationship made her infrequent visits quite natural. After all, from Tang Yuehua's perspective, she was merely a girl who addressed her mother as aunt, which inevitably stirred discomfort within her. Regardless, Tang Yuehua always regarded her with a forgiving expression. Straying from the topic, Tang Yuyu's distracted demeanor caught Qian Renshue off guard. She seemed to glimpse her younger self within Tang Yuyu. Once, she too had been that tentative, yearning for Bibi Dong's affection, hoping for a hug, for just a little more love. Yet, some destinies are irrevocably beyond one's grasp. Upon learning from Qian Douluo of Bibi Dong's role in Qian Xuanji's demise, Qian Renshue comprehended the depth of Bibi Dong's loathing for her existence. No wonder Bibi Dong had never comforted or drawn close to her. She was a child born of unfulfilled expectations, just like Tang Yuyu. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to embrace Tang Yuyu surged within her, but in the presence of so many, it would be inappropriate, especially while donning the guise of Shui Qingha. Dean Flander, it is an honor to finally meet you. Subsequently, the matter of Shrek Academy merging with the Tiando Royal Academy would be discussed in detail by 3 members of the teaching committee. Flander nodded, his heart brimming with joy. He had not anticipated that this precious gem was connected to the Imperial Prince, thus ensuring Shrek Academy would have influential backing in the future. From the moment Shui Qingha appeared, Oscar had noticed his unyielding focus on Tang Yuyu, causing his expression to darken. Rongrong is here too. The teacher has been reminding you to send a letter home since you've been away for so long. You must write to your father and assure him of your safety. Shui Qingha appeared to just notice Ning Rongrong, his mouth agape in surprise. How could the prince, so absorbed in Yuyu, possibly notice her? Ning Rongrong scrutinized Shui Qingha, who momentarily froze before realizing that, to everyone else, he appeared as a male. Thus, Ning Rongrong likely perceived him as a suitor vying for Tang Yuyu's affection. Shui Qingha made no effort to disabuse her of this notion. He considered it quite beneficial, as it could shield Tang Yuyu from unwanted advances. You, always so mischievous. Now, Dean Flander, please proceed. Seeing Shui Qingha's tacit acceptance, Ning Rongrong cast a triumphant glance at Oscar. If it didn't hurry, it might not snag a single strand of hair. Now that is just adding fuel to the fire. Zhu Zhuqing tugged at Ning Rongrong's sleeve, urging her to cease her antics. Did she not notice Oscar's displeased countenance? What do you mean by not even a single strand? Is it time for a meal? Ma Hongjun's comment was completely off topic, as his thought process perpetually lagged behind the others, yet it managed to lighten the previously somber atmosphere. All you think about is eating. You'll soon turn into a big pig. Bai Qinxiang stepped on Ma Hongjun's foot, crossing her arms in a mock display of annoyance. Xiang, why did you step on me again? And so, the two lively spirits began their playful bickering, restoring a sense of normalcy among the group. Bai Qinxiang and Ma Hongjun truly were the life of the gathering, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to relax her watchful gaze on Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's temperament was no longer that of scolded kitten under Flander's admonitions. She occasionally displayed a playful side, albeit now with certain boundaries. Dang Yi Ue, your sister nearly got whisked away, and you remain as stoic as ever, indifferent to it all? Unable to provoke Oscar, Ning Rongrong turned her attention to Tang Yu, who, throughout their journey, had transformed from stoic figure to one visibly flustered by her antics. Thus, when Ning Rongrong uttered those words, he promptly distanced himself from the group, hurrying to follow Flander, leaving her words to drift away in the wind. Chapter 149. Ning Rongrong. What a noteworthy figure, attempting to control me. As anticipated, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Although the avalanche had departed, it had still summoned Douluo and Prince Xuesheng, much like the original narrative dictated. I hear there are guests here, and they even confronted our empire's fourth prince. I must see who it is. Even before his arrival, his voice had already reached everyone's ears. Entering was a portly middle-aged man, undoubtedly the prince. Tang Yu scrutinized the newcomer without restraint, puzzled as to why he would choose to support the avalanche. Any discerning individual would recognize that the winds of fortune were firmly in favor of the prince, yet he opted to assist the avalanche until the very end. He appeared to be an ambitious schemer. After all, the prince he had distanced himself from since childhood had ascended, while he remained merely a minor prince. Should the avalanche rise to power, he could position himself as the most trusted uncle of the emperor. Upon reaching the doorway, Prince Xuesheng suddenly halted, for he had spotted Xuesheng. What's going on? The avalanche did not mention that Xuesheng was here. It seemed the avalanche was intent on pulling the rug out from under his uncle. The avalanche was no noble figure, having concealed himself for years. He now stood exposed before the prince's watchful eyes, while dragging along the uncle who had always considered his interests. After all, Prince Xuesheng could claim ignorance of the avalanche's ambitions for the throne. Yet, there was no way to explain this situation now. The avalanche had just departed when the prince arrived. No one would believe there was no connection between the two. Even if the Emperor Shuiyi were Prince Xuesheng's full-blooded brother, he would never tolerate anyone coveting the throne while he still breathed. Uncle, such grandiosity. Are you so eager to avenge the avalanche? Shrek Academy was an institution I proposed and was officially approved by the Emperor to merge with the Tiando Royal Academy. The avalanche, fully aware of this matter, had obstructed Shrek Academy's entrance into the Tiando Royal Academy and dismissed the imperial decree. Was this the result of the prince's upbringing? The smile on Xuesheng's face was laced with coldness. How utterly insufferable, allowing him to linger for a few more years. And he dared to appear beneath my very nose. If he desires death, then let us expedite his journey. Xuesheng subtly gestured with his fingers. And the hidden spirit Douluo, aware of her intentions, understood. The avalanche must vanish. How lively! Douluo, following closely behind Prince Xuesheng, entered, sensing the atmosphere was amiss. His eyes darted around. Prince Xuesheng had summoned him to restore order, even going so far as to leverage an old favor as leverage. Years prior, Douluo had been hunted by the Spirit Hall, and it was Prince Xuesheng who had rescued him, which explained why a titled Douluo found himself ensnared beneath the authority of this minor prince. Though Xuesheng is a prince, his soul power is insufficient to engage in conversation with Douluo. In the Douluo Continent, the lives of nobles are deemed more precious than those of commoners. Yet the lives of soul masters hold even greater value than that of the nobility. This hierarchical society has always revered the strong. Today presents a most opportune moment for Xuesheng to sever ties. Repaying this favor will leave them with a clean slate. However, the act of compensating a life-saving debt with trivial gestures is fundamentally inadequate. From this day forth, the Emperor Shuya will harbor greater suspicion towards Prince Xuesheng, and there will inevitably come a day when Xuesheng will find himself in need of salvation. Contemplating all of this, a more sinister smile crept across Douluo's face. Let me witness what sort of prodigious talents are worthy of admission to the Tiando Royal Academy. I have been invited by the prince to assess the strength of these geniuses. Enduring for the duration of a stick of incense shall suffice for your passage. Surely, His Highness the Crown Prince would not object. After all, the Tiando Royal Academy remains under the jurisdiction of Prince Xuesheng, and my mission to test your capabilities is hardly unreasonable. Uttering such words puts Xuesheng at the precipice of life and death. He wiped the sweat from his brow, regretting ever allowing Douluo to accompany him, cursing the incompetence of Xuesheng. Now, not only has he lost a favor, but he must also contend with the watchful eyes of Xueqing, and perhaps even the Emperor Xuye will harbor reservations about him. Xueqing's typically gentle and composed demeanor was marred by a flicker of impatience as he locked eyes with Prince Xuesheng, wishing he could peel away his skin right then and there. He had initially hoped to swiftly conclude this tiresome admission process and reminisce with Tang Yaoyao afterward. Yet, time continued to slip away as he faced repeated obstructions. He had already postponed numerous documents from the Crown Prince's estate to make time for his sister's enrollment. What kind of institution is the Tiando Royal Academy to even have such an admissions test? This was a sentiment echoed by Ning Rongrong, who found it intolerable that Xuebeng's earlier transgressions were overlooked, while this so-called prince, relying on his authority, summoned a titled Douluo to intimidate them. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was seething with rage. She yearned to fly to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and have Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bone dispose of these bothersome individuals. Who does she, the little witch of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, think she is? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower has now evolved into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, and her soul power has soared to a new soul ring within a mere 6 months. Flandra could hardly contain her temperament, only displaying a semblance of restraint in front of Tang Yaoyao. Her gentleness was reserved for people, and, as the young mistress of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, should she not possess a bit of spirit? Thus, she launched a direct confrontation. I, the future heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, refuse to swallow this indignity. Do you think the royal family can still seek to win over our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? I shall return and inform my father to have a proper discussion with the Emperor of Tiando. Just who does this prince think he is, to dare to impose upon me? Ning Rongrong's words were sharp as daggers, causing Prince Xuesheng to break into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that this individual was actually the daughter of the sectmaster of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and its future heir. This was a predicament indeed. It is worth noting that the royal family's martial soul in the Tiando Empire is the Swan Spirit, which pales in comparison to the evil White Tiger of the Star Luo Empire in terms of offensive capability, which is why they sought the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to contend with the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, with the Haotian sect having emerged, Emperor Xuye would only place greater emphasis on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as the sect is situated within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, which traditionally supports it. At this juncture, this is not merely a blunder. It is clear that Emperor Xuye will not maintain a close relationship with Prince Xuesheng. However, this is far from over. There is no limit to despair. A mischievous smile crept across Ning Rongrong's lips, and the words that escaped her full, rounded mouth sent chills through the air. How about I make a swift exit? Offending me is one thing, but there are also the future heirs and direct descendants of the Haotian sect. I would like to inquire whether the Tiando Empire, in its current state of prosperity, has truly become so formidable. How is it that the heirs of the top 3 sects can be bullied by some pampered fourth prince like mere strays? What kind of logic is this? Ning Rongrong's remarks were laced with disdain, prompting laughter from Xueqing, who then suppressed the amusement. She resolved to treat this little witch, Ning Rongrong, with a bit more kindness in the future. Previously, she had refrained from investing too much emotion in Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, knowing that the Tiando Empire and the top 3 sects would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the Spirit Hall. After all, she was here as an undercover agent, not to engage in some farcical teacher-student relationship. The disciples of the Haotian sect. The words of Douluo and Prince Xuesheng resonated simultaneously. Douluo was merely astonished, while Prince Xuesheng feared the presence of Haotian sect disciples would surely spell disaster. He cast a pleading glance at Xueqing, hoping she might assist in breaking the deadlock. But Xueqing averted her gaze from him, choosing to ignore his plight. How amusing. He seeks trouble and now expects me to clean up after him. Let us see how Xuye will protect you now. Qianren Xue had already intended to eliminate Xuebing, and thus, Prince Xuesheng would not escape his doom. It was absurd that he dared to request help after failing to honor Tang Yaoyao. With such grand ambitions, he must take full responsibility for his actions. It is evident that he possesses the audacity to assist Xuebeng in vying for the throne, likely due to the unwavering support of a titled Douluo at his side. Although Douluo ranks lowest among titled Douluos, his lethality surpasses that of any other titled Douluo. What do you want from me, your highness? You must take responsibility for your own actions. I cannot assist you. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, Prince Xuesheng's hopes were dashed. He had indeed lost both his lady and his soldiers. It appeared that Xuebeng had no chance of inheriting the throne. He could not hold the prince responsible for his downfall. After all, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit, since Xuebeng no longer held any value for him. He would use him as a stepping stone. This could serve as the final flicker of his fading influence. A fitting reward for having looked after him for so many years. This young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is quite unaware of the events transpiring. I merely heard Xuebeng mention someone taking advantage of their power. This statement, veiled and ambiguous, failed to clarify who was being referenced, yet its implications pointed directly at Xuebeng. Ning Rongrong scoffed at the feeble attempt to obfuscate the truth, though she refrained from launching another sharp inquiry, recognizing that moderation is key. Since there is nothing further, let us depart quickly. We cannot delay our admission to Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Xuesheng promptly vacated the scene, neglecting Douluo entirely. After all, while Douluo was indeed a titled Douluo, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School boasted 2 titled Douluos. Moreover, he had previously incurred the wrath of Tang Chun, who had kicked Bibi Dong and punched Qiandaolu, both of whom were affiliated with the Haotian sect. These were forces he could not afford to provoke. So he seized the opportunity to slip away. Tang Yu glanced at Ning Rongrong, sensing a resemblance to Ning Fengji in her demeanor. She was indeed his daughter. Her father, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was often mentioned by her grandfather, who spoke highly of him as a person of great talent. Adept in handling affairs, yet unworldly. Ning Rongrong felt the weight of a gaze upon her and turned to find it belonged to the stoic figure. She offered a charming, cat-like smile, only to have him avert his eyes. Her smile faltered, and with a deep sense of grievance. She shot a resentful glance at Tang Yu before returning her gaze elsewhere. She fidgeted with the belt of her garment, twisting it incessantly as if to channel her grievances towards someone into that very action. Tang Yu, catching a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, felt a delightful itch in his heart, akin to a playful kitten scratching at his insides, finding her manner quite endearing. He cast another quick glance at Ning Rongrong before swiftly averting his gaze, the lowered lashes concealing the emotions swirling within. Though the gentle curve of his lips betrayed his current good spirits, despite the prowess of his teammates, Douluo remained unyieldingly stationary. The 3 committee members casting wary glances at him, anticipating any unforeseen movements. After all, this notorious titled Douluo was known for his eccentric temperament. Who could predict that he might transition from a cheerful demeanor to unleashing a mysterious venom upon you in an instant? Ah, youth. Douluo surveyed the members of Shrek Academy and noted with keen observation that they were significantly younger than Douluo. Which of you is a disciple of the Haotian sect? And what relation does Tang Hao bear? The name Tang Hao resonated throughout the ears of all present, raising questions about any potential enmity between Douluo and Tang Hao. Why had he chosen this moment to inquire? Tang Yu pondered if this was related to the matter of the ice and fire yin yang, speculating whether Douluo had been driven away by Tang Hao, harboring resentment that he now sought to vent upon the descendants of the Haotian sect. As Tang Yu maintained her composure, Tang Yu refrained from uttering a word, and the others were equally reticent, uncertain of the exact nature of the relationship between Douluo and Tang Hao. What business do you have with Tang Hao? Ning Rongrong interjected, furrowing her brow as she stood before Tang Yu, exuding an air that suggested one must first contend with her. Tang Yu frowned slightly. This was hardly the moment for Ning Rongrong to seek attention, although her earlier declaration of being from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect rendered her inquiry quite fitting. He positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, blocking Douluo's line of sight, his cool gaze meeting Douluo's emerald vertical pupils. The shivering sensation of being scrutinized by a venomous serpent coursed through him, yet he remained unfazed. Such courage, yet still lacking in certain aspects. Have the Tang clan members become so timid since the Haotian sect sealed its gates? Douluo mused, casting a glance at Tang Yu behind Ning Rongrong, as if everything were spoken without words. Tang Yu comprehended the implication. Was he insinuating that she lacked the courage to confront him directly? Yet, she remained indifferent, for she was not truly a member of the Tang clan. What if Douluo harbored a grudge against Tang Hao and truly poisoned her? Though her third spirit ability could counteract toxins, who among the gathered could truly contend with a title Douluo? After a moment of silence, no one stepped forward to claim their affiliation with the Haotian sect, causing Douluo to lose interest. Initially, he had wished to inquire about Tang Hao's whereabouts, hoping to discern whether he still possessed that peculiar orb capable of alleviating the toxins within his granddaughter. Boring. I have some acquaintance with Tang Hao. If any juniors from the Tang family encounter him, please convey my message. I have matters to discuss with him. Chapter 151. Behold my 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Upon uttering this, Douluo departed, leaving Tang Yuyo somewhat astonished as she contemplated his retreating figure. Acquaintance? When had this old curmudgeon forged a connection with Tang Akui? Could it be during the incident involving Kwangren? However, given the eccentric nature of this old monster, such an alliance seemed unlikely, suggesting a genuine acquaintance indeed. When had this transpired, and why was she oblivious? The only time they could have crossed paths was during the contention for the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Could it be that the eye was not seized through force, but rather obtained through a fair exchange? Such thoughts rendered her somewhat naive. As she had previously assumed, it was merely a conquest achieved through brute strength. Yet, if this were the case, her acquisition of the Bailan family could indeed be feasible, as she had initially intended to consolidate them into the 3 major single-attribute families. However, a title Douluo was not easily relegated to a subordinate status, even if Tang Yuyo, as a dual spirit wielder, held the potential to become the youngest title Douluo. If Douluo had a rapport with Tang Hao, even if she were rejected, the old poison master would likely not turn hostile. Moreover, with the Haotian sect as her backing, she was confident in her ability to persuade Douluo, albeit at the risk of thwarting romantic endeavors. Tang Yuyo's eyes sparkled with delight, a subtle expression she often wore when pleased. Xueqinghe gazed at her with a somewhat infatuated look, leaving Dai Mubai astounded. Was Xueqinghe truly Qianrenxue? Could this be some sort of butterfly effect? Tang Yuyo and Xueqinghe shared a close rapport, and others had noticed Xueqinghe's special attentiveness towards Tang Yuyo. Initially, Dai Mubai had not thought much of it, considering that Tang Yuehua, a member of the Haotian sect, would surely be known to Qianrenxue, and that Xueqinghe's sister, had studied etiquette at Yuexian. As a member of the royal family, Xueqinghe would have been familiar with her as well, making Tang Yuyo's identity quite significant for their acquaintance. However, the current atmosphere seemed skewed. Dai Mubai was genuinely bewildered, grappling with the enigma that unfolded before him. Could it be a case of unrequited affection? In the original storyline, Qianrenxue had fallen for Tang San upon their first meeting, and now, with her growing closeness to Tang Yuyo, was her orientation shifting as well? Was it truly so absurd? Dai Mubai found himself in a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating whether Tang Yuyo was aware of Xueqinghe's feelings for her, and whether he should inform her. Yet, as a pure-hearted youth, he felt embarrassed to broach such a delicate subject. In stark contrast, Oscar's gaze dimmed as he observed the scene. Coming from a humble background and being merely an ordinary food-type soul master, he felt incapable of protecting Tang Yuyo. Although Tang Yuyo wielded control-type powers, her spirit leaned more toward support, albeit slightly stronger than Oscar and Ning Rongrong. This realization deepened Oscar's despondency, as he perceived himself lacking in any noteworthy attributes beyond his innate talent. How could he ever stand beside someone as illustrious as her? Perhaps she was destined to become the empress of the future Tiando Empire, adored and revered by millions. Yet, such thoughts overwhelmed him, leaving him breathless. Oscar was an astute individual, aware of how to make choices that would benefit him the most. He recognized that it was time to let go. Acknowledging the initial escape from calamity, the gift of treasures, the instant attraction upon first meeting, and the understanding that blossomed through shared experiences, all of which epitomized the essence of love. Yet, just as it was beginning to unfold, it was to be stifled in its infancy. He lowered his head, standing at the back of the crowd, alone in his contemplation of his fading youthful affections. After settling matters at Shrek Academy, another break allowed them to tend to their personal affairs before re-engaging in the upcoming competition. Ning Rongrong intended to return to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect and extended an invitation for Tang Yuyo and others to visit. Yet everyone had their own commitments and politely declined. Tang Yuyo planned to revisit the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the Sunset Forest, with Ziji, of course, accompanying her, while Tang Yu intended to train his soul skills with Dai Mubai, opting not to join her. After all, Ziji's soul power level surpassed his by considerable margins, rendering his presence unnecessary. Though he was unsure why Tang Yuyo seemed capable of commanding Ziji's respect, he understood that everyone harbored their own secrets and chose not to delve deeper. At the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, "Father, Father, I have returned." Ning Rongrong called out upon her arrival, her voice echoing in the hall. Ning Fengji, engaged in discussion with two titled Douluos, exchanged knowing glances. Realizing their conversation could not continue. "Rongrong, what brings you back at this hour?" Ning Fengji emerged with a beaming smile, clearly elated by his daughter's return. "Father, I finally managed to come home during the break to see you all. I even postponed my shopping plans with Yuyo and the others for this. I won't hear of it. You have misunderstood me. A gift is in order as recompense. Furthermore, the individual has significantly enhanced their abilities over the past 6 months and deserves a reward as well." Ning Rongrong pouted, her discontent evident. Clearly a little girl raised in a honeyed environment. "Ha ha ha. Grandfather Bone has requested this gift from Feng Ji on your behalf. But I must see how much you have truly grown," said the sword doll. His expression darkened as he realized his words had been preempted by Grandfather Bone. "Ha! I am now a rank 3 Soul Master." The trio initially dismissed the claim, but upon hearing Ning Rongrong's proclamation, they were utterly astonished. To reach the rank of Soul Master so swiftly was beyond their expectations. Sword Douluo stammered in disbelief. "Rongrong, how on earth did you achieve such a level? It was you who sought out several celestial herbs for us. Each of us consumed one, and our soul power surged several levels." Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, grew anxious, fearing it might be some form of growth-enhancing drug. He urgently urged Grandfather Bone to examine Ning Rongrong's physical condition. "Uncle Gu, please check if there are any abnormalities with Rongrong's body." Grandfather Bone, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement, suspecting the worst. After all, he had never heard of any celestial herb capable of enhancing soul power. Perhaps Rongrong, being young, had been deceived. He had prepared for the worst. Yet the examination revealed her soul power to be solidified. "What is it, old Bone? Speak quickly. You're driving me mad." Rongrong's soul power is exceptionally refined. With no signs of forced growth, Grandfather Bone reported. The frown on Ning Fengji's brow eased, replaced by excitement. This meant Rongrong had genuinely elevated to the rank of Soul Master within the past 6 months. This was indeed a momentous occasion, but even more thrilling news lay ahead. "Father, there's one more thing. Look at my 7 treasures glazed tower." Chapter 152, clinging to a big leg. 129. Is this truly the legendary 9 treasures glazed tower? Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief, counting repeatedly as if to confirm the impossibility. "This is indeed the 9 treasures glazed tower." Ning Rongrong sighed with relief, having felt the disbelief from her father and the others. She was aware of Grandfather Bone's suspicions regarding the possibility of Yu administering her some growth-enhancing substance. Ning Rongrong chose to remain silent and did not resist their examination, for the truth would deliver a resounding slap to their faces. She was no mere little witch. She was capable of forging genuine friendships on her own. Before her father and the 2 grandfathers, she had never felt such a sense of pride, but today, through her own charm, she had become the cherished gem of the 7 treasures glazed sect. With the emergence of the 9 treasures glazed tower, her father could no longer scold her at will. Though Ning Fengji had never truly spoken harshly to her, at that moment, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming desire to laugh joyfully at the heavens. This is indeed the 9 treasures glazed tower. Fengji, both Grandfather Bone and Sword Douluo exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. They had not anticipated that the turning point in their sect's legacy would manifest through their daughter. It seemed the 7 treasures glazed sect had finally emerged from the shadows. Ning Fengji could already envision a future where the disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect might awaken the 9 treasures glazed tower as well, no longer confined to the status of a mere rank 7 soul sage. The catalyst for this remarkable transformation was none other than Tang Yu. She must have provided Rongrong with that celestial herb, leading to the further awakening of her martial soul. Containing his excitement, Ning Fengji gently inquired, "Rongrong, tell father, did your friend named Tang Yu administer that celestial herb to you, allowing your martial soul to evolve?" Ning Rongrong nodded playfully, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Father, you mustn't call her willful anymore. Yu said I, as a daughter of heaven, should not lower my head to fit in with others. True friends journey towards each other, just like you and I. She gifted me the celestial herb, and in return, I share the mind control technique with her. You wouldn't disagree with that, would you? She is my favorite friend." Ning Fengji's earlier excitement was tempered by Ning Rongrong's words. He was familiar with the name Tang Yu, the suspected possessor of a mutated angelic martial soul from Soto City. Moreover, she bore the surname Tang. As a father, he felt gratified that Ning Rongrong had befriended such a person, Yet if Tang Yu were affiliated with the Haotian sect, he had originally intended to make a substantial offer for the celestial herb, but if she were indeed a disciple of the Haotian sect, acquiring it would not be guaranteed. Nevertheless, Tang Yu would always be an esteemed guest within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Observing her father's silence and lack of response, Ning Rongrong clung to Ning Fengji's arm, playfully shaking it and acting cutely. Father, why are you silent? You aren't angry with me, are you? After saying this, she released his arm, crossing her arms and huffing in apparent annoyance. Ning Fengji quickly regained his composure and sought to soothe his precious daughter. Rongrong, my dear, father was merely lost in thought, and didn't he respond in time? It is simply the mind control technique. Since Tang Yu has bestowed such a precious gift upon you, she naturally deserves to be embraced under the wings of our Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He affectionately patted Ning Rongrong's head, his eyes filled with indulgence. In the future, the entire foundation of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would be entrusted to Ning Rongrong. So facilitating her early acquaintance with beneficial individuals was a prudent strategy. Ning Fengji deemed this arrangement quite advantageous, for debts of gratitude often remain unpayable. In youth, when friendships blossom, the sense of vigilance is lessened, making it easier to forge bonds of loyalty. Father, Yu is the heir of the Haotian sect. Shi Wu Ti require the protection of our Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Once Yu inherits the sect, I will follow her, and I shall never lack for good fortune. Ning Rongrong was quite self-aware, recognizing that as a support-type soul master, having a reliable partner for protection was paramount. Tang Yu's second soul skill provided her with immense security, and thus she intended to rely on her for a lifetime. The Haotian sect, SoulLand, and Grandfather Bone, who had remained silent earlier, were now taken aback by Ning Rongrong's revelation. Although it was somewhat expected, it still came as a surprise. After all, Tang Yu's martial soul was not the Haotian Hammer, but rather a martial soul resembling a mutated angel. Was the Haotian sect truly so lax in preserving their lineage? With Tang Chen's return, it seemed implausible. Thus, it must be that Tang Yu possessed remarkable qualities that even Tang Chen acknowledged. Ning Feng He Inhalets Harpli. Realizing that Ning Rongrong had indeed latched onto a formidable ally, filling his heart with relief. Previously, when the Haotian sect emerged, he had visited and, through that experience, grasped the meaning of being a frog at the bottom of a well. The Spirit Hall has several esteemed elders, and the Haotian sect boasts numerous grand elders as well. Though the observance that day had only allowed him a distant glimpse, Douluo's instincts could not be mistaken. Besides Tang Xiao, there were several titled Douluos, all of whom had only recently ascended to this level, suggesting the Haotian sect had closed its doors for many years and produced several new titled Douluos. Truly, they were the foremost sect in the world. Ning Fengji had previously not held himself in high regard, but from now on, he would exercise even greater caution. Despite his claims of unity among the top three sects, the reality was that the other two primarily pursued offensive paths, unlike the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, which focused on support. Even the direct descendants of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect required protection in the outside world. This necessity was also why the direct descendants of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were not permitted to marry fellow support-type soul masters. The very name of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect indicates that its mainstream power lies with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower soul masters. For a support-type sect to grow stronger, it must attract more potent guest elders. A successful example of this is Douluo and Grandfather Bone, who represent the pinnacle of offense and defense. Rongrong, it appears that you are indeed the most suitable heir for our Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Regardless of the talent for cultivating martial souls or sheer luck, both are exceptionally remarkable. The interactions between the Haotian sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have historically been limited, with the offensive faction often operating in solitude. Ning Rongrong's encounter with Tang Yu was merely a stroke of fortune. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ning Fengji shares the same sentiments as Ning Rongrong, embracing the notion of clinging to a powerful ally for future growth. The relationship between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall seems to have inexplicably eased as well. Furthermore, with the emergence of numerous titled Douluo and the long-absent Tang Chun resurfacing, the horizon appears promising. Ning Rongrong's association with Tang Yu may not solely revolve around indulgence. Perhaps the long-standing suspicions that have occupied his mind will soon find resolution. Why has Tang Yu, endowed with a martial soul reminiscent of a mutated angel, become the heir of the sect master? All of this might come to light with Tang Yu's arrival in Heavendo City. Chapter 153. Not a capricious little witch. Father, You cannot possibly call me a little witch now. Rong once displayed a degree of capriciousness, but that was due to her father and two grandfathers' unwavering indulgence. It was only after venturing outside that she realized how limited her previous perspective was. Every student at Shrek Academy possesses formidable abilities. Even as an auxiliary soul master, Oscar boasts innate full soul power. Henceforth, she will strive even harder in her cultivation, so as not to lag behind. Ning Fengji, with a somewhat rigid smile, felt a sense of pride in Ning Rong's transformation. Yet the familiarity of their shared experience made him acutely aware of how both father and daughter felt like frogs at the bottom of a well after their outing. Very well, when you have the time, you may invite your friends to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your father shall host them splendidly. Ning Fengji wished to steer the conversation away from the topic, as his curiosity now lay with whether Tang Yuyu still possessed the celestial herb that could transform him into the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. However, it seemed ill-timed to bring it up. He recalled a recent acquisition from the auction in Heaven-Do City, which he believed would be suitable for his daughter. Having grown significantly during her outing, this was a gift prepared for his little princess. He wondered if she would like it. The small iron block in Ning Fengji's hand appeared neither exquisite nor valuable, leaving Ning Rong perplexed about its purpose. Surely, her father would not bestow something so mundane upon her. Father, what is this? Her anticipation turned to trepidation as she touched the small iron block, prompting Ning Fengji to instinctively toss it away. The sound of its swift passage through the air evoked unsettling memories for Ning Rong. The sword Douluo's quick reflexes allowed him to catch the projectile, revealing to Ning Rong that the sound had emanated from this object. Could this familiar sensation be linked to that rascal Tang San? Ning Rong's expression soured. She detested anything associated with Tang San. Yet how could her father possess something belonging to him? Was it possible that Ning Fengji was aware of her troubles with Tang San and had eliminated him, keeping this item as a trophy? Ning Rong's imagination ran wild. After all, Tang San was the son of Tang Hao, and Ning Fengji would not dare to take such a drastic measure. Rong was momentarily dumbfounded. Fengji, cease fiddling with that contraption. I have long maintained that relying on external forces for protection is a temporary solution. Ultimately, one must possess formidable soul power. The sword Douluo expressed his discontent upon seeing Ning Rong startled by Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji, with a wry smile, gazed at the sword Douluo. Though undeniably powerful, the sword Douluo's perspective was rooted in the reality that most disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were auxiliary soul masters, without means of self-defense. Auxiliary soul masters are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter before their adversaries. Ning Fengji himself always needed to be accompanied by a titled Douluo for protection. The bone Douluo shook his head at the dispute between the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, thinking the old swordsman was being overly pedantic. Having such external means to aid the sect's disciples in self-defense was undoubtedly advantageous. The bone Douluo understood the sword Douluo's perspective, as the foremost practitioner of the sword was particularly insistent on matters of offense. Nevertheless, Ning Rong, amidst the exchange between the three, was not concerned. She simply wished to stir trouble. Father, where did you acquire these hidden weapons? Ning Rong inquired, suppressing her discomfort while questioning Ning Fengji. Having faced death threats from hidden weapons before, her body involuntarily reacted with heightened sensitivity, though she endeavored to mask her unease. How could her father and the two titled Douluo fail to notice? What was the matter, Rong? Ning Fengji refrained from directly asking. He was continually struck by how much Ning Rong had matured. Now, she even concealed her discomfort to spare her father's feelings, which would have provoked her into a tempest of complaints in the past. Reflecting on this, Ning Fengji felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter. When had his precious girl ever endured such grievances? He was the one who hoped for her success, and he was also the one who felt sorrow for her. Father, please tell me who sold you these hidden weapons. Ning Rong, growing anxious from the lack of a response, pressed for an answer. The two titled Douluo had never witnessed Ning Rong in such a state. They exchanged glances and shared a silent understanding. All right, do not fret, dear. I shall explain. I acquired these at the auction in Heaven-Do City. I even became acquainted with the young man who crafted them. He looks to be about your age, with a dark complexion. I had someone investigate, and it seems he is a descendant of the Leaf family. Ning Fengji's words did little to alleviate Ning Rong's distress. Her heart plummeted. She knew that this individual must be Tang San. Though she wanted to inform Ning Fengji about the incident during the Shrek entrance exam where Tang San had targeted her, she recognized that these hidden weapons were indeed invaluable for safeguarding her family members. She should not allow her suspicions to deprive these vulnerable auxiliary soul masters of a powerful means of protection. Ning Rongrong halted her words. Yet the warm tears streaming down her cheeks betrayed her. She was still just a 12-year-old girl, inexperienced in matters of the heart. Even when aiming to protect her kin, she could not conceal her inner trepidation. Rongrong, what troubles you? My little princess, what has transpired? Grandfather Bone shall ensure you are avenged. The sword Douluo and Bone Douluo showered her with kind words. Yet even the most flexible old man could not soothe Ning Rongrong's distress. Rather, it was Ning Fengji who pierced through the facade. Rongrong, does this young man who crafted the hidden weapons have some connection to you? Ning Fengji carefully chose his words, uncertain of Ning Rongrong's reaction, whether it stemmed from romantic woes or past grievances. The last time he encountered Tang San, he was accompanied by Xiao Wu. Their bonds so strong that outsiders could not intrude, which left Ning Fengji hesitant to presume Tang San had wronged Ning Rongrong. Regrettably, the truth was far from what he imagined. Ning Rongrong ceased her tears the moment Ning Fengji posed that question, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she gazed at her father. Chapter 154. Ning Rongrong complains about Tang San. Father. Ning Rongrong's tear-filled eyes stood in stark contrast to her former image as a little witch. Ning Fengji felt his heart melt at this sight. He could not fathom what had transpired to bring about such a change, but he was certain it was somehow related to the young man he had met at the Heaven Do auction. Has the one who crafts hidden weapons bullied you, Rongrong? Bone Douluo directly inquired. Ning Rongrong, amidst her tears, paused momentarily, creating a scene that was both amusing and heart-wrenching for those present. Father, Rongrong is not a willful little witch, she exclaimed. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, uttering these disjointed words, which led Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo to believe that Tang San had referred to her as a little witch. Be good, Rongrong, do not cry. Grandpa Jian will avenge you. I will wait at the Tiando auction house, and when I encounter that boy, I shall strike him down on the spot. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of panic. She was unaware that the hidden weapons Tang San had used during the entrance exam were deliberately aimed at her. She merely speculated that Tang San bore a grudge due to her previous words, yet she had no evidence. Knowing that Tang San was also the son of Tang Hao, Ning Rongrong was reluctant for Sword Douluo to offend him. No, Grandpa Jian, please do not go. Rongrong does not want you to. Her urgency was tinged with a sobbing tone. Tang San is the son of the Haotian Douluo. Tang San? His name is Tang San? So he's the son of Tang Hao. Ning Fengji's brows knitted tightly, realizing the predicament they were in. Rongrong, tell father. Why do you react so strongly to Tang San? Suddenly, Ning Fengji recalled that Ning Rongrong had only reacted so upon seeing the hidden weapons, leading him to a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Tang San has used hidden weapons against you before? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Fengji himself was taken aback. Wasn't Ning Rongrong's martial soul the finest symbol of her identity? When she first met Tang San and noted his exceptional demeanor, he must have been exceedingly intelligent and aware of her status. Thus, he had knowingly committed an offense. Of course, this was merely speculation, yet upon hearing it, Ning Rongrong's pupils constricted, confirming Ning Fengji's suspicions. So it is indeed the case. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo were instantly engulfed in fury. Did they truly believe that the rise of the Haotian sect meant they could disregard the heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? What a Tang San! What a Haotian Douluo! Ning Fengji's gaze turned cold. He wished to assert that they would not tolerate Tang San's hidden weapons, though that was undoubtedly unfeasible. Thus, he began contemplating how to acquire the methods of crafting these hidden weapons. Perhaps Xiao Wu could serve as a promising breakthrough. Ning Fengji, with a sense of purpose, began to comfort Ning Rongrong. Silly girl, if you suffer grievances, you must tell your father. You are not only the heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but also my beloved daughter. If you face injustice outside, can your father not seek redress for you? Father. Bububu Ning Rongrong treu herself into Ning Fengji's embrace, vaping softly. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo exchanged glances and quietly withdrew, allowing this father-daughter duo their space. Ning Fengji's words deeply moved Ning Rongrong. He had always treated her this way, but in her past indulgence, she had failed to recognize it. Now, as she began to understand the importance of her sect, she realized just how much her father cherished her. To honor this love, she vowed to diligently cultivate and elevate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Thus, unbeknownst to Tang San and Xiao Wu, they had gained yet another adversary. At the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang Yuyu and Ziji arrived, due to Ziji's unsettling perception after absorbing the Golden Dragon Sweet Potato. Sensing something amiss beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang Yuyu understood that this was likely the resting place of the fallen Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Both the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King belonged to the divine tier. Their remains had nurtured this bounteous land capable of yielding so many celestial herbs. However, the presence of an aura suggested that something else lay beneath. She wondered if it might have significance for Guyu and the Tree of Life. As she could not consume the 2 celestial herbs at present, she would need to find a way to replicate Tang San's Xianyu hand. To prepare for any future needs, she resolved to copy all his hidden weapon techniques and Tang Sek's methods. Contemplating how to approach Tang San further, she surmised that he was currently at the Lamba Academy. Perhaps Xue Qinghe would assist in this endeavor? Though unsure, she felt an inexplicable confidence that he would help her find a friendly means of interaction. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe was preoccupied with reviewing a mountain of documents. As the prince of the Tiando Empire, he had numerous responsibilities. Otherwise, he would not be so entangled in these trivial matters, leaving him little time to advance his soul power. Yet, he relished this feeling. After becoming the prince, seizing this nation would provide his sister with a better cultivation environment. Previously, he had aimed to counter the plans of Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall. Now, he sought to craft his own new destiny. If Bibi Dong aspired to be the female pope of the Spirit Hall, then he, Qian Rinxue, would become the empress of the Tiando Empire. He would protect his grandfather and sister, for they were his only 2 relatives. The thought of Tang Yuyu invigorated Qian Rinxue, enhancing his efficiency in document review manifold. Your Highness, His Majesty the Emperor requests your presence. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow upon hearing the summons, feeling his recently gathered good spirits dissipate. He pondered what could have prompted the sudden call from the Snow Knight Emperor, unable to think of a reason as he set aside his documents. Understood. I will change and head to the palace to see father. The attendant nodded in satisfaction, recognizing why he could be the prince. For he was not only capable, but also consistently respectful towards the emperor. Even for a summons, he would change his attire to show deference. I must investigate why the Snow Knight Emperor has summoned me. After entering the inner chamber, Xue Qinghe spoke a single sentence, causing the shadow above to vanish quietly. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Snow Knight Emperor regarded the prince standing below with a scrutinizing gaze. It seemed as though he had only just realized the true nature of his 2 sons today. The matters concerning the Tiando Royal Academy were not his to oversee. He was merely the nominal director. In reality, the authority lay with Xue Xing. Yet Xue Qinghe might very well be the true power behind the throne, as all 3 members of the teaching committee were aligned with him. Chapter 155, Xue Qinghe's Ambitions. Had Xue Qinghe not specifically visited the Tiando Royal Academy today, the Snow Knight Emperor would have remained oblivious to the fact that Shrek Academy housed heirs from the top 3 sects, including 2 successors. Did Xue Qinghe not know that the boy named Dai Mubai belonged to the royal family of the Xingluo Empire? Thus, what was his intention in admitting them into the Tiando Royal Academy? Was he planning to make a move for the throne so soon? Although the Snow Knight Emperor was a benevolent ruler, he could not escape the inherent suspicions of a monarch. At that moment, many scenarios of Xue Qinghe seeking power and plotting against him played through his mind. Qinghe, the Snow Knight Emperor's gaze softened as he regarded Xue Qinghe, adopting the demeanor of an ordinary father. Father. Xue Qinghe bowed respectfully, lowering his head as he stood beneath the throne. This show of deference momentarily caused the Snow Knight Emperor to feel a fleeting sense of confusion, followed by a silent scoff. Over the years, it was precisely because of Xue Qinghe's consistently humble demeanor that he had been led to believe he had an excellent heir. After learning of his ambitions and being betrayed by his uncle, Xue Lang had entered the palace to appeal to the Snow Knight Emperor, fearing he might meet an untimely end like the other 2 princes. Thus, he had spent years feigning ignorance to conceal his true intentions. The Snow Knight Emperor was profoundly moved by the events, but did not immediately accept the notion that Xue Qinghe was the mastermind behind the chaos. As suggested by Xue Bong, he commissioned an investigation into the incidents involving Shrek Academy's entrance into the Tiando Royal Academy. It was then that he unearthed the ambition lurking beneath Xue Qinghe's seemingly docile facade. Among the 3 major sects, 2 were heirs, along with members from the Xingluo Dai and Zhu families. It was laughable that he had felt pride in having such a manageable son, yet now, he recognized the precariousness of his position. His offspring were few, and among the 2 surviving princes, Xue Bong lacked the potential for greatness. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not undermine Xue Qinghe's status. However, he could not allow Xue Qinghe to pose a threat to him while he still drew breath. Thus, he resolved to support Xue Bong in challenging Xue Qinghe, believing that a tripartite power structure would be the most stable. He did not regard Xue Bong as more reliable than Xue Qinghe. After all, It was no small feat for Shuebeng to maintain his facade of a debauched youth under everyone's watchful eyes. Even with the guidance of Prince Xue Xing behind him, it would have been impossible for him to survive without some skill and performance. Ah, King, I have heard whispers of your keen interest in a female student from the newly arrived Shrek Academy. At your age, you have yet to choose a consort, and it seems some matters must be prioritized, the Emperor remarked. In his role as a father, he had overlooked the mountain of paperwork that had accumulated and found himself with little time to pursue romantic interests. It is also time for Shuebeng to engage with some state affairs. When the time comes for you to ascend the throne, you may appoint him as a prince, and he will manage his territory. Why not take this opportunity to assign him some responsibilities, allowing you the freedom to pursue your own aspirations? As the Snow Knight Emperor spoke, Xueqing's heart sank to the depths of despair upon hearing the Emperor's intent to decentralize power. This was a premeditated move he had anticipated before stepping out of the Crown Prince's residence to welcome the Shrek Academy. Yet, he had not expected the Emperor to support Shuebeng in challenging him. What a fool. Very well, if he wishes to see such a scenario unfold, let be as he desires. After all, the Snow Knight Emperor does not have much time left. He considered himself a competent heir and was determined to fulfill the Emperor's final wishes before his demise. With a beaming smile, Xueqing acquiesced, prompting a satisfied nod from the Emperor. He did indeed favor Xueqing as his successor, but should the latter seek to usurp his throne, he would not hesitate to suppress him. After years of unimpeded success, Xueqing had garnered the loyalty of many talented individuals within the Tiando Empire, and the Emperor's satisfaction was merely a self-reassurance. He had no intention of stripping Xueqing of his title, for among the two princes, Xueqing was the more capable one. Go forth. When the time comes, I shall have Shuebeng seek you out regarding the responsibilities assigned to him. Let him start with the Tiando Royal City Guard. The mention of the Tiando Royal City Guard brought a respectful demeanor to Xueqing's face, but internally, he was elated. The Royal City Guard had practically become the Crown Prince's personal guard, and the Emperor intended to use it for Shuebeng's training. He couldn't fathom the Emperor's reasoning. Did he truly believe that allowing Shuebeng into the guard would undermine his own power? If the Snow Knight Emperor genuinely thought this way, he was woefully naive. The Tiando Empire, a decaying and backward kingdom, operated under an unequal aristocratic system. Each member of the Royal Guard had been meticulously chosen, many of whom had received favors from Xueqing himself. Should Shuebeng gain entry into the Royal Guard, it would be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. He would need to educate his ambitious younger brother thoroughly. Meanwhile, Tang Yaoyao and Ziji were still striving in the ice and fire duality eye, having struggled for quite some time without encountering the elusive pot of Mandarin duck soup. Indeed, intercepting the protagonist's fortune proved to be exceedingly difficult. It required the use of Xianyu to harvest and consume both at once. Tang Yaoyao felt hesitant to risk consuming these two items, pondering the dire consequences should they not be suitable for a protagonist. What should we do, divine beast? Ziji, well aware of the significance of the immortal herbs, recognized that these two rare specimens were undoubtedly the best, especially since they thrived near spring. Ziji, this is problematic. Even you cannot break through Guyuna seal using your own strength. It seems we must rely on Tang San to harvest them. Tang San? Ziji frowned. She felt indifferent towards this human. She had always prioritized Tang Yaoyao's opinions. Now, it seemed she was supplanting Tang Yu's position, as Tang Yu had previously been Tang Yaoyao's foremost confidant, but now it appeared to be Ziji. The cultivation of soul beasts was a formidable challenge, and Ziji had initially held the Emperor Divine Beast in high esteem. However, after spending time together, she had received a golden dragon sweet potato that improved her lineage. She had developed a more profound bond with Tang Yaoyao, akin to friendship in the human realm. Should I return to the Star Do Great Forest to see if the Silver Dragon King can assist us? Moreover, the seal has only one chance left, and if something happens to you, I cannot respond in time. Tang Yaoyao interrupted, confident in the protective presence of Haotian School and Tang Hao. I doubt we will encounter danger, unless the golden cage on me breaks and releases the aura of the soul beast. It will be difficult for anyone to dare make a move against me. Chapter 156 Dai Mubayese Determination. Let go. I have other plans. If we cannot obtain them, we shall not force it. Heavenly treasures are meant for those with fate, and if we attempt to seize them by force, the consequences may be unbearable. Ziji nodded in understanding. The primal instinct of soul beasts often surpassed human nature, yet she firmly believed in the causality spoken by the Emperor Divine Beast, who possessed the power of destiny. Beasts have an acute intuition, and her sixth sense warned her that defiance would yield severe repercussions. It must be this way, but do I truly not need to return to the Star Do Great Forest to reinforce the seal? While humans may possess many powerful individuals, few could rival her. However, if her identity were discovered, it could bring trouble to Tang Yaoyao. My 200,000 years of cultivation is equivalent to a 95 level or lower title Douluo in the human realm. Yet my dragon bloodline grants me a physical strength superior to most. Tang Yaoyao noted that, although she believed that as long as she did not reveal her aura, no one would suspect her identity, she recognized that if ZG could not suppress her seal, title Douluos would likely see through her disguise. The notion that a soul beast, equivalent to a title Douluo, would heed the commands of a mere human was suspect in itself. If all else fails, you can return to the Star Do Great Forest to sever ties with me, and I shall return to Haotian school. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Yaoyao's eyes. She was no gentle soul. Should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions, she would act preemptively to ensure their demise. Let us depart. There is nothing left for us to uncover here. However, we must take the heartbreaking red and dragon grass to prevent any unforeseen circumstances where they might be seized. I have no desire to craft garments for others. Tang Yaoyao's words were directed at a particular deity. She could not consume the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, but she aimed to maximize their value. Perhaps they could even leverage these to gain favor with the Biling family. Thus, Tang Yaoyao and ZG began to dig for herbs, while the Tiando Royal Academy. Others were quietly exerting themselves. Again, Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, battered and bruised, his body covered in injuries, gritted his teeth, and stood up once more. Zhao Wujin's face bore a mischievous smile, yet his eyes reflected admiration. Among all the students at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had the closest relationship with him, as he frequently sought out Zhao Wujin to serve as his punching bag. Initially, Zhao Wujin had thought it a stroke of luck to have someone willing to be his practice dummy. However, after years of unwavering dedication, his original joy has transformed into profound admiration. Dai Mubai's resilience is no less remarkable than that of Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, he would not have achieved level 38 so swiftly. With an innate soul power of level 9, at the age of 15, his accomplishments, while not on par with Tang San or Tang Yuyu, still mark him as an exceptionally gifted youth. Not everyone possesses an advantage. Upon his arrival in this realm, he was initially engulfed in confusion. Yet, within the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire, it is well understood that failing to assert oneself often leads to dire consequences. Thus, he fled with Zhu Zhuqing, possibly out of a sense of injustice for this loyal girl, or perhaps because his identity as Dai Mubai made it impossible for him to abandon her as the original character did. During one encounter, after being struck down by Zhao Wujin in the arena, Dai Mubai gasped for breath, his eyes drawn to the azure sky. Feeling the memories of his past life on Earth recede further away. Here, he has embraced a new identity, a new life, and a companion to journey with him. Aware of the continent's trajectory, he is determined to exert himself even more diligently in his training, striving for greater strength. Although he has confirmed with Tang Yuyu that they hail from the same place, he cannot fully trust her. After all, compatriots can sometimes turn against one another, even if they currently stand as partners and friends. Strength is the key. If he possesses value, he will not become a stepping stone for others. Much like how Ma Hongjun was for Tang San in the original narrative. Oscar, also of humble beginnings, became the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which made Tang San hesitant to exploit him, whereas the grassroots Ma Hongjun became the easiest target. The patriarch of the Min family clearly intended to orchestrate a union between Bai Chenxiang and Tang San, yet he instead pushed her toward Ma Hongjun. Although Bai Chenxiang shares no close blood relation with him, she is not distant either. It is laughable how old Bai bribed Tang San with the precious 1,000-year purple ginseng to win over Yang Wudi. Well, Mubai, can you continue? Dai Mubai was jolted from his thoughts by Zhao Wujin's inquiry and nodded with difficulty, affirming his readiness. Enduring years of beatings has not been without merit. His soul power has solidified, and he has grasped a trump card that he will not reveal lightly, even to Zhu Zhuqing. He reserves this move for defeating Davis in order to redeem his past humiliation. Now that his soul power has surpassed level 40, Davis is no longer his target. His current goal is to attain a title as soon as possible. As the elder brother, his soul power must always remain above that of his peers from Shrek Academy. He is uncertain of Tang Yuyu's advantages, but the extraordinary sword she bestowed upon him, capable of cutting through iron effortlessly, is undoubtedly not a product of Douluo Continent. Thus, both Tang San and Tang Yuyu are endowed with their own unique advantages, and given the choice, he would not select Tang San, making Tang Yuyu the optimal choice. After all, everything seems to revolve around her now. The anomalies surrounding Shui Qinghe and the Haotian sect reluctance to emerge until the story's conclusion indicate her pivotal role. Tang Hao places greater importance on Tang Yuyu than on Tang San, suggesting she is the key to breaking the stalemate. Nevertheless, he does not intend to rely too heavily on her, merely aligning himself with her faction. The second-level deity, the god of war, is insufficient for him. Thus, he must become even more formidable. Ascending to the first-level deity requires not only strength, but also exceptional talent. Yet, Dai Mubai's gifts feel constrained. With his innate level 9 soul power and his martial soul, the evil eye white tiger. Although Tang San has forfeited one martial soul, he still possesses full innate soul power and the Haotian Hammer with its 1,000-year soul rings. The sea god position may be rendered unattainable for him due to the absence of the blue-silver grass martial soul, while Shura god remains elusive. Tang Yuyu's emergence of Tang Chun likely leaves little room for Tang San's ambitions. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but acknowledge Tang Yuyu as a formidable figure amongst traversers. 6 years prior, her assistance in the Stardow Forest, coupled with her ability to sway the original Shrek 7 monsters and gain Tang Hao's favor over Tang San, has granted her the identity of Haotian sect's heir. Most significantly, the presence of Ziji beside Tang Yuyu has further solidified Dai Mubai's resolve to stand against Tang San's faction. Chapter 157. Tianheng, do you aspire to become a powerful being? The Tiando Royal Academy has recently established an inner court named Shrek, a development that quickly spread throughout the institution. Every student who gains admission to Tiando Royal Academy is invariably of noble lineage or possesses a formidable background. The sudden emergence of Shrek Academy, surpassing even the royal fighting team in prowess, has left them in disbelief. Following the royal decree, it was stated that Shrek Academy would henceforth be recognized as the inner court of Tiando Royal Academy. This implies that the esteemed elites of Tiando Royal Academy would be divided into inner and outer courts, with Shrek Academy corresponding to the elite training segment. The announcement ignited fervent discussions among the students of Tiando Royal Academy, including the faculty, who buzzed with excitement. Even within Tianheng's team, the revelation left them in shock. Although teacher Qin Ming had previously hinted at this possibility, they had doubted that Shrek Academy could be so effortlessly integrated into Tiando Royal Academy. Each Shrek Academy student possesses remarkable talent, yet it is well known that Tiando Royal Academy traditionally only admits those with substantial backgrounds or aristocratic heritage. Thus, the abrupt incorporation of Shrek Academy into Tiando Royal Academy's inner court has left them with mixed feelings, as only those of exceptional caliber can challenge the established norms. Upon learning of Shrek Academy's average age, Tianheng felt as deflated as a wilted eggplant. Previously, during their competition in Soto City with Dai Mubai and the others, they had failed to uncover their true ages, merely speculating that they were slightly younger. To his astonishment, they were significantly younger than anticipated. As the future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Tianheng understands all too well the importance of soul power cultivation before the age of 20. Therefore, Dai Mubai achieving rank 4 Soul Master at the age of 15 is an extraordinary feat, akin to being admitted to a prestigious university at 14 or 15, particularly into an elite program. Much of this can be attributed to that miraculous herb, though this is a shared secret among the Shrek Academy members, unknown to outsiders. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu, as Tang San opened the small wooden door, he spotted a familiar figure waiting outside, his gaze filled with fondness. Brother. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Wu turned with delight in her eyes. Tang San had finally emerged after 3 days spent in the small cabin. If you hadn't come out, I would have thought you intended to remain in there until the end of time. Tang San couldn't help but smile at Xiao Wu's playful remark. Only in her presence did he feel truly free. Silly girl. It's all for the sake of earning more gold soul coins, and I wonder who spends money so extravagantly. Tang San revealed a newly crafted hidden weapon, eager to showcase its lethality. Previously, he had encountered Ning Fengji at the Tiando auction house, where he sold the Silent Sleeve Sword and Shadow Sandam. When Ning Fengji expressed interest in purchasing the crafting methods for these hidden weapons, Tang San refused. As these artifacts are the culmination of generations of wisdom from the Tang sect, he would never sell them to Ning Fengji. Unaware that the person he had met at the auction was the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Had he known, he might not have even sold the hidden weapons to him. Xiao San, why didn't you agree to sell that iron trinket to the person last time? It was worth 550,000 gold soul coins. At this juncture, Xiao Wu pouted and exaggeratedly gestured a 5 with her hand. Xiao Wu, you still do not comprehend. That gentleman is adorned in opulence and is far from financially constrained, while my expertise in hidden weaponry is unparalleled across the Douluo Continent. I harbor no intention of selling him the methods of crafting these weapons, but I am confident that should I present him with a sufficient variety of designs, he will undoubtedly be intrigued. As Tang San articulated these words, his face radiated with a confident smile. Bolstered by the profound knowledge of Tang Sek's secret arts and the craftsmanship of hidden weapons acquired in his previous life, which provided him with a solid foundation to establish himself in the Douluo Continent. Though Xiao Wu did not fully grasp his words, she affectionately nuzzled her head against Tang San's palm. Yes, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. The tender exchange between the two evoked a sense of contentment in Lu Erlong, who reflected on her life, feeling that if she could spend her remaining days alongside Yu Xiaojiang, she would be utterly satisfied. Tang San was Xiaojiang's most cherished disciple, while Xiao Wu was her adopted daughter. The bond they shared was reminiscent of her own connection with Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong genuinely hoped that the love she had not fully realized in her life could continue through Xiao Wu. Xiaojiang, if you wish to find Tang San, you should hurry. Do not interrupt these young ones in their conversation. Lu Erlong's voice interrupted the intimate moment between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, while Xiao Wu lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. Erlong, do not tease the children, Yu Xiaojiang chided, casting a helpless glance at Lu Erlong, his eyes brimming with affection. Lu Erlong, unfazed by Xiaojiang's gentle reprimand, complied with a submissive demeanor, which would undoubtedly provoke questions from Flandra about the differences between her and Yu Xiaojiang. Very well, Xiao Wu, come along with your mother. Let Xiaojiang and Tang San converse for a while. Xiao Wu nodded, taking Lu Erlong's hand as they departed together. Teacher, Tang San respectfully greeted Yu Xiaojiang, who, while maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, felt a surge of appreciation within. Tang San was his most esteemed disciple. Even after the words spoken by the Haotian Hammer, he chose to continue believing in his own theories and the soul cultivation plan he had devised. He was determined to demonstrate to everyone that his theories were correct and that his students were the most gifted individuals on the continent. He could not allow Tang San to bear the weight of realizing their soul theory alone while leading a team that had become stagnant. The candidates Lu Erlong had prepared for the Elite Soul Master competition were commendable among ordinary individuals, yet they paled in comparison to the exceptional talents from Shrek Academy. Tang San, I sought you out to discuss the Elite Soul Master competition. Your current team member strengths do not measure up to yours. After the training session of the Imperial Battle Team concluded, Yu Qianheng, accompanied by Duge Yin, prepared to indulge in a moment of intimacy. Both being in an age where emotions ran high. Typically, within the academy, it was challenging for them to exhibit affection, as they needed to maintain the authority befitting a captain and vice-captain in front of their teammates. Qianheng, do you still remember me? A sudden voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, interrupted the playful banter between the young couple. Yu Qianheng turned to face the man, his gaze shifting slightly. Who are you, Captain? What is the matter? You've been rather distracted during training today, a teammate called out, snapping Yu Qianheng back to reality, revealing that it was Osro standing before him. It's nothing. The words Yu Xiaojiang had previously imparted to him lingered in his mind. To become a true powerhouse, one must. The Haotian Hammer martial spirit? He felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps his uncle was indeed correct. Remaining at the Tiando Royal Academy would not lead him to his aspirations. Currently, strength could only be attained by aligning with equally formidable companions. He would only become unstoppable in their company. The newly integrated Shrek Academy into the Tiando Royal Academy was commendable, yet it was already an established team. If he were to mingle among them, his position as captain could very well be at risk. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had never been one to willingly submit to inferiority. Dai Mubai was evidently a more exceptional prodigy than himself. Should the Imperial Battle Team disrupt the existing ranks, he could not accept such an outcome. Rather than remain passive, it would be wiser to take the initiative now. He was well aware of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy, which Lu Erlong established to atone for her past. If it were indeed a school without connections, solely accepting commoners, it could never establish itself within the sprawling Tiando. Even with Lu Erlong's status as a soul sage of over level 70. Though Tiando City was not revered as a sacred site in the hearts of soul masters like Spirit City, it was home to many formidable soul masters. Osro, please gather everyone. I have something important to discuss with the team. Having clarified his thoughts, Yu Qianheng resolved firmly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he instructed his partner to summon their comrades. Understood, Captain. Duge Yin observed her boyfriend with concern, having noticed his unusual demeanor since yesterday. What's been troubling you these past few days, Tianheng? Looking at his beautiful and vibrant girlfriend, Yu Tianheng's mood lifted. It's nothing. Yin Yan. Recently, the Academy has welcomed Shrek Academy as an internal division. We all understand that in the future, Shrek will evolve into an independent entity within the Tiando Royal Academy, essentially becoming the elite inner academy. Douluo Yin nodded, though not of noble lineage. She was well acquainted with the intricacies of noble circles. The majority of students admitted to the Tiando Royal Academy were scions of noble families. Only a select few with exceptional talent could be admitted through extraordinary means. As the granddaughter of a titled Douluo, she had a clearer perspective, recognizing that the Tiando Royal Academy did not boast individuals of exceptional capability. It was merely a means for those in power to control their subordinate noble families. Was Yu Tianheng alluding to some plans regarding Shrek? She suddenly recalled their encounter with Yu Shaojiang. Could it be that Tianheng's uncle had shared something with him? Captain, why have you called us together? The members of the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team gathered before Yu Tianheng, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Only Yu Lingling maintained a cold demeanor, her eyes scrutinizing Yu Tianheng intently. Everyone is here. I have an important matter to discuss. With Shrek Academy, now part of our inner division, it seems the Emperor still values the development of Tiando Royal Academy students. If all goes as expected, our Imperial battle team will merge with the Shrek Inner Academy. Yu Tianheng paused momentarily. However, those students from Shrek Academy have already crossed paths with us, and I trust you are aware, they're the true prodigies. After our Imperial battle team merges with the Shrek Inner Academy, we may not garner the same level of attention from the entire Tiando Royal Academy's teaching committee as before, leading to an inevitable shift in resource allocation. But the Elite Soul Master competition is only 2 years away, and I have heard that the contestants from the Spirit Hall this time are all at level 40. If the Academy cannot direct resources towards us, we are destined to be left behind. Therefore, I intend to establish a new team at our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's Academy. I wish to know if you would like to join me, so we can continue to fight side by side as we once did. After expressing his intentions, Yu Tianheng's gaze swept across each person present. Noting their varied reactions, Yu Lingling's brow furrowed tightly, while Asro appeared somewhat excited. The Sure brothers exchanged contemplative glances, remaining non-committal in their response to Yu Tianheng. Douluo Yin was taken aback by Yu Tianheng's intentions, momentarily stunned. To be candid, had Yu Tianheng chosen to depart on his own, she would have undoubtedly accompanied him. However, the notion of summoning their teammates to leave en masse felt akin to undermining the very foundation of the Tiando Royal Academy. She felt a twinge of discomfort, as if she were meeting Yu Tianheng for the first time. While informing her friends of this development was an act of camaraderie, persuading them to leave alongside him seemed rather presumptuous. She did not wish to dwell on it further. Perhaps Yu Tianheng's fixation on the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament was not as profound as it appeared. Yet why was he intent on dragging the Royal Combat team along with him? A vision of a middle-aged man flashed through her mind. Could this be the suggestion of Yu Tianheng's uncle? Douluo Yin furrowed her brows. If he wished to recruit others, he could simply state his intentions directly. Why must Yu Tianheng voice this himself? Once he spoke, should things not unfold favorably, he would find himself in an untenable position. She speculated that perhaps Yu Tianheng's uncle did not harbor the genuine affection for him that Yu Tianheng presumed. I shall not leave the Tiando Royal Academy. Since the captain intends to depart, I wish you safe travels and a prosperous future. I shall take my leave, Yu Lingling remarked curtly, her expression growing colder. Although she had typically been reserved, she had always treated her friends and companions with warmth. Today, however, Yu Tianheng had crossed the line. The Nine Hearts Begonia lineage could only support 2 soul masters simultaneously, and it was well known that support-type soul masters without self-defense capabilities could only align with the number 1 power. Their Nine Hearts Begonia family relied on the Tiando Empire for their very survival. Thus, it was inconceivable that Yu Tianheng, having been her teammate for so long, was oblivious to such crucial information. His audacity in attempting to poach teammates was exceedingly displeasing to her. He had not even considered Yi Lingling's circumstances. The Shurjia brothers exchanged glances before bowing respectfully to Yu Tianheng. Our family has always studied at the Tiando Royal Academy, thus we cannot leave. Captain, when we meet again at the soul fighting arena, we may find ourselves as adversaries. Farewell. The Shurjia brothers shared a good rapport with Yi Lingling, and seeing her demeanor had soured, they offered Yu Tianheng little in the way of cordiality. Chapter 159, An Unexpected Encounter. Yu Tianheng faced rejection from his companions. His outward demeanor composed, yet his heart simmered with anger. After spending so long together, he had only sought to consider their futures. Yet they had met his proposal with disdain. He remained utterly oblivious to his own misstep and believed that his former teammates lacked sensitivity. Yufeng observed the trio depart, uncertain whether to remain. He had always followed the crowd. If his companions decided to transfer to a new academy, he would have joined them without hesitation. Yet now, with 3 out of 7 already gone, he pondered his next move. "Captain, I will accompany you," Osro exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Within their group, only he and Yufeng were commoners without any notable background. Though not nobility, their circumstances were certainly preferable to those of ordinary peasants. The aristocrats at the Tiando Royal Academy were exceedingly exclusive, leaving him with little sense of belonging. At times, he faced ridicule from classmates of higher status. However, with the protection of Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin, he had managed to coexist peacefully with his noble roommates. Yet, the underlying tension remained. And the moment Yu Qianheng proposed this new venture, excitement stirred within him. The academy established by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family surely boasted formidable faculty. Moreover, the conditions would remain unchanged. What difference would it make? It was merely a transition to a more favorable environment. Excellent. Yu Qianheng, feeling a surge of excitement, clapped Osro on the shoulder. Dugu Yin and Osro will accompany me to the Blue Tyrant Academy. What about you, Yufeng? Yufeng, caught off guard by Yu Qianheng's inquiry, replied hesitantly, "Me? I don't know." Truth be told, the fragmentation of their once cohesive team left him unsettled. Why couldn't they remain as they had always been? Why was there so much upheaval now that Shrek Academy had been assimilated into the Tiando Royal Academy? And why did the captain seem so fixated on entering Shrek's inner court? Yufeng mused that Shrek Academy's ability to attract so many talented youths surely spoke to its exceptional nature. Perhaps, if he enrolled, he could become as formidable as the previous Xinshang team. With this thought, he began to see the potential benefits of such a decision, especially since Yi Lingling and the Shijia brothers had not left. Yet he was uncertain whether he could adapt to a new environment. "Captain, I think I shall remain. I want to observe just how formidable Shrek Academy's teachings are." Yufeng's expression suddenly turned resolute, presenting a justification that Yu Qianheng could not easily dismiss. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. "Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out." Yufeng nodded, bowing respectfully to Yu Qianheng before turning to leave. As a fellow commoner, he had benefited greatly from Yu Qianheng's and Dugu Yan's kindness, and this bow served as a gesture of gratitude for their past support. From that moment on, they would become strangers. For 2 years hence, during the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, they would be adversaries rather than friends. Dugu Yin gazed at the retreating figures of her companions, her expression clouded with confusion. In mere minutes, her once steadfast allies had departed. Furthermore, Yu Qianheng had not even consulted her before deciding that she would go to the Blue Tyrant Academy, an action that irked her deeply. Yet, this feeling dissipated almost instantly. After all, how could she harbor resentment towards someone she held so dear? "Come, Yin Yin, Osro, let me take you to see the academy my aunt opened. Soon, we shall have new companions and friends, and there is no need to lament the past," Yu Qianheng proclaimed, his words resolute, showing no regret for their prior camaraderie. Osro felt indifferent, but Dugu Yin cast a lingering glance at Yu Qianheng, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Tang Yu wandered through Tiando City alone. Ever since she realized that she could not consume the 2 mystical herbs of ice and fire, she had been contemplating how to maximize their value. Unable to possess them, yet unwilling to destroy them, she knew they would inevitably fall into Tang San's grasp, with Xiao Wu serving as a prime example. If she were destined to be a stepping stone for Tang San, she would need to create some trouble for him. His rapid ascent had attracted too much attention from those meddlesome old entities from the Divine Realm. "Isn't Xiao Wu fond of shopping? I've scoured every corner of Tiando City and yet have not spotted Tang San and the others. Could it be that upon arriving at the Blue Tyrant Academy, they are wholly engrossed in their training? That seems unlikely. While Tang San might be diligent, isn't Xiao Wu the most playful of them all?" Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, Tang San was busy procuring hidden weapons to enrich Ning Fengji, laboring tirelessly at the forge for several days. Naturally, Xiao Wu, as his devoted shadow, accompanied him at the Blue Tyrant Academy. This plan seems unfeasible. Tang Iyo Sai, with classes set to commence the following day. She would not have the luxury of wandering Tiando City any longer. She had already exerted considerable effort to evade Ziji and Tang Yu. It would be even more difficult moving forward. At this juncture, she could only seek to leverage Dugu Bo's influence. She was reluctant to entangle herself with Xue Qinghe, for the Spirit Hall would inevitably become her adversary. Although she was unsure why the latter frequently extended goodwill toward her, Qianrenshua was the heir to the Spirit Hall, merely masquerading as the prince of the Tiando Empire while associating with her. As Tang Yuyu pondered these matters, she failed to notice that her path had begun to veer off course. When she finally regained her senses, she realized that she had been walking for quite some time. Almost as soon as this thought crossed her mind, a particular individual came to her recollection. Xinian. Who? Tang Yu vigilantly scanned her surroundings. Unlike Tang San, who possessed an array of hidden weapons as a safeguard, her heart raced with trepidation upon recognizing the identity of her pursuer. It seemed she would not escape this time. Although her days had been relatively peaceful since awakening her martial soul in Douluo Continent, who among the living would willingly embrace death? Ha ha ha! Your vigilance is commendable, but alas, you have fallen into my trap. I have heard whispers of your genius, which is precisely why I came to witness it for myself. Indeed, I was not misinformed. A 12-year-old soul master is an exceedingly rare find. I have no particular hobbies, save for the delight of exterminating prodigies. Observing the downfall of such gifted individuals brings me immense pleasure. As the illusion shattered, revealing their original surroundings, Tang Yuyu was increasingly convinced that this was indeed Xinian. The middle-aged man before her, with his flamboyant and reckless laughter, had hair streaked with gray and a body so gaunt that one might suspect his martial soul was a skeleton rather than a remnant dream. Chapter 160. The Form of Dreams. Xinian was indeed a veritable psychopath. Those familiar with the original text would know he relished in the slaughter of the gifted. A sudden headache struck Tang Yuyu, and she regretted not bringing Ziji along. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Xinian had sought her out at this juncture. Previously, his confrontation with Tang San stemmed from the conflict between Shrek Academy and Tsanghui Academy, coupled with Tang San's impressive performance in the Elite Soul Master Tournament preliminaries, marking him as a potential threat, thus prompting Xinian's eagerness for ambush. Contemplating her doubts, she posed her question, "Why have you come for me? I bear no grudges against anyone, let alone debts of my forebears. The Haotian sect has not publicly declared its identity, so it is impossible for anyone to be aware of it. If they did, Xinian would hardly dare to ambush me. Ha, little girl. Someone has paid me to take your life. We are all part of the same world, and he offered a handsome sum. You happen to pique my interest, hence I accepted the job." This interest of his specifically referred to Tang Yuyu's suitability for his twisted desires. All part of the same world? Tang Yuyu furrowed her brow. That indicated a vast network of connections. You need not concern yourself with the identity of that person. In any case, you shall perish by my hand today. Xinian's cruel laughter betrayed his ignorance of the trouble he had stirred. To be caught in a web and remain oblivious to it. I suggest you reveal to me who sought to buy my life. Otherwise, should you kill me, you may find it difficult to escape and scathe yourself. To think you would contemplate my demise without understanding the consequences? Are psychopaths so emboldened these days that they no longer value their lives? Xinian's expression shifted as he absorbed Tang Yuyu's straightforward and piercing words. Initially intending to teach this girl a lesson, he found himself hesitating. While unsure if this was merely a delaying tactic, her calm demeanor instilled a hint of doubt in him. Could it be that this girl possessed a formidable background? An existence he dared not provoke, perhaps a titled Douluo? After all, Xinian's martial soul, remnant dream, caused even ordinary soul Douluo to hesitate in confrontation. So the only reason he felt a tinge of trepidation could be the presence of a titled Douluo. Wait, he suddenly recalled, this girl's surname is Tang. Could she possibly be from that Tang family? If she truly belonged to the Haotian sect, and he killed her, he would likely meet a gruesome end within days. A chill ran down his spine, igniting turbulent waves within him, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Oh, what grand background do you possess? Ha. Discussing such matters with me will only hasten your demise. After all, no one knows I'm the one who killed you. Little girl, you're still too naive. Regardless of your lineage, today you shall pay with your life. With each word, Xinian grew increasingly exhilarated, the earlier fear dissipating, replaced by a surge of secret pleasure. After all, to eliminate a scion of a major clan without anyone knowing, while continuing to live freely, was a thrill unmatched. It gratified his peculiar desires. Tang Yuyu was taken aback by his utter lack of fear. She had not disclosed her affiliation with the Haotian sect, but it seemed any room for negotiation had vanished. Her origins no longer mattered, since Xinian would not entertain her plea. Oh, even so, can you at least tell me who is seeking to take my life? It will be good to be forewarned. Xinian dismissed her inquiry with a scoff. What does it matter if I tell you? Is there truly someone who could avenge you? It might be better for you to die without attachments. My martial soul is remnant dream, capable of trapping individuals in a dream until death. Fear not. Soon I will grant you a beautiful dream, allowing you to pass into death with ease. You are quite intriguing, little girl, despite being a talented member of a clan. You face me with such composure and confidence. Xinian had committed numerous nefarious acts, yet no one had ever approached death with such serenity. Thus he regarded Tang Yuyu with a modicum of newfound respect. However, this fleeting admiration was insufficient to inspire any compassion that might lead him to spare her life. She was a potential threat, and should she escape, endless pursuit would await him. The many prodigies he had slain had allowed him to live unscathed thus far, relying on his caution and prudence. Whether or not she would dream was of little consequence. All he desired was to know who sought her demise. To his surprise, even at this juncture, Tang Yuyu remained fixated on this query, prompting Xinian to arch an eyebrow in astonishment. Very well. You may have obstructed another's path, and it is no wonder they wish to buy your life. Obstructed their path? Tang-san? It couldn't he possibly be him? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Tang Yuyu's eyes as she pondered who she had offended. Xinian, noting her bewilderment, recognized that she was not privy to the full story. His willingness to divulge so much stemmed from his slight regard for her. All right, it's time to proceed. Martial soul, remnant dream. Now, let us ensure you have a pleasant dream. Xinian executed a flamboyant bow, a show of elegance that was timeless. As Tang Yuyu closed her eyes and succumbed to the ground, she remembered to tap the little red dot on her system page, claiming the rewards for her latest sign-in. Ding! Signing in beside the Dream Princess has granted you the key to the Dream Kingdom, unlocking the fairy skin, Nightmare Butterfly. Upon hearing that familiar notification, a fleeting smirk danced on Tang Yuyu's lips as she fell. Dream Princess? Xinian? What an unreliable system, with absurd tasks leading to equally ridiculous rewards. After utilizing his soul skill, Xinian suddenly sensed something amiss. It felt as though an inexplicable force was drawing him toward Tang Yuyu. What could this be? Did this girl possess a life-preserving trump card? As he prepared to strike again using his soul skill, the tether vanished once more. The strange sensation faded, leading Xinian to abandon his thoughts. Convincing himself it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, when he ceased his actions, the pull returned, startling him. A realization struck him as he contemplated a possibility. He observed the shifting expressions on Tang Yuyu's face, perplexed, unable to fathom why she evoked the sensation akin to a martial soul fusion technique and its accompanying attraction. He found himself in a state of indecision. Martial soul fusion techniques were rare, and given Tang Yuyu's prodigious talent, she would likely ascend to the rank of Soul King within a few years. At that point, the martial soul fusion technique they could unleash together would undoubtedly rival that of title Douluo. Torn between the allure of this potential and the fear of the consequences, he found himself at a crossroads. Tang Yuyu is indeed a member of the Haotian sect. If the person were to learn of the intent to take their life while still alive, the days ahead would certainly be fraught with unrest. Chapter 161, the so-called Dream Realm. What is the true essence of the key to this Dream Realm? This object is distinctly different from the various treasures obtained previously through sign-in. The Golden Bone Sword, at least, is functional. Yet this is not the Yi Luoli Fairyland. Where could this Dream Realm possibly emerge from? Tang Yuyu had long been perplexed until she was drawn into the dream by the remnant dream, at which point she discerned what the key to this so-called Dream Realm truly was. It turns out to be a pass that grants immunity to mental or illusory assaults, akin to the current situation where she is confronted with illusions and dreams fabricated by Xinian. Yet, she is able to remain unaffected, observing as a bystander. This leads one to conclude that the dream crafted by his martial soul can indeed be equated to the Dream Realm. Within it lies a miniature world, aptly deserving the title of Dream Realm. But why is this fabricated dream reminiscent of Yi Luoli? It is rather baffling. Logically, it should reflect memories from her past life. Tang Yuyu recalls that Tang San's memories pertain to the Tang sect of his former life. How has it transformed into an animated series in her case? Could it be that due to the influence of the Golden Finger, the bond has become too profound? Suddenly, the scenes before her shifted, revealing a narrative unfamiliar to her. She saw herself, adorned in attire that mirrored her martial soul, imprisoned within a box by the fairy Xinling. Surely, dreams must possess a degree of empathy. These experiences are not one she has lived through, merely scenarios she had previously concocted while playing this game. Tang Yuyu feels as though she is caught in a fleeting dream, even entertaining the absurd notion that she might truly be a Yi Luoli fairy, having traversed an erroneous dimension into the Douluo Continent. Shaking her head at such fanciful thoughts, she cannot help but admire her own imagination. Seemingly moved, she retrieves the key to the Dream Realm, astonishingly finding herself not only immune to the dream's control, but also able to perceive the external world. This sensation is akin to her soul, drifting nearby, capable of experiencing the events within the dream while simultaneously being aware of the outside realm. Such a skill is truly remarkable. In fact, she had only dared to take the leap after noticing a reward notification from a system. Otherwise, she could have remained atop the Jinping Tower in Season 2. Assuredly a life-saving skill. However, this protection is limited to one-on-one confrontations. If faced with two opponents who are superior to her, she would undoubtedly be cast down. Indeed, this absolute defense is extraordinarily formidable, which explains why Yu Xiaojing sought to take Tang Yuyu as his apprentice during his tenure at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. He recognized potential in her that rivaled even Tang San's. Aside from possessing a twin martial soul, Tang San even falls short in some aspects compared to Tang Yuyu. How could Xinian possess such a martial soul bond with me? Much like with Xiao Wu, Tang Yuyu furrows her brow as she observes the unfolding scenes outside. She too struggles to comprehend the inexplicable martial soul fusion technique. The previous experience of martial soul fusion with Xiao Wu occurred when their martial souls had just awakened, and the subsequent sensation of fusion was tied to Qian Rinxue. At that moment, she believed it to be due to the system, as Qian Rinxue's angelic martial soul was akin to a light fairy, hence the inclination towards fusion. However, since Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had signed in without experiencing fusion, she speculated that the prerequisite for martial soul fusion was the celestial elixir, which she had consumed as a reward. Yet, her current hypothesis has been overturned. For what Xinian received through sign-in was not a celestial elixir, but rather the key to the dream realm and a new fairy skin. The former she understands well, while the latter she temporarily interprets as new attire. She currently perceives no changes. Might it manifest through her martial soul? Reflecting on the second form of her martial soul that occurred at the Lake of Life, Tang Yuyu considers that it could indeed represent yet another new form. She does not believe Xinian to be benevolent, but remaining trapped in a dream without escape is not a viable option, especially since her body shows no signs of dreaming. Prolonging this situation could lead to dire consequences. She hopes that no mishaps will occur. Her gaze steadied as she extricated herself from a dream. Xinian is taken aback, puzzled as to why Tang Yuyu has not reacted after being in the dream for so long, until she suddenly opens her eyes. Startled, he instinctively retreats 3 meters, disregarding even the peculiar response of his martial soul. Although Xinian is indeed peculiar, his sadistic tendencies are directed solely towards killing geniuses, and he harbors no thoughts of lewdness towards young girls. However, having been so close, it is difficult not to spark speculation. He contemplates explaining that it was due to the martial soul fusion technique, but then realizes he has come to kill her. Would he really let her go simply because of her martial soul fusion technique? If the Haotian sect were to investigate, he would not escape unscathed. Furthermore, how could Tang Yuyu, having escaped danger, engage him in martial soul fusion? Such a technique requires a connection that transcends mere acquaintanceship. It is precisely why the Star Luo royal family has historically allied with the Zhu family. The union of their offspring naturally facilitates the practice of martial soul fusion. How did you break free from my dream? He questions, wondering if her family provided her with a trump card. A sense of curiosity mingles with a heavy weight in his heart. This suggests his martial soul has found its nemesis. He now finds himself in a predicament. Tang Yuyu possesses too low a soul power for him to ever consider that she could have shattered the dream through her own strength and ability. The only two explanations are that the Tang family bestowed upon her some life-saving artifact, one that counters his martial soul skills, or that there exists someone nearby whose strength surpasses his own, perhaps a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo. The thought of this second possibility sends shivers down Xinian's spine, wishing he could vanish from the spot immediately. The first possibility seems more manageable. If he were to kill Tang Yuyu and flee, no one would be the wiser. Yet, how many times can her life-saving artifact be used? Xinian cannot be certain, glancing at her composed demeanor throughout the encounter, genuinely believing she remains unfazed by his martial soul. Soul masters on the Douluo Continent possess formidable martial souls. Should his soul techniques lose their efficacy against others, they would revert to being ordinary individuals. Xinian is merely unfortunate, as his martial soul appears rather mystical to those on the Douluo Continent who do not cultivate mental power, but for Tang Yuyu, who wields the key to the dream realm, she seems to have him entirely at her mercy. Chapter 162. The Nightmare Night Wish Butterfly confronts the martial soul remnant dream. Xinian's eyes darted, suddenly noticing a crucial detail. if there truly exists a tidal Douluo or an entity even stronger than himself nearby, why has it not intervened sooner? Thus, the second possibility is rendered implausible, yet remains undeniable that Tang Yuyu possesses a trump card that can negate his soul techniques. Upon further reflection, as his martial soul leans towards mental attacks, does this imply that Tang Yuyu is among the rare mental cultivators of the Douluo Continent? If so, he begins to formulate a plan. No matter how powerful the mental force, once ensnared, one would inevitably be drawn into a dream. The only distinction lies in the duration of clarity within the dream. The moment Tang Yuyu enters the dream, he can strike to kill. To be frank, since the awakening of his martial soul, he has never personally wielded cold weapons against another. I understand now. Xinyan reveals a knowing smile, leaving Tang Yuyu somewhat speechless. What has he comprehended? Nevertheless, Tang Yuyu remains vigilant regarding Xinyan's soul techniques. Indeed, as the other party speculated, the key to the realm of dreams allows for free passage within its confines. However, once ensnared within the dream itself, a brief period of sojourn is requisite. Spirit manifestation. To avert any potential traps, Tang Yuyu resolved to ascend directly above Xinyan, using her second soul skill. After all, she was merely a soul master, and under the full force of a soul sage's assault, she would scarcely have time to react. Yet, upon the emergence of her martial spirit, she was astonished to discover that it differed from before. Would it falter at such a critical juncture? Unlike the original golden brilliance of its first form and the verdant hues of its second, this was a butterfly of deep purples and blacks. Its wings, adorned with peculiar patterns of dark violet, bore two antennae reminiscent of those of a butterfly. The lantern, previously fashioned from a metallic butterfly, which had formed her lofty, braided hairstyle, had now transformed into a high, flowing purple ponytail, with the sides of her face elegantly framing her features in a princess cut. Most peculiarly, her right eye was obscured by a diminutive purple butterfly, lending her an air of mystery and nobility. Clad in a knee-length purple dress that resembled outspread butterfly wings, she exuded both grace and allure. No wonder it was called skin. It was akin to an instantaneous change of attire. The night butterfly? Such was the description upon the system panel, evoking an eerie sense of familiarity within her. However, this was not a moment for idle speculation. She aimed to activate her skill and evade Xinyan's assault. At this instant, Xinyan was utterly flabbergasted. This was not in accordance with the information he had received, which had stated 6 mechanical butterfly wings. This spectacle hardly resembled machinery. Furthermore, upon the manifestation of her martial spirit, an unprecedented sensation surged through his body, rendering him incapable of resistance. He had never heard of such an experience accompanying the manifestation of a martial spirit. Was this truly the nature of martial soul fusion techniques? His instincts sensed something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong, as he had never engaged in martial soul fusion with another. Such techniques were notoriously esoteric. He was aware that martial soul fusion required a certain level of compatibility. Could it be that their bond was akin to a perfect 100 fusion? While Xinyan felt a mixture of excitement and regret, lamenting that Tang Yuyu was a member of the Tang family. If only her backing were not so formidable. It seemed destined that she would perish here today. Regrettably, villains often meet their doom through excessive dialogue. Xinyan had overestimated himself, failing to bolster his vigilance despite suspecting that Tang Yuyu possessed hidden cards or was a mental energy cultivator. Perhaps he believed the chasm between a soul sage and a soul master to be insurmountable. Even if she could withstand his dream realm, she would still not be his match. Second soul skill. Sprite. Tang Yuyu activated her second soul skill, soaring directly above Xinyan. As she called out the name of her skill, she sensed something was amiss. This was her first time invoking a soul skill in a different martial spirit form. Her original second skill was Sprite's Blessing, but it seemed to have transformed. Nevertheless, the skill's nature remained intact, and she ascended above Xinyan, her butterfly shield still in place. However, an additional effect manifested as Xinyan fell to the ground in response to her skill. It was a case of intention meeting unpreparedness. Xinyan, in his arrogance regarding his soul sage prowess, had underestimated Tang Yuyu, a mere soul master. Of utmost importance was the fact that before he succumbed, he pondered why Tang Yuyu's soul skill appeared thus. He was acutely aware of the functions of the martial spirit known as the Dream of Remnants. He had not even grasped the essence of Tang Yuyu's identity before being left in the dark regarding her abilities. Even without the key to the realm of dreams, his defeat was inevitable, for this second soul skill was an absolute defense aimed at individuals. Upon releasing her martial spirit, Tang Yuyu felt a peculiar anomaly within her body, likely a consequence of this martial spirit form. Observing Shinian, who lay ensnared in dreams, she initially contemplated ending him swiftly. However, fatigue enveloped her, and a purple-black mist began to swirl around her. Though they were in the outskirts, the possibility of others arriving lingered, prompting her to disengage from her martial spirit form and descend. From her blue-silver storage soul guide, she procured a precious item and scattered it over Shinian. Having completed this, she found herself struggling against her own exhaustion. The dark gas emanating from her was an enigma. Wasn't this supposed to be a fairy-like appearance? A fleeting moment of clarity crossed her mind, only to be swept away by the wave of fatigue. This locale was ill-suited for lingering. She decided to tread along the forest paths leading to the Sunset Forest, a route she had traversed previously while driving a carriage. It was during her last venture to the Sunset Forest for the grand procurement of celestial herbs that she had intentionally chosen this path. Having navigated it twice, she was somewhat familiar. Thus she departed, albeit unsteadily, along the narrow trail flanked by dense foliage. Compared to walking, flying was swifter, so she manifested her martial spirit again. Taking to the air, with the cover of the jungle, she evaded several waves of soul hunters venturing into the Sunset Forest. Tang Yuyu sensed her body nearing its limits, a searing heat radiating from her, threatening to scorch her very insides. Ultimately, it was her sheer willpower that propelled her to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon her arrival, the blue-silver emperor, seeing her enveloped in an enigmatic mist, swiftly extended its vines to lift her. Ain had never felt such resentment toward her voiceless, beastly form. She anxiously caressed her offspring's face with her tendrils. Tang Yuyu, now languid and disoriented, found herself floating unconsciously, reminiscent of her previous experience in the Stardew Forest. The resplendent, yet eerie, purple-black wings appeared somewhat sinister, adorned with delicate golden sparkles along their edges. Such wings became even more exquisite, shedding some of their original unsettling aura. Chapter 163, The Wheel of Fate. As this form reached its zenith, Tang Yuyu's body temperature gradually subsided, and her consciousness began to return. She opened her eyes to behold her newly transformed appearance. The three distinct forms of her martial spirit truly possessed their own unique merits. Could it be that her system was not the so-called Douluo system, but rather a miraculous warm embrace? A thought crossed her mind, and she switched to the golden form of the six-winged butterfly sprite. To her surprise, she suddenly discovered that beneath the golden butterfly, an entirely new form had emerged, a wheel eye. What was this? Memories from her past life felt distant and hazy, as she realized she had only recently encountered that game before her transmigration, leaving her uncertain about the details of her own creations. Before she could ponder further, a chilling sensation coursed over her body. Upon closer inspection, she found it was the imposing blue-silver emperor. Ayin. To think she had arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. She had instinctively flown there, her mind clouded, and had she endured a bit more heat, she might have been rendered senseless. Fear not. Ayin, I am unharmed. Tang Yuyu consoled, gently stroking the vines of the blue-silver grass. The Eye of Ice and Fire appeared to be a most suitable habitat for the blue-silver emperor. Once the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition concluded, the blue-silver emperor might even transform into human form. For reasons unknown, a sense of melancholy washed over Tang Yuyu as she reflected on the misplaced affections of the blue-silver emperor and Tang Hao towards her. The Haotian Hammer martial spirit was a replication of her own mirrored power, just as the blue-silver grass martial spirit had been. Thus, their affection and concern were fundamentally rooted in her essence, possibly even in the foundation of their offspring. Contemplating this, Tang Yuyu felt a pang of solitude. It was no wonder that Tang San, despite being in his 20s, still revered Tang Hao upon his arrival. Some things once experienced, but never possessed, become extraordinarily difficult to relinquish. Tang Yuyu harbored a profound fear that one day they would uncover the truth, that everything was merely a grand illusion of her own making. In the past, she might have confronted Tang Erchui's double standards with unwavering resolve. Yet the human heart is not forged from stone. Over the years, she had gained an acute awareness of how Tang Hao treated her, and deep within, she possessed her own internal scale of judgment. If she were to face him directly, she could not confidently claim that her heart was as steadfast as a rock. Thus, it was imperative that they remain oblivious to the fact that this entire scenario was but an elaborate ruse. With her head bowed low, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. After all, Tang San was not truly the son of Tang Hao and Ayin. He was merely a soul from another realm, summoned by divine intervention to inhabit a corporeal form, one that happened to belong to the child of Tang San and Ayin. who had perished in a fierce battle against the titled Douluo. Therefore, aiding Tang San was akin to being a thief of lives. Since they were all traversers of worlds and were regarded as the offspring of Tang Hao and Ayin, what right did she have to not indulge in this affection? Tang Yuyu had not led a blissful existence in her previous life. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in this new world, devoid of any melancholic musings. Unlike the familiar world she once knew, the Douluo Continent felt like a boundless new realm ripe for exploration. Every step she took was meticulously planned to ensure a better life, armed with the knowledge of the narrative that unfolded before her. Ayin, pray tell, why does my martial spirit manifest in such a manner? Just moments ago, I was being pursued, but upon encountering that individual, my martial spirit underwent this transformation. The Blue-Silver Emperor could not provide a response to Tang Yuyu. She merely articulated her thoughts aloud, explaining the reasons behind her metamorphosis. The tendrils of the blue-silver grass rustled in the wind, as though they were responding to the young girl's musings. Dan yo, feeling the unique tenderness of the Blue-Silver Emperor, found solace in the breeze. The tendrils of the blue-silver grass cradled her like a mother's embrace. Gently swaying her, Ayin was comforting her, knowing the true identity of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Tang Yuyu would often bring her out to bask in the moonlight during the years Tang Hao entrusted her to him. Back then, when Tang Yuyu was still a child, Ayin's tendrils were not as long or robust, yet they still formed a cradle-like structure, softly rocking her as they did today. This was a unique affection reserved solely for Tang Yuyu. As she shifted her form, she transitioned into her second state. With wings composed of blue-silver vines and blue-silver roses, adorned in a delicate shade of bluish-green. The hue matched that of the blue-silver grass. And as this form materialized, Tang Yuyu felt an even deeper bond with Ayin. This connection was palpable to both, with the blue-silver grass visibly vibrating with excitement. Tang Yuyu's eyes sparkled. She had always perceived this second form as incomplete, though the color was a perfect turquoise. It lacked the sense of wholeness that her third form provided. What could be the reason for this? Was it due to her not consuming the wood spirit pill back then? Additionally, the emergence of an extra eye at the base of her first form. Was that a result of consuming the light spirit pill previously? It was no wonder her soul power had surged and then regressed. Now she understood the cause. She was uncertain of the significance of this additional eye, but it was undoubtedly more than just a singular eye. The complete form of her Linglongji Exine martial spirit was not merely a butterfly spirit. It was encased in a metallic cage, with a golden wheel at the base. Previously, only the butterfly spirit had an eye beneath it, but now a smaller eye had appeared beside it, resembling the gears of fate, continuously interlocking. Ayin, I have lingered here long enough. I must return, or else they shall worry. Gently caressing the tendrils of the blue-silver emperor, she signaled for her to lower her down. Ayin reluctantly set her child down, aware that remaining in this space accelerated her cultivation. Moreover, the storage soul guide had limited capacity, and as her form continued to expand, it would soon be unable to contain her. As a soul beast, she was currently a plant, and naturally, she reveled in the embrace of the earth. While she yearned to remain by Tang Yuyu's side, it had to be acknowledged that this state was her most comfortable, for she needed to be in her prime form to protect her child effectively. The tendrils of the blue-silver grass gently stroked Tang Yuyu's hair, as if bidding farewell. Once the academy breaks for vacation, I shall come see you. Worry not. I will inform Uncle about this incident. Indeed, that person has also fallen victim to the poison devised by Tang San. Even if they survive, they will scarcely have the leisure to trouble me again. Yet, Tang San is undeniably formidable. Merely having perused a few scrolls, he managed to concoct a poison more potent than that of the titled Douluo. Chapter 164. How many forms are there truly? Tang Yuyu smirked, not forgetting to dig a pit for Tang San. A mere teenager, self-taught, mastering the arts of poison and toxicity to a degree that surpassed even the expertise of a titled Douluo renowned for their poisonous prowess. Could this not raise suspicions? Tang San, oh Tang San, do not accuse me of targeting you. Compared to your future deeds, I am merely speaking the truth. These parents were never truly his. Since he preferred the company of Yu Shaojiang, he ought to sever these familial ties completely. This statement was, in fact, somewhat biased. It was simply that Tang Yuyu placed great importance on this emotional connection and wished to keep Tang San at bay. After all, Tang San still harbored a certain admiration for his father, albeit Yu Shaojiang had spent more time at his side. Previously, Tang Hao had sent Tang San to the city of Tiando to learn the use of the Haotian Hammer from the titans of the Li clan, hoping to prompt a decision from him. Yet, with Yu Shaojiang still full of life, it was evident that Tang San did not intend to heed Tang Hao's counsel. Tang Hao desired a compliant puppet, not a headstrong offspring. Moreover, he had already deemed him a wandering soul, occupying the body of his own flesh and blood. Tang Yu turned her back to the blue-silver emperor, a trace of derision flitting across her eyes. In truth, Tang Hao was not without his flaws, but he was fiercely protective. What Tang Yu truly valued was this protective nature and affectionate spirit. She internally mocked herself, realizing how starved for love she truly was. Despite being acutely aware of her situation, she watched her own clarity dissolve into despair. The more she interacted with Tang Hao, the more apparent his character flaws became. Upon closing her eyes and reopening them, she had returned to her usual demeanor, striding forward without daring to glance back at the blue-silver emperor. In that moment, she felt like a wretched thief. What difference was there between her and Tang San? In truth, this affection was meant solely for the true children of Tang Hao and Ayin. Both she and Tang San were impostors. How laughable. They were both pitiful creatures. As Tang Yu departed, Ayin sensed her unease. A wave of sorrow threatened to overflow. Yet as a soul beast, she lacked the ability to articulate her feelings and comfort Tang Yu. May all be well. She hoped, in less than 3 years, she would be able to take on a physical form and hold her daughter in her arms. On the other hand, upon returning to the Tiando Royal Academy and assuring her companions of her safety, Tang Yu retreated to her own quarters. The funding for the Tiando Royal Academy far surpassed that of Shrek Academy, and as exemplary students, they were afforded individual apartments, a detail that delighted Tang Yu. While communal living was indeed lively, it lacked the essence of personal space. She reveled in solitude, yet envied the vibrancy of others, though she could integrate into their mirth. She preferred her own company. Once settled, she began to contemplate the 3 forms of her martial spirit: Linglong Ji Xin, Nightmare Butterfly. After a lapse of over a decade, a memory suddenly resurfaced, prompting her to swiftly access the system panel to review her personal information. The background of the story is briefly overlooked as she discovers an additional state, the nightmarish butterfly, yet the second form of her martial spirit. The ethereal incarnation of blue silvergrass is conspicuously absent. What could this signify? Could it be that, due to the fusion with the blue silvergrass and the resulting local essence, the system fails to recognize it? Gazing at the newly added state, she finds it increasingly familiar, pondering with a hand on her chin, until a sudden realization strikes her. This fairy-like image she had conceived was inspired by a skin from a game she once played. Thus, it stands to reason that the nightmarish butterfly would not emerge from another skin design, would it? Tang Yu scratched her head, finding it difficult to recall the specifics after such a long time. She vaguely remembered a skin named something akin to the nightwish butterfly. What it precisely looked like had mostly faded from her memory, especially since she had traversed to this realm shortly after starting to play. If her martial spirit's forms were determined by the number of skins, how many forms did she actually possess? Tang Yu even contemplated the possibility of further transformations in the future. It was a whim that had led her to establish this setting within the narrative of the DouluoDalu mobile game. Unfortunately, she had not had the chance to play that night before being transported, and it was only at the age of 6. Upon awakening her martial spirit and binding to the system, that memories began to resurface. 6 years had elapsed since then, and recalling even this much was a feat now. Another 6 years had passed since her martial spirit's awakening, and almost all the original concepts she had penned had slipped her mind. The background story on the system page remained unchanged from its inception. Over the years, she had uncovered a singular hidden principle. Although the system's sign-in tasks were set in the Douluo Continent, as long as one identified a corresponding ability, one could still sign in. For instance, Ma Hongjuan's Fire Phoenix and Dai Mubai's Evil Eye White Tiger belonged to the fire and metal categories respectively. These were individuals of great fortune who could ascend to godhood alongside the protagonist, thus enabling sign-ins for sacred fire techniques and the Golden Bone Sword. Moreover, the sign-ins near the Lake of Life and around Qianrenshua also pertained to places of great fortune or individuals of significant destiny. Consequently, why did Shernyan's remnant dream trigger a third form? This remained an enigma that eluded her understanding. The other party appeared devoid of any fortune, instead resembling a mere pawn. While Tang Yu's second martial spirit form could be attributed to a mutation of the original blue-silver martial spirit. Yet, the nature of this third martial spirit was perplexing, and her anxiety stemmed from the fear that Ayin and Tang Hao might uncover the ruse. As long as doubt lingered in her heart, the more she pondered, the more she would suspect herself. Regrettably, this was the ultimate form of martial spirits in the Douluo Continent, a realm where even the natives were often perplexed. How could they possibly suspect Tang Yu? After all, it was always Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor who had filled in the gaps, while she had never actively sought to establish connections. Thus, her concerns were indeed unfounded. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe departed with a grim expression, while the Snow Knight Emperor sat silently on the high platform, observing the retreating figure of his exceptional son. Were it not for the lack of heirs to the throne, he would have hesitated to choose Xue Qinghe. In former times, such thoughts would have never crossed his mind, yet just moments ago, Xue Qinghe had openly defied him over a girl. Tang Yu, he was well aware of all the information pertaining to her, though it was merely what Shrek Academy had submitted. Little did he know that this young girl was the designated heir of the Haotian sect. Otherwise, he would not have so carelessly lifted and then gently set aside the matter. Half a day had passed since Tang Yu was attacked, allowing Xue Qinghe ample time to piece together the events. He sought the Spear de Law to investigate the circumstances thoroughly, and upon learning the truth, he stormed into the palace, only to find the outcome less than satisfactory. Chapter 165. It's time for the father to abdicate. Xue Qinghe was engulfed in rage upon discovering that Tang Yu had been targeted for assassination by Prince Xue Xing. He had underestimated his uncle, not realizing the vast underground network at his disposal, with connections to the benevolent Dugu Bo and maintaining ties with Xinian for nearly decades. He had entrusted many covert matters to the latter. This time, it was he who had inadvertently endangered his sister. His frequent displays of affection towards Tang Yu had provoked Prince Xue Xing into taking action against her. As for why he was unafraid of the Haotian sect, that was because of the remnants of Xinian, who had perished unknowingly within the dream, leaving no trace behind. Who could ascertain who had killed Tang Yu? Thankfully, she had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Xueren Xue could hardly fathom the extent of his fury. The prince could scarcely endure another day in his current position. Even without knowledge of Tang Yu's status as the designated heir of the Haotian sect, she was still a direct descendant of the foremost lineage in the realm. When he approached the Snow Knight Emperor to discuss the matter, he had treated it lightly, as if it were of no concern to him. However, should the Haotian sect become aware, he might find himself facing his own demise. It became evident to him why the Tiando Empire lagged behind the Xinglua Empire in terms of national strength. Beyond the differences in tradition and martial spirit, the rulers held significant importance. Although Xue Beng could act, he had feigned frivolity under his watchful eye for so long that it seemed to have dulled his wit. How else could he have devised such a foolish scheme, entrusting Prince Xue Xing with its execution? If his father desired a conflict between him and Xue Beng, he would oblige. After all these years, it was time for his father to step down. As Xue Qinghe exited the palace, he donned a demeanor of grace and composure. But upon entering the city of horses, his expression grew cold and ruthless. Increase the dosage threefold. That old fool dares to protect Xue Beng, who has acted against my sister. He may very well seek to elevate Xue Beng to the throne in the future. While Xue Qinghe was loath to see such an outcome, he felt an even stronger urge to avenge Tang Yu. Bound by his current identity, it was not appropriate for him to acknowledge her. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he summoned the Spear de Law back. Wait, relay this news to the Haotian sect. I wish to see how these two fools will conclude this affair. A smirk of mockery curved upon Xue Qinghe's lips. It was not his intention to belittle, but rather to observe how the Tiando royal family resembled a scattered sand pile, fighting amongst themselves when they would be better off nurturing successors in a more cohesive manner. The Snow Knight Emperor was indeed a benevolent ruler. Unfortunately, his reasoning faltered at such a critical juncture, where he ought to have focused on appeasing the Haotian sect's wrath instead of shielding his other son. Following this debacle, Xue Beng had effectively rendered himself incapable of contending for the throne. The Snow Knight Emperor remained oblivious to his eldest son's machinations, merely summoning Prince Xue Xing and the fourth prince, Xue Beng. Xue Beng had endured considerable hardship during this period. The Imperial Guard was merely the prince's personal army, and upon entering, he was subjected to rigorous training that left him feeling utterly drained. The ruffians and the chief instructor seemed intent on showcasing every technique upon him, under the guise of teaching the fourth prince to regain his lost skills after years of idleness, ensuring he becomes accomplished within a year. Yet, Xue Beng was acutely aware that this was all orchestrated by his elder brother. He bore no resentment towards the Snow Knight Emperor for these circumstances, but rather directed his frustration towards his elder brother, who had forsaken brotherly bonds for the sake of power. In his misery, he sought to take action against Tang Yu, believing her merely a pawn in the grand scheme of things, especially since Tang Yu's martial spirit was nothing remarkable. The sect's legacy might be rooted in similar martial spirits. Yet Tang Yu's inexplicable human-shaped martial spirit was likely not from the inner circle. If it were, she would be a distant relative. The death of a collateral descendant would evoke little concern, yet it stirred something within Xue Qinghe. Moreover, if he acted discreetly, who could trace it back to him? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, being an auxiliary sect, has for many years shown utmost deference to the imperial family, leading to a profound misconception that the so-called number one in the world is not particularly remarkable. Unfortunately, he is gravely mistaken. The Haotian sect is no mere auxiliary like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which would dare not oppose an empire. Moreover, Tang Yuyu is not just a so-called side branch disciple. She is, in fact, the designated heir of the Haotian sect, with several titled Douluos at her disposal. Along with the extraordinary limit title Da Tang Chun, the Haotian sect could easily assert its independence. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall, due to the matter concerning Tang Yuyu, would not only refrain from interference, but would also extend its support. The alliance of these two formidable powers would spell disaster for the Heaven Do Empire. Even the Star Luo Empire would find itself overwhelmed. My father has summoned me? The fourth prince, still being subjected to rigorous training by these rough soldiers, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the palace messenger's announcement. He had never before experienced such exhilaration at being called to the palace. Esteemed instructors, I must take my leave. My father has commanded my presence at the imperial palace. With a respectful bow to his instructors, he followed the palace attendant, hastening toward the palace. As the fourth prince departed, the leaders of several knightly orders exchanged glances, their expressions laden with derision. One cannot imitate what one does not comprehend. Does the crown prince truly believe he is so easily mimicked? Scoffed the largest knight commander, who then turned and walked away, leaving the others to snicker before they too departed. Ever since his arrival, the fourth prince had emulated Xue Qinghe in every manner. He was somewhat astute, believing that his appearance might win over the imperial guards. However, the knightly orders were never inclined to follow whims. They recognized merit over lineage. The fourth prince embodies the traditional aristocracy, which often overlooks the value of human life, while Xue Qinghe, affiliated with the Spirit Hall, has always advocated for harmonious coexistence with the common folk. Some traits are truly beyond imitation, especially the keen observations that the lower classes have of their superiors, which is precisely why the imperial guards remain loyal to the crown prince. The fourth prince is not of noble character. Perhaps Xue Qinghe's outwardly gentle demeanor is a facade, yet he lacks the vices typical of the aristocracy. Prince Xue Xing, buoyed by the favor of the Emperor Xue Yi, has engaged in corrupt practices, oppressing the common people and abducting women, having committed nearly every conceivable atrocity. Thus, how could the fourth prince, raised under his influence, turn out any better? Everyone harbors their own measure of judgment. The throne is singular, and they naturally desire a ruler who genuinely values the lives of the common folk. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the imperial palace, the fourth prince was met with a folded edict that struck him squarely on the forehead, leaving a considerable bump. The Emperor Xue Yi, frustrated with his son's failures, now reconsidered his earlier belief that Xue Qinghe's infatuation with women rendered him unsuitable for the throne. This is a matter that could cost you your head. On the other side, within the prince's residence, Xue Xing was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing Shi Nian's words. Aghast at the disastrous implications of the fourth prince's suggestion, he has poked a hornet's nest. How could Tang Yuyu be the heir of the Haotian sect? The gravity of the situation left him feeling like an ant on a hot pan, frantic and unable to act. He contemplated shifting the blame entirely onto the fourth prince. Yet the lack of any prior connection between the two made such a ploy foolish. Now, the person has fled. Although you did not explicitly state it was my directive. What if the Haotian sect discovers the truth? He was acutely aware that a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences, and his frustration with Shi Nian's nonchalance was palpable. Yet what could he do? Now, it all hinged on whether Tang Yuyu would seek retribution. Shi Nian, fully aware of Xue Xing's inner turmoil, recognized that while his counterpart appeared frantic, his anxiety stemmed from a desire to avoid the impending fallout. The prince, slumped in his chair, understood that revealing his identity as the mastermind would certainly lead to his demise by the following day. He could only hope to keep Shi Nian at a distance. Despite his brother Xue Ye's indulgence, should he offend the Haotian sect, it would be his own head on the chopping block. After a brief consultation, palace attendants arrived. What? Xue Xing exclaimed in astonishment, not anticipating that Emperor Xue Yi would summon him at such a moment. His guilt made him fearful, but with the attendants already at the door, he could only follow them into the palace, dejected. Xue Bing, look at the mess you've created. Who gave you the audacity to act against the disciples of the Haotian sect? Do you not grasp the gravity of your actions? Do you realize that if Tang Yuyu were to perish in the Heaven Do Empire, even if you bore no suspicion, you would reap no benefits? The emperor's voice thundered. You truly are my dear son, scheming so early for the throne beneath me, attempting to eliminate the crown prince's support through indirect means. Utterly foolish. It appears your time as a prodigal has rendered you a genuine fool. Though Emperor Shui Yi had sheltered Shui Bing from the repercussions of the spear hall, he now rebuked him sharply. Poor Shui Bing, having been reprimanded like a child by the imperial guards, now faced his father's ire in the palace. When Prince Shui Xing entered, he beheld this disheartening scene. Shui Bing stood like a quail, frozen in place, while Emperor Shui Yi paced angrily, berating him incessantly. Shui Xing's heart sank. He had harbored countless possibilities on his way here, believing it might be a coincidence. Yet with Shui Bing being summoned, such coincidences seemed implausible. The Haotian sect, deserving of its title as the world's foremost sect, had swiftly uncovered the truth behind the incident. Bowing his head lower, Shui Xing softened his demeanor, hoping to elicit compassion from Emperor Shui Yi. He was acutely aware that his brother, while perceived as a benevolent ruler, was, in truth, rather easily swayed. In contrast, the crown prince Shui Qinghe diverged from his father's character. This crown prince did not exhibit the same aristocratic vices, which is why Shui Xing sought to support Shui Bing's claim to the throne. With a new emperor who values the common folk ascending, what fate could a decaying aristocracy like his own expect? Even as the emperor's uncle, he would find no refuge. Through Shui Qinghe's past deeds, it was evident that he was a man of action, and the majority of the knights within the imperial guards hailed from common origins. Should Shui Bing ascend to the throne, the imperial guards would undoubtedly consist of nobility. Though the class hierarchy on Douluo Continent may not seem overtly rigid, the chasm between commoners and nobles is as vast as the heavens. Just looking at Soul Masters reveals that commoners are forever relegated to the role of cannon fodder compared to those from esteemed backgrounds. Contemplating this, Prince Shui Xing gathered himself, approaching Emperor Shui Yi with humility. Your Highness. The emperor paused his tirade upon noticing his brother's presence. Emperor Shui Yi regarded him with disdain, refusing to respond. How do you call me? You blindly followed Shui Bing's counsel without question. Shouldn't it be him who learns from the elder, rather than you? It seems Shui Bing has become the reckless product of your upbringing. Hearing his brother's harsh reprimand, Prince Shui Xing fell to his knees, clutching Emperor Shui Yi's leg. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded, Your Highness, I meant no offense. I have no children of my own, so I treated Shui Bing as my own son. In his childhood, Shui Feng faced neglect from the palace attendants, which gradually led me to develop a fondness for him. After spending over a decade together, our bond has grown as close as that of a father and son. Whenever he suffers injustice outside, he returns home to confide in me, and naturally, I feel compelled to defend him. However, I never anticipated committing such a grave error. All the blame lies with me, and Shui Feng bears no responsibility. Your Highness, Shui Feng is also your child. You cannot allow your admiration for the crown prince to blind you to the worth of others. Prince Shui Xing's heartfelt words began to soften the initially resolute demeanor of the Blood Snow Knight Emperor, yet soon his ire shifted back toward Shui Feng. Upon hearing his royal uncle's sincere sentiments, Shui Feng was deeply moved. Previously, he feared that once he lost his utility, his uncle would abandon him. Yet now he realizes his uncle values him so highly. Once he ascends to the throne, he vows to ensure his uncle enjoys a life of leisure and comfort. Enough. The Blood Snow Knight Emperor gestured for Shui Xing to rise, rubbing his temples. Each time he had to admonish Shui Xing, he would adopt this exasperated facade, clinging to the hope of resolving matters. After all, he is his own brother. Fortunately, Tang Yuyu remains unaware of your involvement, and I have silenced Qin He. As long as he keeps quiet and ensures Shern Yen stays hidden, no one will be the wiser. This is a one-time allowance. It shall not happen again. Thankfully, Tang Yuyu is not the heir of the Haotian sect. Do not entertain thoughts of taking action against Tang Yu. Did the Blood Snow Knight Emperor believe Tang Yu was the heir of the Haotian sect? Prince Shui Xing stiffened. If his elder brother were to discover that Tang Yuyu was, in fact, the designated successor of the Haotian sect, would he not strip him of his skin on the spot? He dared not dwell on it, nor speak further, merely feigning a timid demeanor as he stood beside Shui Feng in the Grand Hall. I have entrusted this matter to you. Think carefully about how many brains you possess before taking action again. Let us go. Your presence is irksome. Chapter 167 Dai Mu Bai. What else on your plate? How could you drink to such excess? The affairs from the Heaven Do Empire ultimately reached the Star Luo Empire. and Dai Tianfeng was taken aback to learn that Dai Mu Bai had enrolled in the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, a member of the Luo Empire's royal family, attending the academy of their rival. What could this possibly signify? When this news arrived, the elders of the royal family and internal members engaged in fervent discussions, with many suggesting that Dai Mu Bai should be brought back. Conversely, the Luo Emperor, Dai Tianfeng, wore a contemplative expression. When Dai Mu Bai had crossed over, he had several fortuitous encounters that allowed him to make a favorable impression on Dai Tianfeng. Thus, Dai Tianfeng had a somewhat favorable view of him. Upon reading the report that Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing had enrolled in the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, he began to ponder the motivations behind Dai Mu Bai's actions. It was not until the news from the Heaven Do Empire reached him that he realized Dai Mu Bai would not have entered the Royal Academy of Heaven Do without a significant plan. After all, he still had to contend with Davis. Dai Tianfeng had never thought highly of this son, but ever since Dai Mu Bai's arrival, he had demonstrated numerous qualities that caught his father's attention. Consequently, Dai Tianfeng concluded that Dai Mu Bai was a resourceful and ambitious individual who understood the value of patience. In reality, Dai Mu Bai's prior display of talent was to secure a more favorable position within the Heaven Do royal family. After all, life within the palace is a constant ebb and flow. If he did not exhibit some extraordinary capabilities, he might have long since fallen victim to Davis's schemes. The reason for his escape from the Luo Empire was due to his inability to bear leaving Zhu Zhuqing to shoulder such immense pressure alone. As a transmigrator, Dai Mu Bai was already of legal age and found it intolerable. How could Zhu Zhuqing, a mere child, endure it? Thus, he included her in his escape plan. But to the Luo Emperor, it appeared as if Dai Mu Bai was nurturing their emotional bond, thereby enhancing the compatibility with the Zhu family girl's martial soul fusion technique. Only through such trials would Dai Mu Bai's resolve be further solidified. Born into royalty, one naturally possesses a keen intellect, so Dai Tianfeng concocted such elaborate thoughts. Upon receiving news from the Heaven Do Empire, he burst into hearty laughter, realizing Dai Mu Bai had indeed lived up to his expectations. Davis was also a competent heir, though he possessed a rather ruthless disposition, capable of turning against his own kin. Dai Mu Bai's second brother's fate was also relayed to him, revealing that the second prince had not perished but had instead been rendered crippled. Such an outcome was fortuitous, allowing him to escape the brutal contest, albeit at a significant cost. Yet, at least he remained alive. It was precisely because Dai Mu Bai had gone to great lengths to preserve his brother's life that the Luo Emperor viewed him with heightened regard. In his eyes, the journey from the Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire was fundamentally about expanding his influence. After all, Davis was considerably older, and the foundation within the Luo Empire was firmly under Davis's control. This alternative approach garnered Dai Tianfeng's approval. Thus, when he received news of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing enrolling in the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, he suppressed his dissatisfaction with the proposals for the time being. And then, an opportunity emerged. Just look at what is inscribed on this page. His classmates included the next heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, direct descendants of the Haotian sect and their future successor. Dai Tianfeng recalled the display of power at the Haotian sect's emergence ceremony and could not help but admire Dai Mu Bai for truly exceeding his expectations. The title Douluo of the Haotian sect had become so numerous that he could hardly count them on both hands. Perhaps only the Spirit Hall could rival it, truly the foremost sect in the world. Originally, the Haotian sect had supported the Luo royal family. Yet after more than a decade of seclusion, their connections had dwindled. If Dai Mu Bai could reforge closer ties with the Haotian sect during his generation, those elders who had initially opposed his enrollment in the Royal Academy of Heaven Do would surely elevate him to a place of reverence. In addition to the Haotian sect, there was also the accompanying Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although Dai Tianfeng favored the Haotian sect more, if he could also win over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the Luo Empire, the demise of the Heaven Do Empire would be imminent. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School may not possess offensive capabilities, their healing prowess in battle is extraordinarily potent. Most importantly, they are wealthy. Should the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School relocate to the Luo Empire, they could potentially invigorate numerous industries and economic developments within the realm. The more Dai Tianfeng contemplated this, the more he envisioned a prosperous future. He immediately summoned someone to draft a letter to be delivered to Dai Mu Bai in the Heaven Do Empire. In the letter, he detailed the current strength of the Haotian sect and urged Dai Mu Bai to establish this connection firmly. By the time Dai Mu Bai received the letter, 2 months had already passed. At this point, the merger between Shrek Academy and the Royal Academy of Heaven Do had nearly been finalized. The remaining members of the royal fighting team had also been assigned to Shrek Academy. Although they did not possess the same level of talent as the original members, they were still considered prodigies. The addition of Yi Lingling, the Shi family brothers, and Yu Feng served merely as enhancements, especially since Tang Yuyu's two soul skills corresponded with the martial soul training paths of Yi Lingling and the Shi family brothers. Upon receiving the letter, Dai Mubai did not rush to the training grounds to meet with his teammates. Instead, after reading the letter, his expression darkened. Initially, he felt somewhat speechless, but soon his emotions became a turbulent palette of complex feelings. What is wrong, Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing noticed her fiancé staring blankly at the letter and hurried over to inquire. Understanding that the letter had originated from the Star Luo Empire, she felt it was both expected and surprising. After all, they had already enrolled in the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, so some acknowledgement was due. Yet, why had it taken so long for the letter to arrive? Is communication between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire truly so inconvenient? Zhu Zhuqing approached Dai Mubai's side, her keen eyes swiftly scanning through the contents of the letter, and her expression mirrored his in an instant. Was the Star Luo Emperor attempting to instruct Dai Mubai on how to curry favor with powerful allies? Zhu Zhuqing sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling as if the grandiose image of the Emperor had crumbled before her. It was unexpected to discover that a figure wielding such authority could exhibit this side. Indeed, power is of utmost importance. Just a few dishes? To drink to such excess, how audacious! Dai Mubai rolled his eyes, astonished that his father would have him play the sycophant. Although the letter did not explicitly state this, it was clear to Dai Mubai what was implied. The letter indicated that he should establish rapport with the heirs of the 3 and 2 sects at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do in advance, and if possible, it would be best to entice the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to the Star Luo Empire, leaving the Heaven Do Empire with no recourse to lament. Chapter 168, The Academy Challenge. Xue Qinghe intended to disclose this information to the Haotian sect, but was thwarted by the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong indicated that such actions would more readily expose his undercover identity. After all, it was Xue Qinghe who had approached the Emperor Shui Yi to discuss this matter, and the Haotian sect subsequently learned of it. It was quite apparent that he had revealed a secret. Nevertheless, this was also a bloodbath. It was unexpected that Emperor Shui Yi would be willing to shield the snow avalanche despite having offended the Haotian sect. This was due to the fact that Qianren Xue was a daughter, and thus, he was unaware that the Heaven Do royal family had only 2 remaining heirs. Consequently, Emperor Shui Yi placed considerable importance on blood avalanche, even if he was a ne'er-do-well. Reflecting on this, Xue Qinghe clenched his fists, once again realizing his subjugation. He must swiftly seize the throne of the Heaven Do Empire. He had no time to indulge these few ants any longer. Thus, 2 uneventful months passed, primarily because Tang Yuyo chose not to report the matter, having her own schemes in mind. While it was beneficial to have the Haotian sect as support, it lacked the thrill of vengeance. Being well-versed in the plot, she kept a vigilant eye on the Heaven Do auction house, ready to release information as soon as that illusory skull appeared, ensuring that Xinian would meet his demise without a burial site. The Heaven Do auction house and the Fighting Soul Arena were affiliated. The Fighting Soul Arena had branches in various cities across the 2 empires. Yet no one knew the true powers and owners behind them, and no one dared to offend the Grand Fighting Soul Arena. Despite her extensive viewing of Douluo, Tang Yuyo remained oblivious to the forces at play behind the scenes. However, the Douluo Continent was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. The extent of the hidden great powers and prominent families remained unknown. For instance, Sea God Island was perceived by the world merely as an insular and exclusive island. Who could fathom that there existed a divine inheritance and numerous titled Douluo upon that island? Tang Yuyo, still immersed in her training, was roused from her reverie by a shout. A girl in a green dress was rushing toward her with palpable excitement. This was Ning Rongrong, who had expressed her gratitude to Tang Yuyo repeatedly through her father, Ning Fengji. The most straightforward gift from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was, of course, the golden soul coins, far exceeding what Tang San had once crafted in hidden weapons. 10 million golden soul coins were not something Tang Yuyo would refuse. Rather, she accepted the card with a beaming smile. Although Tang Hao had left her a substantial sum, in comparison to what Ning Fengji provided, it felt like a mere drop in the ocean. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Should Tang Hao ever hesitate between her and Tang San, she might suggest that Hain remarry Ning Fengji. Hain had been by her side since childhood, and her feelings had long transcended the ordinary mother-daughter bond. Tang Yuyo was confident that even if Hain discovered she was not her biological daughter, she would treat her with the same affection, unlike Tang Hao, who had not spent much time with her. Rongrong, what's the matter? You seem quite flustered. Ning Rongrong usually upheld a refined demeanor. It was unusual to see her so animatedly sprinting through the academy. I have delightful news. I heard there will be an academy challenge. Are you aware? We are to challenge the 5-element academy. This will undoubtedly be exhilarating. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her hands clasped in front of her chest, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the Royal Academy of Heaven Do was quite renowned and boasted exceptional educational resources, yet within the Heaven Do Empire, it was the 5-element academy that truly held sway. This was the genuine institution for cultivating advanced soul masters. So why was there to be a so-called academy challenge? Tang Yuyo furrowed her brow, suspecting it might involve political maneuvering. The 5-element academy had always been the mainstream choice for imperial recruitment. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do found it challenging to intercept promising candidates, given its reputation for catering predominantly to noble students. This time, it seemed they intended to utilize Shrek Academy as a means to implement reforms within the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, likely aiming to broaden their recruitment base. The abundance of elite soul masters cultivated by the 5-element academy posed a potential threat to the Empire's governance. Therefore, was the Emperor intending to wield Shrek Academy as a tool? Tang Yuyo relaxed her brow. She was not particularly concerned about the Emperor using Shrek Academy as a pawn, as long as she could ascertain the full extent of the situation. She had no desire to be exploited while remaining in the dark. Are you enamored with the 5-element academy? Observing Ning Rongrong's enthusiasm, Tang Yuyo began to understand why Emperor Shui was so eager to sharpen his blades against the 5-element academy. Their promotional efforts were indeed commendable, even capturing the admiration of the daughter of a sect leader. Of course, the 5-element academy is the pinnacle of advanced soul master institutions in the Heaven Do Empire. At one point, I even contemplated attending one of their schools, Ning Rongrong admitted, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. However, as you know, the 5-element academy exclusively enrolls soul masters of specific attributes. My 7-treasure glazed tower, though unparalleled, does not meet their admission criteria. After I joined Shrek Academy, their standards have been relaxed. It is truly disheartening to have missed such an opportunity. At this point, Ning Rongrong seemed to recall something and hurriedly waved her hands. Explaining to Tang Yuyo, I do not mean to suggest that I regret joining Shrek Academy. Rather, I find it quite gratifying to study there, especially with such wonderful friends like you. The usually eloquent Ning Rongrong appeared at a loss for words, revealing the high regard she held for the 5-element academy. It's all right. There's no need for excessive explanation. If the 5-element academy inspires such admiration in you, it must indeed be exceptional. However, while Shrek Academy may have fewer students, each one can easily overshadow the elite students of the 5-element academy. This statement rang true. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Her perception of the 5-element academy slightly dimmed. Yet, it remained a cherished dream from her youth, and she still felt a twinge of joy when recalling it. Well, it's perfect timing. During the upcoming Academy Challenge, I shall take the opportunity to observe the environment of the 5-element academy. It will serve as a way to fulfill my longing over the years. Though Ning Rongrong did not voice this last thought, considering she was now a student of Shrek Academy, it would be improper to constantly extol the virtues of other institutions. Chapter 169. The girl whom the prince is said to admire. Let us proceed, the dean announced, urging everyone to gather for an important discussion. Ning Rongrong grasped Tang Yuyu's wrist, preparing to accompany her to the assembly point at Shrek Academy. Tang Yuyu had been secluded within this forest for the past 2 to 3 months, with her meals being delivered in turns by Ziji, Zhuqing, Xiangxiang, and herself. The underlying reason was all too clear to Ning Rongrong. The entire Tiando Royal Academy was abuzz with rumors that Tang Yuyu was the object of Shui Qinghe's affection. Numerous noble ladies and young aristocrats, either seeking to curry favor or merely driven by curiosity, had banded together to investigate, turning Tang Yuyu into a spectacle akin to a circus performance. Overwhelmed by the attention, she had retreated to this simulated forest for her training. Everyone understood her plight, which is why her close friends took turns delivering meals to her. Sigh, I truly wish to remain hidden, Tang Yuyu lamented, gazing skyward. In moments like these, Ning Rongrong felt as though Tang Yuyu resembled someone of her own age. Typically, she exuded a calm demeanor. However, if one were to observe closely over time, they might sense that Tang Yuyu bore an air of responsibility, as if shouldering a significant mission. Ning Rongrong attributed this pressure to her identity as the heir of the Haotian sect. Only Zhu Zhuqing, who had eavesdropped, was aware of the formidable adversaries Tang Yuyu would inevitably face, which compelled her to grow stronger. After 2 to 3 months of arduous training in the simulated forest, Tang Yuyu's soul power had finally reached level 35, a tremendous feat indeed. Although it appeared she had advanced quickly, gaining a level each month. This was largely due to a luminescent elixir she had consumed previously. However, the resulting soul power had been entirely absorbed by the Eye of Destiny. Thus, her recent progress was chiefly reliant on the residual effects of that luminescent elixir. Now that the commotion had subsided significantly, and with the Crown Prince taking action, there was little chance of being scrutinized as before. You need not worry, Ning Rongrong reassured, gently patting Tang Yuyu's shoulder. Eager to leave, she grasped Tang Yuyu's hand and dashed forward. Reluctantly, Tang Yuyu followed, inwardly marveling at the sudden exuberance of her typically composed friend. In truth, Ning Rongrong only displayed such vivacity in private. In public, she maintained the demeanor of an elegant and poised princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Upon arriving at the assembly point, they discovered that only the two of them were absent. Everyone else was present. Tang Yuyu was not well acquainted with the newly added Yi Lingling and others, yet the rest regarded her with curiosity. As they traversed the grand crossing square of Soa City, they had already crossed paths previously, and at that time, they had shown interest in Tang Yuyu's martial soul. It was only now, upon joining the inner court of Shrek, that they began to recognize her true excellence. Although she was not the youngest in the Shrek team, she certainly stood out as a remarkable talent. Moreover, the recent uproar surrounding the Crown Prince's pursuit heightened their intrigue regarding this girl. The Tang surname had already revealed her connection to the Haotian sect, but after nearly 3 months of interaction, they discovered that she was not merely a disciple of the Haotian sect, but rather the designated successor. All right, you two, hasten back to the group. Flinder coughed to regain their attention, prompting everyone to stand attentively, ready to listen to his subsequent address. Excellent. Our Shrek Academy has been incorporated into the inner court of the Tiando Royal Academy, and our inaugural battle will be against the elite team from the 5 Element Academies. As you are aware, our team has welcomed new members, and I trust you are familiar with these individuals. They are members of the former Tiando Royal Academy's elite team, the Huangdo team. Flinder expressed his delight as he mentioned the Huangdo team, particularly since Yu Qianheng had departed. With such a surname, he could easily deduce the connection to Yu Xiaojiang, and indeed, it was confirmed that Yu Qianheng had transferred to the same school as Yu Xiaojiang. This realization brought Flinder a sense of relief. For some reason, he felt an unexplainable apprehension when it came to truly mentoring Yu Qianheng. You are our prodigies, and I am confident that this battle will showcase your true prowess to the upper echelons of the Tiando royalty and even the Emperor himself. Flinder adjusted his glasses, understanding as a businessman the importance of maximizing benefits. He fully grasped the rationale behind Emperor Shui Ye's decision, which was essentially to recruit more talents for the Tiando royalty through Shrek Academy. Initially, Shui Qinghe had proposed the incorporation of Shrek Academy, citing that Flinder had nurtured a team of exceptionally gifted youths. Upon reviewing the profiles of the team members, Emperor Shui Yi promptly approved the decision. Recognizing that there were few among the aristocracy who had achieved the rank of Soul Ancestor at the tender age of 12, seizing the opportunity to attract talent, he certainly would not refuse. Emperor Shui Yi even dared to dream that the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition in 2 years might bring championship glory to the Tiando Empire. Flinder scanned the newly joined Yi Lingling and exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai. All right, children, although you may have met before, let's take a moment for everyone to introduce themselves to welcome our new companions. As for the instructors, I trust you are already well acquainted, but as comrades, it is essential to understand one another. Whether or not you decide to join the team will depend on your mutual consent. Flinder's eyes twinkled mischievously, resembling a cunning old fox. To be frank, the decision of whether the orphans from the Huangdo team joined or not was of little consequence. Flinder primarily aimed to vex Yu Xiaojiang. It seemed that Yu Xiaojiang's nephew would rather flee under the cover of night than join Shrek Academy, leaving Flinder with a bitter smile. Ever since he had cast aside his burdens, he had become somewhat unhinged. Any matter related to Yu Xiaojiang or Lu Erlong elicited a sharp retort from him, as if he had been blinded during their adventurous years together. Yi Lingling exchanged glances with the Sher brothers, then surveyed the others, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The team that originally belonged to them had been dismantled by Yu Qianheng, who had absconded with Dugi Yin and Oscar. Although they had gotten along well with the new members of Shrek Academy, they still felt a sense of alienation. Even among geniuses, there existed social hierarchies. Yi Lingling had once considered herself among the elite, despite being a support-type soul master. Yet now, within Shrek Academy, even the least skilled by Qinxiang surpassed her. Bai Qinxiang had just turned 11 and was on the verge of becoming a soul ancestor. In a year's time, even a pig could cultivate 2 levels of soul power. Indeed, Bai Qinxiang had already reached level 28. Chapter 170, The Challenge of Thunder. As Flinder observed the spirited students before him, a swell of pride surged within him. Although the task of challenging the 5-Element Academy had come unexpectedly, Flinder perceived it as an opportune moment. Just as Yu Qianheng had left, striking Flinder's pride, he resolved to send these prodigies to confront the Thunder Academy first. The captain of the Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin, was also from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yet more importantly, the founder of the Thunder Academy hailed from the same lineage. Flinder harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, both of whom were tied to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Now that everyone is prepared, we shall set out the day after tomorrow. And tomorrow we will formally challenge the Thunder Academy. This battle must establish the reputation of Shrek Academy and ensure that the world recognizes the existence of these exceptional youths. Tang Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. As Tang Xin departed from Soto City and the Shrek Academy, he remained oblivious to the fact that his companions had consumed the mystical herbs. Had he not chosen to challenge anyone at that moment, he would undoubtedly have been astonished by the rapid enhancement of their abilities. Given his character, had he disclosed his intention to leave early, he would have certainly sought the ice and fire yin-yang eyes to procure those 2 herbs. Dean Flander, I believe we should additionally challenge the renowned Blue Tyrant Academy among the Commoner Soul Masters, suggested Tang Yuyo. Upon hearing this, a remarkable light flickered in Dean Flander's eyes. As if he had encountered a kindred spirit in Tang Yuyo, he found this proposal exceedingly agreeable. Ahem, if none of you have objections, I see no issue with that. The cunning old fox revealed a triumphant smile. He had not anticipated that his favored disciple would not deduce his thoughts, but rather it was Tang Yuyo who discerned them first. Dean Flander, I have no objections. Dai Mubai was the first to respond, with others quickly echoing his agreement. The earlier incident involving Lu Erlong's provocation in Soto City was still fresh in everyone's minds. How could someone as shrewd as Dean Flander suffer defeat at the hands of Lu Erlong? Everyone felt indignant on his behalf. Indeed, I am eager to assess the educational standards of Blue Tyrant Academy, remarked Ma Hongjun, interrupting the somewhat peculiar atmosphere with a sense of righteousness. Truth be told, the group's ire was not solely due to Lu Erlong's rejection of Flander's choice of Yu Xiaojiang, but rather because Lu Erlong had taken action against Flander in defense of Yu Xiaojiang. Was it fair that their friendship, akin to a golden triangle, was deemed inferior simply because Yu Xiaojiang was Lu Erlong's beloved? What right did Lu Erlong have to act so unreasonably, disregarding the bond between Flander and herself? At that moment, hearing his students voice their discontent on his behalf stirred Flander's emotions. Although he had lost love, he had gained more profound and sincere affections. Very well. Since all members of your team consent, let us proceed. Yi Lingling and the others were unaware of the discord between Shrek Academy and Blue Tyrant Academy. Yet they realized that Yu Qianheng's academy was precisely this one. Did they truly have to confront each other so soon after departing? The 4 exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. They had anticipated that their next meeting as rivals would occur at the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. But now they were faced with such a confrontation immediately after their departure. The years of camaraderie weighed heavily on Yi Lingling, making it difficult for her to face Yu Tianheng and Du Guiyan as adversaries without reservations. At Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin perused the challenge letter. Shrek Academy? The newly incorporated inner academy of the Tiando Royal Academy? How intriguing. They dare to challenge us at Thunder Academy. A smile crept across his face as he contemplated the implications of Yu Tianheng joining Yu Xiaojiang's team, a decision he had already heard murmurs of. Yu Tianheng was indeed a fool, forsaking the prestigious royal battle team and abundant resources of the Tiando Royal Academy to venture into the obscure Blue Tyrant Academy. What kind of figure was Yu Xiaojiang? Merely a pawn cast aside by his family. Had he not been the son of the current leader, he would have long been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Unlike Yu Tianheng's affinity for Yu Xiaojiang, Yu Qianxin held a deep-seated disdain for this relative. Being older than his cousin, he was acutely aware of why Yu Xiaojiang was so scorned by their family. Everyone knew how Yu Xiaojiang had acquired the title of master and the 10 core philosophies of spirit mastery he had published, a waste incapable of surpassing the third ring. He had entangled himself with the former saintess of the spirit hall. Had he managed to win her affection, perhaps others would regard him with a newfound respect. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang, leveraging the saintess's influence, had perused the spirit hall's archives and published works on the philosophies of spirit mastery, only to retreat like a turtle following the Pope's warning exhibiting none of the valor expected of a blue lightning tyrant dragon clan man. Ultimately, he had forced his family to bear the consequences of his actions, and the Pope's warning had further exacerbated the already precarious situation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. While the seven-treasure glazed tile school boasted 2 titled Douluos, the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan could only claim one, the clan leader, Ulomyan. With the clan's powerful members dwindling, how could they possibly contend with the Spirit Hall? Subsequently, the Haotian sect was compelled to retreat to their doorways, let alone the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Captain, is that the Shrek Academy recently incorporated by the Tiendo Royal Academy? Given the educational standards of the Tiendo Royal Academy, they are merely a collection of spoiled brats, yet they dare to challenge us. Such delusions, Yu Tianxin declared. Let us accept the challenge and teach them a lesson. Otherwise, we might struggle to distinguish between the big and small kings. As he spoke, his teammates stood by, scrutinizing the letter in her hand. Even though the royal battle team had disbanded, what was there to fear? However, why had Yu Qianheng so suddenly disbanded the team he had nurtured for years? This was indeed a perplexing matter. It seemed Yu Qianheng had lost his senses to dismantle the team and seek new allegiances. Not to mention that every member of the Huangdo team was formidable, but even one of them could be considered exceptional. For instance, the defensive Stone Brothers and the healing Spirit Master, Nine-Heart Begonia. Which of them would not be a coveted asset for any team? Yet he chose to disband, taking only Dougie Yin with him. Asra was hardly worth mentioning, being a sensitive attack type with no unique traits, while Dougie Yin, at least, wielded poison that could catch opponents off guard. Enough talk. Tomorrow they will come to challenge us. Let us all be in high spirits. Although Yu Tianxin shared this sentiment, he was not fond of others criticizing Yu Qianheng in his presence. After all, they were brothers. This feeling was akin to an intimate rivalry. He could speak ill of him, but others could not, embodying a complex bond of love and conflict. Chapter 171, The Stirring of Young Hearts. At the Tiendo Royal Academy, a challenge was issued specifically to the Thunder Academy's Thunder team from the Shrek Inner Academy. Please accept our challenge. Dai Mubai called out loudly at the entrance of Thunder Academy, exuding an air reminiscent of a challenger. Tang Yuyo found this rather peculiar. Would they truly not be met with a severe beating for such audacity? If she were in the protagonist's position, she would undoubtedly feel anger. Was this the kind of effect that Dean Flander and the entirety of the Tiendo Royal Academy's higher-ups desired? Perhaps. After being humiliated for too long by the 5 elemental academies, they were eager to reclaim some dignity and hastily sought to settle scores. I say, why does Dai Mubai look so dapper today? I thought he was preparing for a date with Zhu Zhuqing after the match. Ning Rongrong whispered to her friends, casting a playful glance at Zhu Zhuqing. She was indeed a mischievous little sprite. Although her demeanor had improved significantly, she had not shed her penchant for mischief. Even Tang Yuyo had been the subject of Ning Rongrong's playful jests, albeit harmless ones. She now was quite discerning, no longer the willful little imp she once was. Don't say that. Zhuqing's face has turned red. Rongrong loved to tease the bashful Zhuqing. It was evident that Dai Mubai held Zhuqing in his heart above all else. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed in the throes of young love, their constant affection for one another evident to all. Tang Yuyo felt as though she were witnessing a public display of affection that was as uncomfortable as it was unavoidable. She questioned the difference between publicly flaunting their romance and publicly relieving oneself. Regardless, she would prefer to avoid watching. Though Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship was not the kind of romantic entanglement she had perceived from her previous life, the discerning observer would immediately notice the profound intimacy shared between the two individuals, whose synchronized breaths and glances revealed an unspoken understanding. This delightful pairing of Ning Rongrong and Bai Qinxiang relishes in the playful banter, often revisiting this topic with great enthusiasm. Zhu Zhuqing, with her naturally delicate disposition, flushed crimson at their teasing remarks. Now, let us refrain from conversation until they arrive, lest we diminish our imposing presence, urged Tang Yuyu, ever vigilant of the unfolding events. The Thunder Team's emergence prompted her to caution the girls to maintain silence. Yu Qianheng, despite his proximity to Yu Tianxin's accomplishments, found himself overshadowed. Yu Tianxin had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, and the disparity in their ages was compounded by Yu Tianxin's unwavering dedication to his ambitions rather than romantic pursuits. Their innate differences in soul power could be compensated by age, which is why Yu Qianheng was chosen as the heir to the clan leadership. Oh, so you are the team from Shrek Academy? Quite intriguing. Yu Qianheng surveyed the youthful faces before him, noting their tender appearances. Yet sensing a couple possessed a soul power, he could not quite gauge. This could only imply they either exceeded his own capabilities or lacked any soul power altogether. However, it was inconceivable that anyone challenging the Thunder Academy would be devoid of such power. The realization that a youth, younger than himself, had achieved the rank of Soul Master sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps there was truth to the rumors after all. Shrek Academy indeed held formidable talents. It was no wonder that Yu Qianheng had disbanded the royal fighting team only to seek refuge in the academy established by Lu Erlong. The presence of Shrek Academy was formidable, and while Yu Qianheng possessed the ability to enter the inner sanctum, he was uncertain if he could assume the role of captain as he once had. He scrutinized the group before him, when suddenly his gaze was drawn to a bright yellow figure, a vivid splash of color amidst the monochrome surroundings. Tang Yu's features were naturally exquisite, showcasing a lively charm and ethereal grace that distinguished her from the other girls of Shrek Academy. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the youths present were all of considerable beauty. The students gathered at the Thunder Academy's entrance, initially brimming with indignation at the perceived provocation, found themselves momentarily entranced by the striking appearances of their counterparts. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor coupled with her flawless physique created an undeniable allure. Her mere presence inspired boundless imagination. Ning Rongrong exuded a graceful elegance, her outward warmth concealing the mischievous spirit within, an enchanting young lady raised in privilege. Bai Chenxiang bore a hint of pride, a trait inherited from the Min family, and despite her current appearance, she emanated an air of quiet sophistication. Yi Lingling, though perhaps less striking than her peers, possessed a beauty that radiated a serene warmth. In contrast, Ziji was almost overlooked, her low profile making her presence easy to miss. Yet she bore a countenance that rivaled Zhu Zhuqing's, marked by an equally aloof expression. Zhu Zhuqing's cool resilience was more pronounced, while Ziji was entirely reticent, her true prowess akin to that of a titled Douluo in the human realm, deliberately minimizing her visibility so as not to draw attention. At the far end, Tang Yu's hair was divided into two sections, adorned with a butterfly bow atop her head and embellished with a pearl butterfly hairpin, mimicking the delicate antennas of a butterfly. Her cascading locks formed slender braids, while sunlight danced upon her, casting a golden glow on her bangs. Clad in a pale yellow dress adorned with butterfly motifs, she exuded an ethereal quality, likely influenced by her martial spirit. It was no wonder that Oscar felt his heart race upon encountering her. Such beauty was bound to evoke admiration. Yu Qianxin found himself ensnared in a similar spell as Oscar had been, the world around him fading into obscurity upon the appearance of that pale yellow figure. Captain, a teammate nudged Yu Qianxin, pulling him from his reverie, for their captain's daydreaming was a source of concern. Dai Mubai had already introduced himself and issued a challenge. Yet Yu Qianxin remained lost in thought. Any further hesitation might lead the Academy's students to believe they were intimidated. Oh, a challenge, is it? Let us proceed to the training ground, for the facilities here are inadequate, and we would not wish to damage our Academy's entrance, he remarked, his words eliciting laughter from the nearby girls. Tang Yu, too, smiled, recognizing his comedic flair. Though Yu Qianxin directed his words at Dai Mubai, his peripheral vision remained fixated on the radiant yellow figure. Witnessing her smile struck him like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 172, The Young Aspirant. On the training grounds, both sides stood in formation, exchanging glances. The Thunder Academy's members brimmed with competitive spirit, their gazes fixed on the Shrek Academy team, initially intent on asserting dominance. They were taken aback by the abundance of beauty among the Shrek students. As a result, their demeanor softened, the usual aggression tempered by newfound admiration. Though their fighting spirit remained intact, particularly among the lightning-type Soul Masters. Very well. Do you intend to compete as a group or engage in a 7-person battle? Typically, Soul Masters participate in team battles consisting of 7 members, though 8 or 9-member teams are permissible. The foundational standard is 7. Hence most Soul Master competitions adhere to this norm. Let us indeed engage in a 7-person team battle. How about we allocate some time for both team and individual duels? I am quite curious about your capabilities. Dai Mubai's proposal momentarily startled Yu Qianxin, but upon meeting his sincere gaze, Yu Qianxin recognized the seriousness behind the challenge. Dai Mubai's soul power likely surpassed his own, yet the honor of facing such a respected opponent was a privilege Yu Qianxin was eager to embrace. Fine. Since you insist, my comrades shall oblige. But let us keep it light. No lethal force, Yu Qianxin replied, casting a wary glance at Ziji, while Dai Mubai radiated strength. This enigmatic girl perplexed him. Fear not. We are here for competition, not seeking vengeance. Besides, this aligns with the directives from above. We are not here solely to brawl. He reassured. However, I implore you to showcase your finest skills, for I wish to witness the strength cultivated by the students of the renowned Thunder Academy. Dai Mubai's words hinted at the underlying intentions of their visit, which were directed by the higher-ups of the Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Qianxin pondered the implications of this command from the benevolent Emperor Shuiyi. Why would he send them to provoke a confrontation? Yet, this was not the time for such reflections. The monarch, renowned for his compassion, had issued a surprising order. Nevertheless, it was a truth universally acknowledged that even the most benevolent rulers would take measures if their reign were threatened. The 5 elemental academies were illustrious, boasting a wealth of talent, which rendered the Tiando royal family's control over promising individuals alarmingly insufficient. While the families behind these academies continued to nurture generations of gifted students. Continuing down this path, on the surface, everyone may coexist in peace, yet as generations pass, the strength of the clan will only grow more formidable, while the power of the royal family will inevitably wane. Therefore, what he must do now is to promptly mitigate losses, allowing the Tiando Royal Academy to establish a new Shrek inner court to nurture gifted students. In this manner, the Tiando Royal Academy can enroll both noble offspring and talented commoners alike. After all, for the royal family to maintain their position, they require the support and allegiance of the nobility. All right, light the incense. Let this serve as our example. After 1 stick of incense, we shall officially commence the competition. Lei Yun, please summon Teacher Wang to witness. With a directive from Yu Tianxin, the youth named Lei Yun promptly complied. Dai Mubai offered a respectful gesture towards Yu Tianxin before conferring with his companions to strategize. Tang Yuyu observed the interaction between Yu Tianxin and Dai Mubai with some surprise, not expecting that under such circumstances, a confrontation between the two was inevitable. In the original storyline, Dai Mubai had indeed engaged Yu Tianxin in a duel during the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, illustrating how the timelines invariably intertwine and converge. Tang Yuyu found herself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on the plot, when Yu Tianxin, having finished instructing her teammates, caught sight of her dazed expression. What troubles you, Yuyu? Oscar inquired with concern, having noticed the growing distance between him and Tang Yuyu since their departure from Soto City to the Tiando Royal Academy. Tang Yuyu snapped back to attention, surprised to see Oscar's brow furrowed with melancholy. It had only been a short time since they last met. Yet he appeared as if he had endured considerable hardship. Back in Soto City, despite the limited teaching conditions, they had trained and fought together, basking in the camaraderie of the great soul arena battles, which fostered a deep sense of attachment. Now, having spent over 2 months in the Mimicry Forest, Tang Yuyu had not attended any classes, yet geniuses possess the right to be capricious. Although they are part of the same academy and inner court, they were taught by different instructors. Oscar, as a food-type soul master, learned alongside culinary instructors. Little Oscar, is the academic pressure overwhelming? You seem quite haggard, Tang Yuyu remarked, having thought the training intensity at Shrek Academy was already quite extreme, despite her brief experience before directly participating in the Great Soul Arena battles in Soto City. No, perhaps it's just that I'm growing, Oscar replied bashfully, scratching his head, his cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Though his response stemmed from mere concern and camaraderie, it brought him considerable joy. Hey, what are you two whispering about? DouluoDalu is already formulating tactics, and time is of the essence. Ningrongrong interjected, pulling Tang Yuyu along, while Oscar followed like a rabbit whose carrot had been snatched away, prompting a smirk from Ning Rongrong. She knew precisely how to handle Oscar. Tang Yu couldn't help but exhibit a fond expression as he observed the little girl's antics. Among the most delighted since their relocation to the Tiando Royal Academy was undoubtedly Ning Rongrong, who not only found herself closer to home, but also had more opportunities to tease Tang Yu, the stoic figure. Perhaps she was unaware of the nature of her feelings. Yet the mere sight of his cold demeanor compelled her to jest and provoke him, relishing the rare blush that would grace his typically impassive face. If Tang Yu were to genuinely grow angry, it would only please Ning Rongrong further, as she took pride in her ability to elicit such reactions from him. The interactions between the young men and women did not escape Yu Tianxin's notice, prompting a phrase to surface in his mind: youthful infatuation. Chapter 173. The heart lost. Some individuals arrive adorned with an aura that captivates attention, and as Yu Tianxin deliberated strategies with his teammates, the image of a certain girl persistently flashed through his mind. He felt as though he were unwell. The sudden, unfamiliar sensations in his heart rendered him quite restless. Captain, why do I feel you are acting strangely today? One teammate queried. Is that so? Yu Tianxin responded, as if acknowledging his teammates' concern while simultaneously questioning himself. Whether or not this feeling was genuine, only he could ascertain, yet did he truly comprehend it? Clearly, he was merely a youth experiencing the stirrings of first love, unaware that he was already becoming ensnared. On the side of the Egg brothers, preparations had been completed early, with the plan merely reiterated. Let us proceed, as previously agreed. The participant for this match will be me, Zhu Qing, Ziji, Yu, Oscar, Hongjun, and Tang Yu. The combat prowess of the Thunder Academy was formidable, with nearly all members being Soul Masters, albeit older than the students from Shrek Academy by several years. Thus, Dai Mubai selected participants who were either among the strongest or those who possessed essential soul skills. Ziji, a near Soul King, was undoubtedly included. Otherwise, with so many Soul Masters on the opposing side, their team of merely 2 Soul Masters would struggle immensely. Given Tang Yu's unique soul skills as the only control Soul Master, her presence was essential, especially since her second and third skills could effectively counter both defensive and healing Soul Masters, allowing her to embody 3 roles single-handedly. This was why, despite her soul power not being among the highest in Shrek's inner court, she was still called upon. The Shijia brothers had also reached the 37th level, 2 levels above Tang Yu, yet their cumbersome black tortoise martial soul stood no chance against the fierce offensive martial souls of the Thunder Academy. Hence, the more agile Tang Yu was chosen, primarily because a control-type Soul Master is indispensable in Team Soul battles. The team they were facing, the Thunder Academy, featured Captain Yu Tianxin, whose martial soul was the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. His 4 soul skills were not exclusive to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus lineage, consisting of Thunderfall, Thunder Breath, Light Guard, and Illusion Radiance. As the leader of the Thunder team, his martial soul skills were a subject of great interest, while the skills of other members remained unclear. Their martial soul information was accessible. Yu Qianheng, captain of the Thunder team, martial soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a powerful offensive soul master, level 43 soul sovereign. Lei Dong, vice captain of the Thunder team, martial soul Thunder Spider, control type B soul master, level 40 soul sovereign. Xiao Yunjun, martial soul Thunder Pearl, level 38 soul venerable. Lei Jiuchong, martial soul Thunder Umbrella, powerful offensive weapon soul master, level 41 soul sovereign. Lu Chun, martial soul Thunderblade, powerful offensive weapon soul master, level 40 soul sovereign. Lei Yun, martial soul Thunder Chain, agile offensive battle soul master, level 39 soul venerable. Lei Yu, martial soul Thunder Spear, powerful offensive weapon soul master, level 40 soul sovereign. Undoubtedly, all these individuals possessed lightning attribute martial souls, and among the 7, only 2 had not yet reached the soul sovereign level. It is no wonder Dai Mubai insisted on having Ziji on the battlefield as a safety net, as this was a task mandated from above, and it was imperative to execute it properly. However, he also yearned to truly comprehend the strength of the Thunder Academy. But if his companion struggled, Ziji would be called to intervene. After all, they were fearsome beasts, and even if their cultivation was suppressed, they were not ordinary individuals. The prodigies from Yu Tianxin's team paled in comparison to Ziji. As per usual, as long as everyone could withstand Ziji's efforts, she need not exert herself too much. Otherwise, it would deprive them of a valuable opportunity for practical combat. Agreed. Ziji, having spent considerable time in this human realm, felt her distance from them diminishing. In the past, she would have merely nodded coolly at Dai Mubai's remarks, but now she even offered a response, albeit still maintaining her aloof demeanor. All right, the soul skills generated by lightning attribute martial souls are the most formidable. Exercise caution and do your utmost to avoid being struck. Just as Dai Mubai finished his instructions, the incense burned out. Have you finalized your discussions? Then let us begin. Yu Qianxin gestured invitingly toward Dai Mubai, who smiled in return and led his teammates to the forefront of the Thunder Academy. As the saying goes, the guest is the host, and he had no intention of being overly courteous with Yu Tianxin. The teacher Wang, who had been summoned, promptly stepped forward to oversee the proceedings upon noticing that both sides were prepared. With a keen eye, he discerned the uneven levels of strength within Dai Mubai's team, yet noted that they were all remarkably youthful. Indeed, this was a team of young prodigies. His formidable prowess allowed him to instantly perceive the soul power levels of the Shrek Academy members. Now, I declare both sides ready for battle. Both teams may activate their martial souls. The match officially begins. With that proclamation, Teacher Wang swiftly vacated the arena. The clash of soul skills was not to be taken lightly. In such a large team battle, any unfortunate miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Yu Tianxin, a formidable 43rd level assault-type soul master with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, noticed that Tang Yuo had also taken the stage, her eyes flashing with interest. The tradition on the Douluo Continent dictates that before a duel, both parties must disclose their levels of soul power and martial souls. A breach of this etiquette could lead to immediate hostilities, resulting in enmity. This was why Tang San's hidden weapons gained such acclaim in subsequent years. The legacy of his divine ascension and the formidable power of his weapons likely played a role in that. However, the concept of evil soul masters was still relatively obscure during this era. Dai Mubai, upon announcing his martial soul, witnessed an array of soul rings gradually ascending from each participant. Yu Qianxin, focusing intently on Tang Yuo, quickly noticed an anomaly. The colors of her soul rings were not standard, yellow and purple. The second soul ring was absorbed at an advanced age, indicating a formidable opponent. Given a few more years, this team could potentially surpass their Thunder Battle team. Yu Qianxin abruptly retracted her earlier fanciful thoughts, realizing that the essence of this team was encapsulated in just one individual. On Shrek Academy's side, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing positioned themselves at the forefront, with Tang Yuo at the center orchestrating the battle, and Oscar stationed behind her. The agile attack-type soul masters, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yu, flanked them on either side. Zhu Zhuqing's positioning was always close to Dai Mubai, facilitating the execution of their martial soul fusion technique in times of crisis. Ma Hongjun soared above, and this formidable formation exerted considerable pressure on the Thunder Academy, drawing a crowd of spectators. Even some high-ranking officials watched from shadows, uncertain whether Thunder Academy's challenge would prove a blessing or a curse, particularly given the historical grievances between Flinder and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In Chapter 174, titled Astonishing, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing prepared their martial soul fusion technique for the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, deliberately withholding its use against Thunder Academy. Consequently, without Zhu Jiji exerting her full power, the battle against the nearly all-soul Sovereign Thunder Battle team proved challenging. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mubai unleashed his most potent offensive technique, catching the Thunder Battle team off guard, particularly the two soul venerates, who were unable to react swiftly due to their insufficient levels. Dai Mubai's full-strength strike was enough to send them reeling. Shrek Academy's strategy was to eliminate these two underleveled soul masters first. Although the remaining 5 were all soul sovereigns, the absence of 2 members made them easier to tackle individually than a full 7-member team. As Dai Mubai activated his soul skill, Oscar had already conjured a flying mushroom sausage. The speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake was nothing to scoff at. Simultaneously, Tang Yuo employed her second soul skill, transitioning into an ethereal energy state and floating atop Oscar's head. As a control-type soul master, the duration of her first soul skill's control increased alongside her soul power. While the control time for a soul venerate ranged from 2 to 3 seconds, in a team battle, that brief window was ample for allies to act. After deploying the flying mushroom sausage, Oscar, with Tang Yuo, moved to a more advantageous position. As the 2 soul venerates were struck by Dai Mubai's 4th soul skill and were still reeling, Tang Yuo executed her first soul skill, Distant Echo of the Bell. She split this soul skill into 2 segments, sending out metallic rings that dispersed and landed on both soul venerates. Yu Qianxin immediately reacted, intent on intervening. But Dai Mubai had already cleared his hands for action. Wait, your opponent is me. Lu Chun sought to rescue his captain, but was intercepted by a violet figure, who deftly evaded his every attack with ease. Lu Chun, perplexed, questioned whether this was truly a sovereign-level soul master, or if those nearing the realm of Soul King could exhibit such a stark difference from newly initiated soul masters. Little did he know that Zhu Jiji was a formidable beast with a cultivation level exceeding 200,000 years. Had he been aware, he would not have faced her so nonchalantly. With their ambitions thwarted, Shrek Academy's 2 agile attack-type soul masters sprang into action. Tang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing each took down one opponent. Zhu Zhuqing capitalized on her swiftness to remove one under the distraction of her teammates, while Tang Yu, leveraging the unique nature of his martial soul, launched his hammer from a distance, bringing down another. This truly was a weapon of offensive advantage. As the Thunder Battle team lost 2 members, Yu Qianxin felt her frustration mounting, engaging Dai Mubai in a fierce exchange of blows. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was among the apex of beast martial souls. And had Dai Mubai's evil, a white tiger, not gained additional traits from his previous experiences at Shrek Academy, he might have struggled against Yu Qianxin. However, after consuming the celestial mushroom, he had cultivated an invulnerable quality, allowing him to face her without faltering. This left Yu Tianxin astonished, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Although Dai Mubai's soul power was slightly superior, she did not let it weigh heavily on her mind. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was renowned for its strength among beast martial souls, and she had expected Dai Mubai to struggle under full exertion, yet he appeared remarkably composed. With that realization, Yu Tianxin dared not underestimate any member of this team. Perhaps their ages were younger than her own team's, and their average soul power had yet to reach the level of soul sovereigns, but each individual displayed extraordinary talent, each a paragon of excellence. While she remained engaged in combat with Dai Mubai, she observed keenly, noting the flying food-type Soul Master, the long-range assault of the mutated hammer-wielding Soul Master, the astonishing speed of the Phantom Spirit Cat Soul Master, and the physically imposing Dai Mubai. Most intriguing was the young woman, whose martial soul was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. As Tang Yuyo transformed into an ethereal energy form, enveloping Oscar in a protective shield, the onlookers from Thunder Academy stood in awe. Her incredibly beautiful martial soul, which transformed her into a figure of celestial grace, transcended the mundane realm. The butterfly dance of the six arts bore a resemblance to the legendary angelic martial soul, of which no one had ever seen a true likeness. The statues from the Martial Soul Hall merely depicted a stereotypical six-winged angel. The only remaining member of the legendary angel clan, Douluo, is perhaps on the verge of disappearing, along with the unparalleled divine martial soul. This is due to the Soul Palace concealing the existence of Rinchu, who is lurking within the Heaven Do Empire to execute a treasonous plot. Thus, when everyone beheld Tang Yuyu's martial soul, astonishment washed over them, accompanied by a peculiar thought. Perhaps this martial soul would one day replace the angel martial soul in the hierarchy of Douluo Continent. The epitome of the legendary angel martial soul is purity, beauty, and nobility. All these qualities were manifested in Tang Yuyu's martial soul, which subtly exuded an ethereal aura unlike anything found in Douluo Continent, a unique essence reminiscent of the fairy Yiluali. Tang Yuyu's martial soul is merely a projection of her fairy persona, which is why the moment her martial soul manifested, all present were so captivated. Hidden in the shadows, Xueqinghe's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. What a stunning martial soul! Who would have thought that the combination of the angel martial soul and the Haotian Hammer could yield such a breathtaking and ethereal appearance? The Haotian Hammer, perceived as ugly and cumbersome, transformed into something so exquisite in conjunction with the angel martial soul. Perhaps a dangerous thought crossed Rinchu's mind. If she were to bear a descendant of the angels, might it be prudent to form a union with the Haotian sect? Who knows? Another branch of the angel martial soul could emerge. The name fairy martial soul is something Tang Yuyu conjured, a term for a creature that had never been heard of before. She truly is a naive young girl, believing in the fairy tale she heard in her childhood. Indeed, on the Soul Master registration of the Soul Palace, Tang Yuyu wrote fairy martial soul, and for this name, she even provided an explanation, claiming it stemmed from the wishing fairy in the stories of her youth. Chapter 175, Auxiliary Soul. After resolving the two soul sages, the atmosphere on the battlefield remained oppressive. Oscar, being an auxiliary, required Tang Yuyu's protection. Thus, the scenario effectively became a 5-on-5 battle, with two individuals lacking much self-defense huddled together. Tang Yu, at level 38, had only managed to advance a single level over the past 3 months. One should not underestimate this ordinary pace of cultivation, as it could take a year for someone with average talent to achieve even a level or two. With his long-range abilities suited for guerrilla tactics, he managed to hold his own against the level 40 Soul Master by striking a few blows and retreating. Truly, the mutated martial soul of the Haotian Hammer, while not quite rivaling the sheer strength of Haotian's might, is undoubtedly a formidable weapon martial soul. The second skill, Phoenix of Flames. When Ma Hongjun activated this skill, the fiery flames of the Phoenix surged with strength, providing a notable enhancement to his offensive prowess. Typically, soul masters with weaker resistance would find themselves at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, the opposing side consisted of lightning attribute soul masters. Those who wielded thunder and electricity seldom lacked physical prowess, far superior to Ma Hongjun's transient fiery flames. As a result, Ma Hongjun learned a significant lesson this time. Here it comes. The lightning net strikes from all sides. Let us see where this firebird tries to flee. The soul of Lei Yun, the thunder spider, is an agile creature, sharing attributes with Ma Hongjun's martial soul. The only distinction between them could be their age and soul power. though Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is indeed of high quality, being a top-tier beast martial soul. Regrettably, he was outmatched by time. The chaotic lightning net closed in on Ma Hongjun, and for the first time, he experienced what it felt like to be struck by lightning. No wonder Dai Mubai warned to keep a distance from those who toy with electricity, lest one get charred. Ma Hongjuan's anguished cries caught the attention of his teammates. Fatty, Dai Mubai felt a deep bond with Ma Hongjun, having shared many meals and lived together for so long. Their connection was profound, even in the original storyline. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were akin to brothers raised together in this alternate world. So Dai Mubai was momentarily distracted upon hearing a shout. Among those Dai Mubai valued most on Douluo Continent, Zhu Zhuqing undoubtedly topped the list, followed closely by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, with the last being his fellow townsman, Tang Yuyu. After all, the years spent together fostered a deeper connection, even if their interactions were few. Fatty, are you alright? Oscar swiftly flew to Ma Hongjuan's side, catching his falling body. With blood streaming from his eyes, he hoisted his brother onto his back, directly facing the Thunder Spider Soul Master's assault, despite being merely an auxiliary Soul Master. Little Ao, Ie Mifine, just a bit battered. Ma Hongjun coughed out smoke, yet his words dispelled Oscar's earlier worry. At a time like this, you're still joking. This phrase was often on Dai Mubai's lips, and was a common jest among the three. Hearing Ma Hongjuan's attempt to humor reassured Oscar, but before he could respond further, the attack had already commenced. Your teammate has lost the ability to fight. Do you, as an auxiliary Soul Master, truly believe you can surpass him? Although Lei Yun's words were devoid of mockery, merely stating the facts, they nonetheless pierced Oscar's heart, highlighting his chronic vulnerability. This insecurity had hindered his boldness in pursuing love. Thus, after hearing those words, he looked at Lei Yun with a serious expression and spoke slowly. What of being an auxiliary Soul Master? Who says an auxiliary Soul Master cannot fight? I will forge a unique path as a food-type martial soul. After uttering this declaration, a newfound determination surged within Oscar. This had long been his aspiration, yet whether it could be realized was a monumental question mark. However, at this moment, he resolved to forge ahead, no matter how arduous the journey might be, to discover a way for auxiliary Soul Masters to engage in battle. Now, allow me to take you on. At that moment, Oscar seemed to radiate brilliance, and Tang Yuyu, observing this spirited youth, felt a smile tug at her lips. Oscar indeed remained true to himself. Even without the sparks ignited by Ning Rongrong, he was steadfast in pursuing his own path. As a food Soul Master, he endeavored to carve out a combat style suitable for auxiliaries, a pioneering feat in history. The rules of Douluo Continent may have been restrictive, but had there been no martial prowess, it is difficult to ascertain how far Oscar could have ascended. After all, Tang San could not compare to him. Oscar's strength was earned through his own efforts, step by step. In that moment, Tang Yuyu felt an immense admiration for him. Little Ao, let's press on and avenge Fatty. Upon hearing Tang Yuyu's words, Oscar snapped back to reality and nodded resolutely. Lei Yun, witnessing their determination, merely shook his head, harboring little hope. After all, how could an auxiliary Soul Master contend with someone of his caliber, possessing a level 40 soul and a lightning element martial soul? Very well, then I shall send you off first, allowing you to witness the true gap between our esteemed Academy's team and yours. Lei Yun refrained from attacking at that moment, waiting for Oscar to hand Ma Hongjun over to bite Chunxiang below before making his move. Third soul skill, Thunderstrike. Perhaps concerned that Oscar's 30-something soul power could not withstand a fourth soul skill from Soul Master, he opted for the third soul skill. It must be said that while Lei Yun was arrogant, he maintained a certain gentlemanly decorum. However, he was likely to be disappointed, as Tang Yuyu's second soul skill completely negated this strike. Soul skills require a buildup of energy, so after unleashing this blow, he lacked the time to launch another attack at Oscar. Since you completed your attack, it's my turn. Oscar did not foolishly wait in place for the season to unfold upon him. Rather, he boldly turned to confront the spirit skill head-on, launching a direct assault against Thundercloud without sustaining any injury. He diligently concentrated his soul power in his fists, feet, knees, and elbows, employing the combat knowledge imparted by Dai Mubai to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with Thundercloud. Although he was an auxiliary Soul Master, he still possessed the strength characteristic of a typical Soul Master in a young man, albeit this strength paled in comparison to that of a formidable attack-type Soul Master. Before long, Oscar was sent flying. However, managing to trade blows with a physically superior Lightning Attribute Soul Master 20 times marked him as a prominent figure among auxiliary Soul Masters. Chapter 176. Envy. It had been stated not to struggle in vain again. although the means by which my attack was neutralized remained a mystery. I speculated that such techniques must be limited in some way. Is it a soul bone skill? Thundercloud wished to inquire further, only to be taken aback as Oscar executed a rolling maneuver and sprang back into action against him. Despite Oscar's combat skills being quite polished, to Thundercloud, it resembled mere rudimentary techniques. While Oscar had channeled his soul power into his wrists and elbows, augmenting his strength, it was still insufficient to bring Thundercloud down. Stop wasting your soul power. You can never hope to defeat me in a bare-handed brawl, Thundercloud declared. Whether I can win or not remains to be seen. The onlookers were stirred by the spectacle, momentarily forgetting the noble use in academic rivalries as their focus honed in on Oscar, battered yet resolute in his stance against Thundercloud. Indeed, it appeared somewhat reckless for an auxiliary soul master to challenge a formidable attack-type combatant. Nevertheless, in the context of this team battle, it was undeniably thrilling. For all his teammates were engaged in combat, leaving him to shoulder the burden. Oscar's willingness to charge into the fray for the sake of his comrades exemplified a profound loyalty. Such camaraderie could hardly be described as anything less than a bond forged in steel. He truly embodied the ideal auxiliary soul master teammate. Indeed, auxiliary soul masters are of utmost importance in team battles. I may have disparaged those lackluster auxiliaries, but I would gladly accept a tenacious one like him. Never had they witnessed such a spirited auxiliary soul master, especially one specializing in culinary arts. How audacious he was to confront Thundercloud's colossal fists. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Even the teachers and school officials observing the bout nodded in approval, recognizing the formidable presence of the Tiando Royal Academy. This team, if nurtured properly, could eclipse the renowned 5 elemental academies. Alas, Emperor Shui Yi had acted too hastily, had he waited 3 to 5 more years. The elite teams of the 5 elemental academies might have found themselves underfoot. Shui Qinghe observed Oscar's and Tang Yuyo's maneuvers with perplexity. Wasn't there a soul skill? Why engage in unarmed combat with Thundercloud? Wasn't this tactic devoid of any chance of victory? Others might be oblivious to the intricacies of Tang Yuyo's soul skills, but he was well aware. Yet this confusion would not linger for long, as the reason would soon become clear. My unarmed prowess may not match yours, but my goal is not necessarily to defeat you. Rather, it is to conquer my own limitations, Oscar proclaimed, words that Thundercloud found utterly confounding. However, upon contemplation, others began to grasp the essence of Oscar's sentiment, for he was taking the first step as an auxiliary soul master, bravely challenging a powerful attack-type warrior. Perhaps this was the very essence of the existence of soul masters and the soul battles, a relentless pursuit for friends, for comrades, and for the unwavering spirit of perseverance. Countless individuals reflected on their journey since awakening their martial souls, questioning whether they still remembered their original intentions. Perhaps they initially sought strength or aspired to become soul masters to elevate their family's fortunes. But as time passed, had they truly achieved these aspirations? Oscar, this legendary figure, sparked a profound introspection among the multitude with a single statement. One cannot shed tears until they see the coffin. Thus, I shall show no mercy. With the opponent unwilling to concede, Thundercloud had nothing more to say and unleashed his most powerful technique, the 4th spirit skill. He had anticipated that the 3rd spirit skill would secure the victory, only to be astonished by Oscar's tenacity, who withstood the onslaught of the 3rd spirit skill unscathed. 4th spirit skill, Thunderstorm Strike, Binding Assault. Under the flanking assault, I challenge you to escape from this, even possessing a soul bone. There is no way you could evade my grasp. The instructors from Thunder Academy nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Oscar's spirit. Yet their allegiance lay with ensuring their team did not falter against the Tiando Royal Academy. However, disappointment loomed as once again, Oscar emerged unscathed. What? Thundercloud's eyes widened in disbelief. What sorcery was this that rendered his spirit skills ineffective? If this continued, no matter how long he fought, he could never defeat Oscar. What technique is this? Is there such potency in a soul bone skill? The observing teachers conjectured that Oscar's soul bone must possess considerable age, granting him multiple opportunities for immunity. Yet, the notion of a soul bone skill capable of nullifying spirit techniques was unheard of. Could it be an ancient torso bone? Some began to entertain dubious ideas regarding such a coveted relic. A torso bone of considerable age, with a skill that immunizes against spirit techniques. Such thoughts even ignited envy within those well-endowed instructors. Some pondered the unthinkable, considering the most extreme measures. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their fantasies were dashed as Tang Yuyo clarified the situation. Have you forgotten? My second spirit skill is still active. I neglected to mention that once it has locked onto an individual, any spirit skill cast by anyone will be rendered ineffective against us. With the manifestation of her elven shield, all physical attacks were nullified. Thus, no matter how many times Thundercloud struck, he would find no purchase. Tang Yuyo had remained silent since transforming into a state of ethereal energy, only speaking briefly when she had executed her first spirit skill against those two spirit ancestors. Consequently, her presence had been overlooked, as many assumed she could only speak while activating her skills. Such an extraordinary spirit skill, Thundercloud murmured, already aware he had lost. For the soul power within him had dwindled to a mere 13 after expending 2 fourth spirit skills and 1 third spirit skill. Should he attempt another fourth spirit skill, Oscar would remain unharmed. However, should Tang Yuyo apply her spirit skill at that moment, Oscar would find himself defenseless. Fortunately, Tang Yuyo's shield could absorb 1 more attack, granting her immunity, yet Thundercloud mistakenly believed it could indefinitely protect against all physical spirit skills. Cunningly, Tang Yuyo refrained from revealing that the skill's immunity was limited to physical spirit attacks. At this moment, Shui Qinshu understood why Oscar had opted to engage Thundercloud in a bare-handed contest of soul power. Chapter 177. Very well, I shall remember you. It turned out their strategy aimed to deplete the opponent's soul power. Should Thundercloud unleash another fourth spirit skill, the shields would dissipate. If Thundercloud still possessed soul power at that juncture, they would struggle to withstand his onslaught, just as they had calculated meticulously during this unarmed exchange. Currently, Thundercloud's total soul power could only sustain a single attack, and he was unwilling to gamble, for depleting one's soul power was a fatal blow for any soul master. Very well, I shall remember you. This is a phrase left behind by Lei Yun just before the storm descended. With less than a third of his soul power remaining, he dared not employ his soul skills. He endeavored to continue using his martial arts to force Oscar down, but alas, it was a 2-on-1 situation, not a duel. Tang Yuyo was still hovering above Oscar, and the recent skirmish had been orchestrated to deplete Lei Yun's soul power, as her second soul skill could only be utilized 3 times. Now, with the objective of expelling him, there was naturally no room for hesitation. Control. Illusory resonance. Oscar and Tang Yuyo had forged a tacit understanding during their time in the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and the moment she made her move, he acted in unison. Soul Bone skill. Light of Annihilation. This soul bone had descended from a relatively rare soul beast known as the Diamond Mammoth, inheriting the traits it possessed during its lifetime. It granted Oscar an offensive soul skill, and due to the Diamond Mammoth's remarkable speed and strength, Oscar experienced a 30 enhancement in power and a 20 increase in speed when utilizing this skill. Though it was merely a 10,000-year-old soul bone, the skill it bestowed was indeed of above-average quality among those below 100,000 years. Thus, Lei Yun was cast down, filled with disbelief and resentment, as he had initially deemed it a ludicrous notion that a food system's soul master could triumph over a powerful attack-type soul master. Now, he had truly become the punchline of a cruel joke. Perhaps he was the first beast martial soul master in history to be bested by a food soul master. Furthermore, the two sides were even separated by a soul ring. While Tang Yuyo contributed, her involvement was limited to that fleeting moment of control. With a bruised face, Oscar emerged from the battle, looking somewhat dazed as he gazed at his right hand, which had fused with the soul bone. This was the 10,000-year soul bone Tang Yuyo had gifted him, just shy of breaking the 20,000-year mark. It wasn't merely that Tang Yuyo was generous enough to give away a soul bone. She had long considered Oscar a significant piece in her grand design. How could such an endeavor to ascend to the divine realm lack the support of someone destined for greatness in this world? Hence, the sooner she extended her grace, the better. That was why she had shared the sacred Fireheart method with Ma Hongjun early on, rather than waiting until they confirmed their journey to Shrek to assist him with his sinister flames. Of course, part of her motivation stemmed from regret. Ma Hongjun, despite being rather unrefined during the first battle, would later lament his inability to ascend to the divine realm alongside Bai Qinxiang due to his choices. He would reflect, had I been more diligent in inheriting the fire god's essence, if I cannot become a deity alongside you, I would rather have aged with you on Douluo Continent than be left alone now. Tang Yuyo was indeed touched before her transmigration. She had been an avid fan of Douluo and was well aware of the tragic romance between Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang. If possible, she wished to alter their fate, as they were characters she had cherished in her youth. Yuyo, I did it. I defeated him. I truly bested a powerful attack-type soul master. Oscar whispered softly, suddenly overcome by fatigue. Yet an overwhelming joy surged within him as he looked at his comrades, still engaged in battle. Though he was a support type, He was also a spirited and valiant youth, ready to fight at the forefront to protect his teammates and those he loved. Third soul skill, Breath of Healing. Indeed. Lileo, well done. Tang Yiyo restored some of Oscar's vigor. His injuries had healed significantly, showcasing the formidable potential of her martial soul. Even the healing effect of a 9-heart sea pearl paled in comparison. Below the arena, Yi Lingling watched in astonishment, marveling at the presence of such a martial soul. Each soul skill epitomized the pinnacle of its respective ability. Tang Yiyo was truly exceptional. Throughout his tumultuous journey of knowledge and experience, he had never encountered anyone like her. Perhaps, as Tang Yiyo had asserted, this was the essence of a true control system, compensating for the deficiencies of the entire team while simultaneously honing her own skills. Huh. Oscar scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as Tang Yiyo's smile dazzled him. Oscar, stop with the lovey-dovey antics and distribute some sausages to the brothers to restore their energy. Dai Mubai sighed in relief upon seeing Oscar unscathed. Having kept a portion of his focus on the battle between Oscar and Lei Yun, all while sustaining several punches from Yu Tianxin. Being so distracted during a fight was not advisable. Now, it seemed the one who should be concerned was Yu Tianxin, as yet another teammate had fallen. Dai Mubai's comment made Yu Tianxin furrow his brow and turn around, only to discover that Lei Yun had indeed fallen beneath the arena. He had not paid close attention to the skirmish between Oscar and Lei Yun, as he shared a similar mindset. There was no way a food system soul master could defeat a beast martial soul master. The reality struck them like a resounding slap to the face. How could this be possible? Yu Tianxin began to doubt whether Lei Yun had intentionally thrown the match. He had just warned about the dangers of distraction in battle, or else. White Tiger, fierce lightwave. Though Yu Tianxin reacted swiftly, he still suffered a significant injury to his right shoulder. Dai, cover me. Super recovery sausage. Fully revitalized. Oscar promptly crafted a large sausage to re-enter the fray. His back adorned with wings reminiscent of a phoenix's crest, flitting about the battlefield to supply his teammates. Unlike before, he dared not be disdainful or arrogant. A support soul master in the soul arena was merely a moving target. However, with the Thunder team now preoccupied and unable to attend to him, there was time to assist Oscar. Thus, Tang Yiyo did not continue shielding him, but instead prioritized aiding the nearly overwhelmed Zhu Zhuqing against the soul master. Zhu Zhuqing had managed a hold on this long solely due to her speed, but no matter how fast she was, facing a soul master without any amplification was bound to lead to a breakthrough in the battle. Therefore, Tang Yiyo unleashed her second and third soul skills, restoring Zhu Zhuqing's previous injuries and providing her with an additional shield. Lei Jiuchong observed the sudden addition to their ranks with confusion, only to realize that Lei Yun was now standing beneath the arena, his expression dark as he watched Oscar dart about like a moth drawn to the flame. Chapter 178, Rising Fame. Not everyone would be attuned to their teammates' battles. Initially, they might be distracted, but once the opponent became Oscar, they felt secure enough to overlook them. It wasn't he boasting. A food system soul master could easily send a powerful attack type, soul master flying with a single punch. Alas, even the best laid plans can falter. Illusory resonance. Once again, using a familiar strategy, Tang Yiyo immobilized their foe, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to launch a surprise attack. Lei Jiuchong, with commendable reflexes, quickly broke free of the control and evaded. Yet, the phantom claw left its mark on his shoulder. The glaring scratch is a testament to being forced into such a predicament by a three-ring soul master. Damn it, Lei Jiuchong. He had not observed Lei Yun's combat style against Oscar, and thus remained oblivious to Tang Yiyo's extraordinary immunity. Those watching from the sidelines clearly understood that the Thunder team was on the verge of defeat. Both powerful mentors and committee members recognized that the girl named Ziji had not exerted her full strength, playfully exchanging blows with Lu Chun. What? Lei Jiuchong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing emerge unscathed from the lightning, displayed a look akin to that of Lei Yun. He had just competed in speed with Zhu Zhuqing and had not heard Tang Yiyo's introduction of her soul skills, as the rush of wind drowned out the sound. Physical attack immunity. Your fate was sealed long ago. Seizing the moment, Tang Yiyo unleashed another control soul skill, and Zhu Zhuqing pounced with two claws, tearing through Lei Jiuchong's right shoulder once more, achieving a symmetrical result. A soul master of the Four Rings found himself relentlessly pressed back by two soul reverence, utterly without the means to retaliate, an account that would surely be met with disbelief. Employing the same strategy, after several exchanges, Lei Jiuzhong was similarly drained, and ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing executed a cunning ambush, whisking him away from the arena. With her third soul skill, Healing Breath, Tang Yiyu bestowed upon Zhu Zhuqing an additional state of empowerment. Observing the conclusion of the duel, Oscar hastened to the scene, offering the restorative sausage. Quickly restore your soul power. Although the consumption of this super recovery sausage would not return one's soul power to its zenith, it would alleviate the depletion significantly, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to regain her composure. The fierce battle against the Soul Master had nearly exhausted her soul power, making this timely replenishment invaluable. Next, Tang Yuyu declared, Zhuqing, take a moment to rest. I shall assist Tang Yu. All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, settling down cross-legged under Oscar's protection to recuperate her soul power. The spectators below witnessed yet another display of incredulity, as it felt akin to a slaughterhouse scheme. Tang Yuyu, with her formidable second soul skill, had ensnared the members of the Thunder Academy, one after another. Countless minds were plagued with doubt. Could there truly exist such a powerful soul skill? One that disregarded all physical assaults? Did that imply that every attack, even those from titled Douluos, would be rendered ineffective against her? Yet at this moment, a certain individual lacked the leisure to address their bewilderment. Having received a boost from Oscar, Tang Yu's soul power, now at level 38, nearly matched that of the Soul Master. An agility-focused Soul Master thrives on speed, striking swiftly and stealthily at their adversaries, particularly when facing the tempestuous temperament of a lightning element Soul Master, as they are ill-equipped to tolerate such vexation. The Thunder team member in pursuit resembled a futilely roaring lion, always a heartbeat away from striking Tang Yu, only to be evaded once more. Unable to seize their target, they resorted to indiscriminately unleashing skills, overwhelming Tang Yu with a deluge of lightning that hindered his movements. The recent sight of Oscar charred by lightning lingered vividly in everyone's memory. Second soul skill, Elven Blessing. This was a fortuitous moment for Tang Yu, as he disregarded his opponent's soul skill assault. Third soul skill, Winter Pursuit. It was time for Tang Yu to unleash his signature surprise attack. Previously, he had merely accompanied the Thunderstorm in a war of attrition, but now, with only 3 members remaining on the Thunder team, if he could eliminate the other 2, victory would swiftly follow. Despite the disparity in soul power levels, the sheer might of Tang Yuyu's soul skill had led to the Thunder Academy's gradual depletion. The strategy relied heavily on dragging out the confrontation. As long as the opponents did not decisively expel them from the arena, the Thunder Academy would face elimination one by one. Yu Qianxin grew increasingly distracted as he watched his teammates tumble off the stage like dumplings, fully aware that defeat was imminent. Dai Mubai was treating them as mere stepping stones for Shrek Academy, and these students, who had yet to reach the Soul Master level, were inching ever closer to the threshold of that rank through this battle. Initially, they were all at levels 37 or 38, merely a step away from the 4-ring Soul Master, but now it seemed they had touched the very limits of the Soul Master rank. This thought turned Yu Tianxin's complexion pale. Rationality urged him to concede defeat immediately. Yet, he found himself incapable of doing so. To be vanquished by a team whose average soul power did not even reach the Soul Master rank filled him with embarrassment. Still unwilling to concede, Dai Mubai exerted himself further, while Tang Yu concluded his skirmish, leaving only Yu Tianxin and Lu Chen standing. Enough. Let them surrender. A senior member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan shook his head at this sight, recognizing that the Thunder Academy had been a breeding ground for talent within their family, due to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's lack of a strong lineage. With only one title Douluo, they had placed great emphasis on nurturing talent within the Thunder Academy over the past decade. Originally, Yu Tianxin had been chosen to support Yu Tianheng, hence his position as the captain of the Thunder team. However, witnessing their defeat at the hands of Shrek Academy, the elder's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Tang Yuyu. The Tang family must not be allowed to flourish. The Haotian sect is already the foremost sect in the world. If the descendants within our clan do not excel, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan may find it increasingly difficult to compete. A vague notion took shape in his mind. He contemplated the clandestine elimination of the 2 Tang heirs. Unfortunately for him, his timing was ill-fated. Following the assassination attempt on Tang Yuyu, she had become considerably cautious. She had even notified Tang Yuehua, who promptly sent word to the sect, ensuring that a title Doa was guarding Tang Yuyu. Tang Hao had not come to the Haotian sect, as he bore the lingering injuries from the ambush by Qin Xunji years prior. With Tang, Chun now returned. He needed to properly recuperate before taking him to the god examination. The elder tasked with protecting Tang Yuyu was the 4th elder, a title Douluo, while the 7th elder had insisted on joining but was resolutely quelled by the 2nd elder, who argued that the 7th elder's volatile temperament might require Tang Yuyu's care. Chapter 179, Bibidong's God Examination. The tide had turned. The Thunder Academy had suffered defeat. I underestimated you. It is no wonder you Tianheng fell before your Shrek Academy team. However, the next time we compete, the outcome may differ. Yu Qianxin reluctantly remarked, I hope we can face off in the all-continent elite Soul Master competition in 2 years. As for the personal challenge you mentioned, that might not be feasible. Our soul power has been entirely expended, and we lack the stamina for one-on-one duels. Let us settle this in the future, Dai Mubai. His final words were laden with reluctance, as they were dictated by the elders of his clan. After all, having already lost a team battle, it would be disgraceful to exploit soul power levels against a team of younger and weaker opponents. Initially, Dai Mubai had merely sought to test his skills against Yu Tianxin, while also allowing his teammates, and those from Shrek Academy, to hone their abilities. Upon hearing this, he recognized it as an excuse. Soul power could be replenished, unlike a body left incapacitated by injury. Very well. It appears we shall not duel today. We shall meet again at the all-continent elite Soul Master competition. A glimmer of appreciation sparked in Dai Mubai's eyes as he observed Yu Tianxin's lips curve into a smile. Absolutely. Should you wish to spar privately, I would be more than willing. If you don't mind, let us not rush to depart this evening. Let our two teams dine together. What do you say? Yu Qianxin extended his invitation earnestly, although his gaze remained fixated on the enchanting figure nearby, unable to resist the temptation to keep her in his sight. Dai Mubai remained blissfully unaware that the Yu Tianxin before him, who seemed to befriend him, was secretly harboring intentions toward Tang Yuyu. He joyfully regarded his teammates and, seeing no objections, nodded in agreement. In his heart, he harbored his own schemes. Dining with Yu Tianxin's group would not only foster camaraderie, but also provide an opportunity to glean insights regarding the soul skills of members from the other academies. Having spent ample time with Oscar, his mind was already abuzz with plans. At the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong once again perused the intelligence from the Tiando Empire, contemplating its implications before closing her eyes. She felt relieved that after Tang Yuyu's lineage was revealed, she had dispatched the Ghost of Law to follow Qian Rinxue back to the Tiando Empire. Otherwise, a clandestine plot that had been in the works for so long could have unraveled due to a single decision made by Qian Rinxue. Truly, it was a source of constant concern. Confronted with the daughter born from her moment of utmost humiliation, there exists a predominant sentiment of disdain within her. After all, this child emerged during the most demeaning period of her life. Qiang Sunji, oh, Qiang Sunji, how unworthy of existence you are! She dismissed those who attended to her and proceeded to the familiar secret chamber, the very place where she had slain Qiang Sunji and attained the divine examination of the Rakshasa god, surpassing all powers within the Douluo Continent. After many years, it is time for me to awaken the true nature of the Rakshasa. Only in this way can I grow stronger and acquire even greater power. Bibi Dong's expression was inscrutable as she calmly stepped into the abyss, commencing her divine trial. The inheritance of the Rakshasa god is a one-way transaction, and it was only after receiving the legacy that Bibi Dong realized the city of slaughter was, in fact, the domain of the Shura god. In her past, she had traversed the city of slaughter and walked the path of hell as the female god of slaughter, which granted her the qualification for the Shura god's legacy. However, given the chance to choose again, Bibi Dong would still opt for the Rakshasa god, for at that time, she had no alternative. She required power to contend with Qiang Sunji and balance the formidable DouluoDalu. Only Bibi Dong, the heir, truly comprehends the depths of the Rakshasa god's corruption. Qian Rinxue was dispatched to execute the plan of usurpation, a move born from Bibi Dong's fear that she might one day lose control over her Rakshasa nature and consume the bloodline of the angels. Regardless of her disdain for Qian Rinxue's origins, it does not alter the undeniable truth that she is Bibi Dong's daughter. Bibi Dong harbored maternal affection for Qian Rinxue, albeit this love had long been suppressed by the humiliation of the past, only to be expressed towards her disciple, Hulaina. Qian Rinxue bore the lineage that Bibi Dong detested, rendering closeness an impossibility, let alone affection. Angelic offspring, how effortlessly you have come to be. This time, I will see where you attempt to flee. What a Shura god! Once I consume an angelic descendant, I shall possess powers from two divine origins. What does it matter if you're a god king? The Rakshasa god has proclaimed that angels and Rakshasas are inherently opposed, while Shuras and Rakshasas share a common origin. As a first-tier divine being, the offspring of the angel god shall surely meet my expectations. Tang Yuyu, I await your arrival. Bibi Dong gazed upon the Rakshasa scythe floating in the realm of divine examination, her eyes gleaming with a crimson light. She was on the brink of losing her sanity. Descending into utter madness, she sought to alter the rules and structure of this world, to give voice to all soul masters of the common folk. Once the Spirit Empire is established, the development of soul masters will flourish. Bibi Dong still recalled her childhood days of wandering, when her soul talent and aptitude had gone unrecognized. Yet, she had forgotten the years of nurturing and trust bestowed upon her by the Spirit Hall, choosing instead to abandon her benefactor for a worthless existence. Who among humanity is not driven to madness? Following that incident, Bibi Dong had completely succumbed to insanity. She intended to drag everyone down into hell to experience the suffocating despair she once endured. DouluoDalu, praying before the statue of the angel god in the offering hall, sensed a shift and gazed toward a certain direction of the Spirit Hall. The fleeting wave of energy just now bore the essence of a deity. It appeared to be Bibi Dong. Although DouluoDalu was unaware of the divine position Bibi Dong had inherited, he could still feel the dark intent emanating from her. As a limit Douluo, he was more than capable of protecting Qianrenshua, yet he still consented to allow her to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire, showcasing his trepidation towards Bibi Dong, a woman who slaughters her husband in righteous fury. Could one expect her to show compassion toward her own offspring? DouluoDalu never held such expectations. While he did not view his son as a paragon of virtue, he found Bibi Dong's ingratitude utterly despicable. Conversely, her current fervor for expanding the Spirit Hall left him somewhat astonished. It seemed that after the great upheaval, Bibi Dong was solely focused on consolidating her power. As for him, an old man, his sole concern now lay with his two granddaughters. As for power, if Bibi Dong desired it, let her have it. Consider it a form of reparation for Qiang Sunji's past affronts. A single life and the entirety of the Spirit Hall's wealth. Such sincerity could hardly be questioned. DouluoDalu continued his prayers before the statue of the angel god. Suddenly recalling something, he rose and walked toward the Grand Hall. Chapter 180. The Ingenious Schemes of Yu Tianxin. As the wine flowed, Yu Tianxin found himself ensnared in conversation. Tianxin, are there any particular considerations we should be aware of regarding the battle teams of the other 4 elemental academies? We plan to challenge the Blaze Academy tomorrow, and I wonder if there's anything we should be wary of. Dai Bai, with an arm draped over Yu Tianxin's shoulder, inquired casually while sipping his drink. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianxin's spirits surged. He had prepared for this moment. He would not rest until he had thoroughly exposed the weaknesses of the other 4 elemental academies. If the Great Element Academy triumphs, yet Shrek Academy only manages to defeat the Thunder Academy, they shall surely become the laughingstock among the 5 elemental academies. Thus, it is prudent for us to engage together. The 4 elemental academies. Having you is indeed a blessing for us. Among the 5 elemental academies, the Blaze Academy poses a significant challenge due to the fierce Wu Wu. You must exercise utmost caution. This woman has a volatile temper and possesses the ability to fuse rings. Engaging her is akin to courting death, a true sticky situation. I suggest you let the girl in purple from your team handle Wu Wu. If she can subdue her, all will be well. Yu Tianxin maliciously contemplated the fiery woman, whose temperament resembled that of a rampaging dinosaur, and he relished the thought of someone finally putting her in her place. He believed he was ridding the world of a menace, and took another sip of his drink. The Blaze Academy is the only one that requires special attention. The rest are inconsequential since you possess the capability to win. The Elephant Armor Academy belongs to the Elephant Armor sect, and their students are renowned for their immense physical prowess, following a path of pure strength. I do not hold much faith in your ability to overcome them. Their physical training far surpasses ours. Given that your team consists mainly of delicate young ladies, I fear they may surrender before even engaging in battle. Yu Tianxin held little hope for Shrek Academy's chances against the Elephant Armor Academy. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, in this generation, boasted only himself and Yu Qianheng as particularly gifted. Yu Qianheng, being slightly more talented than himself, and having secured a partner with a titled Douluo grandfather, had early on established himself as the heir of their clan. Yu Tianxin's role as the captain of the Thunder Academy's team was primarily due to Yu Tianheng's need to pursue his love interest at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. However, to his dismay, the team he had painstakingly assembled was disbanded within 3 years. He could not fathom how Yu Qianheng, with his superior talent, remained at a mere level 30, questioning the esteem in which the elders held such a family heir. Was it merely because Yu Qianheng had a titled Douluo grandfather that garnered him such support? Dai Bai, recalling the original plot's complexities within the Elephant Armor Academy, furrowed his brow. No need to dwell on it. We could always pretend to place them at the end of our challenges. I must say, your team is indeed quite impressive. However, if the Blood Emperor were to challenge you 3 to 5 years from now, I fear none among the 5 elemental academies would stand a chance against you. Yu Tianxin shook his head, lamenting that had Shrek Academy emerged during that time, it would have certainly gained renown throughout the Heaven Do Empire. The Elephant Armor sect is indeed formidable. Yet if we could conquer a tough nut like your Thunder Academy, they would surely bow before us. Dai Mubai showered praises upon the Thunder team, which was well received by the others. As for the Water Academy, I must admit I know little, as it comprises solely of young women. The Five Element Academy hold an exchange competition among its students every 3 years, and I have indeed cross-sworred with their captain, Shui Binger. I only know that her martial soul is the exceptional Ice Phoenix, and her cultivation talent is quite remarkable. As for the specifics of her soul power, I am not entirely sure, but it is safe to say she has reached the soul zone level. Dai Mubai nodded upon hearing this. Shui Binger's cultivation talent is indeed commendable, yet she still pales in comparison to the likes of Tang San and his companions. As for the last institution, the Shinfeng Academy, I find it to be even more formidable than the Xiangjia Academy. What brings you to this conclusion? Dai Mubai inquired with curiosity, leaning in, while the others also inclined their heads in interest. I'm not very familiar with the other members of Shinfeng Academy, as I have only sparred with the captains of few teams. Feng Xiaotian possesses a mutated martial soul, the Gale and double-headed demon wolf, which is also a high-tier beast martial soul, and he has innate full soul power. However, what? Not only the members of Shrek Academy, but even those from the Thunder team leaned in closer, eager to hear the gossip about Feng Xiaotian, as they were unaware of his affairs. Given the opportunity to learn about his exploits, how could they resist? Feng Xiaotian has a trump card, the specifics of which elude me, but he devoted several years to honing this ultimate move, neglecting his cultivation in the process. Otherwise, with his innate full soul power, he would likely have reached the Soul King level by now, instead of still being at the Soul Zone stage. Speaking of these individuals, Yu Qianxin feels a mix of disappointment and exasperation. If he had such extraordinary talent, he would certainly be training diligently. At least Feng Xiaotian is focused on perfecting his trump card rather than pursuing romantic interests, but his cousin, Yu Tianhong, is indeed more preoccupied with love than with serious cultivation. A trump card. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, aware of what this trump card entails. Yet I wonder if they can truly handle it. It seems that Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skill was ultimately resolved by Tang Sen using the chaotic wind hammer technique in the storyline. Tang Yu took note of this. Surely, Shinfeng Academy would face them in the Continental Elite competition, and she pondered whether she should visit the Haotian clan to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique. Just as I mentioned this, rest assured that those with trump cards will not reveal them at this moment. After all, they must await the Continental Elite Soul Master competition 2 years from now. Dai Mubai nodded in understanding. Indeed, their ultimate techniques are all being prepared for the grand tournament. If they do not use their trump cards, it is manageable, but should they exhaust their hidden moves? Dai Mubai could not naively assume he would be able to withstand them all. Thank you for the information, Brother Tianxin. Now, let us set aside these discussions and indulge in hearty laughter and feasting. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. If we find ourselves still hungry, we can order more. Tonight, the bill is on me. If any of the ladies cannot handle alcohol, they may opt for some fruit juice. Dai Mubai cast a gentle glance at Zhu Zhuqing and the flirtatious exchanges between her and others, provoking a wave of teasing from the group. Chapter 181. Arrangements. Shrek Academy? What a quaint name for such a place. Losing to Thunder Academy does not imply we will suffer the same fate. As long as they dare to show up, we shall demonstrate our might tomorrow. Huo Wu sneered at the challenge letter in her hand, believing that Shrek Academy could only win by enduring long battles. Thus, she resolved to keep this in mind and deny her opponents any opportunities. Sister, Shrek Academy certainly has its merits. Otherwise, Yu Tianxin would not have invited them to dinner. The news of Thunder Team's recent defeat coincided with Yu Tianxin's invitation for the Shrek Academy team to dine together. Dinner? Huo Wu had not anticipated this twist. She understood all too well the pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. It seemed Yu Tianxin held Shrek Academy in high regard. In any case, be cautious tomorrow. And temper your temper. Do not let your frustrations spill over, as you will need to reserve that for the Continental Soul Master competition. Huo Wu rolled her eyes at this remark. Brother, do you truly see me as someone so untrustworthy? Besides, Shrek Academy would never corner us into such a position. Let us hope so, but Huo Wuxuang could not shake off a lingering sense of foreboding. After the banquet, Tang Yu and her companions observed the inebriated boys with exasperation. What do we do now? Bai Chenxiang supported Ma Hongjun, who was affectionately calling out to her. The scene became nearly unbearable. The drunken chubby boy was indeed a sight to behold, rolling on the ground and alternating between childish antics and clingy behavior. Bai Qinxiang felt increasingly awkward, wishing to find a place to hide. Alcohol reveals one's character. Let them bask in the cool breeze for a while. We girls cannot possibly carry them all back. While soul masters possess greater strength than ordinary folk, transporting so many individuals back to the dormitory would be quite a challenge. Sisters, we have eaten and drunk well. Let's return to our dorms to rest. Zhuqing, I must tell you, if Dai Mubai expects you to clean up after his drinking escapades, do not hold back. Tang Yuyu remained composed, continuing to enjoy the skewers on the table while imparting her thoughts to Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded in acknowledgement while observing Dai Mubai. Ningrongrong, having overheard this, turned her gaze towards Tang Yu on the ground, silently agreeing with Tang Yuyu's sentiments. Ziji sat nearby, expressionless, consuming her food and drink, merely a heartless feasting machine at that moment. The culinary delights of the human world were utterly delectable. Soul beasts typically consumed their meals raw, lacking the variety of human cuisine. Since arriving in the human realm, Ziji felt that returning to the Stardow Forest would be a challenge for her palate. It is much better to stay with the divine beasts. There are treasures to enhance cultivation, and such an abundance of delicious food, even during dull moments. She can indulge in the gossip of human children. She was nearly enchanted, for while the Stardow Forest was her former home, the human world had become her second cradle. Ziji, when challenging the Blaze Academy tomorrow, simply follow Yu Tianxin's advice and deal with Huo Wu directly. Do not grant her even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. Subdue her decisively, and after venting your frustrations, toss her aside. Tang Yuyu had little fondness for this particular female character, who was arrogant and unreasonable. Feeling her connection to Tang San was somewhat perplexing. While it initially had little to do with her, the anime had already been released by the time she traversed into this world, and it was a pity that Feng Xiaotian had been portrayed in such a manner. Huo Wu could manage the larger matters, but her multitude of minor flaws was irksome. Tang Yuyu understood that Huo Wu's fiery temperament would likely obstruct their follow-up plans, and thus she could not be blamed if she had to take decisive measures. It was perhaps best for Huo Wu to remain on the sidelines. Yuyu, will you need me to step in tomorrow? Yi Lingling sat here somewhat timidly, as she had been integrated into the Shrek Academy inner court, but was not yet familiar with the members of the Xinshang team. When they had previously expressed their desire to join the Xinshang team to Dai Mubai, he had mentioned that a meeting would be held after the Academy Challenge for all members to vote. Thus, the four newcomers were still feeling quite reserved, with the Shijiao brothers and Yu Feng abstaining from alcohol, standing awkwardly while watching Tang Yuyu. Oscar also refrained from drinking, having grown up as an orphan. He had always lived frugally, relying on the monthly support from the Martial Soul Hall and carefully budgeting his expenses, leaving him with no spare funds for indulgences. Having never consumed alcohol, I naturally have little tolerance for it. Yet, Ma Hongjun is the type who wishes to sample even pig feed to discern its flavor. And under Dai Mubai's coaxing, he downed a cup in one go. Tang Yu has a slightly better tolerance, but possessing such an ability often leads to others compelling him to drink, thus he too succumbed. As for tomorrow, Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It was essential for Ziji and Dai Mubai to participate, and Zhu Zhuqing, along with his martial soul fusion technique, must also take the stage. That accounts for 3 spots already. The students of the Blaze Academy are all fire attribute soul masters, yet their number of soul sects pales in comparison to that of the Thunder Academy. Yi Lingling can certainly compete. The burns inflicted by fire soul masters are not less severe than those from lightning elements, but Oscar's recovery sausages are equally vital. The restoration of soul power plays a decisive role in the outcome of battles. Tang Yuyo was momentarily uncertain about which support to bring. Let both of them participate. After all, my involvement will only last a brief moment, and I can easily bring down that fiery dance you mentioned. Ziji noticed that Tang Yuyo's gaze kept lingering on Oscar and Yi Lingling. Then let S replace the rotund one. His martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, would yield little effect against fire attacks, especially when facing 2 soul masters wielding the fire crane martial soul. Fire crane? How do you know this, Yuyo? I even sent spies from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to probe for information, yet they found nothing. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Yuyo with curiosity, who had inadvertently let slip. Oh, I accidentally overheard it previously. There was a time I frequently ventured out alone, which allowed Xinyan to seize the opportunity. You all know the rest. I encountered them in the streets during that incident. Ning Rongrong understood. She had also heard about Tang Yuyo's assassination attempt by Xinyan, but thankfully, it ended without peril. Now, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has initiated a pursuit order for Xinyan, determined to eliminate him. Chapter 182, Securing Victory. On the day of the match, Tang Yuyo realized just how highly she had regarded the Blaze Academy. The depth of the Blaze Academy is evidently not comparable to the Thunder Academy, supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, as they possess only Fire Dance and Fire Wushuang as their two soul sections. Had Tang Yuo known of Fire Dance's brash declarations yesterday, she might have urged Ziji to take a firmer stance and revel in mocking her. So, you're from Shrek Academy? Fire Dance's eyes scanned dismissively, as if she had encountered refuse, and she quickly averted her gaze. This action did not go unnoticed by the members of Shrek Academy, being old acquaintances. The Shijia brothers immediately retaliated. After all, they too are now members of Shrek Academy. And what significance does Fire Dance hold when the future heirs of the Haotian sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are present? To dare display such disdainful arrogance. The Shijia brothers thought, we are not bullying a girl, we are saving her life. Huh, has Fire Dance's eye condition worsened in our short absence? Why is her gaze so devoid of focus? Wushuang, did you take your sister to see a doctor? Indeed, it appears that despite the passage of half a year, Fire Dance remains stuck at level 40 in her soul power. Could it be that her eyes are hindering her training? Upon hearing this, Fire Dance was immediately enraged, ready to retaliate, but Fire Wushuang restrained her. She has this temperament. Do not take offense. Let us head to the training ground for a match. To maintain her brother's dignity, Fire Dance could only glare at the Shijia brothers before storming ahead, her displeasure evident on her face, as if she feared others would not notice. Once Ning Rongrong and the others had walked far enough, they covered their mouths and giggled with the other girls. Look at her expression. It's truly amusing, yet so satisfying. The Shijia brothers, appearing as hulking brutes, surprisingly had such sharp tongues. Dani Ue. Catching wind of the chatter from behind, subtly shielded Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuyo. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, seamlessly aligning with Tang Yu to obscure the view of the Blaze Academy members. Yu Feng, with furtive glances, checked for onlookers, mindful that discussing matters on their territory could lead to complications. Seeing this unfold, the Shijia brothers instinctively stepped forward, engaging in idle chatter with Dai Mubai, ensuring that the Blaze Academy's team did not turn around until they reached the training ground. Observing this, Tang Yuyo squinted, sensing the atmosphere was quite agreeable. Everyone was united in purpose. Lingling, why do you wear that skirt every day? I've hesitated to ask after observing it several times. The girls were encircled by the boys, laughing and joking. This must be one of the finest moments of youth. Look at their arrogant demeanor, as if capturing a single Thunder Academy member is something remarkable. If it weren't for everyone needing to reserve their trump card for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament in 2 years, they wouldn't be so brazen. Fire Dance scoffed, her high self-regard evident. Otherwise, she would not have been defeated by Tang San multiple times in the original storyline without conceding. You should speak less. Fire Wushuang sighed, gazing at the girl before him, genuinely believing that this competition was merely a simple contest between academies. This is a signal released by the Snow Knight Emperor, a call for the 5 elemental academies to retreat. The 5 elemental academies have boasted their strength in the Tiendo Empire for years, and now this day has finally arrived. The Tiendo Royal Academy may experience significant changes due to the emergence of Shrek South Inner Court. Why does Fire Dance not consider why the Thunder Academy, filled with reckless fighters, seeks to ally with Shrek Academy after a defeat? Furthermore, even if Fire Wushuang is arrogant, he cannot genuinely believe that his team can best the Thunder team, which comprises 5 Soul Sect members among 7. What basis does Fire Dance have to deem Shrek as cunning? Brother, why are you scolding me? It's not about diminishing others' aspirations while extinguishing one's own prestige. Fire Wushuang was reluctant to continue this debate, as drawing attention in a crowd would lead to embarrassment. Fire Dance's talent is indeed remarkable, and considering the low proportion of female soul masters, exceptional individuals like her are exceedingly rare. This has fostered her haughty and self-important demeanor. Note the girls from Shrek Academy who just arrived. Each one surpasses her in talent. Fire Wushuang could only perceive those with soul power lower than his own, rendering him unaware of Ziji's level. However, the inability to discern implies she is above him. Finding Fire Wushuang unresponsive, Fire Dance grew disinterested and silently followed him toward the training ground. Ziji's ears perked up, and she cast an impassive glance at Fire Dance before tuning in to Ning Rongrong gossiping about someone. Internally, she contemplated. No wonder Lord Rue Beast instructed her to act as Dai Mubai suggested and deliver a severe blow to this girl. It turns out she possesses such a temperament. She pondered what tactics to employ that would frustrate Fire Dance, yet refrain from utterly demolishing her spirit. Following the established protocol, a teacher was summoned, and both parties agreed to discuss their strategies within a fragrant incense chamber before commencing the match. Until the moment she laid eyes on the Blaze Academy, Tang Yeo harbored concerns about their ability to prevail. Considering this was their first appearance in the preliminary rounds of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. 2 years can bring about tremendous changes, particularly since the ages of their training differ by several years, making the disparity in vitality quite evident. Yet, she was surprised to discover that the Blaze Academy still maintained an average level of soul respect. This revelation eased her mind. In truth, Ma Hongjun had already cultivated the Sacred Fire Heart method and consumed the Phoenix Chicken Crown Sunflower. His flames likely surpassed those of the fire-wielding practitioners of the Douluo Continent. Tang Yeo realized that the Douluo realm might indeed be of a significantly higher tier than that of Douluo otherwise. How could her martial soul differ so greatly from those of the Douluo Continent, boasting 3 distinct forms? Thus, it is precisely for this reason that Tang Yaoyao suggested Yi Lingling replace Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's flames were far too extraordinary, and she feared they might attract unwanted attention. In a confrontation with other soul masters, the anomaly might not be discerned, yet against the fiery practitioners of the Blaze Academy, such a risk was considerably heightened. Their mastery over the fire element surpassed that of ordinary fire-type soul masters. Otherwise, they would not have established an entire academy dedicated to a single element. Tang Yaoyao dared not gamble on the possibility of remaining undiscovered, and even if they were to uncover the truth, it could easily be attributed to Ma Hongjun's mutated martial soul. However, one should never underestimate human ingenuity. There are many astute individuals in this world, and exercising caution is always prudent. Chapter 183. The Tooth of Wu is cracked. Time's up. I call upon both teams to enter the arena and pay their respects. As they unleash their martial souls, I hereby declare the soul battle officially commenced. At the teacher's commanding voice, the 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters charged toward Oscar and Yi Lingling from opposite sides. Although Yi Lingling lacked combat experience alongside others, she was no stranger to battle, vividly recalling her previous encounter at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Second Soul Skill, Spirit Blessing. Xiao Ao, maintain your form. Lingling, coordinate with Xiao Ao. Employing the tried-and-true strategy of protecting 2 with 1, Tang Yaoyao utilized her second soul skill on Yi Lingling, knowing that her extensive combat experience with Oscar would enable him to dodge effectively. Fire Crane Assault. The duo advanced from both flanks to encircle the 3, prompting Oscar to swiftly consume a flying mushroom sausage while also pulling Yi Lingling skyward. Despite their formidable attack capabilities and rapid speed, they were no match for the swiftness of the millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. They managed to escape. Fire Cloud and Fire Rain were taken aback. Were these not 2 support soul masters? How did they possess wings? Was there an error in their intelligence? Yet before they could process this, Tang Yaoyao's soul skill came into effect. First soul skill, Reminiscent Chime. Once again, she split an attack into 2 segments to control the 2 opponents. Oscar, unwilling to become a target, deftly avoided this skill while soaring into the air, already crafting another mushroom sausage for Yi Lingling. Without hesitation, she consumed it, sprouting her wings and flying aloft. Though it was her first experience of flight, excitement and curiosity surged within her, yet she remained focused on the battlefield. Soul Bone Skill, Devouring Light. Oscar swung his right arm, racing toward Fire Cloud. Perhaps due to his previous combat experience, he was emboldened to charge ahead. As Fire Cloud broke free from the soul skill's grasp, a fist the size of a sandbag collided with him, sending him hurtling away. Brother! Fire Rain cried out, wishing to intervene, but Tang Yaoyao would not grant him that opportunity. She had significantly reduced the cooldown of her first soul skill, enabling seamless execution. In that fleeting moment, Fire Rain found himself unable to evade. Reminiscent Chime, Control. The ethereal voice of Tang Yaoyao resonated, as if not of this world. Yi Lingling's heart raced with excitement as she scanned the battlefield for anyone in need of her assistance. This was indeed an audacious tactic. Support soul masters directly confronting 2 agile attack-type soul masters, and crucially, they matched their speed. The spectators below were utterly astonished. Could this truly be a food-type soul master? Since Oscar's last battle against the Thunder Team, he had deviated further down an unconventional path. He relished this exhilarating sensation. Yet after employing a soul bone skill and 2 third soul skills, his soul power began to wane. Super Recovery Sausage. He hastily consumed a sausage to replenish his soul power before unleashing another soul bone skill at the immobilized Fire Rain. Fire Cloud, who had failed to catch Fire Rain, was sent flying, landing over 3 meters beyond the arena. This demonstrated the sheer might of the soul beast, the Diamond Mammoth, which amplified Oscar's strength by a mere 30. Achieving such an effect was also due to Fire Cloud being an agile attack-type Soul Master, whose physical resilience was not as robust as that of a power-type Soul Master. Fire Cloud, Fire Rain. The two members of the Blaze Academy had been knocked off the stage, leaving Oscar exhausted as he sat on the platform, gasping for breath. This Soul Bone skill was indeed potent. Had his soul power been higher, he would not feel so drained after a single use. Regrettably, the other two members possessed healing abilities but could not restore soul power, leaving Oscar to recover gradually on his own. Resist Fire Ring. Quake Mountain. ZG executed Tang Yaoyao's commands flawlessly, ensuring to retain an additional support. Huowu found herself confined in a situation where she could not best ZG, her temper flaring as her eyes reddened. Especially infuriating was the fact that her teammate had been bested by a mere support Soul Master. It was intolerable for a proud prodigy like her. Damn it, die for me. I care not for anything else, Merge. Before she could finish her incantation, she was met with a powerful slap from ZG. Truthfully, Huowu was the most unimpressive girl ZG had encountered since arriving in the human realm. The expression of being mocked like rubbish had compelled ZG to strike decisively. Huowu indeed felt this way. For how could it not be absurd for a support to take down two agile attack-type Soul Masters? In her desperation to confront Oscar, she had unwittingly provoked the wrath of the female Tyrannosaurus. Do not forget, this Soul Master, appearing to be only in his 40s, possessed soul power rivaling that of a titled Douluo. The moment Huowu was struck, she felt a burning sensation on her face. Realizing that a tooth had been knocked out, she felt both humiliated and embarrassed, but an ember of wrath ignited within her towards ZG. Perceiving it as a personal affront, despite the disparity in soul power, she felt like a mere plaything, now having been dealt a stinging slap, her disdain unmasked. ZG smirked mockingly. What was there to fear in hitting her? Huowu was perpetually contemptuous, oblivious to the absurdity of her arrogance. In the presence of a dragon, such disdain and pride would only invite further punishment. Dragon-type soul beasts absolutely would not permit a minuscule human to persist in provocation. Thus came a slap. The sharp sound caused everyone to pause momentarily, astonished that a brave Soul Master could deliver such a fierce blow. While not particularly damaging, it was profoundly humiliating. Tang Yaoyao nearly doubled over in laughter, stifling her mirth, grateful that her energy state concealed her expression. I will kill you. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, like an invisible slap echoing against Huowu's face. She was truly on the verge of madness, prompting her to utilize the merge ring technique. Huowu, Radiant Sun. ZG awaited the execution of this skill. Although she had suppressed her soul power to 49 levels, her physical strength rivaled that of a limit Douluo, allowing her to endure this skill without retaliation. Quake Mountain. Only after Huowu completed the merge ring and unleashed her fourth soul skill did ZG make her move. Ha 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 ha, die for me. A victorious smile spread across Huowu's face, as if she had foreseen ZG's downfall. Many high-ranking members of the Blaze Academy frowned at this scene, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Chapter 184. Surrender. Impossible. Huowu was incredulous upon witnessing ZG emerge unscathed, prompting a derisive chuckle from ZG. Is that all you have? This is your trump card? Ever since we entered, you've worn that haughty expression, and I anticipated you possessed significant prowess. Yet, it appears you are not so formidable after all. Now, it is my turn. I hope you can withstand my retaliation as I have yours. With a sudden leap, ZG charged forward, engaging in a fierce melee with Huowu, a figure in the team battle akin to a mage, who stood no chance against the tank. Grasping Huowu's hair, ZG delivered blows that made her cry out, stripping away any semblance of the little pepper's proud demeanor. Remember my name. I am ZG, and I shall become your nightmare. Should I catch you casting that scrutinizing gaze upon us again, you will surely regret the consequences. ZG whispered ominously into Huowu's ear, her words laced with an intimacy akin to that of lovers, yet their chilling nature sent shivers down Huowu's spine. In that moment, the ferocity and malice of a dragon-type soul beast were laid bare, and Huowu trembled, believing this woman harbored a fleeting intent to kill. The thought sent a chill through her. Whether ZG would truly act upon such violent impulses was uncertain, but Huowu had but one life to gamble with, and she dared not take that risk. She nodded vigorously, while ZG glanced at the swollen, pitiful figure of Huowu before scanning the corners of the arena. Were it not for the fact that they were in the human realm, fearing trouble with the spirit beasts, she would have already launched Huowu into the air. This thought left ZG somewhat displeased. The old-timers lurking in the corners, wary of her lethal intent, had already begun to channel their soul power, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Thus, ZG delivered a swift kick, sending the grotesquely battered Huowu flying. In a distant corner, Xue Qinghao watched with a smile as an elder from the Fiery Academy prepared to intervene, instructing 2 committee members to restrain Huowu before settling down to enjoy the spectacle. Once Ziji ceased her assault on Huowu, the atmosphere returned to a semblance of cordiality. The Fiery Academy had only Huowu and her brother as their most talented members, both being descendants of the Academy's head. As an elder, it was inconceivable to witness Huowu being utterly vanquished. Yet fortunately, these individuals were not there to incite enmity. Huowu, having been beaten, closed her eyes, her image among the students of the Fiery Academy irrevocably tarnished. I concede, Wu Shuang, your physical prowess pales even in comparison to Yu Tianxin. There is no victory to be had here, especially since my comrades have already dispatched 3 foes. Dai Mubai, with an air of ease, even managed to engage Wu Huang in light-hearted conversation, yet the latter was far from relaxed. Turning to glance at his partner, he noted Huowu's face, swollen and battered, lying lifeless on the ground as she was carried away on a stretcher. Wu Huang was acutely aware of the unfolding battle involving Huowu, who had disregarded his earlier warning and opted to utilize the fusion ring technique. Not only did she choose to use it, but it was against a girl from Shrek Academy, leaving her with no chance of success. This skill, in the context of the Continental Elite Spirit Master Tournament, would likely render her nearly useless. Concede, Wu Shuang, continuing this battle holds no advantage for us. After all, it is merely a friendly challenge between academies. Losing is inconsequential, as per the headmaster's wishes. Just concede. Upon receiving the elder's telepathic message, Wu Huang's gaze sharpened, and he raised a hand, signaling his teammates to halt. We concede this match. Your Shrek Academy emerges victorious. After uttering those words, Wu Huang made no further delay. Despite his outward disdain for Huowu's recklessness, he felt a pang of concern for his only sister. Swift indeed, Oscar placed a hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder, the other shielding his forehead as if surveying the horizon. Little AO, impressive indeed. Now you can take down 2 opponents. You are becoming more like a true man. Dai Mubai clapped his brother on the shoulder, erupting into hearty laughter, always believing Oscar to be the true child of destiny. His sincerity, high emotional and intellectual intelligence, and unwavering dedication to cultivation were commendable. In the original narrative, Oscar was a food-type spirit master, yet through 5 years of wandering, he had successfully acquired the combat prowess of a battle spirit master. For the love he held dear, he ventured through hardship, determined to fulfill his promise of protection. Such a person undoubtedly deserved to be regarded as a protagonist. Thus, witnessing Oscar break through his limits and embark on this path filled Dai Mubai with joy. Furthermore, he recognized that the soul bone he possessed had been gifted by Tang Yuyo 6 years prior, fostering a deeper fondness for his fellow countrymen. He even envisioned Tang Yuyo as a seemingly rational yet proud young lady, who ultimately softened to extend kindness to her companions. With an abundance of celestial herbs at her disposal, Tang Yuyo could have consumed them at her leisure or exchanged them for resources with influential figures. Yet she selflessly provided aid without expecting anything in return. This reflection cast a new light upon Tang Yuyo in Dai Mubai's eyes. He realized that he had continuously received her assistance and favors, from his escape 6 years ago from the outskirts of the Stardow Forest to their recent reunion, where she had presented him with the miraculous mushroom and the golden bone sword, both invaluable treasures. He kept these memories close, pondering how he would choose if the day she spoke of ever arrived. Would he continue his tranquil life with Zhu Zhuqing or wholeheartedly assist his friends and comrades? Observing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yuyo laughing together, Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile, realizing he had found his answer. Today, watching Huowu get thoroughly trounced was truly exhilarating. In the past, she would always throw jabs at me whenever we crossed paths in the Imperial fighting arena. Now, she too is face defeat. It is a delight to behold. Ha ha ha, Ziji, splendid work. Yufeng winked at Ziji, giving her a thumbs up. Ziji, her expression impassive, turned away, feeling the need to cleanse her eyes from the scene. A lively group prepared to return to Shrek Academy for further training. Although they were currently exempt from academic classes, their physical training sessions continued unabated. Following their encounter with the Thunder Academy, they had become acutely aware of the necessity to bolster their physical resilience. After all, how could one be deemed a true man if they were overly fragile? Go ahead and train. We girls need not become muscular Barbies. Let us indulge in some shopping, Tang Yuyo declared, waving her hand as she brandished the gold soul coin card gifted by Ning Fengji, leading her sisters off to spend. By Qinxiang cheered. Long live my cousin. Dai Mubai merely waved as he observed their playful antics, cherishing the fleeting moments, knowing that in 2 years, he would return to the Star Luo Empire. He valued this time spent together, relishing the camaraderie of their joyful days. Chapter 185. Promoting Hu has debuted Ting Yuyo and her companions reveled in their shopping spree at the Tiano City Mall, while Shui Qinghe, hidden in the shadows, gazed upon them with affection. She mused to herself, Tang Yuyo remains blissfully unaware of my presence lurking in the shadows. Watching the girls frolic and laugh, she felt a pang of envy. Her own childhood had been marked solely by Bibi Dong's coldness and her grandfather's kindness, devoid of any sign of companionship. As she matured, she infiltrated the Tiando Empire, and now, after many years, she was nearly on the verge of forgetting what joy felt like. She yearned for a day when she could openly hold her sister's hand under the sun, playing, shopping, and enjoying delightful meals together. They were, after all, the closest of kin in this world. Your Highness, it is time to depart. The Snow Knight Emperor awaits you in the palace. Upon hearing Shilong's words, Shui Qinghe withdrew her gaze. Let's go. No one could fathom the loneliness she experienced in a foreign land. Once, her conviction was anchored in her obsession with Bibi Dong, but now she recognized that the absurdities of the past had diminished her fixation. A mark of disgrace. She would never regard herself with respect. Qian Renshue understood the pain in Bibi Dong's heart. Born of enemy parents, she felt her very existence was a grand joke. Yet now she possessed a new motivation, to secure the Tiando Empire, driven solely by the desire to ensure Tang Yuyo's flourishing growth. Grandfather once mentioned that she would eventually inherit the divine position of an angel. The divine life is exceedingly prolonged, and she would undoubtedly seek a suitable divine rank for her younger sister. At that time, they would be able to enjoy eternal life together. With such thoughts, Qian Ringshu found solace in the otherwise arduous days spent at the prince's residence, where the monotony of reviewing memorials and managing state affairs threatened to drive him to madness. A being born with wings, yearning for freedom, was instead confined within these walls. In the private dormitory of Shrek Academy, Bai Qinxiang clutched the golden soul coin card that Tang Yuyu had secretly gifted her, feeling a weight in her heart. The bed was adorned with exquisite and beautiful garments. After a recent shopping excursion, Tang Yuyu had discreetly bestowed upon her a card containing a staggering sum of 500,000. It was worth noting that during the most impoverished times of the Min clan, they could scarcely afford a meal. Recently, Grandfather had written to say that her cousin had provided a substantial sum to support the clan for a considerable period. Bai Qinxiang had always felt a close bond with her cousin, but now her gratitude and joy were magnified. Tang Yuyu was considerate of Bai Qinxiang's pride, asserting that it was merely pocket money from an older sister to a younger sister. Do not hastily refuse, although Haotian sect has wronged the 4 affiliated clans. There is no need to draw such a clear line. For instance, take advantage of this unexpected benefit. Later, I shall accompany you to petition our great-grandfather for a soul bone as compensation. For now, consider this golden soul coin as a little allowance from your cousin. Do not decline. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset. How can a girl be without some money to rely on? Keep it well. In the future, purchase whatever you desire. These words echoed repeatedly in Bai Qinxiang's mind, evoking a swell of tears. Apart from her grandfather and clan members, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Her parents had passed away long ago, leaving her with scarcely any close female elders. Tang Yuyu would tell her that a girl must possess wealth to feel secure, while she had only ever contemplated how to earn money to support her clan. Yet, to hear someone say that she too needed financial security, love, and care was profoundly moving. Meanwhile, Tang Yuyu was startled when Ning Rongrong burst in without knocking, clearly in a state of great agitation. What happened? Did that blockhead Tang Yu anger you again? Tang Yuyu had become accustomed to Ning Rongrong's frequent visits, as 9 out of 10 times she came to complain about Tang Yu's dullness. No, it's not Tang Yu. It's the Blaze Academy. Ning Rongrong Efklaimet. Those wretches at Blaze Academy are despicable. They planned to spread rumors claiming that Ziji was too harsh in the competition. The idea of their inadequacy in skill being compounded by such slander was appalling to her. Tang Yuyu was taken aback by the news. How did you learn of this? Has news spread throughout the city already? She was astonished by the speed of the rumor's dissemination. The competition had only commenced in the afternoon, and now it seemed all of Tiando City was aware. Exactly. I went out with Zhu Qing to buy some candied chestnuts, and before I knew it, I overheard this gossip. I sent Zhu Qing to find Ai Lao. Ningrongrong lamented, distresset. What shall we do? The reputation of our Shrek Academy is at risk from such petty malice. Use your clever mind to devise a plan. I cannot allow Ziji to be the subject of ridicule. Just then, Ziji, who had been about to knock and enter, paused at the conversation, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she stepped inside. Ziji, Ning Rongrong stammered, unsure of how much Ziji had overheard. She wished to shield Ziji from such sordid matters. I heard everything, and it's of no consequence. After all, they're merely defeated opponents, ZG remarked nonchalantly, causing Ning Rongrong to grow anxious. How can it be of no consequence? They are slandering you unjustly. You are not at fault. Why should you allow them to spread such rumors? ZG observed Ning Rongrong, who was flustered like a frantic little pig, and couldn't help but smile. Well then, we shall repay their slander with their own tactics. Tang Yu, noticing Ning Rongrong's urgency, decided not to tease her further. The moment she heard the news, an idea had formed in her mind. She just needed to ascertain whether this rumor originated from Huowu's scheme or from Blaze Academy itself. What plan do you have? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she focused intently on Tang Yu. We could find someone to spread a counter-rumor. I am of an age where I should not be bested by a girl a few years younger. After being beaten to a pulp, how can she still have the audacity to complain? And to think she even used her martial soul. We all know that is an unmatched skill among peers. ZG managed to withstand it, which indicates what? It simply means Huowu is lacking in skill. Not only is she lacking, but she also refuses to accept defeat. Concocting such a rumor, is this not a sign of disrespect towards the competition and her opponents? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with excitement, completely oblivious to the faint blush of embarrassment that crossed ZG's face upon hearing the words about being bested by a younger girl. What an excellent idea. Today, I shall expose that woman Huowu for who she truly is. I never expected such disgrace to emerge from the 5 elemental academies. If one cannot win, they resort to spreading rumors to harm others. What a disgrace for a soul master. In truth, this incident had little to do with Blaze Academy. It was orchestrated by an arrogant individual who fancied themselves clever, seeking to annoy others. Chapter 186. The Team Induction Ceremony. Both Thunder Academy and Blaze Academy have lost. What a disgrace for the 5 elemental academies. I propose we exclude these 2 academies from future competitions. The host academy of Xiangjia sect, Xiangjia Academy, represents the earth element among the 5 elemental academies, and its members are known for their rigorous physical training. Consequently, their physical strength is unparalleled among soul masters of the same rank. The 5 elemental academies have always been competitive, but Xiangjia sect considers all other academies beneath them, as breaching their defenses is exceedingly challenging. The other 4 academies can at most achieve a stalemate, leading the members of Xiangjia Academy to believe they are formidable. However, focusing solely on defense is not necessarily the best strategy. Offense is indeed the best defense, a truth they will likely never grasp. Li Gu, shall we accept Shrek Academy's challenge? One member of the Xiangjia team inquired of Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli raised an eyebrow and brazenly replied, "Let them issue a challenge, and we shall respond. I am eager to see just how formidable that ZG is, the one who turned Huowu into a pig's head. How about a level 49 Soul Master? With his robust physique, he could face an average Soul King head-on." Hu Yanli was confident in his abilities, but unfortunately, Hu Yinjin would not grant him that opportunity, as a significant issue had arisen. Due to the avalanche of disgrace brought upon by this incident, both Blaze Academy and Huowu's reputations had plummeted, and Huowu now bore the label of someone who could not accept defeat and was lacking in skill. This caused the fiery Huowu to faint in a fit of rage, but the source of the rumor undeniably stemmed from Blaze Academy. One could hardly blame Shrek Academy for retaliating, as they were merely speaking the truth, albeit with some harshness. Huowu Shuang found himself at a loss, realizing too late that he should not have consented to the competition. Now, both the academy and the team's reputation had suffered immensely. The reactions of Shinfeng and Tianshui were varied upon receiving such news. The head of Tianshui Academy, a middle-aged beauty, deemed it unnecessary to engage in such futile disputes, as the reputations of all 5 elemental academies had diminished significantly due to Blaze Academy's actions. In the Tianshui Academy courtyard, Shui Lianhua instructed Shui Binger to politely decline Shrek Academy's challenge. With this energy, we would be better off saving it for the Continental Elite Soul Master competition 2 years hence. Moreover, what is the true intent behind this challenge? We are all too aware that whether we win or lose, it holds no advantage for Tianshui Academy. If that is the case, why bother with this competition? The Snow Knight Emperor is indeed the ruler of the Tiando Empire, and his intention is to suppress the 5 elemental academies to facilitate the recruitment of talent for the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet, how has this suddenly emerging Shrek Academy, which has never been heard of before, come to be? Reports suggest that it is merely a small academy absorbed by the Tiando Royal Academy. How could such a small institution cultivate such extraordinary prodigies? Although the members of the Shura team have yet to be seen, their ability to defeat the Thunder Academy and overwhelm the Blazing Fire Academy indicates they are not ordinary geniuses. The reactions from the Wind and God Academy are quite similar to those from the Water Academy. Essentially, they see no merit in expending energy on this Shrek Academy, as victory or defeat holds little significance for the academies involved. Feng Xiaotian, however, is quite eager to compete with the Shrek Academy team. Nevertheless, he must prioritize the greater good, with the interests of the Wind and God Academy taking precedence. He must now focus on diligently cultivating his soul power, as the effort expended to master the 36 consecutive slashes has drained much of his energy, leaving his soul power stagnating at the Soul Master level. At his innate, full soul power cultivation speed, he should have already achieved the rank of Soul King at his age. Regrettably, he has squandered valuable time. The inhabitants of Douluo Continent overly rely on the soul skills derived from soul rings and soul bones, and have seldom considered the creation of their own soul skills. That Feng Xiaotian can conceive such an idea undoubtedly places him ahead of his peers, though his timing is regrettably amiss. Before turning 20, the cultivation of soul power is particularly crucial, as it directly influences the heights one may reach in the future. Now, at 20, he barely qualifies as a soul master, which underscores the extensive time he has devoted to developing his own soul skills. Dai Mubai had already attained the rank of soul master by the age of 15, thanks in part to the miraculous celestial mushroom. However, upon reflection, it is worth noting that before consuming the celestial mushroom, Dai Mubai was already at level 38, a figure he had maintained for the past 6 months. After half a year of rigorous training, even without the celestial herb, he could now reach level 40 as a soul master. Most importantly, his innate soul power does not exceed level 10, and when compared to Feng Xiaotian's cultivation speed, the disparity is monumental. A single level difference in innate full soul power is a chasm of great significance. At Shrek Academy, everyone gathered together. Those in favor of Yi Lingling and her companions joining the Shura team, please raise your hands. Dai Mubai declared solemnly. Yi Lingling and the others exchanged nervous glances, while Tanya felt an overwhelming sense of initiation. With a flurry of hands, everyone unanimously raised their arms. It appeared that after a few days of brief interaction, all had developed a favorable impression of the original members of the royal fighting team. Unanimously approved, I hereby announce that Yi Lingling, Shur Mo, and Yufeng have joined our Shura team. You must always remember our team's principle. Never betray your comrades. Never betray your comrades. Yi Lingling and her friends were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a ceremonious occasion for joining a team, yet the sentiment resonated deeply within them. Particularly for support soul masters, the greatest fear is betrayal. Should a support soul master shine on the battlefield only to be deemed a burden and abandoned by teammates? It would be a devastating blow. Yi Lingling felt her eyes welling up with emotion. Yi Lingling, officially joined the Shura team today, and I vow to never betray my teammates. Shur Mo, the others followed suit, imitating Yi Lingling's declaration. Though they internally grumbled about the elaborate ceremony, a profound sense of stability washed over them. While it is uncertain whether others can uphold such vows, the shared belief and intention amongst them would undoubtedly draw their hearts closer together. From this day forward, their pasts, marked by the division of the royal fighting team, would fade into oblivion, while their futures would belong to the Shura team. Dai Mubai's lips twitched. He had not expected such a solemn oath. It was his first time presiding over such an initiation meeting, yet there were those present with even greater understanding of the proceedings. Ahem. Well then, since this is the case, we shall all be partners and friends from now on, so let us get along well. Yay, this is wonderful. Our team has grown stronger. Lingling, come sit beside me. We are both support soul masters now. We can exchange cultivation insights. Ning Rongrong beamed at Yi Lingling, beckoning her over. On this day, the four of them integrated into the Shura team and became part of Shrek Academy. Chapter 187, Revenge. They actually all refused? What does this mean? Flinder was taken aback that the other 3 academies had outright rejected Shrek Academy's challenge. Yet this indirectly underscored Shrek Academy's strength. Flinder felt a mix of joy and frustration, as the inability to continue challenging left him at a loss for how to provoke them further. He still had his sights set on the Lamba Academy. Dean, why don't we directly challenge Lamba Academy? But would that be a bit too bullying? After all, the 5 elemental academies dared not accept the challenge. It would be ill-advised for us to suddenly target an obscure academy like Lamba. After all, Lamba Academy also accepts civilian soul masters and enjoys a decent reputation among the populace. If Shrek Academy were to act in such a manner, it could potentially tarnish their public image. Let us forget it. At the Continental Elite Soul Masters competition, if we encounter them, let us strike them hard. For now, it would be wise to conserve strength for the event 2 years hence. He wondered how the 3 committee members would respond. The Snow Knight Emperor should be pleased with this outcome, as it was merely a means to intimidate the 5 elemental academies, not a pursuit of enmity. They had politely declined. What more could be done? The Snow Knight Emperor was indeed quite satisfied. After all, for many years, the Tiando Royal Academy had been overshadowed by the 5 elemental academies, with hardly any promising students enrolling. This matter had been handled well. Qinghe, take some time to rest. You've worked hard over the years. Snow Qinghe smiled gently, with the figure of Ning Fengji lingering in his mind. In your position, it is only right to fulfill your duties. This is what a son should do. The Snow Knight Emperor, noticing the towering presence of the 7-treasure glazed tile school behind Snow Qinghe, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. You may leave. He waved his hand, signaling for Snow Qinghe to withdraw, who gracefully bowed and exited. It seemed the poison had not been sufficiently potent. The Snow Knight Emperor could still assign tasks to Snow Qinghe. Snow Qinghe had already administered a small dose of the poisonous pufferfish Douluo's toxin, which had long since seeped into his very bones. Only a slight trigger remained to detonate the time bomb within his body, yet with the emergence of the avalanche. Should the Snow Knight Emperor die from poisoning, it would undoubtedly lead to an investigation. Snow Qinghe sought a method to assume control of the Tiando Empire with caution and grace, rather than inciting a civil war that would engulf the entire empire in flames. After years of governance, Snow Qinghe naturally wished for the citizens and common folk he had managed to protect to live in peace and prosperity. Meanwhile, Tangya received news from the Great Soul Arena regarding the auction of a rare treasure, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare Shijian. The illusionary skull. She was certain Shijian would be intrigued. This skull had ultimately been traded to Ning Rongrong by Tang San. Tangya now aimed not only to eliminate Shijian, but also to acquire this skull for herself. Whether it suited Ning Rongrong was uncertain, but she hoped her companions could possess soul bones of higher age. Tangya still had a 90,000-year-old soul bone and used, not out of fear of unstable foundations from relying on external upgrades, but rather due to an inexplicable sense of rivalry. Tang San's soul bones included the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation, arms from the sky blue bull python, and the titan giant ape. The right leg bone of the 100,000-year blue silver emperor, the left leg bone of the evil demon orca king, the torso bone of the million-year deep sea demon whale king, alongside a growth-promoting external soul bone. Upon reflection, Tangya realized that aside from the wisdom skull and the external soul bone, all other soul bones had been obtained from soul beasts of 100,000 years or more. She currently possesses only the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor and a left arm bone from the soft bone rabbit, which is included in her plans. Additionally, as she is now a soul beast, acquiring the soul bones of a 100,000-year-old soul beast proves to be a daunting challenge. This led Tang Yuyu to contemplate a certain direction, albeit contingent on Tang San possessing the necessary qualifications. Alas, this may be an unfeasible endeavor, especially since Tang San has yet to consume those 2 celestial herbs. Initially, she had intended to ensnare him during the challenge tournament, but it seems that she will have to rely on the old poison master now. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Tang Yuyu's mind, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, Xinian was diligently cultivating in the secret chamber provided by Prince Xuexing when he was suddenly struck by a familiar itch. This was a remnant symptom from the failed attempt to deal with Tang Yuyu, one that several physicians and healing soul masters could not diagnose. Xinian suspected he had been poisoned, but dared not seek assistance from Douluo, as the itch was merely bothersome and not life-threatening. Furthermore, he had no rapport with Douluo, and given that the Haotian sect and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect were hunting him, he felt it best to refrain from making contact. Damn it, why is it so itchy? What on earth did that little girl do to me? This is infuriating. At present, Xinian's face was marred with bloodstains, and his body bore numerous scratches. If one were to overlook his hunchbacked form and the dark circles under his eyes, he might even appear somewhat alluring. He decided to take a gamble. He must obtain that soul bone. Perhaps integrating it would alleviate the symptoms plaguing him. Although the rumors circulating at the Tiando auction house spoke of a rare treasure, those privy to insider information knew that this auction featured a soul bone. The probability of acquiring a soul bone is exceedingly low, as the conditions for its formation are exceptionally stringent, rendering it more coveted in the soul master community than other items. If one were to speak of rare treasures, the soul bone would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Once the itch within him subsided, Xinian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could no longer endure such torment. Had it not been for this incessant itch, he might have been able to bear it a little longer, but now he could think of nothing else. He would rather face death than continue to suffer this affliction. The itch was not fatal, yet the relentless irritation was excruciating. His skin was marred beyond recognition, old wounds mingling with new ones, leaving his skin in tatters. A testament to the ordeal he had endured over the past 2 months. However, Tang Yuyu would not sympathize with him. This was merely his due. Had she known of his current plight, she might have even applauded him. In a secluded alley, Xinyan observed a figure blocking his path, their pupils narrowing as they failed to discern his level of strength. Had they witnessed his recent act of murder and robbery? Xinyan wore a vigilant expression, but within, he felt a surge of murderous intent. This individual must not be allowed to remain, and their intentions were unclear. Could it be a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lay in wait? Xinyan, after 2 months of evasion, had decided it was time to stretch his limbs. The old man mused that the sun was particularly bright today. Perhaps he would relieve Xinyan of his skin. As the figure spoke, a pitch-black hammer materialized in their hand, adorned with 9 soul rings. Chapter 188. I knew it would not end well. A title Douluo? Upon seeing that martial spirit, Xinyan's heart sank as he realized the gravity of his predicament. This was the Haotian Hammer, members of the Haotian sect. It appeared that he was destined to meet his end here. Xinyan cast a wary glance at the 4th Elder. Under the might of the Haotian Hammer, he had little hope of escape. The 4th Elder wasted no time and began to unleash a torrent of brute force upon his opponent. The ensuing onslaught brought unrestrained laughter from Tang Yuyu, who was perched on the eaves, while a figure lurking in the shadows, initially poised to strike, was now paralyzed with fear at the emergence of the Haotian Hammer. My goodness, that's the Haotian Hammer. Why didn't he mention he was a descendant of the Haotian sect, especially with the title Douluo guarding him? Clearly, they meant for me to walk to my death. Yusher Jing, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. He could hardly bear to see what had become of Xinyan, while the girl on the eaves continued to laugh heartily. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Haotian Hammer, the Haotian sect, and Xinyan. He recalled a bounty notice from 2 to 3 months prior, stating that Xinyan had attempted to assassinate the heir of the Haotian sect and had since gone into hiding, with a reward of 200,000 gold soul coins on his head. So that was it. It was becoming increasingly clear that this little girl was the heir of the Haotian sect. Yusher Jing scratched his head, pondering how Tang Yuyu bore no resemblance to the young master. However, did not their own Yushenheng also share little resemblance to the young clan leader? Once, he had relentlessly pursued Duguyan, and now he had devolved into a farce, blindly adhering to the absurd theories of his inept uncle. Damn it. I knew the main branch harbored no good intentions. They actually wanted me to assassinate Tang Yuyu, with a title Douluo lurking in the shadows. Yusher Jing, the old rogue, feared death above all else, and at that moment, cursed the elder who had summoned him to execute this task. No, he would return to complain to his son and grandson. For now, he must wait for these 2 harbingers of doom from the Haotian sect to depart. Otherwise, even the slightest disturbance could betray him. Yuyu, how'd it go? I feel much better now. Thank you, 4th granduncle. Don't mention it. You're such a dear. It's only been a short while since we last met. Yet you're being so formal. Here, take this good stuff. I'm too old to use it, and it's not suited for the Haotian Hammer. You can keep it to exchange for what you desire in the future. The 4th Elder tossed Tang Yuyu the illusory skullbone. Although he spoke lightly, his affection for her was evident, and his decision to bestow this soul bone upon her was influenced not only by his fondness, but also by her status. With Tang Chun's return, Tang Yuyu's position would only rise, and Tang Chun held her in high regard, having gifted her a soul bone of 90,000 years upon his return. Qiandao Lu muttered indignantly, "You're using my soul bone to do favors. I will surely repay you. 4th granduncle, I genuinely need this soul bone for exchange. However, I cannot take advantage of you. Everyone should benefit, and since you have made an effort, I have a few lower-grade soul bones that I can offer to my cousins if you don't mind. Both are power type." As Tang Yuyu was about to retrieve the soul bones from her soul guide, the 4th Elder halted her. "This is not the place to linger. We must leave at once." With that, the 4th Elder took hold of Tang Yuyu and, with a few leaps, vanished from the scene. Yusher Jing endured nearly an hour's wait before daring to act. He had nearly lost his life and was eager to return and lodge a complaint. Yusher Jing's talent was mediocre. Otherwise, he would not still be a soul sage, despite being of the same generation as the 4th Elder. However, he was fortunate enough to have a gifted son, who in turn had a gifted son, thus allowing him to soar on their coattails. His grandson was none other than Yushenheng. As for this assassination attempt on Tang Yuyu, it was merely a power struggle within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Tang Yuyu presented the 2 power-type soul bones from her soul guide to the 4th Elder. Although he initially declined, Tang Yuyu insisted on giving them to him. One was the leg bone of a 1,000-year-old rampaging rhino, and the other was the arm bone of a 1,000-year-old long-armed gorilla. Though the 4th Elder feigned reluctance, joy danced in his eyes, clearly delighted by her gesture. In truth, he had benefited from this exchange. Obtaining 2 suitable power-type soul bones in exchange for the illusory skull was no simple feat, being a cherished junior. The 4th Elder was not entirely altruistic, but ensured that Tang Yuyu received due advantages. The individuals most closely aligned with Tang Yuyu were the 2nd Elder and the 7th Elder. The 2nd Elder had a fondness for intelligent individuals and genuinely cherished Tang Yuyu. The 7th Elder, having lost his son in battle and thus lacking direct descendants, found a kindred spirit in Tang Yuyu, whom he favored immensely, treating her almost as if she were his own granddaughter. In contrast, the other elders, with their own progeny and close kin, were less inclined to extend their patronage towards her. Yet, Tang Yuyu understood that she was not a golden soul coin. There was no reason for everyone to adore her, for even a golden soul coin would have its detractors. She resolved to maintain a calm disposition, reciprocating kindness with even greater generosity, and thus prepared the precious herb, autumn watching water, for the 7th Elder. However, she had yet to return to Haotian sect to present it, for this herb bore significant benefits for a title Douluo, being a celestial plant that could enhance one's mental fortitude. It was through such a herb that Tang San had transcended the barriers of the purple extreme demon eye, ultimately merging it with the wisdom bone of mental condensation, which granted him formidable spiritual power during his time as a title Douluo. Meanwhile, within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, a desperate plea was made by Yu Shoujing to his son, Yu Xiaoyong. Son, you must stand up for me. I nearly met my end. Do you have any idea? An elder from the clan's lineage commanded me to assassinate the heir of Haotian sect. Had I not encountered a title Douluo by her side today, I might have perished. Tears streamed down Yu Shoujing's face as he clutched his son, while Yu Tianxin looked on, troubled by the absurdity of his grandfather's predicament. Nevertheless, this was a burden laced with sweetness, for the old man was open-minded. Unlike the clan leader, who was stern and insisted that the younger generation adhere strictly to his dictates, Yu Xiaojiang had been expelled from the clan for failing to comply with his plans. Dad, please let go. We need to discuss this calmly. What is going on? What do you mean by assassination and Haotian sect? Upon hearing the mention of a title Douluo, Yu Xiaoyong dared not provoke his father further. This situation was far too grave. In the past, they had engaged in minor conflicts, but now they had seemingly angered a title Douluo. Chapter 189. Tang San seeks the celestial herb. The clan leader's people tasked me with a mission. Initially, I had no intention to meddle, but Elder Xu Fong claimed that the Thunder Academy's team had suffered defeat due to that individual. Upon hearing that this person had thwarted Tianxin's prospects, I could not remain passive. So, I agreed to take action, and he informed me that the girl's name is Tang Yuyu. The moment Yu Tianxin heard this name, his pupils constricted. What had begun as mere gossip suddenly propelled him to rush to his grandfather, grasping his arms and urgently asking, "Grandfather, is she unharmed? How could you be so easily tricked into committing such a misdeed? One must not be so reckless. A man must know when to take a stand and when to let go. What does a girl have to do with the Thunder Team's defeat? This is a team battle, not a duel." Yu Tianxin's frantic words had contrasted sharply with Yu Xiaoyong's growing awareness. He surveyed his son, nodding thoughtfully. A pig raised, well, knows how to root for cabbage. This is good news. Otherwise, if Yu Tianheng had been aware of his romantic pursuits, his son would still be foolishly focused solely on cultivation. Moreover, it appeared that his son's affection was not for someone of inferior status compared to Duguyen. Just moments ago, their father had spoken of a title Douluo. Tianxin, your grandfather nearly lost his life, and you still inquire why I would act against this young lady? You truly are a devoted grandson. Yu Shoujing, taken aback by the unfolding circumstances, pondered whether his son and grandson should first offer each other comfort. Father, Tianxin is still young. Do not engage him in disputes. You must clarify the situation for me. Oh, with Yu Xiaoyong's interruption, Yu Shoujing promptly nodded, eager to explain the matter. What? Your audacity is astounding. I was unaware, and now you have provoked the formidable Haotian sect. What a tangled web of intrigue. Yu Xiaoyong was incensed, realizing that the clan leader's faction, relying on the sole title Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, sought to suppress the collateral branches. It was precisely this internal strife that had prevented the clan from producing a title Douluo for many years. and now they dared to provoke Haotian sect. Yu Xiaoyong intended to confront the clan leader, but Yu Qianxin suddenly halted him. Father, wait, what do you expect to achieve by confronting the clan leader? It will only yield a minor reprimand. If they remain unscathed, we may find ourselves targeted. Upon hearing his son's words, Yu Xiaoyong felt deflated. Recognizing the wisdom in Yu Qianxin's reasoning, the entire Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan was under the clan leader's control, with Yu Qianheng being the unchallenged heir. Alas, my son is born in an unfortunate era. With De Guyan at his side, Yu Qianheng effectively has the support of two titled Douluos. Once supporters within the clan began to shift their allegiance to Yu Qianheng, the clan leader's position swiftly fell into his grasp. Yu Xiaoyong appeared despondent. Although he had become a SoulLand, he remained far from achieving the title of Douluo. Not everyone could emulate Tang Hao, who had attained such a status by the age of 40. Yu Xiaoyong was merely a gifted commoner, and achieving the rank of SoulLand within the internally conflicted Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan required immense effort. Father, enough with the gloomy talk. Tianheng is simply more talented than I. It is only fitting that he becomes the clan leader. Though he uttered these words, Yu Qianxin understood the underlying truth. Yu Qianheng was merely half a year his senior, but the disparity in their soul power was 3 to 4 levels. Whether his talent could translate into potential remained uncertain. Yu Qianxin watched closely to see how far Yu Qianheng could progress on the path of Soul Master. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, events within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan unfolded as she contemplated how to inform Tang San about the celestial herb. It seemed that fate had a hand in this, as Tang San, without any prompting from Tang Yu, became aware of the celestial herb. At the Blazing Academy, teacher, are you saying that in less than half a year, their soul power has surged? Tang San's pupils dilated, sensing that the situation was not as Yu Xiaojiang had described. The Tiando Royal Academy must have employed drastic measures against Dai Mubai and his team. Tang San knew that certain celestial herbs could enhance one's internal energy. Since cultivating the Xin Tiangong, he had come to understand that soul power was akin to the internal energy of his past life. Did they perhaps experience some fortuitous encounter? The thought of celestial herbs that could elevate soul power stirred excitement within him. If each member of his team could possess such a herb, winning the Continental Elite Soul Master competition would no longer be a cause for concern. Having distanced himself from the Shrek Academy team, he realized that none could rival his former companions, whether in terms of martial soul quality or soul power talent. They had been decisively eclipsed by several members of Shrek Academy. In the past, Tang San might have been indifferent, but now he needed to secure victory in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition to vindicate Yu Xiaojiang and demonstrate the correctness of his choices to his father. Teacher, I have a hypothesis. Perhaps it is not that the Tiando Royal Academy has employed the harsh measures of hasty growth. After all, Ning Rongrong is from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which would not overlook Ning Fengji's reputation. As Tang San expressed this, Yu Xiaojiang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had the backing of two titled Douluos. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had no reason to fear any force. Originally, Ning Rongrong could be seen as a perfect support for Tang San, and had he been akin to his younger self, she would undoubtedly have devoted the entirety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to elevate him to great heights. Alas, the interference of Haotian law had resulted in Tang San's departure from Shrek Academy. I too have considered this, but aside from this explanation, can there be any other reason? To have increased so many levels of soul power in just half a year is simply unheard of. Yu Xiaojiang sighed, and Tang San candidly revealed what he knew. Teacher, you are aware that I often employ hidden weapons. Thus, I possess considerable knowledge of medicinal herbs. It is said that certain legendary herbs can aid in alleviating rheumatism and enhancing soul power, all without any adverse effects. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang cast a surprised glance at him. Is there truly such a thing in the Douluo Continent? How have I never heard of it before? Having devoted his life to the study of martial souls and serving as a scholar, it seems there are indeed realms beyond his understanding. So that is how it is. Whether or not Yu Xiaojiang believed him remains uncertain. He merely sighed and fell silent thereafter.